day to night in 45 minutes. Yeah, right. They never show that.
Wait, where's the night footage? I want to see some night footage. I want to see some. Where's not? Have you seen the night footage, guys? Want to look at that?
Quite interested. How much the climate disturbed where you are?
That was totally a thing that I tried to do like 2 years ago, and then I realized how difficult it was going to be.
Climate?
My theory was you can apparently see lightning from the ISS. So my theory
Yes, I
was
want to see that.
I needed to wait for the perfect opportunity of the ISS being somewhere that had line of sight with my location in Michigan, which doesn't happen super often, only a couple times a day, while there was a thunderstorm going on over top of me. And if I watched the lightning, this is a crazy idea. If I watched the lightning strikes happening around me, I could see those same lightning strikes happening in the ISS feed. I quickly learned how absolutely absurdly difficult it is to get a thunderstorm at the same time that the ISS is overhead. I still maintain it would be a valid observation to try and make, but I've tried on multiple occasions, and it just those two things have never lined up for me. Particularly if it happened at night.
I remember looking at a video like, I don't know, like 7 years ago about the ISS, and they were showing lightning storm everywhere. Everywhere they were passing by, it was like lightning everywhere. So I wanna find that one. That one, when I saw that video, I had questions about the footage, bro, because I was like, this is cartoons. But the real footage, yeah, I want to see some of the one that you're talking about, the one high altitude.
With the stars?
Saying you can see lightning, but you can't get it, I guess. I don't know.
I got one with stars.
At the altitude they claim the ISS is, you'd be able to see the whole United States, and there's a storm happening somewhere. There should be lightning like every 45 minutes.
But when we look at the high footage, like the live stream that they got going, and we see actual footage, it is high altitude footage. I think I don't have much doubt about that. It's pretty high altitude footage of the world that we live in. But it's not in the place they claim they are, like the vacuum of space. Can't even see in the place that they are taking the footage from. Even Platypus says that you can't see curvature from there.
Well,
don't put words in my mouth. That's not what I said.
You can't see, only on the lens you can see the curve.
It's also not what I said, but I won't argue it.
Neil deGrasse Tyson said that shit is flat.
I don't give a fuck about Neil deGrasse Tyson. Why does everybody assume that I give a fuck about Neil deGrasse Tyson just because I believe the Earth is a globe?
Nothing personal.
No,
nothing personal. I was just throwing it out because I thought it was appropriate at the time.
By the way, Platty, I found the stars in the live stream.
Yeah, right now the clip that I'm trying to take happens like right around minus 1930 or something like that.
Yes, it's like 2019 right now.
Yes,
on the first live stream on YouTube.
Right, and it looks like you can see the spot on the surface where we're shifting from daytime to nighttime too. If that's the same shot.
It's actually a curved line. Yeah, I saw the line of a shadow, and it's curved. Interesting enough.
Nice. This is fun, boys and girls. This is fun.
I'm just glad at least one other person saw the stars in the shot that I was looking at.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
I want to clip it. I want to clip it so bad. Fuck it. I'm gonna download OBS just to fucking do this.
Yeah, OBS is the way to go. It's a program that uses up a lot of your computer, man. But
oh, Jesus Christ, what the fuck is wrong with me? I've got an NVIDIA graphics card, for Christ's sake. All I got to do is hit Control-Z.
Control-Z, baby.
If I'm not mistaken, BNS stands for Broadcasting Studio. And O is something, I forgot what that stands for. Do you have any idea?
Can you
No.
say that one more time?
OBS stands for Online Broadcast Studio, right?
Oh, yeah, you did it. Thank you very much. I forgot about that meant online. I only could recall BS.
Bullshit. BS. Yeah, man. It does work, man. OBS does work. It does do what it says it does. That's how I met most of you cats, man. That's the way it works. Thank you,
I
OBS.
have a stupid joke based on this, and this is Kids How I Met Your Mother.
I met your mother on the OBS program because I was live streaming. Yes.
Yeah.
Live streaming
She happened to ask how I played. I promised her to show some of my tricks if she came to my house. And that is how you were born, kidding.
Thought he was talking about the
Hey,
TV
man,
show.
every single one of us was because two people had sex, and we're here, man. I always thought that was kind of a cool thing, man. It's like, hey, man, everybody in this room, the only reason we're here is because two people were fucking. I love that, man. You know,
nobody wants to see their mom fuck.
We all got here because a man and a woman decided to do some fun activity.
That were your parents.
And that was our parents.
Man.
We are,
and even worse still, your grandparents.
And
we all know that.
Folks, I'll tell you one thing. No matter how much feminists are talking about women priority, high priorities, etc., life begins with men. No matter what you talk about it, but penis himself, is a symbol of life.
Exactly, bro. Totally agree. Like,
what about the vagina? I want to talk about the vagina.
Okay, go to another room.
It's a receiver. It's not the origin, but it's a receiver. Men give the seed. Women just like a soil that receives that seed to give a plant, a product, also known as a kid. That is what I'm talking about. Procreation works this way. Soil receives the seed, known as semen.
Seaman. The Seaman.
Yes.
Preach
it.
Anyway, I just wanted to point out we all got here because two people were fucking, and it worked out real good for all of us. We're here. Woo! We're here. All right.
Hey,
sorry, I must have missed something. I've been watching that documentary you shared, but I came back to social studies.
Yeah, good. Well done, mom and dad. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Dad, exactly, man. Thank you guys for humping.
Is there an officer or someone here that could go to a check-in?
Sure.
It's VC check-in 1, I see.
We got to check in. I like that, man. I checked in one day. Man. I might check out one day too, man. I'm going to definitely check out one day, but that's the other part, man. We all got here from people fucking, and guess what, man? We're all going to fucking kick it. That's the other part of the equation. what happens in between is what matters, right? I guess. I don't know, man.
It's not what you gather, it's what you scatter.
Ooh, I love that. That's a good one. I'll remember that one.
You made my day.
What? What about your day? You good?
That joke made my day brighter.
Good.
I can
hope
only
so, man.
appreciate that.
I'm not here to fuck up your day, man. Believe me, man. That'd be the last thing I want to do.
It's crazy because once you realize it's flat, it's kind of like
I can only respect that.
it's kind of just like smooth coasting from here, man.
Coasting, baby. I call it rocking chair, flat earth. That's where I'm living. Rocking chair, flat earth, man. You guys, we got this, man. It's so easy. It's so easy for us. I love it. And it's so honest. And there's no lying and there's no cheating, man. We are seriously straight up and we know the facts. And you guys are toast, baby. Globers are toast. I love you, though. So come on over. Check it out.
But
If
either
I
way,
tell you, what if I tell you one strange phenomena?
Where do we go from here?
Phenomena? Did you say phenomena?
Phenomena, yeah.
Phenomena. Phenomena.
Exactly.
Phenomena.
Let listeners have a round head full of smartness. Meanwhile, globe eartheners have a flat and empty head, full of something else, but not brains. Right, I'm done.
Got a flat head, man. Your head's flat, bro. Come on. That's funny. The flatheads, man. Anybody? That's the name of my new band. Did you guys check out my new band? It's called the Flatheads, bro. We're Flatheads. Check it out.
It works in opposite way. I mean, globe eartheners, they have heads. It works this way. And I still don't understand why it works that way. Do you have any idea?
Anybody?
Can you explain your globe model to me?
Wait. What? Anybody want to explain the globe model? Globe model.
It's round.
It's round.
I need to
Does it have a
understand.
circumference or a diameter? I'm curious.
It has a radius.
All right. I'm gonna
A
pretend.
radius.
I'm gonna pretend I'm a glober, and then you guys are gonna flat smack me.
I was doing that earlier, man. You missed it, bro. I was like, all right, you flat earthers, what do you got besides bendy water? What do you got? God, give me a bendy water. I love bendy water.
Gravity.
I hope one day globe eartheners would be burned alive as witches.
No, man, don't go there. I don't want to burn them. No, that's not cool. I'd like to slap them around a little bit. That'd be cool. You know, just come here. Let me slap you one time. Okay. You're not spinning, all right? And water doesn't bend, and there's no pressure without a container. All right? Get that through your head. Fuck. Come on. How difficult is this? It's not difficult, people. No pressure, no container.
Explain the spin.
But the spin, it does this thing and it goes around and it's amazing. You can't stop it. It spins.
Airplanes should be flying in backwards.
It's amazing. It just keeps spinning and spinning forever. And it's like, it's just like this magical rotation of this spherical thing in the middle of nothing. It's spinning perfectly. It's
Great Scott!
amazing, and it resets every year, and it's exactly the same, no parallax. And I understand that the North Star doesn't move, but it spins, and it spins, and it goes gyrates, and it travels through time and space and bendy light and bendy water because of the gravity and the connections of all the pieces come together. And it's just amazing. Trust me.
Great Scott, Morty! We need to go back in time and tell the whole universe.
The whole universe is back in time. It's back in time.
We need to tell them that the Earth is flat.
It's all in time back before you. It's billions and billions of years.
Why does one of you speak like a pirate and another one speaks like a witcher, some kind of magician?
It's
How do you pull it off?
It's very magical. It's very magical.
Yeah, the speech has to be about the motionless plane that we live on. This ball talk.
One of you speaks like a pirate. I'm surprised you can do that. How did you learn that pattern?
Tackling fuel.
That's it, man. You got it. How do we know that, man? How do we know that?
You forgot about the wall.
Yeah.
The earth
When you
wall.
have to question
Imagination.
imagination. Oh, it's imagine yourself flying through space and time, bending.
You're full of surprises,
You'll be amazing.
Use that as your tackling fuel.
Exactly. It's amazing. This time and space, time, bendy time. I'm bending time in my vacuum of time. Fuck. I'm just being an asshole at this point. You guys can mute me. I would understand.
Oh, you guys might stop me too, man. I'm over here using movie references.
I'm totally off the fucking reservation at this point, bros and girls.
You jumped the fence tonight.
I jumped the fence. I'm on the other
How many
side.
borders are you hopping?
The globe. You guys got to come over here with the globe with me. It's amazing. It spins and it gyrates and it rotates and it orbits. It's amazing. Try it. Please try the globe with me.
So you already asked us questions about the globe. You have claims about the globe and asking us to go back to the globe. Tell me, do you have any proof of the globe?
I got this thing called gravity, and Einstein proved it with Newton. They're brothers.
You talking about big Newtons?
I'm talking about my Newtons between my legs. And the Newtons come together because of gravity.
Oh, what?
You guys got to have more fun with this shit, man. Flat Earth is fun, man. It is the most amazing thing I've ever ran into, man. I love it.
Yeah, but you've been talking about balls all night.
I've been talking about my spinning balls in my pants. It's amazing. No.
Hold it. If you're talking about something between your legs, that means Newton was attracted to you sexually and he wanted to poke you. Poke.
Apparently, his Einstein Newtons were
Einstein Newtons together.
Together, they made the round Earth.
Yeah, I think the mistake that you made is that you've been drinking alcohol and you thinking about balls at the same time. It's not good. Just talk about something else.
All right, let's move on. All right, let's move. You guys move on, man.
I'm moving past your balls and wieners.
Einstein's Newtons they're amazing. They're amazing.
We do have to deal with the ball, so it's okay. We'll be fine.
Are you talking about Newton's Einsteins or?
All right. No, seriously, man. Einstein, Newton. Ah, those two cats. They're like the threshold of our universe, man, in a lot of ways. Yeah, because that big G keeps coming up time and time again, man. And what's about gravity? And we hear it day in and day out, man, when these Globers come in here. Well, it's 32 feet per second squared, or 9.2 meters squared, or, dude, the things are heavier than, you pick it up. Guess what, man? That rock on the ground, man, has no energy. You pick it up, guess what, man? You just added energy to it, man. You let it go, guess what? It's heavier than the air, it falls down, man. It's not a complicated conception to get your head around, man. If you can't get your head around, density, you're fucked. I'm sorry. Get your head around it. All right. I yield the floor. I yield the floor.
There's no reply at the moment, so.
I've got a question.
Go ahead, sir.
Like you talk about the container. Talk to me about what the container is.
What is it?
What kind of container?
It's a construct. Is it a construct?
I don't know. All I hear is without a container. So what is the container?
What do you think it is?
I've got no idea. That's why I'm asking. What is the container?
It will be a
Are
barrier.
we contained in something?
It will be a physical barrier, something physical that will separate one medium from another medium.
Of course, yeah. So, yeah. Can you go a bit more? What is the container?
Let's find out. Let's learn together. I could describe the way I understand it, but you don't have to take my answer for it. The container will be, because we experience gas pressure, and that's something that we have here. The necessary antecedent to have the gas pressure, it's a container. So the way that we can demonstrate containment of gases, we doing it. It works certain ways, and we can demonstrate it and replicate it. And then it requires containment, a container, solid barrier.
So, how high is the container?
This is speculation, but I could speculate, but I don't. Some people say, I don't know, 100 kilometers or higher than that.
62 miles, 100 kilometers.
You think? No.
That's what keeps coming to my head. I've seen too many 62s in NASA or something.
But it's still speculation, because
speculation, 100% speculation, no doubt. I can't measure it. I mean, can you measure it? No,
I wish. I mean,
so what is the material of the container?
What is the what?
What's it made out of?
Yeah, what's it made out of?
Could be glass, could be ice.
Could be a lot of things.
Could be titanium for all I know, man. I mean, fuck. I mean, it has to be something because you can't have gas pressure without a container, period. I mean,
What they say, but nobody describes
I don't know what it
the container. What is
I
it?
mean, what the hell, man? I mean, I could send a rocket up 62 miles, 100 miles, 100 kilometers, hit something, I'd love to take a sample. I don't know what it is, man. I mean, I would love to say it's blue obsidian pearls from South Africa. I don't know what the hell they are. I don't know what it's made out of. I don't know.
I don't know either. That's why I'm asking
what the hell is at the end of
what
the
is
universe?
the container? Can somebody tell me what the container is?
Can somebody tell me what's on the edge of the universe? What's it made out of? Because there has to be an edge of the universe. If there's no Big Bang, there's no starting point. There has to be an edge to the universe, right?
Yeah, but nobody hardly talks about what the container is. We all talk about without a container, but nobody talks about what the container is.
I think it's this blue ice, man, that they found in Antarctica, man. You familiar with that blue ice? As soon as they touch it, it turns into like a gas. It's like dry ice, but it's this blue dry ice shit, man. I think it's that. But
Hero Joe.
Yeah, that's what I think it is. But I've only seen and heard some stories. I haven't physically touched this blue ice myself, man. I don't know. But it could be like a dry ice. Are you familiar with dry ice, how it works?
Yeah, some people say,
It's fucking cold up there, man. I know it's cold up there. It has to be cold.
Yeah, there's water above. So is that
it's cold. It's
so
very
a container?
I think it's very
water above.
I don't know, man. It could be like a dry ice, gassy kind of
frozen oxygen and frozen gases at super low temperatures, creating a solid barrier.
Mm-hmm. No doubt. It could be something like that. I don't know, man. We can only speculate, man. You're right. We're all speculating.
But remember, we live in a dynamic system. There's electromagnetism. There's a lot of things going on. It's not, yeah.
What if I told you we all were only juggling something we learned? We can only juggle. Yeah.
I missed that.
I missed that.
I missed that. Say that again.
Juggled or something like that. If I'm not mistaken, it's like jump. Wait a minute, I forgot that word. To throw something and catch, throw and catch, Like with apples, for instance. Juggle.
Seems like
juggle.
I think it's a big mystery. What is the container? Nobody knows.
It's been described. Past generations have talked about it. It's been, when we construct things, everything we construct is contained, and that's the way we do things as well. So the container, what it is, what it's made of, is an antecedent to what we experience, the medium that we depend on to be able to breathe fresh air, pressure. The requirement is a container. What is made of?
Hey,
that's a good question, because we will have to go there physically, but we're not allowed because can you go and do it right now and check what it's made of? If you wanted to go check, if you had all the technology and you say, hey, I'm gonna go, do you think you can go do it and check it and check what it's made of? And
hey,
we don't know.
I think it's made out of the same thing that these masks are made out of, this polymer plastic shit. Because, those things keep the COVID-19 away from your face and mouth and So it has to be something like some kind of cool.
Well, it's translucent because we can see light through it.
Oh shit, that's right. We can. That's a fact. You can go
And
outside.
it's actually
Check
we
that.
can see movement off there, and
Yeah.
also resonance and frequencies and everything we can see up there. So
Yeah,
and
we can see
all,
light.
all that stuff, all that resonance that we observe, we can observe down here, like in water and stuff like that. And those lights that we see, right? That
Yeah.
resonance as they show us,
Right.
you could produce that here in water.
Yeah.
So I could speculate that the medium that they're in is some type of fluid, because even we are in a fluid, because the atmosphere that we are in is a bunch of gases that form a fluid together.
Yeah.
So
Robert Bassano said it could be a superfluid helium. I was like, damn, what the hell is that? And it's some kind of like crazy gas, like, even crazier than dry ice, man.
but then when you add electricity and whatever forces are moving what we look up there, whatever is powering the sun, the luminaries and everything, that's causing an effect on everything.
No
So,
question, man. I mean, if you can't deny that. I mean, Fibonacci, that proves that shit all day long, man. The frequencies, man.
and since the requirement for the gas pressure is a container, and the containers, the way um we make them, because naturally that's what we when we want to see the gas contained, that's what we make containers. So it requires a design or a construct. So we can add that up. But I don't know.
Yeah, 1 + 1 = 2, baby, on that one.
When you see the design, you see the constellations, you add everything up, how nature works and everything. I mean, we don't know how it works, but we can see like a fingerprint. We can see a part and many patterns and many things.
I think it's 137 and a half. Is it 37 or 137? All plant life, man. Their leaves separate at a certain degree, and you can check it. All plant life has their leaves separated a certain degree. It's like, whoa, what? People don't realize that, man. And they're like, hey, that
and it happens in a timely manner.
Yes. The flowers, the grass, all, the vegetables, all their leaves separated at the exact same degrees. They know they have to separate at this amount of degrees in order to be the most efficient for life. And that's it, man. And it's a beautiful thing, man. Check out Fibonacci, man, if you ever. It's a sequence, man. It's guaranteed. And you can verify that yourself, man. I don't have to get yourself a caliper or check it out.
I just realized something with the song. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. Holy
shit, huh, miss? You dropped out. You dropped off. Well, I think we'd all like to touch the sky, man. I'd like to touch the edge of whatever contains the Pacific Ocean, man. whatever's on the other end of the Pacific Ocean, I'd like to touch it. That would be cool. Because that is a massive amount of water. And I've been on the Pacific Ocean. I've sailed the Pacific Ocean. But if I was a younger man, I would sail until it ends. And find the edge. I'm going to find the edge of the Pacific Ocean. I would sail west. Whatever. That's in my heart. Just keep going west. As far as it goes. Let's see what we get. I don't know, man. I don't know what's totally west of where I live, man. But if I had a little bit of resources and a really good sailboat, let's go.
So what will you do? Because okay, will you follow a compass where? Will you follow correcting to north and going west?
I'm gonna follow the North Star, dude.
Okay, yeah.
Use the North Star as my compass, man.
So where are you going? What's the destination? Man. You know what will be for me a really cool destination? Do you know a point on the earth that you could see the North Star like 90 degrees below above you?
Yeah, I thought about that too. Yeah, nobody's got any video of that, by the way. I've been looking for video of anybody that's got the North Star at 90 degrees. That'd be cool.
If anytime you're gonna sail to the north, let me know, bro. Let's go.
It's too cold. I don't know. The Pacific, man. The Pacific Ocean, man. Once you get out,
but no alcohol while driving.
No. I don't sail intoxicated, man. I'm a great sailor. Good sailors like to drink, by the way, man.
Yeah.
Because what else you gonna do? You're in the fucking middle of the ocean, man.
So
you can have a couple.
Okay, if you leave a port, right, and you headed, let's say we had north from the east coast of the U.S., right? Okay. And you keep going north, you're gonna find Greenland, and you're gonna stay on the east coast of Greenland, up.
Yeah.
There's like 4 islands up there, so that's what I'm saying.
There's a lot of cool stuff up there, man.
But I think that's the VIP section. I think we're not allowed up there. Maybe, who knows? I don't know.
Dude, I don't want to sail where it's cold. And that I don't like cold. I like to take my shirt off and t-shirt, shorts, barefoot. Yeah. I like the tropical climate.
I get that, but as an exploration, I was wondering about the north position. I want to be under celestial north. I want celestial north to be 90 degrees above me, if there's such a place, and that will be like a good spot to go and see.
Absolutely, man. Who wouldn't want to see Polaris directly over your head? I mean, that is 90 degrees straight up. Oh,
I don't think
that would be amazing. To go that far north. Hey, guess what? So if you were up at 90 degrees north, and you had an airplane, and you were to take off at 90 degrees north, you're going to be moving at about 12 miles an hour, right? So you're going to fly from 12 miles an hour. Let's say you're going to fly down to, I don't know, Santiago, somewhere along the equator. By the time you get to the equator, you're going to go from 12 miles an hour to 1,000 miles an hour.
And you're not going to feel it.
And you're not going to feel a thing change, okay? you're good. So you're going to fly 3,900 and, well, whatever, 4,000 miles from the North Pole to the equator. And by the time you hit the equator, man, you're going to be moving at 1,000 miles an hour. Damn. That's a hell of a, you're going to have a hell of a time flying that plane. That's landing it. Good luck. Have a nice day. Good luck landing that plane.
See you on the other side.
See you on the other side. See you on the end of the fucking dead runway. Smashed to pieces. You're going to be totally toast.
Are you telling me that the airplane is dependent on the ground to be motionless?
Oh, yeah, well, no, man, the Earth's spinning, bro. And you took off from 12 miles an hour down, and you're going to fly for 4,000 miles, which, you can do in a 747. Easy. And you're going to take off from North Pole Center, 12 miles an hour to equator, 1,026 miles an hour. Is that the number? Whatever. 1,000 miles.
Good math. Keep practicing your math.
You
but
gotta,
don't try that globe math. Just do math with, I don't know, pieces of meat and apples.
I'm such a glober, man. Such a glober.
You know what math I'm thinking about? I'm thinking about how many ounces of meat and how much salt.
Oh, Jimsy, I was going to ask you a question.
Sure.
Since I know you have diabetes, what do you recommend is like the best sweetener that doesn't really spike your blood sugar? It's like healthy.
If you want one that is not gonna trigger the glycemic index, so it's not gonna spike the sugar too much on a type 1 diabetic, what you're gonna find is mostly main brands, which is stevia, I'll say.
Okay.
Online you might find alternatives to that, to stevia.
My wife.
The thing is that trying to get that, you gotta be very careful because the palatar of the mouth is very sensitive, and the stevia, you can use a lot of it, and it could be kind of like addictive. Some people don't even like it, right? But if you really want someone wants to make stuff sweet, gotta be careful because it could get addictive. If you you're gonna want that sweetness in the mouth, because it's very sweet.
I know.
Yeah.
It's hard because been doing a lot of research on thyroid issues, and apparently it's related, like hyperthyroidism or hypothyroidism are secretly because of constantly spiking your blood sugar.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to get better because I've been a sugar addict for a long time. Starbucks, candy, trying to.
Some people these days recommend, some activity at least during the day, and having like a good meal if you don't wanna trigger the pancreas, the organs, too many times during the day, right? Because you're not diabetic, so you don't have to worry about that kind of extreme side of the equation. You just want to have control over, the thyroid. That's what you worry about.
Yeah, but one of the things
you might want to cut the trigger. How do you say, the insulin response of the body? Because if you put in sugar multiple times a day, in the morning, at noon, afternoon, then at night, you're triggering the organs to overwork, and that's
Yeah, but one
causing
of the things is,
issues.
if you stop eating sugar, then you just get used to it. You know.
Yeah.
Sort of
Yeah,
like-
but then I realize we're all prisoners
I
in the
used to
slave
love sugar.
matrix, and then I'm like, I need
And
sugar.
then I stopped eating sugar,
Mhm.
and I don't mind now because I stopped eating sugar, so I'm used to it, and it's fine. You know, you just got to stop for a while, and then the body just get used to it, and it's yeah, you're totally fine with it because you stopped, and that's how. Yeah, that's what you've got to do. Just stop, and then you're fine.
Yeah, I don't know if I can live my life completely cold turkey like that. I wish I could.
You don't have to. You don't have to, man.
I used to have
For
I
fun.
used to have 10 spoonfuls of sugar in my coffee, and now I don't. I have 0 sugar because I just stopped. And once you just stop,
Do you eat any carbs though at all?
yeah.
See, I don't eat
No, I
carbs.
don't have sugar anymore.
I only eat meat, so I have to have some sugar.
You have
Like
to have some
everything I
sugar.
eat, no carbs.
It's in your head. It's in your head. Just stop, and you'll get used to it.
But do you eat rice or bread?
Sometimes rarely eat rice.
Do you eat corn?
Not really. I have beans and things like that. Like different kinds
So-
of beans. And, you know, eggs and you know.
So, Miss Moss, what are you trying to do? You trying to eat just meat, or 80% meat and add something else, or what is it? You going 100% meat and fat and meat, and I guess salt, because some people do that. They eat all type of meats, and that's what they eat. Some people do that, but you're saying you eat meat and then you want something sweet, which is gonna be what, like tea?
Yeah, I literally eat mostly meat, I would say. Or I do have raspberries. I had some watermelon, but I pretty much eat either like steak, chicken, bacon, eggs, butter,
You are a
lamb.
zombie.
Well, I was a vegan for 6 years, and if I
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I have
Okay.
nothing against vegans.
well, I was vegan
I'm-
for 6 years, and I did not. It was killing me. So I was like, okay, I'll try this other way, and my skin has been so good, and my stomach has been so flat. I'm like, so surprised. Like, what is a pimple? I have no pimples anymore. Like, not even one. That's how good it is. So, but I don't want to only eat meat because I think I need to have some sugar. So when I have sugar, I have it as tea. So I'll have like a rose tea, which is so good. And then I'll just add honey, like a spoonful of honey, and then stevia. That's what I have. But I
Try
can
to
tell though. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
forgive me, I interrupted you.
Oh no, I'm the queen of interrupting, so you can interrupt me back.
So yeah, the tea. I think the tea is one of the okay ways to deal with it, because naturally the tea will not have a lot of sugar, and you don't want to consume a lot of sugar. I guess nobody actually should consume a lot of sugar, so I think that's probably one of the best approaches. Um, when eating big meals, I try to drink like maybe an hour or 2 hours before I eat like a lot of meat or food, and then 2 hours after. But sometimes I get too thirsty. But I think the liquid, like the tea, when you drink tea like that, that is warm and you put your sweetness, so you want to enjoy the tea, drink it. If you do it with food, it's not the same thing. And I think when you're digesting the food, you want the stomach to be acidic and not be diluted with a lot of liquid, you know. So if you want the sweetness of the tea and enjoy that, definitely do it with stevia, with a sweetener, maybe a little bit of honey, because you're not diabetic, but
Yeah, I
try to
put raw honey.
minimize it as much as you can. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying. I try to put a little less in there every day. Is there a time that's best to have if I'm gonna kind of spike my blood sugar? Is it better to do it in the morning versus nighttime?
That's a tough one for me. I guess some liquid in the morning is good because you slept. You slept for 6-7 hours. And you gonna go, take a shower, all that stuff, and you might want a tea. You maybe want to hydrate, possibly, if you're not hungry. Yeah. I think that's a good time to drink it. You wanna do it like that. Yeah. Do you wake up hungry, like you wanna eat a lot?
No, not really. It's weird. Now that I mostly eat meat, I used to be like the snack queen. Like I would eat boxes of grain-free chips for dinner.
Really?
Like I was just eating snacks I was eating all the time, constantly. And now I'm just not hungry. Like I've thought about trying fasting only because like I could if I wanted to, but I kind of don't want to do it too much.
If you do, let's say this idea, right? Try this. I don't know. Just saying. If you want to try the tea the way you like it, right? You drink it in the morning since you're not too hungry in the morning. Drink it in the morning. Then wait until you are actually hungry. Do whatever you gotta do during the day. You gotta work or whatever. You don't feel hungry, but once you're gonna eat, let's say in the afternoon or even dinner, have a really good meal, like something like eat food.
Okay.
Yeah. But you definitely, if you wanna drink the tea, you could definitely do it in the morning. Yeah.
When I tell myself, I'm like, honey is an animal product, so I'm technically not cheating because it's an animal product. So.
So here's the thing. I stopped eating for 3 months. I never had any food. All I had was drinks, so like tea and coffee, and I stopped eating for 3 months, and it never did me any harm at all. All I did was lose some weight, and I was too much weight, and I just lost it, and I stopped eating for 3 months, and very few people can believe that I did that, and I lost 100 pounds in 6 months.
Okay. That's great because when you accumulated a lot of resources with time, and then when you needed them, the body is very efficient to use them when needed. So you lost 100 pounds doing that. Wow. I wish I could gain that much weight.
That's crazy. That's why I also feel like I need to eat a sweetener, because if I don't eat any sugar, I get too skinny on this diet. Like I don't like that. It's weird.
Mm-hmm.
It depends how much you weigh, because I was overweight, and I decided I don't want to be overweight, so I stopped eating for 3 months, and then for the following 3 months, I had 1 slice of bread and peanut butter per day, and I did that for the next 3 months, and I was totally fine with it. You know?
Wow.
Wow. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
literally insane.
It was a wow moment.
You have like amazing willpower. That's crazy.
I was crazy at the time. Yeah, yeah. I'm a crazy person now.
Well, you're in the crazy club. I think we're all crazy. Yeah, I weigh 120 pounds right now, and I'm 5'9". So I don't even really want to do fasting. Like, I wouldn't do it for weight loss at all, but I would do it just because I think it's good for your body.
Well, you exercise.
Yes. But I think I think it's good occasionally, like maybe once a year or something, just give the body like a break to not eat.
I mean, dude. I mean, you eat eggs. I don't know how you do eat eggs, so just load yourself up with a bunch of eggs too. That if you know, I don't know. I'm not giving medical advice or anything, but I do eat a lot of eggs, and I mean, I feel good when I do. So you're not trying to, yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult but you're good because you exercise, you eat well. You just want to have some tea. You're fine.
Yeah. Occasionally red wine,
Yeah.
Because I've learned like from trying all these diets, like when I was in high school, I had like eating disorders, then binging, then vegan, then this, like, I don't know. I've learned that if you're 100% restrictive and you never, ever, ever allow yourself to have anything fun, it's kind of miserable.
Make it fun yourself. Make it fun for yourself. Be very aware of what your body needs and the ways whatever you gotta do to provide it to your body. So you're gonna have to make it fun for yourself and figure it out because it's important. It's a skill that everybody should have. How to actually understand our own bodies and take care of it. Because it's learning. It's one of the skills that we should have. And we should do it together. Yeah.
I know. And I just see like so many people that I know that have health issues.
Yeah.
So many.
I'm on that boat.
And it makes me so sad because I know that we're not supposed to be broken like this. And so I just want to do whatever it takes. Like, I never thought I would eat steak or eggs or butter or any of that. But I was just like, I don't care. I will eat whatever.
I've
Just so I
noticed
can be healthy.
if you just stop, then you just get used to it. After 30 days, and you stopped, then you just say, hell, I don't need it anymore.
You miss, you know what I would do, let's say in the best environment where I had enough money to eat whatever, I will eat probably mostly good meats, good fish, the less cooked the possible, good seasoning. Tea here, a lot of tea as well. I think I like teas as well. But eggs is good. Like you're saying, butter, raw milk. If I had access to raw milk, I'll be drinking cream, like the cream from milk. My goodness.
You can get
Good
kefir.
stuff.
Have you ever heard of that? Kefir?
Yeah, but if I can, kefir is high in carbohydrates too. At least for me, that's the issue that I have. Yeah.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah, the cream of the milk is pretty good.
I tried to make I guess my favorite part of eating this way is now everything is like a whole food. Like, I think I don't even have a problem with veganism. I think maybe if I tried, because I was like a lazy vegan. Like, I was having like Beyond Beef burgers. Like, not like, maybe if you just eat like whole foods, that's really the trick. So maybe that's how both diets work. I don't know. But everything now I'm eating is like, doesn't have a label. Like, it's just a whole food, and it's been kind of fun to learn how to cook stuff, I guess, and make teas, and I don't know. Just I tried to make like a healthy chocolate mousse when I first started. Like, got like organic whipping cream, which
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I felt like I still had an intolerance to it, but and then like unsweetened cacao and honey and vanilla, and it was so good. Just beat it with like an egg beater, and it's literally like pudding. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is so good. But I don't know. I felt like the whipping cream didn't sit well. I wish I could try raw milk too to cook
You
with.
wish? What do you mean? Go to a farm and buy some.
I know. Well, I
Do
should.
the
I'm in the
research.
desert
Just find a
though,
good
so we
one.
don't really have farms. But I'm sure it's there. So I need to actually.
It's there. There
Yeah,
should
I
be. I
know.
mean, you live in California or where?
Yeah, I'm in California, but like it's still pretty deserty where I'm at.
Okay, yeah. So
I go to Whole
still
Foods.
there's. Hey, if there's a lot of desert, you could find camels. If they have camels, you could get camel milk.
Oh, that'd be good.
You guys hear me?
Hey,
I can hear.
it's John.
Hey, I just wanted to say, when I smoke the weed, I can't eat, right? But when I smoke the weed, I get really hungry, right? And then I'm like, I try to go for that craving that my body is telling me, like, oh, I
Eat
want.
a big meat. Eat a good meat, bro.
It helps me. I just want to throw that in.
Yeah.
I'm trying to stop smoking weed. You're tempting me. I realize though, if I smoke weed, it stresses me out. Like, even if I'm smoking indica, my heart will start beating, and I'm like, oh shit.
Like anxiety stuff like.
Yeah, but I will still do
Indica?
it occasionally because I have my moments of like Kanye West brilliance sometimes when I get high for the first time in a long time. I'm like, I'm Kanye West.
You do his
I get
impressions while
anxiety when
Kanye West.
I get anxiety when I smoke sativa, but not indica.
Yeah, I think people are different. I've met a lot of people like that. They tried, but I don't know. I think I just worked my way through that anxiety, especially when I learned that it was good for you. My whole life I used to think it was bad. You know what I mean? And then in my 20s, I learned it was actually good. So that kind of helped me get over it. Doing the research into the medical benefits. Now, I'm not justifying it, but I think it's a part of our diet that's missing. That a lot of things are missing, and I think it helps way more than any of these pharmaceuticals. Saying like diet wise.
Yeah.
I should try eating it. Something. Maybe I'll have a better reaction because I didn't even. I stopped smoking it. I would just vape it, and my heart would still go crazy. But I think I just have a jacked up heart because when I drink coffee, like it's the same problem I have.
Well, here in Australia, we don't have that. We don't have extracts. Yeah, I'm still smoking from the bong, and I'm still rolling up. I don't know what it's. I missed the whole thing. I've never shattered. I've never extracted. I feel left out. But then when I hear about like the problems people are having now because of that, I kind of feel like a little lucky. So I'm just saying maybe switch back to the natural and the.
Yeah, well, I don't drink any coffee anymore. I don't have any milk anymore. Yeah, you just get used to it. Once you stop then your body just gets used to things. Yeah, have some good food, but not. Yeah, don't drink milk or coffee.
Did he
Well,
say
also you might
smoke
have
crack? Did
better
you say?
weed.
Never
Like
mind.
your weed might be like not as genetically modified because I feel like the weed in California and Las Vegas is just so juiced up
Yeah.
that it's probably even if it's organic, it's like
Yeah, everything in
Yeah.
moderation. Like the plant naturally. I don't. Yeah, I think that's what pharmaceuticals do too. They concentrate it so much that you can easily create an imbalance in your system.
I feel like ever since they it became legal to sell, it started to be more potent than GMOs and stuff. At least I feel the difference.
Feel like they're trying to create a problem with it, so they can
Well,
offer a solution. GMO.
well, well, maybe. I'm not saying they're intentionally. Maybe they are, but I mean, usually for mass products, they need to hurry up the process, so they have to. Um, has
it's
to
like
be GMO.
99% THC. Like they literally took most of the seed, at least the weed I've been seeing. Unless you want to pay a crap ton, like I'm talking like $35 a gram, which is ridiculous.
Yeah,
You're not going to have a good ratio.
but
It's going to be mostly THC, which is annoying because even if it's
that's OG. Wouldn't that be?
I don't know, all the brands that I've seen, they're like mostly. I used to actually have to buy pure CBD weed to mix
You're
it
in.
with my joints, so I got
You're
a
in.
good ratio.
You say you're in Cali? Or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Like usually, when I would go to the shops, I always get like OG. But it sucks because when I get sativa, which I used to like, not nowadays, I get that reaction what you get. Your heart starts racing and stuff like that. I don't know why. It's always sativa though. It's always sativa when I start acting out, spazzing out. Not really spazzing out, right? But getting that hard rush. And
Yeah.
and well, yeah, but indica, it's a lot. It hits you heavier, but it's not as much as sativa, because sativa is supposed to wake you up.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should try to eat it. I should get a brownie
Yeah.
and see if I have the same
Or Jolly Ranchers, those are good
reaction.
too.
Have you guys watched Rick Simpson's Run from the Cure?
Oh no, what is that?
Oh, you guys gotta watch that. That's
What is
why.
it?
That's why
What
everyone's
is it?
doing it wrong. Yeah,
What
you
is it?
guys gotta watch that, man. Well, it's not. There's a certain balance that comes with the natural. With the plant that like the stems, everything is used. You know what I mean? But I don't know what kind of tolerance. With all these extracts, I don't know what it does to the system. If it builds up some kind of tolerance that you can't get away from, like alcohol. But I think if you do, I don't know. I think you might need some time off. But I'm just saying, bring it back down. Bring the levels back down to
Oh,
normal. So you can enjoy it again or control it.
Yes.
Manage the amount.
Oh, don't worry. My love for weed ain't going nowhere. I'm still high as Kai, baby. I just got to be high as Kai, a third of the time now versus all day, every day.
A little bit of gravity to bring it back down, right?
Yeah.
Hey, O'Neal, what you got in there,
Gravity and
man? Send me some
Jedi
gravity. I mean,
Matrix,
smoke some. Yeah.
some Skywalker, you know.
Yeah. I mean, when I hear like some people, I've heard them talk about it, like they can't function anymore because of the concentrate, so they've abused it. So I think, like everything else, yeah, if you abuse it, you're abusing your body. You're putting too much in.
Yeah, you know what? I used to smoke a lot, like probably a few years back, and I stopped though, you know, and when I came back to it again, like it hit me so much harder, and it was just like a few puffs, you know, and it felt
Yeah,
like I was like, whoa, I forgot I could get this high.
yeah,
Well,
Yeah,
it's crazy when you like, because I was a stoner back in the day, and I
yeah,
didn't realize like I was doing everything high. Like I was working at a restaurant high.
that's the
My
best.
ex, I was dating him. My ex only knew me high. And I realized like that's pretty bad. Like I've never hung
Yeah.
out with him sober. Like, oh my God, like that's so fucked up. No wonder half the time I would hate his ass because I would just be so high. And I realized I can't live my life like that. Like I still have to and maybe some people can, maybe if you have like seizures or something, like and you have to. But I think if you're at that point where you're abusing it, and everyone has like a different definition for what that means, but I was abusing it myself, so then I think it starts to have negative effects.
Yeah,
But
I
in
used to
moderation is good.
I'm
I used
abusing 27 years
to
and didn't stop abuse her.
uh I used to just smoke out with my friends like back then. I used to break dance. So after events and stuff, like we would just get so high, like and not only events, it like every day, like you know, we would always like kick it. We would always like you know um go practice and stuff. And every day, man, like somebody always had bud on them, like, and we'd get stoned out of our freaking minds. And then one day, like you know. The homie like he was trying to do some shit. He ate it like, and he broke his nose. And then we're like, oh shit, yeah, we gotta kind of calm down, you know, because don't want to bust our noses and shit.
yeah. You can eat it. You can blend it. You can.
Creak, creak.
I don't know if edibles like cookies are the same thing, but yeah, you can turn it into a drink. There's all kinds of like recipes so you can have it in your diet
Yeah,
without. So you can have the CBD without the high, you know, without the THC. But the THC is
Yeah,
the medicine as well. You need medicine.
that's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I do think that we're supposed to be sober some of the time, you know. Like I do think that. But
Oh
then
yeah,
you get
all
into
the
the
all the
debate
time.
of what is sobriety, because if you go to the store and you get a store-bought cupcake and you eat that, are you still sober? Are you still sober after a Monster energy drink? Not really. I mean, you're under the influence of sugar.
Yeah.
It's similar to what Bong is pointing out about they've been selling the cannabis like in a multiple way. Like they started with the THC, making it illegal, making a war on drugs with the THC, right? That was big, and now then they legalized the THC. Now they have the CBD and all these other pieces of the plant that they sell it in these ways. But what Bong pointed out that when you actually have the whole plant and you make an extract from the plant completely at a certain ratio, you could get a certain essential oil from the cannabis plant, and that will be more balanced than the way they doing it and selling this super high THC juiced up
Yeah.
products it's 99.9, not part of the complete balance form of the plant, you know.
Yeah, like edibles is different to like smoking herb
It's
because
good to chill.
it's like it's a different type of high. Like you know, like it's good. I like it. You know, it's just edibles are more like.
But the oil, the essential oil, is actually very beneficial for the body. It helps in a lot of different things, and that's why they went as far as creating a war against a product of the world, of the earth, of the design that is there to provide a multi-resource for everyone, because that plant can provide a lot of different things.
what's that? Is that skit that Cat Williams came up with? It was a while back. It's like, it's not a drug. It's just a plant. When lit with flames, it creates a reaction. But it's not a drug.
And
How
when
can it
you
be a drug?
accumulate enough of it, and you can make extras of each part of it, you could create plastics. You could make
Yeah.
textiles. You could make concrete, fibers.
Concrete, really?
A lot of different things.
Yeah, it's a
You
very
could make
embarrassing
hempcrete, which is a mix of stone
limestone.
with the fiber. Yeah, with the fiber, and you could add
Hempcrete will get
water.
hempcrete will get
And
harder and denser and stronger over time.
it will
You
petrify
don't
basically. It will turn into stone basically. It's a stone
Yeah.
block, and it's very light. It's light and strong because of the fiber.
Hemp was used to make all the sails in the past for all the boats. Hemp was used to make clothes that were anti UV ray resistant and antifungal, antibacterial. I mean, if you think about all the problems that this plant poses, the pharmaceutical industry, well, there would never have been a pharmaceutical industry. I mean, how can we cut people up and look at them and experiment and do all these crazy things if people are always healthy? If people always know what to do to be healthy? You know what I mean? To me, this is a big conspiracy. We gotta hide things from people so that we can present things to people. Doesn't that work? No.
Bro, ethanol from cannabis is one of the cleanest fuels that there is. It's super clean. It's very efficient. You could even make oils to lubricate the machinery, and it will extend the life of whatever machinery you are oiling with the plant's oil. So yeah, so you can make the fuel to run the car. You can make ethanol, clean fuel.
Or
I have
against
CBD
drugs.
face cream, and it works really good. It has CBD in it, and I love it.
Whipped cream?
No, CBD face cream. Put on your face.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
CBD cream is pretty good. I used to use it to like heal like my bruises and joint pain and stuff like that.
Yeah,
There's
same
gotta
thing
be
with the
some good
oil.
products out there. With the
Yeah.
money that people are paying, with the money people are paying for these products, definitely should be many good products out there.
Yeah.
But it should be that's a good market, but it should be more accessible. It should be easier to have the plants and produce, and it should be more engaging instead of this kind of clubby way of doing it. It's okay.
Maybe I should just try to grow my own weed.
For real,
That's
that's what I
the
was
way to
planning.
do it.
What do you call
Need
that
a
menstrual?
land.
What do you call that menstrual problem that women have? The bleeding. I think Queen Elizabeth had one of those. She was given a tincture of this cannabis hemp, and that's what the cure was. Like it was a cure for all kinds of diseases that we know today. In the past, every medicine man had it in his cabinet. It was like the first thing they used to prescribe. Where in the Middle East, where it was. And now it's like you're fighting magicians. Think about it. You're fighting the wizards. Dude, like wizards are behind this.
The dark wizards.
Right.
In the shadows, they're doing their Jedi mind tricks.
Right. Pharmaceutical industry, bro. The magicians of the globe. Same. My opinion. They all work together, But I think it's a very big conspiracy. Rick Simpson's Run from the Cure. I think everybody should watch. I thought anyone who loved weed would have seen that. Rick
I've seen
Simpson.
it.
Yeah, Run from the Cure. It's a video and it's a book, and they try to censor him and shut him up, but he's healing. He's giving it out to people, and people are getting better. So
Rick Simpson.
yeah, and he has a recipe for you. He'll teach you how to make it using a rice cooker. Cool, eh?
All you need is I think like 5 pounds of weed.
I mean, you could just grow it, you know, like.
Yeah, I was gonna mention, yeah, to grow it, but yeah, it requires land at the moment.
Oh, I remember reading this article. This little girl, she was going through chemo, and during the process, I think her parents like said like, we're not gonna give her this anymore. We're gonna give her like, or I don't even think it was a girl. I think it was a woman, and her family like they told her about like the cannabis oil thing that they could use as like the replacement for um I just said it the
Treatment.
chemo. And yeah, and she was on the chemo. She couldn't eat, you know. She felt bad. She had headaches. She had all these types of symptoms. Um and well, when she started taking the oils, like she started to eat, you know. Her headaches went away. Of course she was throwing up and stuff, but it was because like all that THC was like going in there and like restoring or doing its thing. And I think she's still alive today. I need to look it up. Her name was Tamara Samson, something like that. But yeah, it was really cool. I like that article. It's really interesting things, you know.
You guys heard of the endocannabinoid system? Please say yes.
Sorry.
Please say you guys know what that is. The endocannabinoid
Yes,
system.
you talked about it last time. I heard you talk.
Oh, you gotta look into it. I promise you, this will relieve your anxiety. I promise you. If you study up on the medical side of it, read the journals of the.
I'm just looking it up right now.
Doctor on it, it does all these things for your body. I think that's what causes the anxiety and the, you know what I mean. You know what? I think I'm gonna do I'm gonna do a PDF. About to pull into the weed man's house, so I might be muted for 2 minutes. Yeah, the endocannabinoid. Yeah, yes, that. So the only place we can get it, CBD, right, is from this plant, and every animal has it. And I think we use up so much of it that we can't replenish it enough. Yeah, dude, read it. It's awesome.
Yeah, I'm looking into that.
Guys, I'm gonna go to bed. Get ready for another day in the rat race.
Yeah.
Good night,
Bye.
Yep. Have a good night, Kai. Read up on that.
Okay, I
Feel
will.
better.
Thanks for sharing.
Yeah. Night. And I'm about to go to the weed man, so I'll be RB in 5 minutes. Oh shit. He's a cool guy. He fixes my bike. Yeah, if you guys haven't read about it, or oh man, that's such a big conspiracy. If you guys read up on it, it's gonna open up even more. You know, everything is gonna come together even more. You know, so
Cannabinoid,
Yep.
whatever.
Cannabinoids, endocannabinoid.
There you go. In the cannabinoid system.
Yeah. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta call this guy. I'll be back in 5.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go to sleep, man. Have a good one.
All right, brother. You too.
Good night.
Good night. I'll be back. I'll be back though. Hey, I heard Mickey's back. Damn. Let's see how that.
I wanted to interact, but I didn't know what to say.
Just say the Earth is flat.
I thought everybody knew that.
With some music. Trace is I got you under my claws.
People will look up vaccines. Do vaccines cause autism? And Google's like, no. You'll pull out this big ass file full of why vaccines are good, and you'll pull out one piece of paper that says vaccines cause. The lady takes it and walks off. Thank you very much. That's your conspiracy theorist, right there. If Google was a guy, College Humor, I think, made it, but pretty accurate, man.
Thought I was gonna go back to sleep, but I have a question. Can anyone hear me?
Hello?
No, I can't hear you.
Yes, we can.
Y'all, do y'all know that one video? I forgot who it's from. I've been trying to find it. That supposedly the moon holds an image of Earth, or the moon is like a reflection of Earth or something like that.
I've
It's
heard
like
about that.
Yeah, I haven't looked into it myself.
y'all don't know, like don't have a link or something about that. No.
I know.
Have you? Wait, am I coming? Okay, yeah. Sorry, I didn't know if I was muted or not. Have you checked in the additional information down there in the room for moon? Like it could
I'm
very well be
looking
down
at it right
there.
now.
But if it's not down there though, I can find it. I guess it's where.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. Oh, Vibes of Cosmos. Yeah, it is there. Thanks, guys.
Yep.
Yeah, I've been meaning to give that a look, but yeah, just haven't gotten around to it.
Well, when I heard about it and saw it for the first time, like I considered it, you know, that there could be, like, regardless of whether that's exactly what it is, that there could be some validity to it in some aspect. But then it's like I didn't want to focus too much on it because until we actually know what it is and how it functions, and we may never know. Like I don't want like some predisposition to prevent me from, you know, like I don't want to get too hyper focused on one possibility when there's so many different.
For sure. Does this one like focus on the, like, perhaps the creators making the shapes of the continents, or what's the what's the idea behind it?
Well, I mean, isn't it supposed to be like it's supposed to be like some type of mirrored X-ray of the Earth, like something like that to that effect, isn't?
Yeah, I think I heard something like that. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, it's interesting, but do we have an accurate map of the Earth so that we can
compare? Yeah, I know.
compare and verify?
That's what I was thinking. And how would they determine that? Like if someone, like, how would you verify that? You would have to what? Like find an island somewhere that's showing up and it looks like it matches up, and then just blow the island up and see if it disappears on the moon too. Like how would you know? How would you verify? Anyway, yeah.
So, why would you think the Earth is flat? Like, what is that curvature argument, anyways? It's like your only argument.
You're really low, dude. Is there any way you can fix?
Yeah, turn up your mic settings.
So what's up with the flat Earth thing? Like the theory?
Whoa, that's loud now.
Is the theory based on like curvature only, or is there like other aspects? Because I don't know about anything else.
Well, if there was some curvature, right? If curvature was a thing, then yes, flat Earth would be a theory. Okay? But because there is no curvature, right? The theory is the ball. The ball is the theory. Okay? Because it's flat. And they'll tell you that every.
Yeah, it's not even that though. I mean, they claim it's a theory. Like they present things as theories. That's not theories by definition. So because there's no validity to any of it, so it can't even be a theory.
Exactly.
Just a story.
No, but you're like nitpicking. There's like all these other things you could be arguing, like Pythagorean theorem.
How's that nitpicking?
You can
So
the only argument is curvature.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point, right?
But what's the one thing you need for a sphere?
Right.
I can cherry pick everything like off an argument and.
But all of these other things, you could.
The main idea is this. They're claiming that they know the size of the Earth. How do they know that? They said they measured it. Some guy named Eratosthenes made some guy run 500 miles, counted steps, looked at shadows, okay? So they're telling us that they have a radius, a size for this ball. This is where the idea of curvature comes from. You know that ball in space? So because of that radius, because there's a given size, okay, and that size is not observed, measured, or used in any way, practical way, form here on Earth, right? We use it as if it is a flat plane. So you that's it. That's all.
The theory of Earth or the sphere of Earth was made through debates, like any other scientific theory.
So
and,
Jim Kenya,
and it was probable that the Earth is round.
Let's go back, right, Jim Kenya. When did you ever experience the globe in your life? Jim?
He had to mute it. Probably had to mute himself so he could just laugh or something. I don't know. So he could talk to his friends or something.
I don't know. He was in the check-in for a while, so I don't know what Justin talked about.
I wanted to try this.
It's fun already, but how are you doing, Truth?
Hey, Roger.
I knew it was going to be a good one.
It's like, be careful who you tell to turn their mics up from here on out. So turn your mic up just a little there.
What's up with this flat Earth thing?
I really enjoy talking to them now, especially the trolls. I just hope they would, keep it up as long as you can. So
Well, he said he wasn't a troll. He made that clear.
Cool. We can answer your questions. We're not going to. We got mama jokes.
Missed you guys, man. I've not been able to get online since Friday of last week, so.
Oh, it's good to hear you.
Oh, that sucks.
Like I felt like I was being suffocated, man. It's like go out in public and you talk to people in real life, and it's like you just can't talk about certain shit to them. It's like you're limited to the conversations that you can have, so it kind of like makes you feel suffocated, in a way, in a sense.
Yeah, actually,
You're
and
muzzled,
you
eh?
want to speak about it, and you're like,
Yeah, it's like fuck.
I don't want them to attack me in any way personally.
Well, especially
because I know it's going to happen. That's the whole thing. I know it's going to happen, and I've tried, but it happens quite often, and I just don't. I don't know how to actually give it to him, like, without getting the ridicule. I know I'm going to get the ridicule.
You don't really know how to like give it to them in a way that they'll receive it properly, right? And it's
I
like in
usually
real
start
life.
out like, did you hear that there's people actually saying the Earth is flat? That's where I start out, and then it doesn't really go anywhere. You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't go anywhere. And if I start talking about the things about, it's like, oh, are you a flat earther? It's like it just always goes there. And I've had it for it's like 4 of my friends got, they just totally disowned me pretty much.
Only a flat earther would ask that. Only a flat earther would ask that in that way. Are you?
I know.
We don't want to talk about that. They give you these looks like, so why'd you bring it up? Hey, like, I don't want to be friends with you anymore. Why? You're weird.
Well, I mean, and here's the thing, though, it's not because you don't want to speak the truth to people. It's not like you're selective of who you share it. It's like you want to share it with everyone. You want to shout it from the rooftops. But in real life, you need certain individuals that you encounter in real life to have a certain amount of confidence in you in certain areas, right? And so it's like once you mention certain things to them, it's like it could totally destroy like it in their minds, even though you know that there's 100% truth and absolute validity to it. Like in their minds, it doesn't. So when you bring it up, it's like it just kind of like destroys their confidence in you, within you in other areas. You know, it's just a certain amount of
It's
discernment.
like maybe I should, huh? Maybe I should start talking about the globe and all of its aspects so they know before I start talking about the flat earth that I already knew the globe right before that. You know what I'm saying?
Talk about Mars, man. Talk
You
about
know
what
what I'm
NASA's
saying? Yeah,
doing.
talk about
Yeah,
NASA and talk about everything
like
them,
yeah,
like make
technology, all
them
this
know
crazy.
that
Right.
I know the info first and then bring up, oh yeah, and then you didn't know that, the earth is
Yeah.
flat. I mean, NASA
Get
is the
everybody on
one
the
that
same
actually tells
page,
us,
right?
NASA is the one that tells us that the earth is flat. They actually use a flat earth map when they're doing most of their tests. And
I wouldn't
yeah,
go there yet, though. That's a bit
no,
early.
no, no,
That's a
I'm
bit
just
too
saying
soon in my
bringing
opinion.
that in
Yeah.
like
I
that.
will, yeah, I'd like bring them into like one room with you, right? Talk about 9/11, talk about conspiracy, talk
Yeah.
about not being able to trust the government. The vaccine is a big thing, but I don't know if that's as big as flat Earth. But I think once people start to, like, oh yeah, start to feel you that you're all on the same side, then you can start hinting at, you let them figure it out themselves. You know what I mean? You give them the information and then lead their thinking. You know what I mean? And then boom, flat Earth will appear in their mind.
Yep.
Because you can't look into these things and not find flat Earth. Look at me, right? I was like, man, look at this shit. I'm trying to learn about Hollow Earth and all these other things. There's bigger problems in flat Earth. I couldn't avoid it. Like, oh god, Earth. My brain was flattened that day, man. That night I was like, my world.
I'm looking at you, Bong, but it's hard to take you serious when you're making a face like that.
I know, right?
The words. Yeah,
Constipated.
it was so beautiful, man. I've been bored my whole fucking life with the world being a ball and everything. When I knew it was in a ball, I was like, this is too exciting. I feel like I'm in a movie. I feel like life is an adventure again. This is like a movie. This can't be real. This is bullshit. I'm gonna wake up
We're
tomorrow.
leading the movie. We're directing it right now.
We're
I'm gonna
we're
wake up
the
tomorrow.
superheroes in this one, though.
It's just reality that we're trying to
Right?
convince people of.
Right? And then sometimes, a lot of people come over and say things like, "You guys just want to feel special." I'm like, yo, you don't even know what you're saying. Special is not even the word, Like, no, not special. There's got to be a word better than special. Like, you know what I mean? It's so liberating, and now I'm like, please attack me, please somebody attack me for me. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Special is such a
5 years.
malleable word. I mean, you can use it's so malleable. You can use it to describe someone who's like lacking so much, or you can use it to describe someone who is overindulged in a certain area. So
You can use it to gauge people's, figure out where this guy is. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like people are open-minded enough, after I talk to them. It's always shocking when we bring up flat Earth
and
and they
some people are
freak out.
too open-minded. It's like everything falls out.
Yeah. And then, these very intelligent people that I believe will open their minds to it start doing what Globers do, like start talking about space and how we can't be alone and all this shit. I'm like, oh my God, you're a fucking engineer and you think that stuff.
It's funny.
They're old people, been around substance. Friends, my friends at work, they'll start talking to me. They still know I'm me, but they start looking at me weird now, like, like, you're a flat earther? I was like, look, they're saying shit that you can't fucking, debate that NASA can't answer, right? I'm trying to direct them to the arguments, you're a flat earther. Look, you were a flat earther. It's raining here. that guy going? That guy that was asking?
No, he muted himself and then he deafened himself. So maybe his mom came in the room or something. I don't know.
And he tried to ask me how old I was. Like, come on. Oh, Chaos is still here. How you doing, Chaos? Has anyone talked to Chaos?
Sure. I think so. I think we.
I just checked him in today.
Oh, yeah.
Earlier.
The Chaos Insurgents.
Wonder if he's heard anything that's made him like scratch his head and dig a little deeper. I wonder if he started questioning things.
First, you question if flat earthers are real. Do these people really exist, or are these trolls online? Is this a government psyop? That's what I thought. First got it.
When I first heard of it, that would have been that would have been exactly what I would have wanted to probably, if I joined the community when I first heard of it, that's what I would have been thinking. Like, these people for real. Because I literally had like an entire day's worth of videos saved up just for the laugh. Just to laugh. At the end of the day, though, I wasn't laughing. I was kind of pissed. Because it is, you know.
The horror. The horror when I realized flat earthers were telling me like truth. I was like, oh my god. You know, I was standing next to NASA and all this. So like I was standing in the middle of the enemy's camp. You know?
Well, it's kind of like when you get into it. So the so-called truthers, right? And I say so-called because I use the word in a very generalized way. You know, so these so-called truthers, when you first get into discovering that some things are lies, and you run across like some truthers. It's like I was talking to someone else about this, but in a different aspect, not about people, right? It's more about the knowledge. But it's kind of like it can go hand in hand, like with the people too. So some people speak some truth, and so they're a stepping stone into other truths. And so you leave, but what you end up doing is you end up leaving those people behind because they're only gatekeepers and they only give you some truth. And then that leads you to other truthers, which, you know, your entire purpose of your journey should be to get to the ultimate truth, like the true, the honest part, like to be able to discern and get rid of all the gatekeepers, you know, in your circle of, which is kind of like what I find this place to be anyway. You know, like your Alex Jones. Alex Jones served his purpose, and yeah, but even though he's a gatekeeper in other aspects.
Yeah. About Alex Jones when YouTube just came out. When I first heard that, the first time I heard him, I knew this guy was fear porning people, or he's like leaking information. I lean towards this feels like fear porn. Because he never talks about emotions. He always talks about crazy. I was like, yeah, gatekeepers.
But he did bring. Yeah, he did bring some interesting like people in that you know, they themselves had some truth, right? They had the truth, and they weren't like those individuals that he would bring in. They weren't trying to be gatekeepers. He would present them and their information in a way to do the gatekeeping, but he would also like bring you to the knowledge and the awareness of that person, so you could start following that individual and find more truth, right? And then, you know, later on, it's like that's kind of how all of them have been, and then you retain and you maintain and you still like adhere to those who continue to tell the truth, and you'll keep them in your circle of friends, listeners, community associates, or whatever, like all along the way until they failed to bring truth.
Yep.
Like the fluoride. I mean, it was useful to hear about the fluoride. And he wouldn't tell you about, he wouldn't talk about Israel, but he'd talk about the fluoride, so.
Mic check.
Wait, had some more.
Yo.
What do you think about Alex Jones?
Was definitely thinking about what Truth said earlier about how it's almost as if you're speaking a different language to people and they don't understand what you're saying at all. And then when they do catch a glimpse of what you're saying and process it, they just turn full retard, right? They don't make sense. They just don't understand like what they're even saying anymore. It just blah, 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 blah. It's like, wait. We were just talking about something very simple and straightforward, and you got totally lost in the topic. But yeah, you're mentioning people that you keep in your circle. I've been doing this a long time, so it reminds me I got to reach out to some people that I used to talk about this stuff with all the time and see where they're at now. And you meet people that you want to keep in touch with because you enjoy talking about this kind of stuff, and it's not a full-on challenge to have a conversation about reality. But yeah, that moment when Alex Jones turns into a truth guru to a gatekeeper, you're like, oh man, I can't go there anymore.
Well, he was never a guru when I first saw him. I think it was 2006 or somewhere around there.
Yeah, you got to him too late then, because early on he pumps out some good stuff, like she was saying. Whether it's the guests or some of the information he's presenting, it's legit. There's a lot of legit stuff in there. It's just that you recognize he's steering you away from other things that have way more relevance to reality.
Well, look, man, it was my cousin. If my little cousin, he's in college, if he brought it to my attention, I probably never would have looked at Alex Jones. But my cousin kept going on. He was like oh my God, did you know the Jews? Did you know the Star of David is evil? Yeah, you shouldn't be worrying that. Did you know, like that kind of shit. I was like, what the hell is going on with my cousin? So I go watch. You gotta watch Alex Jones, man. So Alex Jones was like, yeah, this guy is doing something to people, man.
Well, let's be real.
I never took him as.
He had Eddie Bravo on and talked about flat Earth, right? Like, the topics are there. You just have to sift through the nonsense to get to some of the stuff. Prison Planet. I love that. Guy registers Prison Planet as his domain.
I know, right? Is that a flat Earth reference, or is that Are you trying to say there are aliens that are going to come and free us from our prisons? Double speak, right?
Yeah, the government's hiding shit from you. So they're So okay, you want to know what they're hiding? They're hiding aliens, from. So yeah, so then you get down in that rabbit hole and get distracted.
He's good at that, eh? They're all frogs gay.
Well, they're like, okay, so maybe like saying it that way, but now there is some truth. There is some truth, like the atrazine, right? For instance, it's in the BPA's. Like, so when he says that, like what he says, if you look into it, it will lead you to other truths. Even though you know that, like what he says about some things is bullshit and it's gatekeeping. And it was, like I said, it was a journey. It was a stepping stone. So once you realize that that's what it is and you move on to your next thing, then you can leave him behind and there's no longer a use for him, because he's not an arbiter of truth. But anyway, like with the atrazine does cause an excessive amount of production, allegedly, of estrogen in men.
Ooh la la.
Yeah. Which is, and atrazine is found in the BPA's. So.
Yeah, the other thing about approaching people, I find that what I enjoy doing is questioning people, right? Have you ever looked into flat Earth? And that question right there usually will set the tone, whether or not this person is even approachable about talking about anything, right? Because if they go straight to not answering the question and they avoid the question and they make the statement that they know what the Earth is, then they're closed-minded, right? Like they won't even answer a direct question. Have you looked into it? If you avoid that question, then you recognize this person is not going to be working with you unless they return with another question, right? And they say, well, have you? Or what do you think about it? But questioning people, I think, appeals to their ego. People enjoy feeling like they have the answers. So you have to give them questions which they can answer. And from there, you're able to present questions that they can't answer. And hopefully those questions will resonate with them, because it's really the questions that lead to this whole madness, right?
Well, that's the entirety of it. Really, are the questions. If they're not even asking questions, like if they start asking questions, even if the questions that they ask aren't like relevant to them, it may seem relevant, but the fact that they're asking questions, is a good sign, and they may be like taking a different direction to get to the same destination. So their initial questions may be different from your initial questions, and they may seem irrelevant to you, but if they're relevant in the sense that they get them, from where they're at to their next step, that is going to also lead to the same destination, then they're useful. But that's the thing. Are they going to question? Like, to me, for a person, for someone to question everything, like, and then not dependent on society to tell them what to believe, or to depend on the quote authority figures unquote to tell them how to think or what to think. If they're questioning in general, that is a good sign.
Absolutely. And there's really only one question to answer when it comes to flat Earth, right? At what distance would you no longer see a boat due to curvature? It's all about understanding the distance and the implications of the curvature of the Earth. Because that's what was missing for me. Once I realized that, this ball is too small, like I would be able to see the curvature myself, I don't have to trust anybody. Once you answer that question, you know what distance a boat's going to disappear. You have all the you need to conduct an experiment yourself and not rely on anybody.
That's where it gets frustrating for me. When they agree and acknowledge, yeah, it looks flat. Yes, I agree. It measures flat, measures flat. And then when they but, when they say but, blah 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 blah, gravity, blah blah blah, it's like, what's going on here?
Refraction.
Like, why? Like, what's going on? Like, damn, what the hell? I'm about to slap this guy with the flat Earth around. The flat Earth just hits you right in the face, and you just got up like, like, I'm fine. Like, okay. So crazy. It's frustrating for me when I deal with people like that. Yep, ban this guy. Okay? It's like that. It's like Leonidas. Our army, we form a shield. We are one. Mate, you just don't have what it takes. Help the ladies. Help make food. Like clean up the. You know what I mean? And then goes back. So, it feels like people come here and they want to fight, but they just can't get up. I don't know. In Wing Chun, we have a saying: you don't teach people that can't learn. And we don't teach slow learners. I mean, it's just wasting your time. But some people take 10 years. Damn, 10 years to come to the realization, and I guess it's worth it. Is it worth it? Yeah. Could you talk to like 10 people in that time? That's my dad. Trying to get that on board, man. It's so difficult.
Mic check.
Loud and clear.
Hello.
Hello.
What's up?
What do you think about Alex Jones and Gatekeeper? People who read their right go that way.
Last time I saw Alex Jones was 2013 in London, and I was telling the guys that's he's an agent. So
I like agents. I've come across a lot of them in my time, and they know some shit. You just have to decrypt their code, right? Like you gotta go through the bullshit to get to those little nuggets, and cherish those little nuggets because they're informed. They know what's going on.
they are
I
informed.
always cherish my
They
little
are
nuggets.
trained to put you down. You know.
They can try. They can try, but that's not for me.
All about resonance.
That shit don't work on me.
Here's the question: why does it matter if the Earth is flat? Or I think that question plus the distraction, right? Like if people do not figure out why is important, right? Then they're never going to really look at it seriously. They're gonna be like, "Yeah, we got big problems," and that, like Alex Jones is trying to help us fix. It's like, no, the biggest problem is globe Earth. Okay, it's bigger than any. People don't realize, because if they realized what it means, right? If the Earth is not a ball, and the potential they have, it's like there are no problems. You think there are problems. They create problems, and these problems only exist on a ball that has gravity and limited resources. All the models, the thing you have in that model, that's where you live. Like, imagine if you didn't live there.
Question is the answer to their own question. It's like, why does it matter? So okay, and then they first they ask, like, there would have to be so many in on it, and like why would so many people lie? And that's such a big lie, and it's going on for so long. And then they're like, oh, why does it matter? Well, if it didn't matter, then why would they go through such extents, to lie to so many? So it's the answer to their own question.
The bigger the lie, the bigger it matters. And this is the biggest lie. So it is the matter that we should be minding.
Yeah, once you take that Church of Science down, right? The idea that it's a faith-based belief system of science that we're dealing with here. Oh man, that changes everything.
House of Cards. Just flick one card at the bottom and the whole thing comes out, right? Here, flick this gravity card at the bottom. That's what everything's built on.
Oh, I remember that day like it was yesterday. First time I questioned gravity. What is gravity? I've been told it's a lot of things. But wow, what a day that was.
The almighty gravity. Challenge day. Who am I to challenge such a force? All right. I learned in school that gravity, mental force.
Well, then I got into, searching what is gravity, and you recognize that they're telling you it's all these different things. Okay, it's not that one. It's not a rate of acceleration. No gravity there. Gotcha. Okay, what's next? It's like you have to go through all these different stories, and you're like, holy crap.
Twisting nether, bro.
Many things.
It's the twisting nether. Like what? Yeah, the curvature of space-time. It's like hell. What? What are you talking about? Well, picture a trampoline. Oh, you mean like a plane, a flat surface? No. I'm just trying to give you an example of what it's like. Yeah, you're showing me a flat plane, and you're gonna put a ball on it, and you're gonna tell me that this plane is space-time. Oh, go on and spin the ball and see what happens to space-time. Stupid example, isn't it? But that's the example you have. Everybody believes it. Oh, this is how space-time works.
Well, a lot of things fall down when you tell them that actually nothing can bend light, you know?
Almighty gravity can.
No, actually, that when you change the light direction, that's not bending. It's like when you walk on a street and you take a right or a left turn, that's refraction. What's
Yeah.
doing?
Yeah.
It's changing the vector of the
I'm sorry, did I
direction.
say gravity? Sorry, I meant only God can.
Yeah. So it's not bending. Yeah. I mean, can you bend a bullet once you shot it?
I saw a movie where you could do that,
You
bro.
know?
Like bullets
Yeah.
go around.
Matrix. Yeah, yeah,
No, there was another movie like that.
yeah.
They throw their guns when they shoot, and then the bullet curves. Man, it was like,
Yeah.
all right, there's gravity right there, bro.
Yeah, it's called
Bullets
Wanted.
refracting.
The movie's Wanted.
Yes, that
No, but
one.
I mean,
Content.
the
That
bullet
one.
itself to be bending while it's traveling, in motion.
Yes, that's what was happening to it in the movie. Yeah, I call it magic. They call it. It's a skill. It's a magic skill they have. It's like an X-Men skill, like some kind of like magic. It's like, yep, that's not real.
Yeah.
Friggin', what's his name? Nolan. One of the brothers. He came out with this movie. The guy that made Batman. Tenet.
Uh-huh.
Tenet, right? Tenet
Tenet.
is about like
Yeah.
reverse entropy. I was like, okay, this is not even
Reverse
science anymore. I'm just gonna watch this movie just for the hell of it. I'm not even gonna worry about the physics. So back time, you're going back in time as everybody's going backwards. Entropy. It's like this guy's not even a god. He's not even a scientist. Like, why is he making stuff up? It's really happening, but you're just making a movie about it. Is this predictive programming? Are you trying to tell us something? What are they doing at CERN? You know what I mean?
I laughed pretty hard learning about light too. I'm like, wait. Nobody can agree on what light is. Like, I thought they knew what light was, and it travels like at the speed of light, right? Like, wait, what happened here? Like, now you're saying you don't know what it is?
Yeah. Photons are traveling.
So did they ever find out?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, get me, because this might get into something.
I wanted to say their big card about gravity is this thing that it's dielectric magnetism and stuff like that, which is complicated to explain and to understand. So gravity is very simple and easy to understand, but it doesn't make sense. Yeah.
Oh, that's not gravity. There are four fundamental forces: electromagnetism, gravity, strong and weak nuclear force. Gravity does not affect any of these forces. Like electromagnetic force is probably the only one that we can really verify to be true. So, yeah, what are you saying? Gravity is not gravity anymore? I mean, what are they saying? Gravity doesn't exist anymore? It's actually magnetic. It's actually
They don't want.
electromagnetic.
It's their holy grail. Yeah, you can't deny it.
I saw this coming I saw this coming so far. I was like, oh, when I first looked into it, flat Earth, I was like, holy crap, gravity sounds like magnets. I mean, that's what magnets do. Magnets attract. I was like, wait a minute. If magnets do this, then what the fuck is gravity? Then I looked it up. I was like, wait, gravity doesn't even. It's like, wait, this is magnetism. What the hell? Are people? Yeah, and now look at what they're talking about, right? Quantum mechanics. Now look at what they're doing. Field theory.
Want me to tell you the biggest book in my library, which was the title?
Yep. What was it?
It was called Magnetism. It had like 5,700 pages.
Yeah.
It was a very big book. You know.
Very big book with very little knowledge of magnetism,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
And my university teacher told me, "Hey, this is just one book from the library. It's not the whole everything about magnetism."
Yeah.
And the whole book was full of formulas, equations, little bit of text, you know, no pictures, not only diagrams, you know. Yeah.
Yeah. You mentioned
So
gravity.
yeah.
I laugh when their own science debunks their model, right? Like they
Yeah.
know what the Curry point is when things lose magnetism. Yet they claim we have a molten core. It's like, well, we know it can't be magnetic. We have a Curry point. Like, I mean, it's that simple, right?
Yeah.
And my dad donated that book to. He had a high school friend, and this guy was a university teacher. And he asked him to donate the book to the university. So yeah, funny thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it was very exciting for me when I learned that scientists don't know anything about gravity. I was so excited, man. I was like, I knew it. I knew you guys were just talking shit. I was like, oh my God. Now we can do so now I can do stuff. Now I'm not bored. Like now, holy crap, I can think again. I can help. You don't gotta figure you ain't got the answers, Sway. Kanye West. You ain't got the answers.
Yeah.
I don't know. It felt like God, like gave me something. Gave us this. That's what I felt like. Thanks, God.
Oh, I
Give it to
saw
us.
a TV show last night. Debris. Do you guys know it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Heard of it.
And in the
Very
first
good.
episode, yeah, they show how these uh, UFO space debris are falling down on the Earth, and they have all sort of weird properties, you know, phenomena and stuff. Metals which, if you touch them, they teleport you or may go
Or if you drop
through,
them.
yeah, floors and stuff like that. And they were showing some floating deads which were flowing towards a magnetic vortex or whatever. And they said, the guy says, it's going, it defies gravity because it's floating, but then his partner, a woman, she said that, no, I think it's a magnetic effect and electric. It defies the magnetic field of the earth and the electric field. Yeah, so they did mention that in the movie, you know.
I
Yeah, I'm
think
coming back around to sci-fi. I enjoy some sci-fi here and there, and that one's got my interest. They could take that in a few different ways that is interesting. I've watched a couple episodes of it. I don't know how many are out yet, but it's a brand new show, so
Yeah.
it's pretty interesting.
I don't think I've seen it. Debris.
Yeah, debris. They say it very in a very subtle way, you know. The guy is saying it's defying gravity, and his partner is saying that uh, those floating bodies are defying the magnetic field and the electric field of the earth, of the world, you know? Yeah.
Yeah. Which is great,
So,
right?
yeah, exactly. And then she speaks that about magnetic levitation and stuff like that. You know, it's a magnetic levitation effect or something like that. Yeah. But it cannot be anti-gravity because it's a sci-fi movie. So, and anti-gravity does not exist. You know, like everybody knows that.
I wonder if we can recreate like the globe, right? Like just a ball, a sphere. And you stick a magnet right through, create a North Pole, South Pole. Just see if we can create a magnetic field around the sphere. And then, like maybe
I was
later.
thinking about that, like in a light bulb.
Yeah.
But with superfluid liquid helium. I mean, it has to be very extremely cold, you know. And I think that fountain of superfluid helium, when you have when you generate that perpetual fountain, the flow of helium can manifest a magnetic field.
Like a toroidal shape
Yeah,
around the sphere.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And then maybe start raising the temperature inside the sphere.
Oh,
Right? And can we keep this magnet? Is there another way we can have this magnet but we heat up the center? Like, how can we adjust, customize this?
Well, they do this. These fountains, they use a infrared emitter, a very low power infrared, and that's enough energy for the helium to create that perpetual fountain. You know, it goes forever.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, um, this is something I'm very curious to measure, to see a jet of liquid helium, to measure its magnetic behavior. You know, if it generates any magnetism when helium is flowing, you know.
Yeah.
Like pump it.
You mean superfluid
Yeah, yeah.
helium 6?
Yeah.
That it is.
Mm.
Is it an actual fluid or is it a gas? Like,
It's liquid. Yeah.
It's a gas.
Okay,
It's a condensate. But what happens is when you take gases and you cool them to a certain temperature and below, then it's like the energy that the gas has. It turns dormant and it turns into liquid and it gets
liquid. Okay, yeah. So it's like the
and
liquid
like
form
the
of helium.
energy. The energy is dormant. Like it's not. It moves very 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 slow and like I had often considered. Okay, so what would it look like if you saw like some like a condensate being charged or being excited, slowly or whatever, and it started releasing some of that dormant energy? What would it look like? Would it look like the sun? And when like these conceptual ideas of the sun being, which that one scientist, I don't remember what his name was, but said that the sun was cool, that it was actually cool. That made me wonder. But then here recently when I watched this, I think it was David Weiss, he actually gave the best description of how it could be possible, that the sun could be projected onto different personal, in your own personal biodome or whatever. But he didn't like lay it out to where it was like circular domes within a dome. He showed how it was like a line of, different, let's just say let's say it just could be like these arches could just be electromagnetic fields, right? And certain properties like on in the areas between or whatever, like as it's being projected, as the light is hitting it, then it causes this effect that manifests something that we see as the sun, but it's not. And I would think that, right? So I'm looking into all different areas. I would think that if I hadn't seen this one video that I can't find, and I've not been able to find, and I know I've talked about it before, where someone was actually at a higher vantage point and they could see the light manifesting, you know, unless there's some way for some kind of like effect to take place to where where it causes the light to manifest, but it's not an actual thing, right? But they saw the light manifesting beneath the water before it emerged from the water. So, and I know that's a controversial, direction to go in talking about the sun, but
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
I was gonna ask.
I have similar idea about the sun being a projection of actually what is below. Below the earth is this toroid fountain. It comes below the earth, and there it has that mass and enough matter, solid matter, where it can form this high pressure and metallic oxygen that will be a separating layer between the fountain and the earth. It will be like the table on which the earth is laid, and we have the solid elements on top of this. And because of this cold liquid helium, the elements beneath the earth, like magnetic property elements, when cooled extremely low temperatures, they become some sort of super magnets, and this flow is making them spin, behaving like some electromagnetic inductors, So they heat up certain areas underneath the ground, and we can also have a
and there's a
certain
correlation you're
circular
saying like
path.
to the
Yeah,
direction of the flow of energy, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
And through
Which I
this liquid helium, I mean, below, down there, the sun is very hot, but all that energy and light, it's being projected through the toroid shape of the fountain. So we see it like it's above us, but it's not physical. If we go high in the sky, the sun will not be something physical. It will be like when you focus a lens, you focus the sunlight into a convergence point, which is very hot. But if you touch it, if you go in that spot, it burns you. It's hot, but it's not something physical. Yeah.
Is it, I mean, just quick question. Is my understanding is the reason why it gets cold when we go up is because there's less stuff, interacting with our body, right? So, I mean, if assuming I go up and I take a bunch of stuff with me, is the sun going to be hotter up there? I know, right? Like hypothetically, if I could take a bunch of stuff up there with me, is it going to be hotter up there because I'm closer to the sun than it is down here? I mean, is that a valid question? I mean, because I think the sun is hot, and I didn't want to assume that it's cold for, just like I don't want to assume, Antarctica in space.
You see, I have also, when I was looking into liquid helium, like the superfluid state, you jump very quickly straight into particle physics, like these electrons and highly charged particles, you know. But I have not an idea, but a view. Those atoms may not be what they are telling us, you know, like I can see these spinning electrons, and here at 14 psi where we breathe, their circular path is like 1 or 2 centimeter in diameter, you know, and um, there are many of them spinning, and they come converging. All these circles are converging tangentially into a point, and that's what we call an atom, the position of an atom, you know. But it's never gonna be like to be able to capture it physically, you know. Yeah.
Or you can always try to reverse entropy it.
Yes, and
as a joke.
when you go high at higher altitude, this circular diameter increases, you know. So and helium actually is the gas with which has the biggest diameter.
Diameter.
Yeah.
It depends on like on the element.
Yeah, and I mean, is this particle spinning in a circle, but at high altitude it will have like hundreds of meters. So the voltage potential increases everything, and um, when they converge into that point, um, that's where the point where we call that's where an atom is, you know. But it's actually quite a few of them.
Learning about the sun was probably one of my most fun journeys in flat Earth. It took a lot of work to try to figure out, you know, what am I looking at? What is this? You know,
Right.
and even now, it's not something that I can prove in the sense that none of us can go to the sun and tell you what it is, right? That's just not a possibility. It's like chasing a rainbow, right? It's not gonna happen.
So
But what we can do is recognize all the different observations that we can make when it comes to it, right? And one of the first things that clicked was obviously triangulating the sun. You know, the idea that we have crepuscular rays, right? And basically what the Illuminati symbol is telling you, Illuminati, illumination, a light source, triangle, triangulation, right? And use your eyes. So we triangulate this thing and we recognize we've got some real issues here. Like that's really close. The sun's in the clouds.
Yeah.
When we make observations from an airplane, we recognize that it's at eye level outside your airplane.
Yeah.
You know, this is a real problem. You know, the cruising altitude is 35,000 feet, and if it's horizontal with your eye line, that's a problem. So you start to put all these different things into effect, how we actually observe the sun, and you recognize that this is supernatural. This is a manifestation of some sort. And you start to put the pieces together and recognize that, this is the key and why the Illuminati symbol exists, right?
Well, if there were to be an energy flow from like the like I'm trying to say this as safely as I can, if there were to be like a flow of energy from the like a doorway or a window from the metaphysical to the physical realm, I mean to me I've like sometimes I've actually came to the conclusion that may actually be what it is, and if that is, like we'll never know on this side of reality or whatever. But like if any of what we've been talking about for the last little bit is interesting to anyone in here, and if you haven't seen this video of Good Times for All, I would say check that out too, because when you consider, like, you can take the same, you can take one element and have like different effects to it, like use different, create a different environment for it, and it could become something else. Or like how a certain type of vibration or electrical charge within the atmosphere could actually just like pull water out of nothing. It's like not even out of a cloud or anything. So anyway, whatever. Like I don't want to get too deep into it, but I would say check that video out if you hadn't, if you haven't seen it. And I'm thinking that that's the right one. I hope I didn't post the wrong one. And I'm like saying this, and then you get into it, and it's not even got anything to do with it.
Once I realized the sun and the moon are unique to the observer, it blew me away. That moment I recognized how special each and every one of us were and how intelligently designed it was. This is brilliant, you know, for us, each of us, to have our own sun and moon is complete, just awe-inspiring brilliance.
Well, there's a reason why everything, everything now, like today, is focused on. Everything's focused on frequency and controlling like two things. They want to control your thoughts. They want to control your mind, and everything is about frequency. So
Absolutely. Yeah, I was blown away when I looked into frequency. It's responsible for everything, right? Our thoughts, our senses, how we interact with this reality, everything we see, hear, touch, taste. These are all frequencies. How, you know, how our
and then when
body
you reach your
communicates with each other.
resonance, like the things that can happen, it can either it can either improve. It can. I wouldn't want to say create. Let's say manifest. Right? It's already there, but it just has to manifest into a certain way, or it can destroy.
I think words I think only words can control the mind because you know, if you think about it, words when you speak, frequency. You know, the 1 kilohertz is the telephone. That's the 1 kilohertz sound. I mean, the radio. Those are all frequencies. Now we have wireless. You know, I mean, we're trying to get very specific here, right? Like with 5G. Yeah.
It either kills or it hurts, right?
Yeah, I mean, both
Kill the
spiritually,
heart.
yeah, spiritually and physically, yeah.
Heart killing.
But it can heal too.
Yeah, after I watched a sunrise after flat Earth, you know, like trying to learn stuff, and I think I haven't slept for 2 days or something like that, and I was high, and I had a breakdown. I was crying, like I couldn't, you know, I was like, so I had to go like lie down on the couch and cover my face because I couldn't be awake anymore and be and you know like be conscious of the Earth being flat and not knowing what the sun is. You know, I thought about all those ancient civilizations that worshiped the sun, and it all made sense. You know, like Christmas. That's why I cried, because it's like we've been lost for so long, and we don't even know what the sun is. It, you know, I was like, this is why there's life on Earth, because of that light. And I thought about darkness and how the sun is the only light. You know, the moon and the star. Those are the only lights we really have. And so, you know, some damage and fire. You know what I mean? Like, if the sun disappeared, you know, like there's no like we exist here in this reality, and that's why I broke down. I didn't know didn't know where I was at, where I was anymore. I had to sleep it off.
I was actually captivated by the moon first. The moon spoke to me the loudest when I started looking in the sky. I was like, all right, let's look into the moon, because it looks like it's physical, right? It does look like it, you know, what they say, a space rock. You know, it looks like a physical thing up there.
It's like you can reach out and touch it.
Right.
Grab it.
Then you start studying all these phenomena when it comes to the moon, and you recognize, okay, the supermoon, right? Or why is the moon always larger on the horizon to begin with? And then all of a sudden we've got a supermoon, and you look at the explanations for this, and they go, yeah, it's an illusion in your mind. That's straight from NASA. They tell you that the supermoon effect is an illusion in your mind. I'm like,
those words, those are the words.
Right? Those are the words they use, yes.
Yeah, when you see too far, you're just seeing mirages. It's like,
no, they got a problem, right?
Yes, because they don't want to explain the change in dimension.
Right. They have an issue, right? They can't claim there's a magnifying effect, something that's making it look larger.
Yeah.
Or other things would look larger on the horizon, not just the moon.
So Enoch has been the closest to fitting a reality, in the description of the celestial bodies and of the earth. But it doesn't mean that just because it's the closest doesn't mean I believe, because I'm very, very, like, I am so jaded, man. And let me tell you, I'm very, like, when it comes to anything written by man, it's like, I need to have some kind of, like, it needs to correlate with my reality in some way. And I question everything, like, yeah, even myself. It's like, wait, why am I having these thoughts? Is this true? Is this fueled by emotion? Is this fueled by expectation? Is this fueled by, what is fueling this? Like, where is it coming from? Like, I question myself. So but in the Book of Enoch, it does mention, and we know that the stars, like they seem to they give off like evidence of each one having a different frequency just from the different shapes, just like you do with the what is it, the cinematics with the sand on the plate with the sound frequency or whatever, and each different frequency makes a different shape. So and you kind of see that same thing in the stars. And I remember like when I was looking into Enoch, and it fits the closest to our reality that we experience and that we observe. The way it referred to, like, the sun, it mentioned that there was a star that resided in front of the sun. So is it perhaps that star is creating that frequency, that to allow just in that one specific location, for the light to manifest? It's just, another perspective to look at it.
Yeah, I think it also exposes all the it exposes the globe Earth model because it says there's 7 wandering stars. Pluto's not a planet, and Earth's not a planet, and there have always been 7, and they named them after the Roman gods, right? And boom, right there, it exposes it right there. The stars that did not come out on their appointed time. You know what I mean? That's how it's like exposed, boom, on the globe, and they're gods. They're so-called, the wandering stars. They call planets. It's yeah. But like you said, yeah, you gotta take it with, yeah. You gotta at least be able to correlate it with your experience. But yeah, I'm leaning toward Enoch's explanation too. Like yeah.
I mean, think about it, because if okay, so okay, the stars, like each seem to have like their own, and we don't even know what they are. We don't even know what they're, if like the light is just manifesting for us, and we're seeing. I mean, where is it coming from? Is that manifesting like in the realm between the metaphysical and the physical, and we're just seeing the the manifestation of light, like the only thing that we can in our physical state render in any type of awareness, in our consciousness or anything. So, but if we consider that they are an perhaps an actual physical thing that we just see the light manifest from, like, and I'm not saying that they are, because I don't believe that they are, but if there's like each one having, like, if you think of it like a synapses in the brain or something, and each one is able to transmit energy from one to the other and then down to the earth, and it's like it helps connect the. I'm probably going to get too deep into something I don't want to get too deep into in this live stream, but if you think about it, like it could definitely, I think of them as kind of like governors, like they're governing, they're governing certain energies, right? That and perhaps they and their alignments do affect
We have, yeah. I think you're right. But when I looked at astrology, these Libra things, and I tried to verify it, and I was like, well, just so he's always lights going up. But then I was like, no, I can't verify, any of this stuff, right? I'm not gonna roll with it. But I do admit that when a person, when you're conceived, right, that your development in the womb is affected by the environment. You know how the moon affects the the menstrual cycle and so forth. So I think it's very it governs, yeah, like you said, whatever functions God has for them for life to exist. Because I think even the angels, I mean, are still God is still a mystery to them. You know what I mean? Especially the works He's doing, and so is He to us, and the Creator. Look at, I wouldn't assume I would know what they were doing, but I felt like, yeah, astrology does kind of like point to us being formed in the womb, while the stars
Okay.
are a certain configuration. Yep, where these things come from.
Yeah. So with the okay, so an electrical charge, an electromagnetic frequency, and then just the vibration of something, like whether it's electromagnetic or whether it's sound or whether it's electrical. Like, so each one each one having like different electrical charges will have different effects on your body. Different sound frequencies will have a different effect on your body, and different electromagnetic frequencies can have a different effect on your body, to the point to where it can cause you pain. It can relieve pain. It can heal. It can destroy. It can prevent your body from being able to absorb oxygen. It can render oxygen unusable. Like, it works on both ends of the spectrum. And so when you think about this, and you think of, like, for instance, say a woman given labor, the pain that she feels, like there's certain, I'm sure, electrical frequencies, magnetic frequencies, sound frequencies, and all that, that could definitely affect whether or not she actually registers or feels through the electrical synapses in her brain the pain, because that's where the pain occurs. Is like, you got to have the electrical signals to even feel the pain. So when you think of like each individual star having a certain electrical nature, and a certain electromagnetic frequency, a certain sound,
Radiating, yep,
and
the energy,
and a
yeah.
certain sound frequency, and it's like feeding into this energy, and you're able to pick up off of it, right?
Yep.
So if there was one, let's just say, for instance, if there was one that actually created the right combination of all of those things that allowed you to like overcome and be resistant to, or that allowed you to be able to give, say, a woman to give, not you, Bong, but a female, to be able to give birth without feeling the pain of the birth, right? But what if that star was moved out of its place, right? And it left its first estate, or whatever, and it was
Yeah.
moved out of its place, then you wouldn't have that, say, helper. And so therefore, from that point, on, then labor would become a thing that would be very painful. And whereas before, maybe perhaps it wasn't. And
Right.
if they want to make us think that it's our fault, right? When it's actually their fault. So it's our fault, right? Because we fell from our state of grace, and then but it's not really. It's their fault, because
Well,
they are the
right.
wandering
Well,
stars.
right. If the Bible does say that the whole world is groaning and decaying, right? So yeah, like you said, maybe when that happened, everything, kind of yeah. Well,
Yeah, I got you.
I don't know the word,
Spit it out there. It's
but
you
it
said,
seems like solid physical things we can touch, like, are down here, and as you go higher, there's less stuff, and when you look higher, you see lights, which is, I don't know what they're made of, but when I look at our light bulbs, it kind of seems like some kind of energy. So maybe the metaphysical, starts somewhere up there, and down here, no,
yeah, it's just a
the
certain type
physical.
of, it's a certain manipulation of its environment. Is all it is,
I tell
and
you
the
what.
environment being, electrical, electromagnetic,
Yeah,
and
doors and
sound. Just
windows, like you said.
these
Yeah,
things.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say the ether. So it's the freaking ether, man.
Have you seen the inside of a quantum computer CPU, how it looks like when it's operating?
Sounds illegal, man.
Yeah, I just did that this morning. Hit me.
Yeah, that will be a mind-blowing thing to see. And they don't show it to us because that is actually the thing which is very close to what is actually up there in the heavens. It's superfluid liquid helium, very cold, and you have the angels with bodies of gold. And gold in liquid helium becomes is a superconductor. So it can generate um, vast amounts of energy. It can flow through it any kind of amount of electricity.
And what if gold isn't like a specific? What if gold is just an effect of? What if gold is just a result of an effect of the manipulation of something else? Like, so take that thing and manipulate it in a different way and it becomes something else, but it's all has like a base foundation of an element. And what if it doesn't even begin
Well,
as that?
it's the only element mentioned in the Bible where God says, like, it mentions if you want to get rich, come buy gold from me, get your gold from me.
Well, not really. He said, if you want to get rich, save. Like, seriously, that's what it said.
And
That's true.
yeah, if if heavenly bodies are made of gold, then yeah, we need
I don't.
gold to have
I think they're made
a
of light, not gold, because that's what the Bible says too. It says they're made of light. That's the only thing that can really. Yeah, gold is down here. Like that's what I meant by like dense,
yeah, but
physical problem.
I tend to believe it's in the heavens too. It's
I don't
one
know.
element which can be there. It's a superconductor.
Is it even accessible? That I always wonder. Like, what do they mean when they say they're still trying to bomb the ceiling or something? Like Hillary Clinton says something, trying to break that glass ceiling. Like,
Yeah,
it's like,
they want
are these
to,
guys
but
saying we're stuck inside a fishbowl or something? And then there's that Hennessy commercial. You guys seen that one where the balloon went up and kind of splashed through the waters above or something like that? Picard.
yeah, that's the heavens is where um, it's not zero energy like 0 Kelvin. That doesn't exist, but it's the lowest temperature. And for, I mean, if you make a spark in a liquid helium, that heat energy is propagating like in an instant. It's like teleporting all the way to the other side of the ocean of the liquid helium in a blink of an eye. That's how fast heat can travel in liquid helium. Uh, but in our world down here,
So wait,
it
really,
has a
really,
very slow speed.
so if you take
The
like
heat
if you
comes.
have so it's like instantaneous. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, yeah,
It doesn't need to
yeah,
propagate, right?
yeah,
It's like, or it doesn't seem like it does. It's instantaneous.
yeah.
Like where'd you find
And
this
it
at?
doesn't
Like I would
lose.
like to look into
Yeah,
that more, to be honest.
it doesn't. Also, how do I say?
Because the way I understand it
Here
is the energy is dormant in it, and if you
the heat dissipates. Expands and dissipates here in our reality, but up there it doesn't. In liquid helium, it loses no energy. You know.
right, well, this instantaneous action
Yeah.
or whatever that you're talking about, like wherever you
Yeah.
learned that at, I would like to also learn that. Like, you know, wherever you got that from.
Yeah, this one I was reading some websites about superfluid helium behavior properties, but I have to search and yeah, I will post you, DM you too.
Okay.
Yeah, no problem.
Has it been verified that that's what's up there yet, though? The superfluid helium?
Well, it has very low refraction index, like 1.025. That means if you are next to an ocean of liquid helium, what you will see will be like a valley, an empty valley. You know, you have to look very, very, very carefully to
But there's
see
different things that can
the
affect
ocean
light,
surface.
though, instead of in that sense, like electromagnetism, electricity, and magnetism, and
Yeah.
so if you have like more of one thing than the other, then it may appear to be, the other when it's actually not. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You guys remember that Go Fast rocket that they sent up spinning and then and then just stopped abruptly? Well, what do you guys reckon about that one? Is that think that's real?
Yeah, I think it's real, and my explanation for that is a very huge temperature differential. It behaves when something hot enters a extreme cold medium. It cannot penetrate it. Um, it will act like a repulsion force, like a magnetic flux. Break. It
But what would it sound
repels
like?
it. Yeah.
But what would it sound like? It's hitting metal, like metal on glass or metal on metal, or whatever. Like, I don't
Yeah,
know.
it was a
What would that
sound
sound like?
there. Yeah.
It was like a thunk, like thunk,
Yeah, yeah.
like thunk,
With a little click
like a
sound.
yeah,
It's
like
like
a yeah, like a clunk, yeah, clunk,
yeah.
But that
clunk.
that is
What the hell was that?
actually it didn't hit something physical. It was a cold barrier. That's where the extreme cold starts, like below 200 or 170 Kelvin.
So
And
basically, yep. Sorry, go ahead, go ahead, go
and
ahead.
that's where how do I say that was the sound of the rocket
That was the
it
sound of
made.
silence.
Yeah. No, I mean
But
that
what happened to all the
matter which
energy?
made the rocket. Yeah, it sounded like that,
Shouldn't
but it didn't hit
where?
something physical. Yeah.
Oh, it didn't. But so where did all the energy go? I thought the rocket might have been somewhat damaged, because it was going pretty fast, hey,
Yeah,
and
it
it
did.
just stopped.
But it's it's not like this deceleration like when we hit a wall here.
Well, I have an issue with those rockets. Right, if you're sending a rocket to try to hit the ceiling of
Yeah.
whatever the ceiling might be, then why don't you have a camera pointed at the ceiling?
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's a good question.
Well, it's because it stopped abruptly. You know what I mean? It didn't it didn't look like anything. It didn't slow down on first contacts. Like it was being absorbed by something soft. So that it looked like it hit a wall, but no damage. You know what I mean? It was like and not a big sound too. It's just that little clunk, thunk.
I wonder when you invest such amount of money to buy such a rocket and to launch it, Uh, I think they are forcing you not to. I mean, maybe they let you put a camera in the front, but they will not allow you to post that video to make it public. They will declare it some sort of secret, military secrets, and
That's
yeah,
scary.
they can constrain you not to release it. You know, they threaten you with all sorts of things. You know.
Yeah, I've seen that Spiral. Have you? Did you see what David Weiss showed with an aluminum foil wrapped triangle? Like I'm not sure what the actual thing was made of. I don't know. You know what the actual structure of it was, but it was definitely wrapped in foil, and he had it. He had like some wires hooked to it, and he'd charge it with electricity, and it would hover. And then when he would remove the charge, then it would land, and that was aluminum. So that's electricity can do that, and so an electrical charge can cause that. And then if you use the right materials, then a magnetic field can you can have those reactions with metals and magnetic fields. So that's two things. Like it's two different fields of energy that we know of that can determine, where how an object moves, like whether it moves up, whether it moves down, sideways, or whether it hovers where it finds its equilibrium at, or whatever.
Yeah, it's like a balance, like an equation. Two things. Do this here, that happens there. Do that there.
I was watching last night some videos from Theoria Apophis, if you know that guy, with the magnetism. Yeah.
With the tattoos all
Man,
over
I'm
his
so
arms.
angry he's not a flat earther. Like,
oh, he's staring at his tattoos, man. Yeah, he's cool.
I was thinking to write him an
Just
email.
watch camera
Dude, how
stuff.
can you know all these things and you're still not a flat earther? I mean,
Hey, bro, I accidentally stumbled. I used to watch his Nikon reviews, right?
yeah.
And then he started showing up with the, I was like, holy crap! I was like, oh my gosh, I think photography and cameras and videos, and this conspiracy. We gotta be careful. Yeah, like you said, you got when you have something like you can provide us for, it's like, oh crap, cameras. Gotta look into it. Cameras don't work in space. Yeah, 1,000 feet. I don't even know. How far is the ISS? 20, 50 miles.
Yeah.
Cameras even work with it?
Well, they had the
Pressure.
technology to make it work then, Bong, but they destroyed it. And it's just a painful process to be able to
The
make.
the Van Halen belts.
If a
Oh,
camera
man.
cannot work in liquid nitrogen, then they definitely cannot work in space.
Yeah, I thought the same thing about Theo as far as being a flat earther. And I thought to myself, what is getting in this guy's way? Either it's his ego or he's an agent of some sort, right? Like, he definitely puts himself above other people. You can hear it in his language and the way he talks to the audience. And so, yeah, definitely I think it's his ego that's getting in the way.
It's all in the tattoos, man. You gotta decode tattoos. He's got these. Yeah, man. He knows stuff, man. Like, look,
Bet she's got a tattoo of the flat Earth on his ass.
No,
Nobody
he's
can
got
see
these
it.
formulas, right? He's got these. Like this guy, yeah, like you said, he could be an agent. He could be. I don't know. I think he's just.
Well, you got to understand. Like he's been doing that for a very long time. He has a pretty huge following, and he makes a lot of money off of it.
Yeah.
And also, like I don't know what his social circles are, but dependent, on his social circles too in real life.
Yeah.
Well, do you know what his name means? Theophiosis. It means becoming God. That's what the term means.
Ego.
He wrote a book on magnetism.
God complex.
So,
But we know he's at least aware that the moonlight
academic
is
book.
cold.
Even Eric Dollard, man. I used to watch his stuff, and I was like, I wonder if this guy knows about flat Earth. So I typed in Eric Dollar flat Earth, and lo and behold, he was talking shit about it. So I was like, oh, I was so disappointed. I mean, I was so sad. Like, don't know what to think of him now. It's like Tesla, this guy. I don't know what to think of anybody.
I
They
guess I
all
really
seem
can't
like
look up to anybody. Right? You put these guys up there, some of the greatest minds, and you're like,
yeah,
what the hell?
yeah. Who are these people? Like who? Like what is YouTube? I don't know. It's so convenient. Everything.
Everyone's an agent until proven otherwise. And I'm lacking on proof, so they're all agents. I'm in the matrix. Don't trust anybody.
I started looking at Tesla's photos, where he puts the way his poses, right? And I was like, well, what am I saying? Am I saying that Nikola Tesla is a Freemason, or am I saying that the cameraman is a Freemason? Or is it who the cameraman works for that's posing people like this? Like, why do people know what they're doing when they make these poses? Or
Sure.
when they put the eye
Yeah.
on the magazines? Yeah, well, yeah. When you see the celebrities like put the 666, the OK sign around their eye, right? Or when you see speakers make the upside down triangle with their hands while they're speaking, you're like, is that on purpose, or is he trying to say something? Am I paranoid? It's scary. I think it's some creepy pasta stuff, man. Like some.
Yeah, the Tesla story is an interesting one, right? Because, I mean, what do we know? As far as I'm concerned, the guy worked for the corporations. They gave him a lot of money. So to think that they screwed him and all this money, all this information, was hidden, because of them rather than him, I'm like, well, why can't we blame Tesla? Like, what did, why isn't he suspicious of being part of the crew? Like, all of a sudden he's outside of the crew? I don't think so.
Because of Edison. That whole, the whole sob story with Edison using him and stealing his ideas and blah, blah, blah. DC, AC, DC wars.
I'm like, well, both of them worked for J.P. Morgan, right? Like, what's the difference?
Right. Democrat or Republican?
Exactly.
Communism or capitalism?
If it's not red or blue, what if it's purple? They just divided the two. Separated the two and give this side one and give this side the other and said, here, fight over it.
Yeah.
And then you put them together and you got the color of royalty, the color of nobility, the color of kings.
Or we can just make it black and white, like a checkerboard, and get a chessboard and
purple rain.
Right? Duality, like. Yep.
I always thought it was interesting too with the red and blue is like with the stereoscopic 3D thing. How you create a 3D effect with a split of the red and blue channels in the eyes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I hadn't even considered that.
RBG, red, blue, green.
Pretty cool, yeah.
It's like frequencies. Hey,
See, there's
color,
so much to freaking
light.
look into, and people like don't want to let go of their space. Like for
I
real, like seriously, that shit you're never gonna experience. You're never gonna ever ever experience this shit that they're telling you, and you don't want to give it up because it's far too interesting to let go of. Like get into reality, man. It's like, dude, it's so interesting. Like you'll never get bored of it.
Actually, many will experience that space because that is literally hell and it's cyberspace. It's virtual. It doesn't exist. It's not physical realm. It is imaginary. It is mathematical. Maths,
It is
mathematics
heliocentric.
is. I see it as a fallen angel. You know, his job was to describe the workings of nature, but he fell and he went astray from its purpose, and it started lying. So math now is mostly describes hell. You know, it's irrational. A lot of the vast majority of mathematics is irrational, is infinite.
And have you ever heard of anyone like, if anyone has ever heard of it, or if they have a video of it or a testimony, like an account of someone's testimony of having a near-death experience where they like describe approaching a place that seems like hell, right, or being in hell and coming back or something like that. Like I would like to hear it. But yeah, all of the accounts of near-death, whether no matter what you want to chalk it up to, you know, they seem to be consistent in a lot of things. Like they seem to be.
I would think that you know, if they come back near death experiences, that they haven't gone far enough to even get to hell or heaven. Maybe they haven't even, you know what I mean? Like whatever the experience was probably physiologically caused by the brain shutting down, and you know.
Well, what if it's with someone who's brain dead, who has been, like, they have been, the doctor has said, okay, they're brain dead, their brain is not functioning, but then they're brought back, they are resuscitated or whatever. There was, let's see, where I heard about that in one of Eric Dubai's videos, and he was talking about someone who was actually brain dead, so their brain wasn't functioning. So these effects or these things that was happening with him could not have been from, you know, the brain shutting down or dying, because the brain was it was already tested to be dead.
Right, but what I'm saying is, you know, when the body starts to decay, you know, that's when you know there's no coming back, you know, and I don't think the body has gone that far, you know. He has, you know, to experience that he would experience hell, or so unless he's dead, I think people can only experience those places when you can't come back. No.
Which now I
You know what I
don't
mean?
know which account that he's talking about, and I haven't looked into that specific account, and that's actually the first time that I'd heard of someone being brain dead and then coming, you know.
Some people were buried alive. Some people were buried alive because they were pronounced dead.
I think it was
then
10 days, man.
yeah, and some people, yeah, but so unless the body is going through decay and those stages, I don't think they're dead, you know. So
hang on.
Be right back. See you guys.
better get.
I actually had a near-death experience when I was in the 4th grade. It was interesting.
What happened?
It was pretty much like the moment in my life that I realized, like, there was something, like, you know, bigger than all the bullshit. And that's when I started waking up, was in, like, the 4th grade. And then the next year, 9/11 happened.
Wow.
And I knew something wasn't right. And, like, it's been a journey ever since.
Okay, so you were 5 when 9/11 happened.
No, I was in 5th grade.
Oh no, that's great. Duh. Sorry. Okay, so you're going into 5th grade when 9/11 happened. Gotcha.
Yep,
Dude,
we watched
you're a
it
baby
in
still.
class.
Sorry, you're not. I know you're a man, but It's like I thought you were older than that. To me, you're. And never mind. I'm going to shut up. Well, I'm not too far behind. Dig myself a hole here. I'll be like, Bong, come get me.
I know. I remember seeing 9/11
Talk me out of this, Bong. Talk my way out of this.
I remember seeing 9/11. I was in the Navy, bro. I was like, damn.
I was going to pick my kids up from school, so
Yeah.
that's how that was.
That was that was so traumatizing.
Because my
being 10 years old and seeing that shit.
I know, man.
Yeah, my children went to school right next to an airport, so because I didn't know what was going on, and they told us what happened. It's like, yeah, I was just wanting to get them out of school from the airport, and not only that, but I was really pissed off over it because they wouldn't let me. They didn't want to let me have them, and I was like, and I was like, wait a minute. And I kind of chilled for a minute. I turned around and I started to go back home. And then I stopped by my grandma's and I'm like, you know what? It just really pissed me off that they wouldn't I'm going back to get them. And so I ran in to let her know that I was going to go back to pick them up. And she goes, well, they called and they want you to come get them. And I'm like, okay. So that's the idea. Fucking Americans.
Oh yeah, but to elaborate a little bit on the near-death experience, it's hard to remember, but the piece that I do remember is there was multiple entities that were like kind of like checking me out, and it was like it wasn't my time is what I could.
Did you have any awareness of your body or?
No, I was like
lights?
Completely just like consciousness. It was just like a 360-degree camera, basically.
Oh yeah, so you could. There was no directionality in your vision. You could see everything. Just think of it. You could see it. What about the entities? In your near-death experience, were they beings of light, or could you pick up any?
It was just like, man, it's hard to remember because that was a long ass time ago. So I only really can like remember the feeling of it, so more so than the actual visual aspect of it. But it was just like a comforting like presence that like they realized that I got into that situation like and I shouldn't have been there at that moment basically, and told me it wasn't my time and sent me back.
Interesting. And you were so you were 10. See, even the different age groups kind of have the same consistent experience. And like you find someone who's elderly, and then someone who's like he was 10, and they recall the same thing.
But yeah, like Bong said, it wasn't like I got to heaven or hell. It was just kind of like this checking out phase. Like what? Like it was like.
Wait a minute, what are you doing? Go back. Yeah, you're not supposed to be here.
It was like, wait a minute, are you on the list? It's like you have reservations for this time. What?
You're not on the list, bro. Go back.
It's a club and you're not in it yet.
It was like I hadn't fulfilled what I was supposed to do here yet.
Yeah.
And it was kind of me trying to commit suicide, but like without like thinking about it like in that sense. Is how I got there.
You didn't want to come back, did you?
And like thinking about it over the years, it's like how I got to that moment of like being on the verge of death was like such an innocent way, because I was trying to like stop my parents from like fighting, basically, but like removing myself from the situation because I thought I was being the problem.
Damn, bro. Yeah.
Oh, we're glad to have you.
That's sad.
But I thanks for.
You
Sometimes it's
know
hard
now.
hard to share
Yeah,
stuff like that, and I appreciate you sharing.
Yeah, I haven't shared that with a lot, but it was good to tell it for sure.
Hey, can I ask how are you? How did that affect your parents? Like, how are they now?
They ended up splitting up
I've almost died once.
when I
Sorry to hear that, man.
grade or so. Yeah.
What did they look like? The
The other entities. Yeah, that's what I was.
See, I don't really remember the form, but I just remember like the warm presence kind of feeling of it, of them, like being there.
And so when they
It
communicated,
almost feels like not angels, but like our ancestors, like waiting for us at like the gate to like go further.
like a definite part of like a family would feel or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so when they communicated, it was more of like an emotional resonance or telepathic type deal.
Yeah. For sure.
No, it's very interesting is that, physical to metaphysical, right? But there has been a crossover, and I think about that too, like come from that side to this side, fallen angels when they because I think I remember in Enoch, they were crying and they couldn't even lift their heads up to heaven because of the shame, right? So, I mean, I wonder like you left that place like a better place, thinking the grass was greener on the other side here. But when they came over, they realized, what have we done? Like, you know what I mean? Like and you saying when you went over, you felt a comforting presence. Maybe that's the habitation they left, and it's kind of sad to think about it, but you know.
Yeah, I don't know. It just like definitely changed the rest of my life. So.
You ever done LSD after, like in your life? I've never done it. I'm looking for
Yeah,
that. I'm looking
actually,
for an
psychedelics
experience.
have been a big part of my life since then
Oh
too.
yeah, is it similar though to that experience? Like any
It
psychedelics?
can be. It depends on which one and like the dosage and also your mindset of what you're like.
Intention.
If you're kind of just like in a party mode, trying to like just use them as like getting fucked up like
Recreational use.
alcohol or something like that.
Yeah.
Like you're not really gonna
Overindulgence.
experience the same thing.
Well, I've been wanting to try one, but I don't want to like get into the recreational overindulgence, realm of it. But I have been
Yeah, me
wanting
neither.
to try 'em. I've never done an entheogen.
Yeah, I mean, neither. I don't have a reason to like, because I thought, like, well, maybe because I heard people say it'll like open doors or it'll cause you to think a different way about, but that's not good enough reason for me. I used to drink a lot trying to get away from the world, but now I'm smoking weed, but I'm thinking of trying LSD. That's it.
Well,
I tried shrooms and I loved it.
the thing about LSD though, Bong, if you're gonna try something that the Creator put on the earth in its natural form. This is what I'm thinking anyway. I'm not trying to be manipulative and say, hey, no, don't do it your way, do it my way. I'm just saying that perhaps, because okay, it's like weed is okay because the Creator put it here, it grows naturally, right? So if you're gonna do like LSD. Maybe it could be helpful. I don't know. But since I haven't done either, LSD, since LSD is something that's created by man, and it's more like, it's like certain chemicals
LSD
stripped of certain.
definitely has a lot more potential for abuse. I think it's
Okay,
not as
no, yeah,
connected to
yeah,
the creator, like you're saying, but it is
yeah.
still possible to use it in a good way. But
It'll
it's
probably do
easier.
more harm.
Like I really feel there's like a teacher like aspect when you're on psilocybin mushrooms more so than when you're on LSD. It's more like your mind
Yeah.
trip instead of like you and the creator trip.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be talking to spirits. That's why I don't want to. Yeah, I was thinking about it because some
But I
people.
do think LSD is like good for connecting
On,
your mind to your body. Like that's one thing that I noticed on it was like
oh, I know the CIA developed it. Well, what I read was that the guy that developed it for CIA, they were trying to experiment with mind control. So that was a big red flag for me not to do it, right? Because they're experimenting with root cutting. You know what the angels taught. So to me, it was basically witchcraft. But then shrooms, I've tried shrooms, and I was like,
But what is
"Oh,
root
it's a
cutting though? Is root cutting like to me, when I think of root cutting, the first thing that I go to is like genetically modifying something, taking part of the genetics of this and mixing it with part of the genetics of this or whatever. It's like, what's the root of a being? It's like their genetics. So I mean, that's what I think of when I think of root cutting. I don't.
whoa.
right." Oh, to me, root cut. I had two. To me, there are two experiences. There's the spiritual one, and then there's the I'm just trying to nootropics, type of thing. Like eat good and get the nutrients you need in, be smarter, type of thing. Almost like, and that's why I was like, like looking for things that could help me mentally to be more productive, type thing, or push further. You know what I mean in your work, or to help in your work, rather than talking to demons to help you, or aliens or whatnot.
Or you mean
You know what I mean?
like the extraterrestrials, the ones that are living on in the outer ponders and the extra lands? Maybe.
Right, that's what I think root cutting. I think root cutting is that. It's like looking for
What's up, Miggy?
counsel or knowledge from trying to expand your knowledge by communing with entities, right? With people, well, not people, like persons or entities, entities, yeah, minds that are not physical, or that might, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Evil spirits, demons, fallen angels, stuff like that. John D. Edward Kelly, science,
So
boils.
you decided to return home.
Yeah, I did yesterday. I jumped back on.
Hey, Miggy, welcome
did-
back,
What up,
bro.
what up, Bong Sal? What are you,
Man,
John Kimball? Who's that?
oh, yeah, like
You're a
it's
man
not a tumor.
you're a man of many faces, huh? Yeah.
Yes.
It's hard to take
It's
him
just
serious when he makes a face like that, isn't it?
Yeah.
man, welcome back, Miggy.
Welcome back, Miggy.
Yeah.
You're a bit low for me. I don't know if you can turn yourself up a bit, because I turned you up like 200%.
Yeah, you're a bit
Oh,
low too on this side.
Am I so low? I wasn't speaking into my microphone. I guess it's a direction. It's one of those directional microphones. You got to look right at it and speak into it. How about now? Is it so low?
No, you're better.
Better. A bit better, but I still have you turned up.
Be my settings. I don't know.
We were just talking about
maybe turn up your
Enoch.
gain of your equalizer.
Well, Roger, you and Bong sound louder to me than everyone else. Like Miggy actually sounds around about how everyone else sounds. To be fair.
Yeah, it's a bit low on mine. So. But it sounds good. Quality's good. It's just input, maybe a bit. Or sensitivity.
I came on yesterday and Platypus was on here talking to Anthony Riley. It was kind of funny because it felt like Anthony, that would have been his first time that I guess he came across him. Like Platypus has been here for a couple years now, hasn't he? Like he's been here
2 years, something like that. Year and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah. 2 years, something like that.
He was talking to him like a new guy, like one of those fresh off the globe.
Yeah.
Well, I missed it yesterday, so I'm welcoming you back today. I've not been able to get on since after Ladies' Night Friday night. It's the first day I've been able to get back on the internet. So
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Be making money over there. So the other server that I'm in, me, Pearl, and a couple of others.
Yeah.
Nice. So did the platypus get the answers right? Like what happened?
He's one of those guys that just likes to goes to another point when he knows he's cornered. And Anthony he didn't leave him any room. And it's kind of funny because they were talking about how a submarine operates and like what could be the why does a submarine move in the way it does, and Platypus was kind of because that's what he used to be. He was he was in the Navy, so in a submarine. So I guess that was kind of like in his wheelhouse to talk about. But yeah, Anthony was kind of telling him he really shut him down pretty well, but I don't know. I guess Platypus doesn't want to succumb to the understanding. He'll still buck you and make it seem like he's listening to you. And yeah, I hear what you're saying. He always,
yeah,
but he never really does. So I
He's
thought it was
stuck in a feedback loop coming here. Like most of those guys are, right?
Yeah.
And it's like that feedback loop of people responding and reacting to your
Yeah, Frost Knight was in here yesterday as well. I don't know if you guys know who he is. Frost Knight.
yeah. Frost Knight thinks that flat earthers hired Neil deGrasse Tyson. Like thinks that Neil deGrasse Tyson works for flat earthers because he makes the globe sound so bad.
He's defected, right?
It's like that's what it's like, man. When they hear their own belief like repeated back to them, it's like, nah, dude, you're just trying to make it look bad. It's like flat earthers have hired you.
Yeah. We also hired NASA. Can you believe that?
Yeah.
We hired them to be incompetent.
I think it's hilarious. Yeah. It's like I laugh my ass off. I laugh for days, really, and I still laugh when I think of that. Every time I hear Frost Knight, it's like I just start laughing.
I came on yesterday and I was like, so how many horizons do we have, Frost Knight? Because that's the conversation we left off at, like, since I left the last time. Like, I remember we talked about it before. He said the one time we were talking, I think it was multiple horizons. No kidding. I was like, the last time we had a conversation. So this time when I came in, I was like, I asked him the same question. So Frost Knight, how many horizons do we have? And Anthony was here. He's like, well, we have one. I was like, okay. You sure? He's like, well, there's the geometric horizon. And he started naming it. Anthony was like, well, hang on. Like, what do we? He's like, how many do we really have? Like, isn't it it's one, right? Like he was talking to Frost Knight. He engaged with Frost Knight. I thought it was.
What was confusing him?
Yeah, I mean,
all these answers.
And it's just kind of interesting. But as far as like globers that are kind of give you a new perspective on how they spin the globe, like I don't know, I haven't heard anything new. Have you guys? Like, I've been gone for a while. Has there been any glober that's come in here with some new conversation?
Nope. My sword keeps getting sharper and sharper. I mean, it just keeps getting easier and easier. One shot.
That desk flip keeps getting better and better, huh?
It keeps getting bigger and bigger, the desk.
and more organized when it comes back. Like, I don't know how
Yeah.
the hell
We
I
got
don't know how the
statues
hell it
and
got
stuff on them.
destroyed, but it came back together, man. Like, yeah.
Well, have you heard about Renty? That was
Was
kind of the new thing.
Oh, I kind of caught a glimpse of that. Didn't he? Something like he turned back to the globe or something.
Yeah, he found an photograph, and then he went on and calculated how much there has to be drop, or no, he calculated that there's too much drop for a flat Earth, right? So he strawman the flat Earth and saying, well, if the Earth was flat, we shouldn't be seeing this mountain X doing this. That was his claim.
Okay, so he's now fully converted back into globe. Well, I can't say converted, but he's now convinced
Yeah.
that the Earth is a globe.
Super chats pay better, right?
Of course.
Was that
Me-
Ranty?
Yeah. Yeah, everybody was. He had a show
I've
too,
always
right?
kno-
If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that,
I
he gave
I
that
didn't
one.
know he became a flat earther. I thought he was a globe.
There's the Glover's attempt at shortening their sword. The guy, the girls,
Yeah,
the woman's a flat earther.
They did turn it around, right? Because we are always asking for globe proof. Where's the curvature? Where's the measurement of rotation, gas pressure without containment? And now Ranty comes along and says, well, if the Earth is flat, then we should not see this mountain, yada, 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 right? Based on a photo where he puts in some lines and calculations. A cropped photo.
So what is he saying? It's concave?
No, he's saying that the Earth cannot be flat because of the mountain ridge is such and such. This is what he's saying.
What happened to Randy
even
though?
it's
Like,
not a ball.
he used to be. How long was he speaking for flat Earth? Was it about like a year?
Many years.
Many years.
Yeah, and
Too many.
He had a bunch of great proofs, right? Showing how stuff disappears bottom up, and he was Mr. Optics. And now,
Yeah, he had the P900, right? He was one famous for that. Like, everybody was like, "Oh, did you see Ranty's new video?" Like, everybody was talking about his P900 video and all that.
Nope.
But he had a show though, right? If I'm not mistaken.
yeah, he had a show and he gave it to Brian.
Brandon.
A couple of
Yeah.
months. Brandon. And a couple of months before he quote unquote turned. So,
many
and
subscribers
I
does
heard
he have?
Bev talking at Nathan's that this was something that was going on for quite a while now. So he had something
he
like
had been
200 hours. Yes, go ahead.
Been
Sorry.
contemplating the idea that the Earth is a globe. Like, he already was playing around with that. He kind of was.
I heard Bev said that he had some 200 hours in that picture, looking at that picture. I don't know.
So he went mad.
What? He looked at a picture for 200 hours? What the
Something I heard something like that, but it could be wrong. Don't.
Oh wow.
The whole point here
Why?
is I heard Anthony talk about this, and
Is that how you do forensics?
the super chats pay better. So
That's the only thing I can think of, though, Roger. I mean, I he probably was not making enough doing what he was doing, so he's like, you know what, screw this, man. Let me go do some globe Earth stuff and go against flat Earth, and I bet you that will get me views. And now he's probably he's shilling the globe.
Well, the last thing I caught was that he went after the flat Earth leaders now because Bob called them out on his. Yeah, that's
we
what
have
he said.
leaders.
Yeah. Bob
Oh,
called
no.
him out because he put up a Patreon and the super chat, yada yada yada. So Bob called him out, and now he said, no, I'm not doing for the money, and I'm going after the flat Earth leaders. And then at the bottom, yeah, here's my Patreon because I need the funding to go after these leaders.
Yeah, exactly. I think I saw something that I don't know if it was Simon Dan or one of the other numpties that was putting up there, like Big flat earther turns to globe
Yeah,
again.
that was conspiracy famous flat
Conspiracy.
earther was the title. Famous flat earther.
That's how it read.
Yeah.
But so then that happened. Like now he's on board with those guys. Like they're all they're all wearing their PJs, playing footsies and pillow fights and whatnot.
Yeah, funny stuff is that they you have to watch Nathan a few. I think he's talking about this, but they first called it flirspective, right? So we said, well, no, it's perspective and angular resolution, and they called it flirspective. It doesn't have anything to do with perspective. It's about the curvature and how much drop and yada yada. And now they're talking about the Riley criteria and how it affects our vision, and so they're basically taking our points and
but you know what? Like when they start talking like that, they're just shooting themselves in both foot. Like that's what they're doing. Because they're like, well, we can't trust our eyes. Well, then how the hell are you measuring anything or calculating if you can't? So what you're telling me is that if you can't trust what you're seeing, then how are you estimating or calculating or doing anything with anything you're looking at?
Yeah, you can never know anything.
Go ahead and explain that to me. You can't do it, can you? Yes. That's because you need to trust your eyes. You can trust your eyes only when you can't trust your eyes, is what they want you to. It's this whole like in between kind of business that they want you to start looking at. Can I trust my eyes? Can I not trust my eyes? Like what?
Well, you can't know anything except for that you're wrong.
Yeah.
According to their logic.
All I know is that the Earth is a globe. So
yeah.
Hey, maybe if you take 200 hours to look at it, maybe you'll get an answer, right?
Maybe that's the thing we're missing out on, right? Where's that image at? Let's go stare at it for 200 hours, and then after that last 199th hour, we're going to be coming to a epiphany. Oh shoot, I didn't see it. There it is. All along, Earth's a globe. I don't know. It's this double speak that they use, and they want to live. It's almost like they want to be in this kind of fairy tale land, like, because that's seriously what happened. He just wanted to go back. Either he wasn't making enough doing that with the flat Earth, and he was just going to cash in, and because there's no way that anybody that's serious about flat Earth is going to be like, oh man, stared at a picture for a long time, and yeah, it's definitely a globe. Get real.
Trust the math, right? Maybe that's it. Because I don't think Eratosthenes could have trusted his eyes, but trust the model, maybe. Trust the process.
Yeah, Eratosthenes relied on Aristotle, according to Faulkner.
Yeah.
Me and Faulkner were talking about it.
No matter what you do, you're always going to see flat. It's always going to be used as flat. So, you know what I mean? It's like, trust the math. Because that's where it's at, the model. Or the
you
curve.
guys saying this is flat?
Who?
No.
Who speaketh?
You can tell it's a ball because it looks so flat.
Is that Cyrus? What up, bro?
Yeah, man, I was trying to troll you guys. Fuck.
No, dude,
Yeah.
I know your voice. Like, I can hear your voice like a mile away.
You can't troll people under the bridge. What do you think we are, man?
Sometimes I feel like my only friend.
What up, bro? Where you been at, man?
Nah, dude, like, yeah, everybody's talking about Cyrus as a man, dude. I don't know. Is that true? Can you tell me if that's true?
Oh, of course it's true.
All right. I kind of figured that. But...
Man, you've been gone for a bit, yeah?
I was
Hey,
out
Miggy.
for a minute.
Miggy. So our brother Cyrus here has been invited to join a very and he's awaiting.
Oh, dude, no! Did you get invited? Because remember, we were talking about that. You were gonna sign up for what the hell is that name again? What are those people that?
Wait, you got invited to what?
Guardia.
Oh, no, man. I remember that shit. Yep.
we were gonna See, Cyrus was gonna be our leader in Asgardia. We're gonna go in like a Trojan horse, like all of us. Like we're gonna follow him. He's gonna like open the door for us, like the guy that opens the door for you, like at the movie theater in the back of it, and everybody just starts going in.
Yeah.
To do that, like, Cyrus was gonna be that guy.
Yeah. I'll
I was
wait.
that guy. Literally. Well, yeah, he is gonna be that guy too in this other group that he's about to join. I'm trying to discourage him, but he could be that guy, right?
Other group.
He's a secret agent, man.
Be like, yeah.
Now,
Grab
see, Cyrus is the guy you want on the inside, man. He busts him up from the inside out. Like,
I'm telling you, man, someone's got to do it, man.
yeah, I know.
Hey, you tried flat smacking anybody inside yet, though?
What's
any
up?
Of your brothers? Have you tried flat smacking any of those people?
I'm waiting.
You know?
I'm waiting until I am established. You know what I'm saying? Then I shall strike.
The human has
You
to
know?
be very, very good for it. Like he's
Correct.
gonna just kind of blend in, you know, talk about everything, and all of a sudden, when the mood is right and the conversation is flowing, he's just gonna bust wide open with it.
Cast the flat earth spell on him, yeah.
That's right. That's how you got to do it, man. You know, you gotta choose your battle. You gotta make sure
you know what?
you're gonna win 100%.
Yeah.
You know what words that's very appropriate for such a place, right? Or such an environment where it's like increasing our sphere of influence, our gravitas.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? These kinds of terms. And you could like start
Yeah.
throwing them around to start with, and then it's kind of
I'm telling you, man, like the other day, right? I think I was telling you or telling someone else, like the first time in public, because I deal with people every day in the store, but for the first time, this guy, anyways, I see this guy every day, and he was saying something, and he was like, yeah, because of the rotation, you can feel it. Then I caught him. I was like, what? He's like, oh, you can feel the earth rotating. And, you know, and I got him, man. I got him good. I got him real good.
you can feel it in the air.
He's like, huh? What? He was like, you know, well, it's like, you know, he tried to use the train analogy, but he didn't use it. Like, he's like, in the you know, when you're in the car and you move back in the seat, you know, and I was like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, do you feel that? He was like, no. I was like, yeah, there you go. You know? He stopped and he's like,
got them up, man. He's
and he
supposed
was
to
like,
say no, right?
He's like, you're not one of those, he's a young guy. He's my age, man. You know, maybe I'm a little bit older, but not much, but like a year maybe. But he's like, you know, he stopped in his tracks, man. I was like, do you feel it moving, man? Do you feel it spinning? He was like, yeah, no, but it's like, no, but like, like what? Like, do you feel it spinning? Like, do you feel motion?
Yeah, dude.
You know, and I put my arms out, like, you know, it's like
I would have had fun with that, dude. If he, I was like, so you do feel it spinning? No kidding. Like, do I? How can I? Yeah, I would have messed with his head at that point.
Yeah.
What, man?
It
Even in
was
an
funny, man.
airplane, you know, even in an airplane, when you get up to go to the toilet, you know, like you feel it, right? I mean, you feel it. Look at all the attendants are trying to like balance their trays and their trolleys, carts, you know, like.
You gotta balance your
Fasten
piss in the
seatbelt.
toilet.
Right.
'Cause that'll spray everywhere in the freaking
And that's like the
bathroom.
smoothest, right? Right, that's like the smoothest that you can compare it to, right? Not a train. You know, trains are obvious. You feel the rolling of the wheels or a car.
Where dude? Hey, Bong, where are the cognitive dissonant globers this morning? I need a couple of them to come in here right now. But yeah, I want to hear Cyrus just kind of
a flat smacking. Oh yeah, sure, man. You already know. I chill, man.
Yeah,
and play chess. You know, flat Earth chess.
One hand you're just sipping your coffee, and the other hand's like playing a sword battle. Like you just like no effort.
Fuck yeah. Hey man, yeah. I don't know about that, dog. You know, some conversations, but yeah, there's some stuff like, okay, all right, how many globies are in here? Doesn't matter. All right, Boats disappearing bottom first. Why the bottom disappears first? Go ahead, Miggy. Explain this to me. Why the bottom
the boat?
first? Yeah.
It's going over the curvature of the Earth, man. Obviously.
There you go. Like that's why I don't understand. It's like why do you expect it to disappear from the top? Like I don't. There's something wrong inside of my head where I don't see what the problem is. Like, okay, if it's disappearing curvature, not curvature, why do you think it's going to disappear from the top or sideways or, like the bottom first? It's like, fuck,
Right.
man. Like, I can't wrap my head around it.
It's to distract you from the idea that it's also supposed to be tilting away from you, because it's
Of course, it should
implied
be.
that
Of
this is
course.
how things work on flat Earth, right? But
It's
what they're
so
saying
big,
is
man. You can't measure the tilt. It's only 1 degree every 60 miles.
what they're saying is
Yeah.
Once you unwrap your
it's
mind off the globe, you can never wrap your mind around any of it anymore.
well, this is what the statement means, right?
Yeah.
It's disappearing bottom first, not because it's on a plane, but because it's on a ball. That's what the statement means, right? And it's right. Yeah, that's what you mean. Because you're saying, well, what does that mean? Does that mean you expect it to disappear from the top first? No.
Oh, that's good.
It means we observe things disappearing bottom first on a plane. But it is disappearing bottom first, not because it's on a plane, but because it's on a ball, therefore distracting you from the fact that it should be tilting a certain degree away, right? In respect to the
like, do
center.
cars on a highway, on a really long highway, do they disappear like top first?
No. They're saying that they're trying to point out, right, that everyone knows, right, that it is flat. Everyone knows that it's disappearing bottom first because this is how we see it disappear on a plane. That's what they're saying, and then they're saying, but that's not why it disappears bottom first.
It's because of curvature, right?
It's because of
built
ball.
in.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
built in
they're
the question.
basically saying in that statement, it disappears bottom first on planes, but that's not why, because we're not on a plane. Even though it looks like a plane, measures like a
Exactly
plane,
right,
uses
right,
as a plane, right? Exactly. Like reinforcing into your brain that it is a plane, but not. It's crazy, man. This shit used to like drive me crazy, man. But
Yeah, I'm still.
just let it come to me whenever I smoke or do shit.
I'm about to take a dab right now, man.
Oh man. All right, Globers, where are you at, man? Go ahead and chime in if you think the Earth is a globe, you think it spins, or you think space is a reality. Go ahead and jump into the chat.
Did you talk to Blobio? He's a cool guy.
Who?
South Africa.
Blobio.
Yeah. His dad is an evolutionist. He's supposed to. Did they ever debate, man? Or what's up?
No, the X didn't come up. No.
Okay, his dad is running away. That's what that means. You know.
You must have it rough then. I mean, you're
Oh,
even if you're not a flat earther. I mean, I think that you, in a household, being with somebody that's very staunch in their position, I think it would be difficult for anyone. I think to have a differing opinion, even for the conversation to be brought up. Not that you believe that the Earth is a flat or anything, but that you just have that conversation. You just.
Oh, bro, his dad watches debates, man. Flat Earth debates.
Oh, he does watch. Okay.
Oh yeah. He's interested in the subject, and he's a Glober, so he should be very interesting. I really want to talk to him. You know, we don't even. We could just have a discussion. You know, you could just bring him in here. We can have a gentle discussion. We're not going to be hostile.
But is he interested in coming in here, Blobio, or like what?
He said he would, but he's not at home right now. He's busy working.
Oh, right on. Yeah, just tell him to hop in here, man.
Yeah, he should be home in about 5 hours.
Does he teach at school or something? Is he a teacher?
Nah, it's just his own opinion.
Oh, he's just of the opinion that the Earth is. Yeah. There's a lot of things that we could challenge him on, especially if he thinks that he's got solid evidence. We can definitely then have a good conversation because it'll kind of make him understand that there really isn't any evidence for the Earth being a globe. But do you
Yeah.
feel like because your dad thinks that the Earth is a globe, that you also think the Earth is a globe, or do you feel like you're more open minded when it comes to those things, or what?
I am more open minded, and I've been in this server for like I think 2 weeks now, and I've tried to give all my reasons, and I just got flat smacked.
You got wrecked. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's
He's really good, man. I like him.
Yeah.
He's
He
for
sounds like a
sure.
cool kid.
No, he's super cool, man. For sure.
Yeah, dude. It's like there's nothing I think the way of what you might call evidence that would be evidence for or suggesting that the Earth is a globe. Have you thought of anything new? Like, because that's what we want people to do. It's a challenge, right? You got to challenge yourself to come up with anything that you can think of that's solid evidence for the Earth being a globe. I mean, just anything.
Yeah, yesterday, I asked why isn't there a proper flat Earth model that both represents the seasons and their night cycle?
What was the answer for that? Or what did they tell you?
They just said it hasn't been done yet, and they didn't give me a reason why.
Okay, and do you think that there is one for the globe? Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay, so could you direct the people listening right now to which one you think is the model for that?
For the globe or flat Earth?
The globe. Because right now in your mind you think it's already established, correct? It's
Yep.
already been established. Okay, so where has that been established? Like, because what we need to do right now, since you're in this state of saying, okay, well, there's something for the globe, but there's nothing for the flat Earth. So I need to know what that something is. And if you could tell us where we can look that information up, or how we can find that information out.
If you just search like on the internet, seasons and day night cycle on the globe, it'll come up with the globe on an axis rotating on its axis and rotating around the sun.
Okay. Yeah, that's all good and well. It does anywhere you can search it would say that. I could tell you that, right? But how can
Yeah.
that be valid? How can that then be validated? Like, you got to be able to validate that information. You can One thing for you to read something in the internet, or somebody to tell you something, right? That's secondhand information. Then can it become firsthand?
And not to mention, if you like, once you dissect it, it doesn't really make sense, because during the summertime they put us further away from the sun.
So,
But anyway, go
Flavio,
ahead.
did you hear what I was asking?
Yeah, I need to
secondhand
validate it.
information, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. How can we do that?
I honestly don't know.
Okay, so see, that's where the problem is, Blavio. So the problem comes in, like, people can, like, a group of us, right, can all say something is true until you validate it and make sure that it is what we're saying. Then it's still just secondhand information. It never becomes something that you can test, repeat, and examine for yourself, because it's just something that you've read and you've always thought it was true. That's not going to cut the mustard here, man. We got to know for sure that the information that they're handing us is the exact thing that it is. So in order for you to be able to do that, you need to examine it for yourself. So good that it says that, right? And you think that it's true. It's another thing for it to actually be true. Do you see what I'm saying, Flavio?
Yeah.
So that's kind of the question I'm asking you, is how are you able to validate that information? What steps can you do to think that this information that you're reading off the internet or a book or anywhere, how can you then validate that? Because that's the next step. One who actually proposes something to be true has made the claim. They are the ones that you need to hold them to the standard of the burden of proof. So they made the claim. They said that the earth is such and such. Now you have to say, okay, we got this model that gives us the understanding of what seasons are, but how can I validate that it's true in order for it to say that, yep, this model, this whatever is absolutely right. Now I want these other people who think differently to produce information to me to tell me how they think that what they think is true. So first you have to validate the actual claim, that's been made that the Earth is a globe and that's why seasons happen, and then you can ask for what you want to ask for the other side. But since you haven't given the example of how we can investigate that, then how can we know that what you're saying is true? You follow me?
Yeah, I see.
So that becomes hard. So is there any way that, and that's kind of the challenge I want to give to you. You have to figure out a way that you could validate that information that you've just said about seasons. Validate it and say, okay, I know that this is true because here's the evidence for it. That makes
Okay,
sense?
I'll try. Yeah, I'll try that.
Cool. So all we ask for when the people come in here and they start talking about the globe, I'm like, okay, well, that's a claim that has been known to be around. People have said they come together and said, "Yep, the Earth is a globe." You know, we all think that. Okay, now can all of you validate it? Because that's the next step. Because there's a claim on the table. That claim has to be met with validation. If it's not, then I could hand wave dismiss it and say you didn't bring any evidence, so I don't have to take your statement as truth. So yeah, it's a challenge for any globe earther that's out there. Come on in here if you think the Earth is a globe. If you're listening on YouTube, and present your evidence, and so that we can examine it. We'll basically go through the same steps as we did with Blabio. We'll ask if you can produce any information that we could look at and provide us with some evidence that the Earth is a globe. If you guys think that it's that easy, and you're gonna find out that it's not. So, luck with that endeavor. Anyways, yeah. So,
And it's good to have you back, Miggy.
yeah, it's been a while. Dude. Like,
yeah, man, it's been a minute. Oh, bro, I've been gone for like 2 years straight, almost, man, or like something like that. Not 2 years, but goodness.
when did you get back, Cyrus? Was it?
So I've been, man, how what 3 weeks now or 2 weeks? You know, kind of steady. Yeah,
Oh,
I would say 2 to 3 weeks, kind of steady. Yeah.
You kind of just got back yourself, huh? Almost.
Yeah, man. Yeah. And the funny thing is, dude, I took like a solid year off, and the day I got back, apparently Jose's been gone too, and he hops back in like the same day I hop back in. I was like, holy shit, I didn't know he was gone, right? Yeah, well, he's gone. He hopped in here like last week for like a minute, then just shoop.
Yeah. It's good to see everybody returning back. Yeah.
Yeah, man. It's how it is, man. It's the cyclic nature of Earth and creation.
Yep.
Ebb and flow. What goes up, the little gremlins must pull down.
Yeah.
It's all gravity, right?
Magical three-toed gnomes.
Gnomes, yep. Hey, man, I swear that's as solid as any other theory of gravity. Because
sure is.
Yeah, it's just and I like that, and that was their first original like theory of how the sun works. They had creatures inside called helions. Yeah, it was legit, man. That was mainstream science back in like 1700s.
I don't know.
No shit, really?
Man.
Oh yeah.
But Cyrus is a studied man, so he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to look into that, man. I've not. That's the first time I've heard that.
I got you, Truth. I'm gonna hit you with a really nice video. I actually know which one it is, so let me go grab it.
Hit me and make me like it.
They're like these little people. Humanoids. That yeah.
Oh, dude! Oh my God! It gets serious, man. Here.
Yeah. Well, sometimes they help people. Sometimes they help people too. But most.
You do. Oh, okay.
Most times they hold things down and push things up.
I've tried to tell you, it's not little gremlins and shit. Bong, I've told you this 100 times. It's not little gremlins holding things down. It's unicorns up there farting, and it's pushing everything down.
Yes.
I think trolls help hold bridges up, but that's just my opinion. Trolls live under bridges. Yeah. Oh man, I thought that would be a funny joke, but bro. Jeez.
It was. I'm just. I have a mouthful right now.
It's alright.
Kind of lame, kind of dry though.
It's alright. Not your best material, but it'll work.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me take a
Dad joke.
sip. I'll fix it.
Trolls. Little trolls.
I tell you, if I ever got into an endeavor, I'd want to have Bong with me because Bong could talk me right out of it. Like he would talk our way out of trouble anywhere where we went.
In school, yeah, in the Navy, yeah. It was like yeah. I talked the teacher out of teaching, man. Yeah, and so I'll ask these questions, and I didn't know that my questions were legit. It's just like a flat earthers questions, but I was a troll, I was trying to like understand. I was like, this is kind of silly, but so I get sarcastic, but sometimes I'll hit a nerve, like sometimes it's man. That's where it came from. I think Samoans are like that.
How many coconuts did you drink today?
Yeah.
Man, that coconut was good, man. I was like, instead of buying a can of coconut water, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna spend another, $1.50 and
I
actually
think
get me a real coconut, and it was delicious, man.
I
Yeah,
think it's
delicious.
3 things, right? Coconut cream, taro, and fish. I think those.
Oh,
I think
nice.
fish
You
might
have
been
to.
Yeah.
I cook everything with coconut cream, my friend. Everything, dude.
So
Oh,
I've
man.
got a little when something goes bad, it needs to have bacteria in it, right? It has bacteria needs to grow on it so that it can, and then the bacteria will consume it. So what happens with because the coconut is a hard shell, and I'm just wondering because I have a coconut in there in the cabinet. I don't know why I haven't thrown it away. I guess it's because I've had it for so long. The thing is like 6 or 7 years old. It's been in there for like 6 or 7 years.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, I would check it out.
But there's no bacteria. Like it's not been
It's
opened.
good.
So
Yeah.
Is it like a green coconut?
no,
No, it's probably brown by now, even if it was green. 7 years, like, damn, what? That's crazy. It must be super
like I've had
sweet.
it since before I came into flat Earth.
I think they shrink a bit, and like the water, like I'm not sure, but this is from like experience, right? Drinking a lot overseas. Like the smaller they get, like the hard, it goes from green to brown, right? Transitions, and as it transitions, like the water gets sweeter, and you get less of it, but it gets sweeter and sweeter and sweeter. And when they're green, it's like it's got like a gallon of water in there, like green coconuts. Yeah.
If when it's green, there's the flesh and the juice. You can drink it, and it's soft and edible. But when you remove it from the tree, it won't go brown and harden the way it would if you left it on the tree. It would go brown, and then the flesh would thicken, and that's where you get the coconut cream from. And then there's a thing inside that grows out and becomes the tree. Yeah, so it'll
Yeah, I
fall.
remember.
It'll just fall. Yeah, off of the tree.
Yeah, I remember one that I opened like one time. It's like the flesh was all rubbery,
Yeah, that's the
And
green
then
one.
another one. Yeah, and then another one. It
that
was
green,
more crisp and crunchy. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the brown one, right? So yeah, you grind up that
You let
flesh.
it get brown on the tree, correct?
Yeah.
And then you just let it fall whenever it's ready, ripe, or yeah, correct?
Yep. Or you throw a rock at the bunch, and then they'll all come down.
Of course.
Because they'll be loose. Yeah. And then you would husk it, crack it open, like split it down the middle. There's a middle line. You can tell which one is the middle line. You just whack it once, and it's the perfect break down the middle. And then we scrape. There's this tool, and then we use the scrape the flesh off of like a grinding.
So you're telling me that coconut could still be good after all this time?
No, I wouldn't. I'll check that out.
Check it out. No, just check it out.
No, I'm going to. I've been meaning to.
Yeah.
But
I've
I've had it
from
for
the ER, man. Like, you guys suck.
I believe in coconuts.
Drink it or eat it.
I believe in them. I believe in nature. If no bacteria or no like fungus or bacteria got to the flesh, I think it's going to be solid. I would drink it personally. Oh my god, aged
Yeah, I
coconut.
don't see how I don't see how anything could be like. I mean, I don't know. It's
God gave you
like you said, no bacteria and shit. You know.
The
God
best
gave you
way
a
to eat
nose
coconut,
for a reason.
the best
Smell
way
the
to
water
eat it,
because it's sugar. If it fermented, you'll know if it's So
yeah, the fresh is the best way to have it. Like I've never had any like straight out of the nut is the best way.
yeah,
Not too
out of the
old though.
nut.
Yeah.
Yes, direct from the nut.
Wait, so the cream, man, you could put it on any seafood, and it'll turn it into
And
like
bro, I put on everything. And
delicious.
like, I eat ground beef like all day long. That's all I eat. So I cook 5 pounds of ground beef with a couple of cans of coconut milk
Hey, best
and
soup you'll ever eat. Make it with
and
coconut.
whatever. Yeah, but I thicken it. It's like a paste sort of thing, and I just make burritos out of it all day long.
And
Yeah,
coconut
or
has so
rice
much good
or
stuff in it.
whatever.
Is that good? I've never had it like that.
Oh, bro, listen, I use coconut milk as a base for anything and everything, and it depends on the spices.
You want a
Like
cream, right?
from curry to whatever else, like mesquite. Oh my
Yeah.
god, mesquite and coconut milk together with red meat. Oh my, I don't know. I'm gonna go cook right
sounds
now.
good.
It's delicious,
curry
man.
and
I'm
coconut.
telling you.
Yeah,
Telling you.
it's
No,
awesome.
curry and coconut is like, it's awesome. For sure. Curry everything you can.
So
but
what am I looking for
then
in
you
the
start
supermarket?
smelling like curry.
What's the name of what? Is it just coconut water or like?
No, coconut
Coconut
milk. It's the cooking coconut milk or cream. If you can find the cream, it's more expensive usually, but I'll go with the cream, of course, if they have it.
Coconut cream.
And it's
Oh,
just
yeah,
like any other kind of cream, or like it's weird.
It's like a can.
It's
Can
the
off the shelf.
you know when you grind the flesh and then you squeeze it. What we do is we squeeze it and then the cream comes out. That's the cream.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what you use to cook with. Yeah, like what he was saying, you can put that in your fish, you can turn it into a creamy. But then there's the coconut oil. That's more of that's a process, you know. You could buy that,
So
you
when
could
you
cook with it.
so when you make the burritos, do you mix like the coconut water with something to make the burrito, or do you use? Is it just the coconut cream itself that you're making the
The
burrito?
cream. Yeah, the coconut cream. Okay, so the coconut milk I buy is pretty much just coconut cream. So that's why I buy that specific brand and that specific brand only, because it's extremely thick for coconut milk. So it's really creamy, high levels of fat in it, and that's what I want. Right, the MCT oil, medium chain triglyceride. That's coconut oil. And I mean coconut oil has MCT, right? So, anyways, that goes into the ground beef.
Good.
That goes into the ground beef with. I mix up the flavor. Like I sometimes, most of the time I use mesquite or like I don't know, apple something, whatever.
I'm gonna try that, dude.
Just mix it up. That it doesn't have to be a curry, but usually like in Asia,
Bro,
it's
you
usually
gotta come to the islands
it's a
and
curry thing.
you gotta
Oh,
come
I
to the
cook,
Sounds like
islands.
a serious cooking show.
Experiment. Yeah,
I've been to
exactly right.
Malaysia.
Just,
I've been to Malaysia,
man,
and
let's go do
yeah,
flat
I
earth
cooked
and
myself.
some cooking shows.
Oh, that fermented
So I'll
garlic they
smack
got,
everybody.
man, in
Yeah,
Asia. You can
yeah.
buy this garlic that's not regular garlic. It's like dark. It's like
Fermented.
it's fermented garlic.
It's yeah,
Yeah, black garlic.
heated
My
slowly. It's
God,
caramelized. It's heated slowly for 2 days.
yeah,
That sounds
it
good.
is.
Freaking like
It is.
candy, man.
It is delicious, man. When you
You have
put that in
to
your
make yourself
curry
stop eating
paste,
it. Yeah.
it is so good.
Freaking
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's like once you start eating it, you can't stop. You have to make yourself stop eating
Yeah.
just by itself.
Yeah,
Man, next
Imagine
time you make
having
some
the
carne
munchies.
asada, bro, mix it up, man. Put some coconut cream in there, some mesquite. Check it out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
they
wanna
sell it
try
at
that.
Walmart. You go to Walmart, you can hook it up, man. Coconut cream in a can, looks like.
Bro,
Yeah,
get
that's
it from
what we
Walmart.
use here, man. It sucks. In
Not the
Australia.
dragon kind. I'll snap a picture of it's blue. It's baby blue, and you'll find multiple types. Get the baby blue one, or like blue one,
Yeah,
or whatever.
you
That's the
can
one.
just
It's thick. It's extremely like heavy.
guide me to like which one's the right one, because I'm looking at one right now, but it doesn't. I don't know if it's the one you're talking about.
Here, post a pic. Let's see.
Okay.
I know but I always buy it. Like
Let me Let me do a screenshot.
You don't gotta do it at Walmart though. You can go to Kroger's, you know, or
I
some
haven't tried.
smaller.
Where I live, it's fucking limited. Like
There's one.
it's this
Well,
or
this
and
one right here.
Safeway. So.
I'm looking at that
No,
one.
not cream. Yeah, go ahead, grab that cream then. Yes, the other one is coconut milk and it's cheaper. This is like I think it's about $4. The one I buy is $1.60. It's coconut milk, but it's like cream, you know.
Less water.
However, the cream is better. It depends what you want to do. Like I let most of the water evaporate. So, you know, it's cheaper that way. You know, I know how to cook, you know, so I can use coconut milk and slowly evaporate it, you know, thicken the sauce.
There's a couple of pics here. I don't know which one you're talking about.
You only posted one.
So
but
the coconut
dude,
water.
The cream is solid, man. That cream's solid.
Coconut water is inside the coconut, right? It doesn't come from the cream, and the oil comes from the flesh when it's yeah. Well, the water is inside the nut, so we don't do it. We just pour it out, or you know, I think we use
Drink
it in
it
one
or-
dish. Yeah, drink it. I drink it. I always drink it. Yeah,
I love it. Yeah, I love it.
You can
Yeah,
also
man,
get
yes.
oil. You can also get oil from the flesh, I believe. I remember seeing
Yes.
people like grab the flesh, put it in a pan, quickly add a little bit of heat to it, separate the
100%,
oil, put it in someone's hair.
Yeah.
I think
That's why if you use cream, the cream is all fat, so it's straight up the oils pretty much from the coconut flesh. So
Add
coconut
salt.
cream is delicious.
You want to salt it though? 'Cause-
Himalayan. Use Himalayan, please. Proper.
So, Crack, you got your culinary game on too, or what?
That's straight, bro.
Crypto.
Nah, is that bong style?
Fucking Crack, bro. What you
And
doing,
Mickey.
dude?
How is it?
Yeah,
Is that Miggy?
I was
Miggy
like,
as
where's
well?
Brett?
No
Miggity,
way.
miggity, Mac, Daddy.
I thought you were Crypto, man. What's up, man? Good to
What's
hear
up?
you,
We got
man.
Bong style, we got Miggy, we got Crack in the
Back,
house.
everybody.
Cirrus as well. No
What
way.
is good, man?
Yeah,
What
but
is good?
yeah.
Old school gang.
It's the cycles,
Yeah.
man. Earth is on a repeated cycle, so we
So-
went away for a
so-
while, but we all came back.
It is, yeah.
So you went out and forgot me, Craig Village.
Hey.
I don't
That
know
was
why
that.
y'all think that he sounds like Crypto. Him and
Dude,
Crypto
I-
doesn't sound
Thank
anything
you,
alike.
True. We sound
feel-
nothing alike. If I sound like
Nothing.
Crypto,
It's
that's
that
the
British shit,
compliment.
you know.
Listen, Crypto is about 200% better spoken than me, guys. That's why
You
he's a lot better spoken than I am. So you shouldn't
But-
really be getting so tripped up by me. I don't know.
I'm talking about the tone, eh? Like,
You
if the
sound
tone
like him,
close
yes.
enough, the accent, I can barely
We
tell.
are from the same area. We are from the same
Bongstyle
area.
knows music, man. Yeah, he says tone. It is tone, dog. I believe you, and I agree. Tone it is. Then that's the right word.
For some people who have the same accent, you know, the tone is different. I could totally tell who it is apart. But when it's in the same, I see people on YouTube, you know, like, damn, that sounds like Crypto or crack, like, you know, or
I
somebody.
don't know.
heard, like,
Maybe it's because I get into voices, but it's like I don't even.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't get into voices, but like I don't know. I can get triggered by certain voices, right? And I pay attention to voices. So, but they don't sound.
Yeah, and I didn't know
we
you were
don't
around,
know.
so. Yeah.
You know what I get a lot is that they confuse me with Drace, like all the time.
Really?
Yeah.
Bro, I
Yeah, I
confuse
don't see
you
that
with
one.
Get to Get. I am
Me?
just
No.
now, like in the last year or couple months, been able to distinguish you guys' voice because he talks slower than you. That's
And they
why
ain't
I know
anybody.
it's
Maybe Colossal off of
it's weird.
what's that show? Colossal. Like nobody sounds
Get
like
Be-
Get Me Get except for Colossal.
Yeah, Get Beget would be the perfect ASMR person to host like in an
He's like,
yeah,
no shit, man. It's like when he would come on, I'd be like, all right, it's time for me to go to bed now, and then he would put me to sleep every time.
I love his stories, man. I love his
everybody,
stories, dude.
you know, everybody
Get Me
secretly
Get's
wants
brilliant.
everybody's secretly wanting him to launch into a story. Every time he comes in,
Yeah.
you're like, dude, please talk about something that takes forever. Like that's all.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
some
Wait, I
deep.
got it. I got you right here. Wait, where is it?
Oh, you have what?
Wait.
Pearl's on the job, man. She's.
Miggy,
Oh,
scoop
dude,
up some
where
of
is
them
it?
mesquite.
Oh, okay. Is that what you're? Yeah, but give me the coconut cream, the one that you use. I want to do exactly what you're doing though.
Exactly. Okay. Well, what are you gonna cook? All right. So what are you gonna make? How about that?
I'm gonna throw some ground beef, man. I want to make a burrito like the way you're talking about.
Oh, all right, all right, all right. Well, I toss in some olives in there, man. And it depends. Sometimes I toss in beans. Sometimes I don't. My diet is just straight up meat, and like I get my carbs from the bread. That's when I do like best. For me, it works solid. Like the beans, I added in there for kind of flavor, but it just gets shat out the other end. And when you eat like a single diet, you're very like you're aware of what comes out. It's like, oh, okay, what did I eat, man? It's like the volume of shit just increases by 2. You know, it's like what's going on here? Why are we shitting so much? It's the beans, right? It's like your body doesn't. My body doesn't extract that much stuff from it, so it's like okay. So
I wonder if you were like
But it makes
very,
you
very active, if you were working really hard, if your body would use up all of it. Because my body always does. I don't know. I don't know about beans though.
man, beans. I don't know. It's you know, I'd
I use
rather
it as
eat
a
like
paste.
fish and like shrimp all day long. Yeah, man, like popcorn shrimp all day. Oh my god, yes. And like where you're living, motherfucker. Like shrimp and coconut diet, pineapples.
I'm
You
stuck in
know.
Sydney, dude. I'm stuck in Sydney,
Oh,
dude.
Sydney. Oh, dude, you suck. Go back to Samoa, man.
That's what I'm saying, man. I have to buy coconut in a can, and it's like it doesn't smell as
Coconut
you know.
in a
It doesn't have the.
can.
I so what the first time I smelled it, I was like, this stinks. I mean, oh well, you know, because in Samoa, we ferment, we do ferment the coconut milk, right?
That's funny, man.
And then we eat it with the breadfruit, you know, the old people do, because it's the bacteria in the fermented coconut milk and the water that's good bacteria. So it's like, you know, when I crack open the can, it's like, oh, it's like, all right, you know, it's still good, you know what I mean? Just because, you know, it
Gotcha,
smells a little
Miggy.
bit, it's not as fresh smelling, but
That's the one I
still
that's
got
the one
the
I
good
buy,
stuff.
bro. It's cheap and really good, so it's perfect. Like it's actually I've tried more expensive stuff and it's like inferior quality. So, however, the cream that you posted is superior because it's straight cream. But milk to milk, this is the best. But cream, no, cream is I would buy both, man. Just experiment with both.
Yeah.
You'll see. The consistency is like totally different. Cream is delicious. It's awesome. But you can turn the milk into cream by simmering out, you know, the water, you know, evaporating the water. It gets, you know.
You know, you can make. What is it you can do at the film? Wait, that's serious. What is it you do? Is it serious speaking? You know the film
Yeah, man.
bit that you get. That's like when it's an underdeveloped coconut, right? The flesh is almost like a congealed sort of. It would remind you almost of
jelly.
like like a jelly, but like
yeah.
the membrane of a very developed plant. Like I don't know if you ever
You
took
just
apart a very
you
developed
eat
plant,
that.
but
Yeah.
you can
Have
eat
you ever
that
tried
part.
it?
But if you
Oh yeah.
yeah, of course. But if you chuck it in the pan, right?
All right.
I forgot how to do it. If you chuck it in the pan, put it up to a certain heat, you can separate some like oil and it comes out almost like a coconut milk. Do you know what I mean? Like it comes
I
out like
gotcha.
milk pretty much.
To
But it
separate,
isn't milk, and
the oil
it's
from
not the same as it's not the same as normal coconut oil. It's not the same as coconut milk. But to make a curry with, like, if you can get like 3 or 4 of those skins to make like a chicken korma out of it or something like that, like you
Yeah,
get this
sure.
very authentic taste, and then
Proper.
yeah, and
Proper.
that adds sort of the
Meal, man.
viscosity as well. Yeah, it adds the viscosity,
Yeah.
bro, because it's gelatinous, right?
Right.
But it's not
Right.
gelatine.
Right.
It's really, really, really good.
Oh, I love coconut. Everything, man. The coconut Red Bull is fucking delicious. Everything coconut, delicious.
Oh no! Wait, coconut Red Bull?
Oh, you haven't tried that one? It's the white can.
No, I haven't. Like,
Oh, you're missing out.
I'm a Red Bull freak. Like, I get
It's really
That's
nice.
my Achilles heel.
How about the blueberry one? Have you tried the blueberry Red Bull?
Yeah,
How about
I don't care much for like. I like, to be honest with you, I like the original. I mean,
Same here.
like I
It's
tried the blueberry, and at first, when I first started drinking it, I liked it, and then I liked the cranberry, and I tried the other flavors, but it's like when
Okay.
I got hooked on it, it's like the thing that I craved was the original flavor.
the OG. All right, I
You
feel you.
can't beat the original flavor.
Yeah, I know it's unique, but the coconut, man, the coconut
There
one
is
is
something about that
it's up
coconut
there.
flavor one, though, isn't there? So, like, all of the other ones, I'd say the same as truth. Like, I wouldn't take any other one over the coconut one, but the coconut one's also got its own special flavor, hasn't it? Really, that's what's
Oh,
cool
you
about it.
mean the coconut flavored Red Bull? I thought you meant
Right.
mixing the Red Bull with coconut milk. I was like,
No,
for the
no,
actual,
that's crazy.
you know how they do the alcoholic drinks and they do
Yeah,
the Red
yeah,
Bull? Yeah. So I thought
yeah.
that's
Is
okay.
it
I
just
got it.
flavoring though?
That's funny.
Is
Yeah,
it
that
is
would
it
be nice.
is it just the flavoring or is it real coconut in it?
It's artificially flavored, I'm sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But it's delicious, man.
Yeah,
Just
Red
buy
Bull's
it.
not out there trying to be healthy.
Just the white can. It's
His
delicious.
answer to that was like, "It's delicious." Don't worry about how it's flavored.
Don't worry.
It's delicious.
Listen, if you the chemicals are like 2 paragraphs long, so just don't even don't fuck with it. You don't want to be drinking that,
Mate,
right? So
that's a
just
lot.
drink it,
That's
man.
a lot for your
Just
money.
drink it.
That's a lot for your
It's-
money. I'm sorry, but that's value for money right there. If you get 2
It is.
paragraphs, right?
That's
But
Come
right.
on.
Look at
hold up,
the
and there,
wizardry that goes into this.
but it's healthy for you, dude. It's got calcium, niacin, vitamin B6, and vitamin B12.
That's what I say. That's my
Niacin.
argument, and I drink
Bro,
a
I
lot of
used,
them.
I used to buy niacin pills, tablets in the Navy to pass the.
Yeah,
So if you smoked on Friday, yeah, and you popped them on Sunday,
help
you
wash the
should be
system out.
yeah, Sunday morning, you should be all right on Monday. Yeah, because it's always on Monday.
But yeah, I think you have to take a flood dose of niacin in order for it to clear out your system because, like you can do it with different compounds. Niacin is one way, but yeah, like the test now, you wouldn't get away with it. But back in the day, back in the day, you could do that and like just do that and then be like, right, sweet, pass the
I
test.
did it. I did it like twice, and once I had to do a drug test. But man, it felt like my skin was burning the whole day.
Yeah.
Damn.
My friend was like, "That's what I was supposed to do." Like, it's like,
Yeah,
Yeah, that
yeah,
means it
it does.
worked.
It's pretty, yeah, it does, yeah.
My skin felt like it was burning all day. Yep, that means it worked. Because it's literally that's what it does, bro. It's like it is like one of the biggest vasodilators out there. So if it dilates your whole vascular system, then you've got all this extra like oxygen running around the arterial walls and stuff like that. Have you guys heard of molecular hydrogen treatment? Which is like very interesting. Have you seen the way they clean engines now to like lower the emissions and stuff like that?
yeah.
They autonomize fuel. So what they autonomize fuel, but what they really do is they sort of crack fuel down into the smallest, like particle to particle ratio over a distance. And really what they're doing with the engine is they're just pumping a shit ton of hydrogen, pure hydrogen, through the engine to the exhaust. And obviously hydrogen wants to bond to everything, right? So it rips everything out of the system. But then looking into a treatment for basically radiation sickness, right, it's molecular hydrogen treatment, right? So this is essentially effectively the same thing. They autonomize hydrogen down to on a very small scale, spread out over a bigger distance, as in like you diffuse it in this way in a machine. You pump it into the blood of the person, either by them inhaling it, I imagine, or via a form of intravenous. And what it's able to do, because it's hydrogen, it's able to grab heavy metals even out of the brain, because obviously hydrogen is able to travel everywhere in the body, because everywhere has a blood barrier, right? It even passes the blood-brain barrier. You see what I mean?
Good
So
thing. Yep. When it does that, grabbing the
yeah,
metals.
yeah.
That is cool.
Something that needs to be looked into, 100%.
I'm gonna go get me a bottle of hydrogen gas and just start snorting it.
I don't know if I'd do that.
And that's why the coconut is the tree of life.
Yes. I agree, Bog.
Do you know how weird it is? I come in here, everyone's talking about coconuts. Yesterday, I had a 40-minute conversation myself about coconuts.
About coconuts? Wow.
Yeah, and then I come in here today, and then everyone's
trending.
talking about coconuts.
Well, the funny thing is, I'm gonna make a bong out of my shell. Like I preserved the whole. I didn't crack it. Like I drilled the hole from up top now. Where I'll post a final pic once I'm done.
Use the drinking hole for smoking, and then try to poke the hole from, to light it.
I'm gonna make
to
something
stick your
legit.
pipe in it. All
Something
right.
real nice.
You ever made a
class.
hookah out of a pineapple?
Look! Take the coconut, right? You gotta polish it. All right, now you can polish it so it's
Yes,
nice and
indeed.
beautiful, right? Right, buff it
Exactly.
right.
Yeah,
That
it looks
shine,
so
bro.
nice. Yeah, man. Like super dark.
Yeah,
Yep,
you could polish it and then varnish it. You could even do like a French polish on it. You could imagine doing a
Design
French
on it.
polish on it.
Yeah,
That would
maybe
be
put a
sweet.
design on it.
Yeah,
Put your
man.
name
Yeah,
on it,
you
whatever.
could do that. I wonder what it comes out like. I know. So on the top, it's obviously on the wood of the coconut. You have the fibrous like husk sort of part, right? Once you
Yeah.
take all of that away, I'm imagining that is what the coconut shell is, right? Is that with maybe a small amount of resin mixed in with it, like to make it more slick
It's
and seamless.
hard. Yeah, it's dark.
Well,
Yeah,
when-
dark and super hard. Like
But that's
like
what I'm saying
hard.
about if you start, if you do start to polish it up, does it go very dark and shiny?
No.
Then, I imagine.
Oh
Or
yes,
does it
yes.
go dark, or does
It's
it
like
go
a
dark?
hardwood after, right? Like when
Yeah,
it's going,
extremely hardwood, extremely dense.
and the way it
it's got a lot
burns,
of
man. Like that's the best barbecue charcoal ever, man. The way it burns, we use it
Really?
to cook the oven. Yeah,
Nice.
those hot rocks. Those hot rocks. Like we use hardwood
Yeah,
to
man.
make our oven, right, to cook. And then we
Yeah, of
use these
course.
rocks from the river. And in order to get these rocks really hot and to burn the wood, we use the coconut shells at the bottom to start the fire, like all
Nice.
the way at the bottom.
Yeah, and then
There's
that
these small
creates
rocks at
like
the
a
bottom.
convection. That creates a
Right.
convection bowl.
And it
Nice.
flames up, man. It goes. And it makes
Coconut
these
flame,
noises,
man.
these sounds like it's the oil and the hardwood,
I
the
suppose the
coconut.
shell. Yeah, the shell itself is going to be brilliant, because it's the shape, right? It's like a dome, right? So if you light that on fire, no matter what, you're going to have higher to pressure pockets in that fire, right? You're going to have.
I use coconut
Okay.
charcoal for my hookahs. I buy it from Amazon. Coconut whatchamacallit? It's coconut charcoal, so it's pretty much it's well, gasified coconut, ground up
It's
coconut
almost.
husk.
I've heard of like when they basically get coconut shells and they grind it up into like a paste and then they stick it back together with like more resin or whatever. But it's almost like dehydrated when they do it. Well, those bars that
Check
you
these
buy.
balls out. Check this out. What kind of wood do you think this is? Beautiful, ain't
See,
it?
like, tell you what
It's
burns
really
for a
nice.
long time. Cherry wood.
What
Burns.
kind
I
of
say
wood do you think?
coconut since we're talking about coconuts.
Come on,
Oh, it's
Truth,
a
you got it.
coconut.
That's a coconut,
That's a
dog.
coconut
That's
shell.
coconut, man. That's a coconut shell.
Yeah, man.
It looks
Look
good,
at that.
man.
It looks
Yeah.
real
But you-
good, man. It's crazy.
But you can see what I
Look,
mean by
yeah.
it's a fibrous / resinous
Yep.
like type of wood, which is extremely
Yep.
weird to find fibers that long that are like separate too.
That's
with such
see
a resinous wood.
that proves evolution right there. The coconut shell.
Yeah.
See, yep, it
The
evolved.
pepper.
It evolved
Look at
into
the
this
It went,
to keep
it
the
went from
water inside.
similar to
It made,
Volsol wood.
it made itself extremely dense over time to preserve the water from escaping. Man, it can think of everything on its own. It's crazy.
Well, a coconut actually proves like the Earth being an open and closed system, because a coconut has to be an open system at some point for the water to get in there. But at the end, it's 100% hermetically sealed, which means you can have an open and closed system. So that's the second law of thermodynamics violation.
Oh,
sort
hey,
out
hey,
as well.
hey! Did you guys? I don't know. The Samoan house or the Polynesian house has got a dome roof. So the story is, the legend is, the gods, the god Tangaloa called the meeting, decide what kind of roof shape, and Tangaloa decided, we shall shape it after the sky, like the sky, dome roof, and it survives hurricanes. the architecture is awesome. You guys check it out. But I was like, flat Earth, coconut, like domes. And it's like the sky is a dome. I was like, what the? Flat Earth is everywhere. So
Wait, though, Get just made a comment. We were talking about you a minute ago. Did you hear her? I always say get or get got. So yeah, you got to introduce that guy to the room.
you guys are gonna laugh when I share this. Guess what I'm gonna? So this is the story of the coconut. The coconut Batman.
It's quite well drawn, isn't it? That's how I expect Coconut Batman to look.
The Coconut TV.
Batman, where's that at? Hold on, where the fuck is this?
This is where the
Oh my
coconut.
God.
This tale tells the coconut is known to be the fruit or tree of life for its refreshing juice and nourishing. The story. So yeah, the eel. Basically that's the story of it. But cool story. But I don't know, man. It sounds like some Greek.
I reckon you could
That
make
sounds
a.
like some Greek mythology stuff.
I tell you what, I've just realised the coconut would be one of the most efficiently, one of the quickest ways to make a handguard go into war, because you could take like a set of 3 of them, because obviously certain handguards that were full, or like a half handguard, right, or a basket handguard, they're always too heavy for their own good.
They're weak. They'll shatter. They shatter.
I know they'll shatter. That's the whole point. Yeah, that's the whole point. But when we're talking
Reinforce
about
it with
this is the point.
fiberglass.
Well, even something as even something as simple as to use it for lack of a better term, if any of you guys know what mithril is, right, out of like Lord of the Rings, okay. Well, no, it's a real thing though, isn't it? It's wires crossed over in order to encapsulate something with rigidity in both directions, right? So you'd basket this basically using wires. So that would be the form, and then the wires would be the reinforcement of that, and then it would be, if it did shatter, it would be encapsulated by the wire. But the point would be is that it would remove so much weight, as opposed to having a piece of brass hammered out as a basket. They used to even use material and like leather and stuff like that for a majority of part of the handguard. I'm just saying these would be perfect, especially for training and stuff like that.
Yep, it depends on the weapon.
Are you smoking a joint? Yeah, crack. Crack villain? I don't know. Yeah, it sounded like he was.
Crack.
Yeah, you are. Right?
Yeah, I was smoking.
Yeah, that's what I thought. My smoke detector ears, started up.
Yeah.
I was like, hell, is that
You can
man? That
hear him
sounds like
trying
someone.
to. You can hear him trying to hold it in as he's talking.
Yeah.
Doesn't let the smoke out.
And you can the tone
Trying
of
to
his
talk
voice
without
changes,
breathing?
right? Yeah. He's got smoke in the voice box.
No use in breathing, man.
All right, I'll fire up the bong then. If that's how it is, I see how it is.
It's the best barbecue charcoal ever.
Yes, ever.
Yeah, looking
Clean.
at it seems to be.
Super clean.
Your chicken comes out like, oh man.
I bet it does. You know
Sounds
when you like
smoked,
coconut Samoan chicken, bro.
right, grilled over fresh coconut shells with the coconut fat still inside.
Delicious.
Because there's still some, because when you scrape it to make coconut milk, there's still some coconut left in those
coconuts are cheaper,
and when that burns, it's like, oh man, and it just creates this heat and this smell. It's like going into your chicken that's been marinated overnight, and it's dripping onto it, and it won't go out. It maintains its heat for like 2-3 hours, like just one sitting. Like you don't even have to replace it.
Here's something else you can do when you make, like if you make a soup, and when you make your soup, use coconut milk, right? And then you can, like you can use whichever garlic you want, but you could take every health route that you wanted to, but take some raw almonds and grind them up into like a powder, into little tiny powdery like granules or whatever. Like you can use a coffee grinder. I just use like a little $8 bought at Walmart little blender type thing, that I put my fruits and shit in and grind them up. But grind it up, make a powder out of it, and then don't heat the almonds. But once you fix your soup, like it takes so little, like you can eat your portions will be so small, and then it will it'll last all day long. You won't be hungry for probably at least 8 to 10 hours. If you fix your soup like this, take a bunch of almonds and grind them up and sprinkle the almonds on top of your soup raw. That way you're not actually heating the almonds. That way you can still get the B17 out of it, out of the almonds. It's good for you. And it'll fill you up. And it's really good. It makes your soup taste great.
Good protein too. Delicious.
Almonds are my favorite. Yeah.
Oh, real quick.
Yeah, I remember like.
I was gonna say, getting back to the conversation we had previous to this one. That
Oh,
guy
yeah.
Ranty. How long was he?
Yeah.
How long was he jumping back to the globe Earth? Like, was it like months ago, or he just do that recently?
It was I think it was a little bit longer than months ago, but I think he really started. When was it he started going public with it? Ranty's been saying he's gone back to the globe for a little while, right?
Oh, I don't know. I was just kind of mentioning that because I know that.
I
just
think it was
recently
a
that
month.
video was-
A month now. Something like that. A
About to
month,
say,
maybe
ask
two.
Roger. Yeah. A month, maybe 2. Yeah.
Maybe 2 months. Yeah.
You used to hang
Yeah,
out
I
in that
thought
group,
so.
Roger? Is that right? You would hang
Sorry?
out, like, you would hang out with Ranty's or whatever.
With Ranties?
Yeah.
You didn't hang out with them, did you, Roger?
No, he
Oh,
didn't
okay.
came. So what I've heard was that he had fallouts with lots of flat earthers, and probably the money was better at the globe side. So yeah.
Yeah.
Because if I'm not mistaken, I remember there was I want to say there was a debate between like Nathan Thompson and some other Globie on Modern Day Debate, and the Globie was mentioning Ranty, and I was like, why the heck would he mention Ranty if he's like not for Globe? But then now that all this happened, it makes sense. Like maybe he never
Oh yeah,
really
he went
was a flat
over.
Earth.
Oh, he
You know?
was never a flat earther, dude. No, he was definitely never a flat earther because, yeah.
Well, I don't know. I mean, Anthony says he was a friend. Is a friend, and they went to multiple observations with each other. So
Is he just a shill then, or what?
I don't know.
Not Anthony. Not Anthony.
Tell me. People.
Yeah, it's not possible. There's no way. It's like unseeing something that you've seen. Like you can't come back from it.
That's where I'm at.
I don't even know what's going on, man.
I mean,
So
you might not want to realize that it is, and just deny it. But there's no way that you can unsee it. Like it's the toothpaste
his
is
real-
out of the tube.
Is his real name known to the public? Like like Helios?
Just Ranty?
Yeah, so he's still anonymous. Like
I guess so.
Yeah.
Oh, then he shouldn't have any reason. I mean,
Who's that? Who's that person? That Ranty person
Ranty.
again?
Ranty?
I do not know. Who's that?
Yeah. So Ranty.
I always thought he was a
Go
global.
ahead.
No, you go ahead, Roger. Go ahead.
Yeah, he was a flat earther, and he had a show. He was podcasting on his show, and he had tons of own observations and showing the Globers how perspective. He was Mr. Optics, right? And now he found a picture from Bev. And
That's why I don't believe it.
Sorry?
That's why I don't believe it. He was Mr. Optic.
Bev, try thinking from here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And he he stared at the picture and he now claims that if the Earth is flat, the mountains at the back of the picture wouldn't be doing what they are doing. So the Earth cannot be flat. That's his
What
whole
are they
shtick now.
doing, right? It's like, what are they doing?
Yeah, but what they're doing is not like there is no compulsion. Chocolate saying what you saying. But yeah, so that image does not comport with a globe whatsoever. So I really don't quite get his point. What up?
What up? Chocolate.
What you saying, Hussein, bruv?
What is
What up?
happening?
But
Crackle,
Miggy,
crackle.
what's up, Chocolate?
What's up, chocolate? What's
So
up,
Miggy, have you
Goku?
heard about Witsit and his tour?
Yeah, I heard that he got in jail for a while.
Yeah, and then he split up,
Miggy, what up, bro?
or he
What's up, Chocolate?
It's good at home.
Hanging out with the fam, the FE fam.
That's what's up, man.
He came back home. You knew he's gonna go back home soon.
Yeah, he got in a fight with Nathan. All that stuff, and now he's doing it on his own with another guy.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know that he
What,
went.
what we talking
with
about?
somebody
Flat
else.
Earth drama?
Yeah.
Sorry?
That
Yeah,
flat
he
Earth
got in a
beef.
he got in a
Feelings and
fight
shit.
with Nathan and Nathan allegedly stole a phone and money, and so it's all drama.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
But
Nathan has always been a piece of shit.
As the world doesn't turn.
Which Nathan is this Nathan?
That is true.
Which Nathan is this? So I am informed.
Thompson, not Oakley.
Isn't he on here? He's on the server. He right? He hops
Used
in
to be.
on that.
Used
He
to be.
used
I
to
think
be. Not
he's
anymore.
Did he get
He's not
banned?
welcome here.
Wow, how
Yeah,
interesting.
He's not welcome
Oh,
here as far
shit.
as I'm concerned.
Oh, some drama happened. Wow, last time. Wow, okay.
Well, his
This is
getting
recent.
banned. His getting banned is independent of that issue,
It's
right?
independent, yeah.
Yeah. He got banned because he was just a fucking rude, obnoxious asshole.
Okay. Okay.
exactly that.
Literally what she just said.
Back here?
He talks
Sorry?
a lot.
Is Witz is still
Maybe?
coming back to the 24?
Yeah, he was here
Yeah.
yesterday. Yesterday he was
Yeah.
here.
Cool.
I saw he was in yesterday, yeah.
And he fought
All I
with
know is it was the shit when
Yeah.
Witsit was in front of the fucking White House, just going at it, bro. I was loving that shit. Like,
Times
people
Square.
can't even deal with this. Y'all not ready for this guy. I didn't see the Times Square one, but I saw the one in front of the White House. I was just like, yeah, bro, get him. Shit was great. Normies ain't ready for this, man. That's one that's one thing I realized. Like,
Oh, Normie
a
is
lot
one
of
of
people,
the normies, man.
they're just not ready, man. That's why we get treated the way we do. 'Cause
I went away. Listen, I went away for a little bit. I came back and I thought I would hear even maybe a snigger about a new argument, and I haven't. I've heard nothing,
bro,
really. I've
the,
heard
the, the
nothing.
new argument, the new argument is that it's locally flat. It's that
Yeah.
effective. I mean, you know what the new argument is? The new arguments are our old arguments. That's what the new
I
argument
know.
is.
That's what I mean. There ain't no new one.
Yeah,
I
that's
heard a
what.
new one. I heard a new one
I've heard the
recently, man.
attempt. I've heard the attempts, guys, but I've not heard the. You know.
Nah. I got a good one, man. Why do
Yeah, that's
ships?
what Renty is saying
Why do
now,
ships
right?
disappear bottom first, man?
Same
After
shit,
his
different day.
after his picture, he's now claiming that it's locally flat, so we can all have our model now. So the flat earthers can have their locally flat Earth, and the ballers
Yeah.
can still have their globe because there are locally patches of flat water everywhere, like a golf ball. So
Oops,
yeah.
there goes that 8 inch per mile squared. Oops. How
I
you
want-
locally flat? You got 8 inch per mile squared of drop. That's a little weird.
What if flat earthers want a little bit more local flat, right? What if we want the whole Earth?
What up, bro? I didn't even know you were in here, man.
What up, chocolate? What's
He's got a
Goku?
weird name.
The coconut bongs, man.
Right?
What's your name,
What?
bro? John Kimball?
Oh, yeah.
What is that?
I know, right?
That's just for, other people, man.
That's
Yeah,
good,
yeah,
man.
cool, cool.
What's up, man? Yeah, what if we want a little bit more, right? Like, okay, I got locally flat. What if we all meet up, right? I mean, the whole Earth. Like, let's say somebody
If it's
stood in New
locally
York
flat
and
for
the
me,
other.
Are you trying to say how many locally flat areas can be on a sphere?
yeah,
Exactly. How many flats can we have though? Like, you know what I'm saying? Before it starts
as
looking
many
like
as we
30,
want, bro. Listen, we can have as
33.
many as we want. You can have as many
Alright,
as you
say
want, as long as overall it's a globe, then it's cool. That's what they'll tell you. Like they've already said
I don't like
this
these terms,
as
man.
much, but they've said this as much, haven't they? When we've got things like Bolivian salt flats, we've even got salt flats in Mexico. We've got salt flats everywhere, mate. It's just that people don't really want to talk about salt flats because obviously, if you know what's underneath a salt flat, i.e., lithium, right? There are literally like wars going on in corporate boardrooms right now to try and secure land on salt flats. But there's a massive number of salt flats across the earth, and the point is they already know this. Like they know that you can't have a locally flat area. It has to comport with the curvature as told everywhere, always.
So basically, magic, right? Like faith. I mean, faith, right?
People can have their beliefs, though, right?
Well, okay, okay, your locally flat area cannot extend beyond the rate of curvature. It's like once it extends beyond the rate of curvature, then the curvature
fucked.
is no longer exists.
Exactly. That's what a black
Sounds
swan
like
is, right? That's what the black swan is. It doesn't matter. That's why it only matters if it happens once. Once that's it, destroys the radius. How can they say locally flat? What are they talking about?
we're talking about simulation. That's what it sounds like. Right? There's some kind of simulated virtual digital reality. Magic.
Yeah, do we have anybody in here that's new to the channel that wants to talk about there's any evidence for the Earth being a globe?
He wants to rip him a new one. That's what's happening, bro. he wants to fight, man. He's got that spirit, that gladiator spirit with him. He's like, let's rock and roll, guys. Where's the globe
I'd love a
at,
globe
man?
to be a let's get a globey.
So it's like
Let's
they're
find
saying,
you a
yes,
globey, man.
If
the
you
Earth is
think the
flat.
Earth is a globe, call 1-800 globe.
Let's see if we can try and get a globey for Miggy.
We have Jabal in here. He doesn't have any roles though. If you like, I don't know. I've tried to check his user. Oh, it just came up. So
Yeah, well, I'm
it
just
looks
gonna
like his account was just created in April. So
in April.
yeah,
Jabril, you're unmuted. Do you want to have a conversation? I'm not going to give you much time, but he's playing For Honor as well. Not a bad game, I guess. Jabal, are you there, bro?
So if the Earth is flat, how do doorknobs work?
Oh,
you
that's
turn-
a tricky one.
Yeah.
All right, so in the mechanism of the doorknob, all right, you have this barrel and the cylinder assembly. And with a spinning laser gyroscope, a pendulum, right?
It's
It's,
weird.
it's,
We
it's,
haven't had
it's,
that.
Does the rotation of a doorknob prove the rotation of Earth?
Oh, mind blown, dude.
I was gonna
Bro,
say your
shut
mom,
that.
what do
Shut
you
down.
think they made the doorknob after? They were imitating the Earth.
Oh shit! Shut it down.
right.
Shut it down, guys.
Yeah, that's it.
Man, that was such a big your mom opportunity missed.
I mean, we got the boys in the house right now. Like everybody's here. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like I came
Bro.
into a union. Like,
We need a
This might
Xanax
be the
now.
worst time.
Oh,
we do need a Xanax.
We need a Xanax.
We need like
we're feeding,
10,000
bro.
comedy
Xanax,
hour to
dude,
start,
right
yeah.
now.
Let's rock and roll, man.
It's like one Spartan could take on like a whole Persian army. So yeah, it's like one of us. We need more Xanax. We need.
Yep.
Three,
That's when we play ball, right? We'll play
Chocolate
the
could take on
hacky
at least
sack,
4
yeah.
numpties. So
Still trying to figure out if you're saying Xanaxes or Xanax. It's like,
well, they're both
plural
equal,
Xanax.
right? Like,
Downers, yeah.
Yeah.
The one that talks too much.
It's hard to know which one brings you down more.
Anonymous researcher put in the chat, don't pick on Natalie. She's soft. Who's Natalie?
I need to talk about Nathan.
Oh.
Or at least that was my best guess.
Natalie Portman.
Guy, how do you change your background on Discord? I've just noticed that people have got backgrounds now.
Background.
I don't know.
Yeah.
You know how you edit your picture? You should be able to edit your background the same way. I've not even
Yeah.
tried it. I'm just like
Yeah, that's what I
giving
just
my other best guess. Like I'm good at guessing tonight, dude. So.
did. That's what I guessed as well, and I was wrong.
Oh really?
Yeah, yeah. What?
I don't
That's
have a
strange.
background. I got like a brown line.
Well, honestly, like I don't know any other way that you'd do it. They'd have to be like some way to, like you. That has to be the way you do it. It's the only way you can do it. No way. How would it? Yeah, because I mean they changed it to where it changed colors, but now you can actually add a theme behind it, right? So you'd have to be able to just click edit and then use one of your, saved photos. There's no other way to do it. I'm curious about this. I am number 2. Is that supposed to be like I am number 2, like
Yeah, that's ETH juice.
the second one after number 1, the number 1 person, or is that like number 2, as in I'm going to the toilet and I'm going to do number 2?
So he is the number 2, right?
I've had the paid informant. He's here to gather information. Remember Bong Sao? And I think he was also on the 1.0 server, if I'm not mistaken. Same guy.
Oh, is that?
Man, he sounds like that one guy. He'll just chill there and he wants to gather information.
No, I think there's a couple of them in here that are doing that right now. Reckoner is one of them. I know that for sure.
Hey, he speaks up though. Like Reckoner's funny. There's Arnold. No?
There's a bit of history there with him, but
Oh,
I'm always gonna keep that on guard because I've always
interesting.
He's a sneaky one.
Yeah, I've always been sus of that guy too.
Interesting.
Thank you. I'm finally glad that, like, honestly, it's like the only time he ever shows up is when a Glober needs someone to white knight for him, and then he's like in the chat white knighting for him.
Yep.
And that's it. That's it.
Yeah, just that one, and I don't know if there's any other ones that are in here that just sit in here and they white knight.
Kosho 2.0.
Yeah.
I like Kosho.
Maybe they've been sitting in here long enough that now they've decided, let's just start telling them their arguments and pretending like it was our arguments the whole time, and maybe they won't notice.
Yeah, all along, right? Yeah, that's what I've been saying, man.
Yeah.
Like, duh.
You guys want to? Anybody here want to tell us how it's perspective or it's locally flat? Anybody want to tell us that?
Jogger, if you
want
want
at the same time,
bro.
Jogger, if you want to row, hop up into the VC check-in and I'll follow you up.
Getting all angry when we talk about coconuts and dogs and shit. What? What do you want to talk about? Curvature?
No, we can't talk about curvature. Nah, let's not talk about that. Even though that's literally the crux of your entire freaking paradigm.
I want that kid's father to come in here. The Blobio, his father.
I know, man. I know. Been trying for the past few days. He said he would, and I believe him.
Wait, someone said they're gonna bring the dad in.
Oh yeah, debate evolution.
The evolutionist.
Yeah, when the human had 6 toes and then it became 5.
Bam.
What? Say that
Oh my
again.
god.
Man.
And then there were
Probably better off being curvature.
I got some gems in there, man.
We went from a simple rock.
It's a fucking
Hey,
crazy shit.
we
It's a
went from a
complicated
simple.
rock.
Hey, it's like we went from a simple rock to a complicated rock.
It's crazy.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure, man.
The
Yeah,
diamond.
man. Complicated rock, man.
Don't
These
throw rocks
complicated
if you
rocks.
live in a glass house. That could be your cousin.
That's right. Watch out.
It could be your
Oh my god.
cousin.
Yeah, throwing your cousin through a window, man. Watch out, man.
Man. Mayans 2012 or Mayans 2021? Dun, dun, dun.
What do people believe in Samoa? Earth, a spinning coconut with husk on the outside
No,
that holds water in.
it's a
Or what?
dome over. It's a dome over a motionless plane. Don't be silly.
Yeah, right. Come
They-
on.
He pulled the islands out of the ground, out of the ocean with the fish hook.
Is that what you guys know over there?
Don't-
For real though? No.
Well, that's the
Or they're just-
story, right? That's the legend. Those are the myths. You know, that's like the Greek mythology. It's exactly like Greek. Exactly like Greek
Samoan
mythology.
mythology. Okay.
No, I can't remember what time that we were having a conversation with Bong about that, and you got pretty upset that his people were all believing the globe, like they lost their heritage. And I think wasn't that a conversation we had one time, Bong?
Yeah, and they're even more heathen. They're even more heathenistic now than before. You know, with the whole Christian and Catholic, all everything thrown in there. Hindu, blah blah blah. Oh my god.
Yeah. So you're pretty
Yeah.
upset that they lost their way and they're just.
Well,
now
I'm
just
upset that yeah, exactly, like every culture. You know what I mean? Like how they do all indigenous people. You know, the Native Americans, everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah.
Same thing. But I
Maybe.
try not to be angry about it anymore, because it just
No need.
slows you
You just-
down. Yeah, it slows you down.
You
Don't
make
need
your fermented coconut drink. And you just pass it along. That's
There's
it.
all these things you can do, right? Fishing to clear your mind. Goddamn COVID, I can't go fishing, so I have to go fish for Globers. That's cool. I like fish is fish, right? Fish is a men.
Yeah, I've had an itch to go fishing for a couple of weeks now since I went to the watering hole and there was some fish in a pond on the way to it and casted a line out there a couple times and actually got my poles out yesterday to check the line on them and listen, so this is how much this place amused me. Listen, I got invited to go fishing last night and I turned it down because I had just jumped in Discord for the first time in a week and I'm like, no man, I can't tonight. It's like, but there's always the fish will be there today. See.
Listen to this. So like I went fishing for I think it was like 19 minutes and I caught like 2 fish pretty quickly. I had a couple of bites as well before that. And like that was just before the end of the lockdown. But yeah, now is a good time to go fishing, I think, if you're in an area where there's a lockdown. Like I noticed I've been getting bites like within the first half an hour, like of a good fish every time. Like they're
I
just not
swear,
used to the rods at the minute.
I swear I saw a bass about the size of my arm in there.
Really?
Freaking huge, man.
I wonder if I can get it on my criminal record, right? Arrested for fishing. Wouldn't that be?
Yeah, is that your next go? glad
Just
to know
just
you
don't
have
wear a
ambition.
mask. Don't wear a mask while you're fishing. They'll come after you.
Yeah, you got your fishing license? Truth?
I'm a criminal. What? Why are you in for?
Do I have a
You
fishing
don't want to
license?
know,
No.
bro.
Yeah. No.
I am a murderer. I murder fish.
You're brave.
What are you in for? I didn't
Brave.
put a diaper on my face.
I
Or leaving
filleted
the
a
house.
fish. I
Oh, bro,
skinned
they'll
the
fuck
fish
you up,
alive
man.
and I ate it.
They catch you fishing God's
Hey,
fish without a license.
I'm sorry, but listen, I'm sorry. I do not
$500
agree.
fee,
I don't
man.
agree with fishing licensing at all. Really, not for
I
like.
don't agree.
So, right,
I
I
don't
agree
agree
with.
with it either.
I agree with it in certain circumstances. So, like, you have these, you obviously have certain individuals that on their own can fish a lot more than others, right? Like, I know people that own boats, for instance, that they probably shouldn't be allowed to go out and just do whatever they want with the fish. They could take a lot, but like for someone like myself
Commercially.
going out on my own, come on, you know what I mean? Like, there shouldn't really be any rules at all. Like, whatever I can carry, then sorry, that should be what I'm allowed to take with me. You know what I mean?
But what
Hey,
if one person's fishing for their family and they have a big family?
Exactly.
Like they're going to need
Yeah.
more fish.
No.
Who's?
Exactly my point.
Yeah, I mean, I'll hush. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, you're right. That's how I feel about it. That's why it kind of like I went from loving fishing because overseas it's so free and when I got here and I paid $55 or 60 something for fresh water and salt water the first year, and I started hating myself because you got to measure like the distance from like the tip of the hook to like the shank of the hook. It's like, what the fuck, man? It can't be more
Depends
than
what you're
3/4.
fishing.
Are you
Yeah.
serious, man? And you can't use treble hooks. You can't. It's like like they're regulated the hook size, the line size. It's like, come
Exactly.
on, where's the fun? Like so believe it or not, I haven't fished in a couple of years now, and
It's
I would go
worse than a
without.
conspiracy.
Just
He's
fucked up,
right. It's
I don't
worse
have
than a
fun anymore
conspiracy.
doing
It's
it.
like going to,
Yes.
when you go to the toy fair and they give you those rings, guys, to chuck over like an ornament, right? And there's a box a certain size, and the ring is just that size that it will fit. But obviously, the incidence of the angle needed in order to do it would mean you'd have to be able to throw it up in the air in such a way that it would basically fall directly down onto it. This is what they're doing with fishing, with licensing, with changing the different like limiting like the amount of hooks that you can have, the size of the hooks. If you listen to every restriction that they give you and then go out fishing
Barbless.
and see
Like
how
it
hard
can't
it
do
is to catch a
salmon.
fish, mate,
Yeah,
it
it has to
is
be
like
barbless, man.
it's like they've limited you. Do you know? It's true, isn't it? It's like they've like
Hey,
nerfed
man.
you.
Have you ever fished barbless? Yeah, barbless.
Yeah.
That's what we have. Yeah, and you can't use barbed hooks on salmon here.
Oh, mate,
Go
you
to
ain't
jail. You
catching
go to
this.
jail. $600 fine.
Fuck
Let's
that,
go,
bro.
son. Let's go, son. Yeah.
Well, it's like you said. You
Freedom.
started hating. You started
Freedom.
hating
Eat that
yourself,
shit.
right? And then you start hating yourself, and you start realizing, right? Damn, I think it's a lot
I started
cheaper if I
realizing
just buy it.
when I was
You know what I mean?
when I was overseas
Yeah.
casting my 11-foot pole pendulum, casting that shit, like 150 meters, just freedom, enjoying freedom, bro. Overseas, smoking a joint, life is good. Cops roll by 3 a.m. at night.
You don't have a
They just
license
wave
for that
hi.
freedom. So
Yeah, you don't have a license for that,
There's no
bro.
license needed in the third world for that. Life is
You're
good
not
over
allowed
That
there.
to
is one good
enjoy.
thing about the third world, man. That is one good thing
Yeah.
about third world countries. Like, are they really worse or are they just a lot freer?
They're
Like
a
the
lot
price
freer.
of exactly the price of freedom might be, shitty sewers maybe, but like really, if we balance everything out,
Yeah.
I'm not, I'm saying obviously look how bad the third world
Yeah.
countries are. I mean, if everywhere's as free as they are, quickly all of a sudden, then obviously
They need to
this
get
is
their
the issue with
corruption
government.
fixed.
Yeah.
Like the corruption is
Yeah.
nasty. Get rid of that and be more productive, more industrious, and keep the same freedom. They would do much better. Like all the third world,
Hey, so
quote unquote third
I've
world.
unmuted Branch. I don't know if anybody had him muted for any
Oh
reason.
God,
Nah, he's
no!
alright.
This guy.
Unmute Branch for a minute. It's alright. No, I want to.
Hey
I like
guys,
Branch.
honestly, I'm listening to you guys, and
Oh my God.
This guy's on point, and I feel this shit all the time, right? I feel this shit all the time because I personally think that we as people don't really understand. Seriously, dude. Dude, hold on. Stop laughing.
Still for Branch.
Stop laughing, you dumb bitches. Look,
Branch, right?
we
You just
do
gotta
not
mute him.
understand. We do not understand what true peace actually is, and like that's what's up. Like honestly, there's a lot of people in the third world that, even if they live a very,
Branch,
if
it's
you
not even 12 in the
different
afternoon in
lifestyle than
England and
us,
you're already smashed.
they may be a
What's going
little
on?
more peaceful.
It's left over from last night, man.
Yeah, what's
Oh,
up?
really?
What was that?
Hey,
It's
hey,
called the
Branch,
hair of the dog.
Are you a flat earther now, Branch? Are you still globe earther?
No,
what's the
not at
deal,
all,
bro?
dude. It's like I do enjoy having money, bro. I enjoy fucking driving a nice car, and I enjoy getting fucking delicious pussy.
This guy over here.
What the fuck does any of that have to do with what you just said?
Oh, man.
Guys, we just had
Stop
a really
eating
big
cats.
concession. Wait there, we just had a really big concession. So the only reason that you're a Glober, correct, is because you like to have money and you like to drive nice cars, correct? Because they're paying you, aren't they, over at Gems?
No, I mean that's not even about being a globe or nothing like that, dude.
Well, that's what you were asked, and that's what you answered.
Why did you bring that up then?
What you said though, it did fucking there is
Resonate with
part
yourself.
of me that
He asked you if he was a flat earther
My
yet. You
brain
said
cells
no
just fly away every
because,
time
and
this
then
guy speaks.
because there's part of me that hates this shit. There's part of me that hates it.
You hate the
And
flat earth?
I really think there's like the truth of life, the actual core reason why we're here. Money's got nothing to do with it. None of the bullshit that society's made us think is important.
This is, guys, I just want to say, this is how intellectual the individuals are on the Globe side. Just saying, man.
Yeah, please listen.
Thank
Listen
God
to
Branch probably listens back to himself the next day and goes, thank fuck, I'm anonymous.
All right, bro. Are you trying to say that what I just said right now was completely retarded?
I'm
Because
saying.
listen, bitch. What I said right now is probably exactly what you've been trying to say forever, and yet you're trying to make out like just because I said
What
it.
did you just say?
Fuck if I know.
Okay.
I'm still trying to figure it
You
out.
know what, bitch? Here's the thing, dude. Here's the thing, dude. Is that like you need to stop acting like me and you cannot be fucking.
Get the words together. Get the words
You
together.
need to stop acting like me and you cannot be, if you want, on par with a certain fucking way of life, just because you're a fucking fluffer and I'm a global.
Bro, we're cool, man.
hell?
It's alright. Alright.
No,
What
man.
did you just call us?
Branch is like,
But
well, look, we can't be boys then. We're not boys.
You all need to fucking recognize that, even if you guys are dumb fucking idiots,
You sound like Joe Biden.
retarded fluffers.
You sound like Joe Biden when he's trying to be coherent.
Wait, bruv, you sound like Joe Biden who accidentally took like a detour into Hackney or Bow.
I'm just playing, man.
All you need to do now is start whispering.
Honestly,
You'll have it.
It don't fucking matter, yeah. It don't matter, but like
Branch
the
is
same
just
way,
having a- what doesn't matter, what you just said?
the same way that flat earthers look
Branch,
down
have you said
upon-
anything in the past 5 minutes? Have you actually said anything, or
Yeah,
just
like anything at all.
stringing words together? Hello.
Peace and unity, right? Branch.
I do like Branch though. I feel like,
Dude, don't ask me if I've said anything for the last 5 minutes.
You
Why?
want to
Because
hang?
you haven't?
You want to sit
Is that
at
because
the
you
cool
haven't, or
kids
have you said
table,
something
right?
Hold
past 5
on.
minutes?
What I said is this.
Without being cool.
I have
right?
been talking for the last 5 minutes, and if you didn't fucking hear it, fuck off.
No, I heard all the words. I'm just trying to understand the message.
All right. Well, if you didn't fucking get the message, maybe you
What's
should
the message?
start
Could you
then.
repeat it? Could
Hey,
you repeat it?
maybe a little cum in your nose
Because all I'm hearing
might
is
help
drunken
you
stupor right now.
fucking
That's
know
all
what
I'm
the
hearing.
fuck I'm trying to say. Do you want a
I'm
little
hearing
bit?
a drunken
Do you want a
stupor
little
at
bit?
7 in the morning for me.
Do
So
you need a little bit of nut in your nasal cavity?
I need you to sober up for 2 minutes and try to say something coherent. That's what I need. How about you try that?
Branch, we need you to not be drunk at 24 minutes past 12 on a Wednesday in England. It's not even a Friday, brother. Not even a Friday, bro.
The hard life of a global.
14 minutes ago.
Bro, I'm in fucking America, yeah? I'm in America.
I'm not America.
I don't give
You're
a
in
fuck
America,
what
shit.
time it is in England.
Where
Yeah,
fucking America
England.
are you? You ain't in no America.
We got Branch, you're pussy way now.
Hey, blood, do I not sound like I is from America?
You sound like you're from Hackney or Bow.
Sound like you would get robbed in 2 seconds.
Where's that?
Hackney.
Bro.
Alright, that shit in the hood.
You're representing Hackney and Bow. Branch wears his trousers ridiculously
You know
low.
what? You know what? I've never been to Hackney in my entire life.
Yeah, I know you haven't because you get fucked up in Hackney. But Branch.
Oh
real
no,
though.
no.
Where's Biden from? Where's Biden from?
Hackney, bro. You don't even know where the fuck he is from. Hackney is like fucking a walk in the park for me, bro.
Hackney's actually got a park, funnily enough. That's well said, Branch. So it literally can be a walk in the park. Go to Hackney, you can walk in the park. It can be a walk in the park for anyone. Well said. Where's that place that Joe Biden's from in America?
I don't give a fuck.
I want to go back to like the original thing that started all this. Like what when Mickey asked him, because all this has really gotten away from it. But I really want to get back to that because it's kind of very interesting to me. It's like, are you a flat earther yet, Branch? No. Why not? Because I like cars and money and
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you,
Peanut
like,
butter and jelly
no,
sandwiches.
hold
like,
on, hold
what
on,
the
hold
hell?
on. I would have become a flat earther, right? But
Yeah.
honestly, I think the problem is this, right?
What is it?
It's the power, right?
There's a very limited, if you want.
Slot.
No. There's a very limited amount of flat Earth vagina going around,
Yeah.
and I personally think that, being a globe earther, I get a lot more quality pussy.
But it's just the flat Earth girls have got a lot higher standards, though, right?
well, at least some Branch. If you think
When
there
was the
needs
last
to be
time
more
you even
pussy
had
in flat Earth, then why don't you join?
See,
Boom,
that
boom,
makes
you
me
just
very
go
suspect about your pussy getting abilities, because if you had that ability, you wouldn't worry about if you're a flat earther or a globe earther.
I mean,
get
don't
no.
get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. What I'm trying to say is this. The only thing I'm trying to say is that
You think flat Earth? You think flat Earth guys are gonna let you get with flat Earth girls though?
Even if you're a flat Earther.
Flat Earth girls won't let him get with flat Earth
No,
girls.
Yeah, that's
no,
my.
dude,
Yeah.
dude,
I know,
please
right?
understand. Please understand. What I'm
Get
trying
in
to say
line,
is
man. The line
what
is
I'm
all the
trying
way
to
at the
say is
back.
this. There's flat. There are some very beautiful flat Earth girls.
Name one.
I mean,
Or are you just trying to ask again?
there are, but there's
You
only
don't know
one
any
or
girls.
two. There's
Name
only
one that
or
you've
two, and
seen.
I'd rather just fuck
Yeah.
globe girls because there's so many
Because
global.
they've got curves, right?
That's racist.
And I don't even have to fuck around with that. Like I can just fuck a global
Bro, you
girl.
know I know you don't
Either
get
go
none
to
because
a
you're
bar.
talking
All
I
about
feel
it.
I'm trying to
offended
really do is
by
go to a
what you
bar,
said.
sit down.
Branch.
I don't feel comfortable with what you're saying.
Branch, give me the last initials of the last three sisters that you fucked. Go on.
Sisters.
Oh,
Why
she
are
said
we
that.
even why are we
Women.
like we don't
Yeah.
I just want to know one. I just want you to name one flat Earth girl that's actually
yeah.
like that you've actually seen.
Say.
You're a creepy ass drunk.
Bro, I've never seen a flat earth in my life.
Hey,
You lied
is that all
earlier,
you
having
think
never
about when
seen
you
a girl
drink
in
and
your
when you
life,
get
is it?
drunk?
I thought you
Is
said
that
there
what
was
the
two
alcohol
hot
does
flat
to
Earth
you?
girls. Wait there. He said there were two hot
Okay,
flat Earth
but
girls.
here's
You made that
here's
up.
the thing,
Alright,
right?
cool.
It's not. I haven't seen a flat earther, not because I don't want like
You ever tried reading a book though when you were drunk? When you're drunk, it's
Dude, honestly, bro, I live in Dallas.
Are you fucking serious?
I live in Dallas, and the last
Branch.
pretty
convention
awesome. That's like
happened in
watching a
Dallas.
movie.
Branch.
If I wanted to see flat
Guess
earthers,
what,
I would have
Branch?
fucking gone to the convention.
Guess what, Branch? All you've seen all your life are flat earthers. You know why? Because there's no curvature.
Oh, mic drop.
Damn.
All right, bro.
But did you not hear the
Sorry to disturb your drunken
Dude,
spirit.
hold on.
Listen to my truth,
Can
but
you
wait,
guys give me 2 minutes? Can you guys give me 2 minutes? I'm gonna take a shit, and I'll be back in 2 minutes.
You're gonna go find the curvature.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Yeah.
2 minutes.
Try not to fall in.
So notice
What he
that.
means,
Notice
guys,
that,
what he
everyone.
means is he's
So
gonna go
as
and
soon as
drink
I
before he
bring up
can.
curvature, he says,
Right.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go take a shit. Just
But did
notice that,
everyone
right?
notice?
This whole drunken stupor for the past half hour, and as soon as I bring it back to the point of curvature, oh, I need to go take a shit, guys.
Yeah, but
Way
Chocolate,
to
you
go.
should know Branch just wants to hang out with us guys. Like, he's bored over at Gems. Did you just hear what True said? He's like, if you want more pussy and flat earth, then Branch,
I
why don't
shouldn't
you
have said
become
that
one?
though.
That was fucking brilliant. I'm sorry, that was hilarious.
I know.
Listen,
I get ahead of myself. It's like,
honestly, oh no, that was good.
Just I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it.
I found that fucking funny. I did. I don't care. Next time I'll say it. Don't worry.
So
When
go
I-
on curvature,
when you
and the
become a
global
flat
now
earth-
went to go take a dump. That's good.
I mean, for me, it is 4:30 a.m. So I'm hoping that there's like no little kids listening. No, there's no young ones listening. Because
Listen,
I feel really bad if
Nah.
Anyway,
Nah, there's no kids listening. The only kids that could be listening
can't
are
help
Brad.
it, man. Truth comes out.
You know, girls are more attractive when they're flat earthers. You know, that's my opinion. So I think the same might be true for guys too, right, girls? Right? Do you think that when a guy like knows a little bit about the earth or what he's talking about, that's attractive? Is
Yeah,
that
I
an
was, I was
attractive
chatting with a
feature?
friend of mine earlier tonight about that, and it's like, I'm like, dude, it's like I couldn't imagine what it would be like, and they were just a friend, but I was talking about that, like I couldn't imagine. It would be so cool to what it would be like just to have someone like where you wouldn't have to get online, you could be anywhere, walking anywhere with them, or just sitting on, the couch in your own living room and just start talking about whatever come to your mind, and it'd be okay. Like, and get into a really good, deep conversation. Like, that would just be the
Yeah.
coolest shit ever. I haven't had that in so long.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I mean, look, I give up fishing like last night. A chance to go fishing as bad as I wanted to, just for the good conversations that we have in here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because once the conversation is over, you can't get it back. The fish will be there tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That's true. That is true. Well, some people will say to people though, right? Truth, they say, "Well, how can you waste so much time in those Discord servers?" Some of my friends said it to me before, like, "Why do why are you sat there?" And I'm like, because to be quite honest with you, I actually enjoy talking to the people in here more than I enjoy talking to you. Obviously, the you at this point is maybe some of the people that I know. You know what I mean? Well, it's not that; it's the caliber of the conversation, right? Which is
And
important.
I've always been on the phone though in Discord. Like, I've been on the computer like a couple times, but big files.
Hey, bro, but it's not even just that. Sometimes it's also like
you weren't included in that
conversation you have on Discord, right?
Yeah, because
like-
on Discord you can act hard, and in real life you can't. Yeah, of course. Man.
It's not just even that. It's more like on Discord. It's not about being hard and shit.
Oh
But
no,
on
I'm on about your own. I'm
on
about
the
you.
on the internet, right?
No, it's not.
Is the
It's
same
not.
thing?
It's not even that. It's not even that, dude. I mean, sometimes on Discord, you can be that person. Or it's not even that. You essentially just feel free. And that's why we
Feel
love
free?
Discord.
And
I mean, dude,
And
my
honestly, dude,
personality doesn't change at all, man.
honestly,
I'm
like I
the same.
see all you fucking flirters trying to find me, coming up with something that you guys can fuck with me on. But dude, that's one of the biggest reasons why we all love Discord is because there's a certain level of freedom when you talk on Discord that we all enjoy.
All right, so back to the point. Is there any curvature
This guy has no points, Miggy. Why'd you unmute him?
And I also don't
What do you
believe.
What do you think, Branch? We're gonna be able to find some curvature? anywhere?
Dude, you know, Branch. I mean, okay, hold on.
Good luck,
Go ahead, man.
man. Good luck,
Hold
Miggy.
on. Who asked me that question?
Hold
Who asked me
on.
that question?
Hold on.
Right. Okay, Miggy.
If I asked you
Yeah.
to stop calling us flurfers, okay, and I asked you to do that in public, and you kept doing it, I might slap you, you know, and then I might ask you again, please stop doing it. I'm not
Should
saying
speak
that.
to people as if
Hold on a
they're in front of
second.
you.
Can't wait to hear
I'm
about
saying
this
Somebody
it
just said
curvature.
they wanted to
right?
slap me.
I'm just saying. I'm
Branch, I'll
just
slap
saying,
you.
Branch.
Bro,
Okay,
shut the fuck up.
don't
I
use
was trying
don't use
to
the
talk
word
I was trying to
flurfer
talk
because
to
it makes
Miggy.
you sound like you're not being honest. Makes you sound like an asshole.
John Kimball. What is it? Are you trying to say you wanted to slap my
No, I'm
face?
saying,
Where did you want to slap me?
stop using the term
Where did you
flurfer
where
because
did you
that's a
want to
bit of
slap
a
me, John?
because
John,
that's
where did you want to
Branch,
slap me?
On your
because if it was in
curvature,
the
tell us
real
where it's
world,
at. Show us
that's
your
the
curvature.
nicest
did you
thing.
want to talk about the
Slap
curvature,
you.
Branch? Because you were asked a direct question, and you're just again with the drunken
Have you
stupor.
guys ever
You want
heard
to
me
talk about
want
this
to
curvature?
talk about curvature?
Well,
So
it's
that's
better than
curious.
punching you,
So
isn't it?
you Globers don't want to talk about
No, like
curvature,
literally
which
just said
is
I
what you
want to talk about
believe.
curvature. Have you ever heard me want to talk about curvature?
You
I don't
get
give a
the
shit
flat
what you
Earth baby
want. You
powder,
were
right?
just asked a question by Miggy. So why
That's
don't you
right.
just try to answer the question? How about that?
The question was,
Try to have a
why do
coherent
you want to talk
conversation.
about curvature?
Because
And my
apparently
response
99%
was,
of the
have
world
you
thinks we live
ever
on a
heard
magical spinning
me?
water ball.
Okay, hold on a second. The question was,
All right, man.
do you want to
Hate
talk about
talking to
curvature?
drunk people.
And honestly, bro,
So
I'll say this.
annoying.
I've
What do you say,
never
Chuck?
talked about
Should I
curvature.
mute this guy or what? I'll listen to you, bro. What do you think, man?
Are your eyes open?
I just want to hear Miggy's question get answered.
Is your face
I had
numb?
the same question.
I don't think he ever will, man. It's Branch.
Where's that
He
curvature,
doesn't
Branch?
answer anything.
Branch, if you want to stay unmuted, you're getting ready to get muted. If you want to stay unmuted, answer Mickey's question.
No,
Otherwise,
hold
you're
on a
gonna be muted.
second. Hold on. If you
No,
have
it's
something to
either
say,
or. Answer his
Who
question
To
or
me,
get
it's just
muted.
it's
wants
very
to take
weird
bets?
when a Glober is asked about curvature.
Hold on. There's a
$10.
question I have to
Wait,
answer.
hold on.
Before.
At
I'm gonna mute
$10,
this
he's not
dude in
he's
2
not gonna
seconds.
answer. I got $10 on it. All right.
Question I
Wondering
got to
how
answer before I
drunk he
get muted.
is.
Oh, wait there.
What's
Okay,
the question?
He didn't
Miggy.
even
How
know you
about
were there.
Miggy? Restate the question, Miggy.
Right. So, Branch, I'm gonna ask you one more time.
And if I don't answer this, I get muted.
Well, it's up to you, man. The ball's in your court.
No,
So
Miggy.
You
I'm
get.
gonna ask you
you gotta.
as a moderator.
You're
What
gonna.
have
He's
You're
not a
gonna get.
moderator.
You're
Wait
gonna
there.
get punched
Shut
in the
up.
stomach.
He will be again soon, but he's not currently. So you're asking a silly question. Just answer his question, bro. Branch.
I mean,
We'll get muted.
I will try to answer it, but I mean, if I don't want to answer it,
I hope all the
I'm
rest of
allowed
your
to
Glober
refrain it. And I
compadres
believe
listen
the
to this
fifth.
and listen to
And
how
I
you
believe the
obfuscate
fifth.
and run
You
away
owe me
when
10
asked
chocolate.
a very simple question about curvature. Look how you're running away. Look how you're
I
making
mean,
excuses.
we
Oh
can
my
we can
God,
keep
maybe I'll
talking
answer
about the
the question.
question. Yeah,
You
shut
sound
the
like
fuck
a
Not
up.
even.
Yeah,
fucking
guys, you know what?
retard, bro.
Fuck up.
Not even
Fuck up.
the
I want
alcohol can
I
help
don't give
you,
a shit
right?
about your
Joe
feelings. You want to
and
share your
says
pain with us? Is that what you're here for? To share your pain about how there is no curvature on Earth? That's why when I asked you about
The
curvature, you went to
first
go
thing he
take a shit.
does.
what?
Is that what you got to
What
do?
did?
Is this where you Globers are at in 2021?
And the first thing he does
What's
is he
going
cries
on
to
here?
moderation. He cries to moderation. He's like, Miggy, you're a moderator,
Are
so
you gonna
like,
mute me if I don't answer? Why don't you have an answer?
Dude, honestly, can someone just ask the fucking question?
Oh wow. Damn.
reiterate the question one more time for him, then Miggy, I guess, since he doesn't
Yeah,
know what the
the Earth.
question is, even though you've asked it a million times. I don't know.
All
Sorry,
right.
bro.
So the question is, Branch, the Earth that you stand on, is there any curvature to it to make it a globe?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now where
That was a very confident yeah.
All right. So now that you said yeah, where can we find this curvature? Can you tell us how we can find it?
I don't know.
Did you just
What the hell?
look? Did you just digitally throw up your hands and shrug your shoulders and say you didn't know?
Yeah, man.
Got the bottle in one hand, right? Like the cigarette in the other hand.
Oh my god.
You just digitally threw up your hands and said,
Oh, yeah. Okay, I remember. I remember what I was thinking of. Yeah.
So for everyone listening, a
Go ahead.
Glober was
Hey,
just
yo,
asked,
what?
where
Hey,
is the
give me-
curvature?
yeah, that's
And
good.
the response was, I don't know.
No,
okay.
it was. Oh no! It was even meeker than that. Like, you gotta cry. You
Old
gotta
guy.
cry while you say it.
This the old
Like you're in
drunk
pain.
guy.
Yeah, no further questions, Your Honor.
Any other Globers in here got his
And
back?
that is how you
on
bring
that?
some pussy to this conversation right there.
I mean, if that's what was going on, man, you just lost all the pussy. Because that's terrible for a Glober to be asked where's the curve of your globe, and you'd be like,
That's
Are you
it.
serious?
Oh my gosh.
It's kind of like when a girl goes, "Is it in yet?" That's what's what happened with Branch.
Oh, I want to get drunk. I forgot what it's like to be drunk.
That's hilarious.
Is it good for you? Ah.
Now you're a sober man, Bongsaw.
Any other Globers in here that might have a more coherent answer than
No,
Anyone wanna
genuinely,
step
I
up?
don't know.
Yeah, at least he answered. You know, but I'm not sure. Nobody took
Really?
my bet, so I didn't lose anything.
I'll give him that. At
Did
least
you not hear me?
that was probably a very honest response.
Yeah,
we
well,
go.
He just believes the Globe. He doesn't know
The
what.
last time,
There's
he answered, "Sure, why not?" And now it's just, "Yeah,
Sure, why not?"
yeah." That's what he said. Sure, why not? And now it's, "Yeah, I don't know."
Now he's quiet, and I love it.
Yep.
What happened, Branch? No, he's not muted.
Dude, I'm not quiet. I'm just like, I'm actually finding it
soaking it
funny
in.
how you guys are
Wait,
fucking.
so you were wait there,
I
Branch,
will be honest with you guys. Guys, honestly,
you're
dude,
saying nothing.
I
That's what
will be
quiet
honest
is.
with you guys. I think you guys are the retarded fuckers.
No.
Okay.
Listen, Branch.
God.
You are one of the models of a globe earther's like, it's like you know, you're like data to us. Okay,
Well,
observing
here's the funny thing.
process.
Here's
how
the
this,
funny thing, dude.
all
You can
these
say 2 words and instigate you dumb fucks and make you
things we
talk
can
about
learn about how the brain processes information, whether it's true or not. We're not laughing at you.
Not even that. Like I can call
I
you
am.
guys
You're
retarded as
drunk.
fuck
That's the only reason
multiple
why
times,
it's funny.
and you guys haven't even fucking realized I've done it.
I'm
Right,
laughing at him,
Branch,
not with him.
Branch, what is it that you
Man.
believe that you've done? For one, remember you are the battering ram of over, you know, over there, right? You know, I forget people forget that about Branch. Branch is the person they bring out when they're losing a debate, over at, you know, debate flat earth and more, because they know what he will do is ultimately obfuscate from anything that's said and will just act like a fool. Branch,
Nah,
you do
bro,
realize,
bro,
Branch,
honestly, dude.
Branch,
Honestly,
you do
honestly,
realize,
dude, like
Branch,
the
I'll
whole.
meet you.
No,
I will
you're
meet you.
totally wrong about that. Like,
Branch,
the
Branch,
one
they
thing you gotta
use you,
understand
Branch.
is,
Branch, they
I
use
do
you over
not
there.
get
They
along.
use you. They
No,
use you.
no,
They
no,
use you.
no.
Yes,
Here's
they
the thing.
do. They make
Here's
a
the thing.
fucking
They
fool of
do
you.
Hey, man, at
not.
least we
I
like
do
you,
not
bud.
get along with them. I do not get along.
Good, because they
Globers.
treat you like a fool, bro. They treat you as the house clown, bro.
It's not
You
even
don't get
that,
along
dude.
with them, but you say in a room
It's
full of
not
people you
that.
don't
I
get
just
along with.
do not get
Yeah.
along with them.
Okay, man.
I
I just
do
like
not
watching.
get
That's
along
a
with the
sad
whole
one.
globe. You know what, bro? With what you're saying, if what you're saying is right, yeah,
Yeah.
you should not be a fucking member of that room.
No, but you get my point, though, Branch. You
Right,
know that
all
there's
right.
no
So
wankers, right?
let's say what you're saying is right. Why don't you go
Which it
fucking
is.
take a look at the room and see if I'm fucking even a member of it?
Mate, you're not
Oh,
a
you
minute.
left the
That's
server?
cool, bro. Oh, well done. You left the server that you've been being kicked the shit out of
All right,
proverbially
bitch.
and
So
intellectually
shut
for a
the
very long
fuck up.
time
Hey,
without you knowing.
shut the fuck up. Hey, bro.
Wow.
Let me ask you a question, right?
Branch, I
Let me
can
ask you a
permanently
question.
ban you from
Listen,
here
let me
for
ask
calling me
you
a
a
bitch. You know that.
question. Let me ask you a question, right?
Stigmata.
Wait
Is
there,
it
wait there,
is
wait
it
there, wait there,
is
wait
it
there, Brent.
is it
I'm
is
gonna let
it
you
that
ask me the
is it
question.
that
1 second.
you
1
is it that
second, Brent.
you
I can't
think
hear you.
no, hold on, I'm asking you a
Can't hear
question.
him.
I'm
I
asking you
don't
a
think
fucking
he can't
question,
hear you,
bro.
man.
What
He's saying that he can't hear you. That's what he was
Yeah,
saying.
ask the question, Brent. Go ahead. I hear you now.
Oh yeah, loud and clear. Yeah.
So you're just not gonna ask the question now? Just
He's
gonna be
having a
quiet.
drink. I think he's having a sip. Or
He's having a drink, yeah.
He's just
maybe
laughing.
How many drinks have you had, Branch?
Branch, are you
He's
laughing at
spilled his
someone
drink.
that's gonna ask a question to you? Great.
He's lost in the wormhole, guys.
Come on, Branch, bro. Now he's DMing me. Bro, unmute me. What are you on about?
You're unmuted, man.
He DM'd me that at 12:15.
Self,
Bro,
dude.
unmute me.
Is he muted?
No,
He's
he's not
not.
muted. He's not muted.
He likes to complain. That's all, man.
He likes to laugh at someone who's gonna ask a question.
Honestly, sometimes I like him. To be honest, I still like him.
Listen,
Yeah,
if I
been
ever
laughing
see
the whole time,
Brad,
to be honest.
Well, I was
if I
just
ever
sitting here
see
thinking.
Brad
I
in
was
real
trying to
life,
figure out. I was just sitting here thinking and trying to figure out. Did you finish what you're saying, Craig? I don't want to talk over you.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just sitting here trying to figure out, like, why can't he, if he calls people out for other shit over there, and he's not even in here now, but if he calls people out for other shit over there, like I heard someone like give him credit for calling someone out for speaking falsely about covalent bonds or whatever, and so why can he like answer to the truth of the lack of curvature? Like why can't he address that? If he can, address other things, why can't he address that? Is there, I don't know, does he have like some personal investment in it or something?
Yeah,
Because
he
I know
does.
it's not the community. I mean, the community, obviously, the
Hey.
community over there treats him bad too. So
Yeah,
is he a
exactly.
masochist?
This is kind of my
Yeah,
point. This truth
most people
prevails.
do
This is
have
my
a
point.
personal relationship with it, right? They were grown up with it.
Oh.
And some people, even if they can see that it's not true, they won't let that go because they were grown up with it, because it's been part of their world their entire life. And that's scary for people. That's what we have to remember, that shit, is that it's scary for people to actually come to terms with the paradigm that you grew up with may not necessarily be what is reality.
Well,
And
yeah,
if you
because
don't
at that
have the
point,
fortitude and the courage to move on with that and accept it, then you're just going to cower and drink, or
yeah, because
just
if they brainwash
result
you
in
to,
insulting the people who are bringing these questions to light. This
if
is
they
why they have
brainwashed
to
you
be,
to make you think that your reality is something different than what it is, if they've told that big of a lie and accomplished it, then that means you can't trust anything they say. And that is exactly where people need to be. They need to be questioning everything. They don't need to be trusting shit that people tell them.
it's even worse than them brainwashing you. They've made it so that you brainwash yourself.
Wash yourself, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. Very true.
And your kids.
Masochist? What is he? Is he
Because
a what?
these things that don't make sense when you're listening to them in school, right? Instead of challenging the teacher, what do most kids do? Well, I guess it makes sense. It's got to, right? It's here. It's in the textbook, right? That's what most kids are doing when they hear crap that doesn't make sense. They're sitting in their seats, like,
dude,
convincing themselves that this is true because if Miss whatever the
Bro,
hell is telling me
if you
that
don't
that's
get
what
it,
it is.
if you don't get it, you're gonna look dumb, man. And then if you don't
Exactly.
memorize it and regurgitate it on the test, you're gonna fail, man. So
Yeah, man.
you're better off just memorizing that shit. It is.
That's why I
I
had a
had to
whole
do it.
class looking
Mass
weird.
bends, dude. I was like,
When I asked
mass
questions.
bends the space time continuum. And, I had to memorize it pretty hard. You know?
And in that memorizing, what you're doing is you're convincing yourself that that's your reality.
Correct. Einstein
Wonderful
created
little
everything.
system they've come up with. So crazy.
And if you wanted to
So you
be part of that group scientists that discover reality, right?
like trying to
Must
like
be in the
even
club.
harder.
Must
Yeah,
be in the club,
That's
cuz.
just
Yeah.
it. That's just it. You don't even think there's a necessity for that because I've had people tell me, well, all the scientists have already figured it all out. Why do I have to do any work? Why do I have to look into this evidence? I've literally been told that. Why do I have to look into anything? The scientists figured
Yeah.
it all out.
How
And
many
I'm like,
times have we been
wow.
told that?
I'm like,
How many
I
times have
was
we
told that
actually been
by my
told that?
bro, my friends, like I've grown up
Say
with.
this shit.
they
Yeah.
call them experts.
I'm
Experts.
like, bro, how are you guys so
I'm not an
like
expert.
we've had fights together in the street, bro. Like, how you
Yeah.
gonna do? You're just gonna give up your authority like that when it comes to this?
Amen.
All of a sudden, it's oh no,
Amen.
the scientists did
Exactly,
it for
bro.
me. The white lab coats, they know what it is.
Brother, that's the one way you can get
But
some of
we've
your
been in the
friends.
streets together.
Yeah, that's how you can get some of your
Come
friends.
on,
It's like,
bro.
wait a minute, like you won't run. I've seen you take knives off people. I've seen you like not run when someone's
Bro,
pulled out a gat, and like you're like you won't
and we
let
held it
anyone take
down.
one bit of authority off of you, bro. And then you're
All of
gonna
a
just
sudden,
believe
here now
this
you're
motherfucker in
dictating.
a white
Oh,
coat, one of the
and I
government
told him
guys.
that, and he got
We
pissed.
call those guys
Well,
penguins. We call those guys suits. Like,
yep,
yeah,
yep. And now you trust the suit. That's
yeah,
cute.
I saw you
same
fly
money.
up. I saw you build a bridge, man. You know, like you build houses, dude.
Motherfucker, it was my granddad that built all the bridges in it. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying though. It's like it was our ancestors that built these bridges and shit like that. Look, the Romans were building aqueducts. You know, someone said to me, look at the Roman aqueducts, right? They're pretty level, and people are like, how did they work it out? You know, how did they keep it so level? And I'm just like, dude, if you can pretty much use the horizon as a guide, but I'm saying in general, it's not hard to make water go down a tonner over time. Because all you do is you build each segment of a bridge that's to run water, right? An aqueduct, is you just pour some water out, and then if it doesn't go downhill and continue running, then you shave away some of the material to make it continue to go downhill. Like people can't fathom these things. Like people can't fathom how the pyramids might have been built. I'm sorry, but to me, I feel like these things aren't that hard to work out when you think about it. People don't want to think
Yeah,
about this stuff.
it's the compartmentalization of knowledge, right? These
Yeah,
experts do these things, but when it comes to the things that we can't verify or confirm, it's like, oh, we gotta trust the experts. That's what they do. You know, they dedicate their lives to it the way I dedicate my life to building cars, or or whatever it is
drinking
you're
alcohol.
trading. And
I
my
don't
own.
care. I don't care how the pyramids were built. I care about why they were built.
Yeah, that's
Different question. Like how cool? I'm sure, like cool, very sophisticated cranes or whatever it is. It could be sound
No.
powered, remote control, whatever. I could care less. Whatever. Why did you build such a gigantic thing?
Oh, the
It's like, what's
pyramids
the purpose?
clearly are electric creation, right? So we have
Yeah,
limestone, right? We have
right.
quartz crystal. So like, and then copper as well. We know this we know this oscillation as well, right? You have water, okay, water that runs through limestone, for instance, or water that runs along, charged by electromagnetic field of the earth, right? Forms of like granite, right? When water runs along that across the quartz crystal, we do end up with like almost like a collection of a static electricity or electric charge. But like the pyramids, I believe they were poured. Like me and Meme were looking into this a little while ago, and basically the reason that people believe that these stones were cut out and essentially in singular pieces is because their polarity, their magnetic polarity, has homogenized as if it's natural stone. Well, that's because it's completely natural stone concrete, as in it's stone crushed down to powder, then made into formed into bricks. But over let's say 80 years or whatever it is, I think it's 80 years it takes for natural stone crushed down into formed concrete almost or bricks. I think it takes about 80 years for it to gain back a magnetic polarity that is almost like homogeneous or the same as a natural stone. But yeah, like you said, why they were made is probably more important as to
You reckon they were pre-flood, before flood?
No, post,
Who knows,
post,
bro?
post flood, post flood. Yeah,
Post,
for
yeah,
me.
they're definitely post flood. Yeah, post flood. Yeah.
But there were
No
there
doubt
were
about it.
other like smaller floods like in Egypt though, like the Sphinx. That was flooded too, but that comes like later too. I have a different like in my understanding. Noah and Adam was a Native American. He was not an African, and the first like of mankind were in the northwest of this continent of the United States. It's totally different.
Wait a minute.
I'm. It's okay. I'm insane. Sorry. It's all right. Don't worry about it.
No, not you. I'm still look. I'm still rolling over this 80 years to get like the same magnetic polarity or whatever. Like
Well,
isn't
I
like
don't know if it's
when you're
magnetic
gonna.
polarity. I think, listen, I don't think it's magnetic polarity, like as in there's some form of magnetism change like that. I think what I'm trying to say is like when you have a natural piece of limestone, for instance, right? When you check it with, to read the electromagnetic current. But obviously, there's no current in it like that. It's just naturally there's an electromagnetic current everywhere, right? Well, when you crush up a natural stone, this is just what me and Meme were looking at anyway, and he knows more about that than me because he's of what he does, what his job is, and anyway. So, and basically, I don't know if it's 80 years. It could even be 800 years. Like I said, I don't remember the exact number. Eight is in my mind that it takes either 80
Well,
or
just
800
any
years.
length of time like that is what I was curious about because for one to get, okay, so for something to become magnetic, like doesn't it require
It's
like
not
some kind of
magnetic. No, it's not magnetic as in like stuff would stick to it, right? It's that so you have a piece of stone that is completely natural and cut right from, let's say, a quarry. When you test how that is magnetically speaking, it's gonna have like a resting sort of homogeneous magnetic polarity to it, right? I'm not saying that this thing becomes
is het,
more or
Joep?
less magnetic. I'm talking about
Hoezo is het kapot gegaan?
Roger, you're hot micing. I'm
Nou, dan kun je
talking
hem
more
toch
about
maken? Dan weet je hoe dat werkt.
how.
Je hebt hem toch
One
zelf...
sec, I'll just mute him. Yeah. So I'm more talking about how it appears on a reader, right? So how they can tell. So that they have different tests to tell how a natural stone, whether it's natural or whether it is organic or whether it's like cob, for instance, like clay mixed with crushed up sand or stone, right?
Yeah,
Like
but I mean, if the polarity is going to change like that, that's a field. Like it doesn't require anything within the stone itself. Like the
that's
field
it.
can change instantly.
Well, this is the point, is that apparently this is what we were looking at, is that I'm imagining the cause of how it becomes like it's almost, so basically what it is the pyramids, yeah, they appear to be almost like a natural structure, as if it's just a mound of almost uncut, or should I say non-concrete stone, as in it's just as if it's natural stone.
Makes me
But
think
how
of like you know what it makes me think of? It makes me think of the Hitchinson effect, how the butter
Yeah.
knife got molded into the metal.
Yeah.
And like the ley lines of the pyramids and how they have like and I don't know how true it is because I haven't been inside of the pyramids, but with the the alignment of the stars and how he was talking about how they could like be governors of certain types of energies or whatever, and then the ley lines of the earth and how like within it there's like channels for water and certain types of stones, specific types of stones, right?
That makes sense.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
inside of it. So it kind of reminds me of the Hutchinson effect. It
I
makes me
mean,
think
I gotta
if
admit,
maybe
man,
not that didn't, if maybe that didn't have like something to do with how it was formed.
I gotta admit, man, I'm so
Oh.
fucking on par with you guys on this one.
10 drinks later, this guy comes back.
No, for
Oh,
real,
God.
like because there is part of me that actually thinks that there's so many buildings and shit like that was created.
Oh.
You think that there were so many buildings that were created, right?
Yes.
Not necessarily buildings, but like, you know what I'm saying?
Anything
Like
else
so
to
many
that?
structures and that type of shit that was created, that there's part of me that thinks that maybe
What are you
something
talking
that
about?
wasn't that did it.
What
But
is it
back
you're
to what,
talking about exactly?
but back to what I was saying though, it was like in response to what you said, Greg. I was like, I That's why I was asking you about it, because I
Yeah.
don't know of where anything like
Right.
takes that long to.
Well, I don't know if it takes that long. Like I said, I'll ask Meme about the exact numbers for you. But like, so the way I see it is, you know what you were just talking about? There's like a pathway, for instance, and there are like, do you mean there are specific stones to be placed in that like
Well,
pathway?
now
Like, there's very much-
allegedly, like within it, there's like
that would make
basins.
sense.
There's basins of certain types of stones, and then there's
Right.
channelways, like for
That would
say
make
water to
sense,
flow.
yeah.
That is certain types of stones, and
That would
some
make
rose
sense.
granite.
No, it is.
The King's
I know you
Chamber
say.
is made out of rose granite. That's
Yeah,
the
this
King's
is what.
Chamber, and like the shafts that are going down is some other kind of
Right.
granite.
yeah, and then at the very
Right,
bottom,
so that
it's like
would make perfect sense. Right, so
yeah.
truth. I know you're saying you don't know if that's true or for a fact, but that would make perfect sense because granite, like I was saying, it has those quartz crystals in it.
That was
And then
quarried, yeah.
the shape of the pyramid in and of itself, the fact that it's a point at the top, right? If you imagine shouting inside of a pyramid, how is the sound, no matter where you are, gonna reverberate? Because you have corners, right?
Do you mind if I ask you a quick
And wait a
question?
minute,
Not really,
it's
Brad.
not even like a pyramid as we think, like having like
No, not like a
within
triangle.
each side actually has like another little
Yeah.
deviation or an angle to it, like within it. So
But bro,
No.
I'll ask you this question,
Sorry,
right?
Bruce.
Like, let's say for example, there was somebody that helped us build these
We're not talking about that, mate. We're not
Yeah,
actually saying that aliens did it. We're not saying that at all. I'm talking
No.
about how the pyramids could have been, well, in fact, there are videos on this. I can post them in a minute about how the pyramids themselves, right? For years, it eluded everyone how they were built because it appears as if that stone, those segments of stone, are quarried, meaning they were cut in segments as they exist now, and that was how they were laid. Later to find out now, and this is what most people believe to be true, when you look back into it, is actually that stone was
what I'm
quarried.
asking
Wait
you
there,
though,
wait
bro,
there,
is
wait there,
that
wait
what
there.
you believe?
This is what I believe to be true. It's what I believe to be true because I believe that. Well, I believe it to
If
be
that's
true
what you
because there's
believe to be
evidence for it.
true, then tell me what's up.
I'm saying that the stone, yes, though it appears to be quarried and cut out, and that was apparently how it was
Right?
done.
And this is what you
It
believe.
wasn't. It was cut out and then it was crushed up and turned into a form of a concrete and then poured on location. And then over time, the different forms of minerals in the stone, the different forms of calcium, right? You know the way stalagmites are created over years and stuff like that. Rocks over time, the minerals start to, collect more. It starts to collect more minerals. Water runs through it, humidity. We have the actual electronic magnetic field of the Earth continually
Real
going
quick
through the
question though,
object.
yeah, bro,
French, I'm
real
just gonna
quick
fucking
question.
mute you.
For real, dude. I gotta
That's
ask this
mute him, man.
one question.
It's making it hard for me to speak correctly when
One too
you're.
many beers, man. Yeah, too many drinks, man. Too many drinks, Branch.
Right, truth prevails. Sorry, because she was actually trying to ask me something, and I'm struggling to answer what she's asking.
We
'cause
were
of-
inside. You were saying the shape. How the sound reverberate, and I was
Well,
thinking
that's what I'm saying. I don't
in
know whether
sound
it is
down.
sound, but is it?
Right.
That's
Not
what I'm
sound,
saying. Is it?
kind of. Yeah. Go
Mhm.
ahead.
No, that's what I'm saying. With the pyramids, what Truth saying makes sense. The idea of these channels and all that sort of stuff, right? Because running water past quartz crystals. What I don't know about is how they would collect that energy. So some people talk about copper, in some way. Apparently, people have managed to make
well,
pieces of
like
quartz and limestone.
yeah, because
Go
these
ahead.
crystals, like, did you like even in the like Hutchinson himself even talked about the crystals, like you would meld the certain types of crystals down together, and it was like a perpetual battery.
Yes, that's what I'm.
Yeah.
So gold as well, for instance, like there's that guy who was running his house off of like 8 grams of gold for a year. He wasn't using that much power, but he was like using like granite and like water, and it was water that he was collecting via like condensation. like on a tarpaulin, and then it would collect on the tarpaulin, and then it would run down almost like these 45-degree angled pieces of granite, right? And then once it got to the bottom of the granite, it would then run through blocks of limestone that he drilled holes in, and then he had like wires attached to the bottom of like pieces of gold filament. And I don't know what he was doing, but it was collecting energy. Whether or not it was some form of a prank or not, it didn't seem like one. It seemed pretty legit, whatever he was doing.
What about it being aligned to Orion? Do you reckon that
I
might
don't know
have
a lot about that.
what does that
I
mean
don't know much.
anything?
That's why I said that's the function, right? Part of the function, Bong. Those are like, but the type of questions I really want answers. Like, what the fuck were they doing with this big ass rock, right? I don't think it was just a
Pyramid.
monument. Like, there's no way because
It was
there's like a
powered.
machine, right? There's stuff that's missing. The quote unquote
Right.
king's chamber. The
Yeah.
what's in the box? We don't know. The capstone. Where is it? We don't know. What was it made out of? We don't know.
Well, that's
It
another
was
point.
white limestone casing on the outside. That's all gone now. That
Right, it's
magnesium
white
limestone that could
limestone.
be cast.
See, there you go. If there was
Yeah.
right, so that makes it see for them to have been using like white magnesium, right? Like what you're saying, then it does sound like it's a form of an energy center. And then there are actually like like
Layers. There's
you
like
know like
layers of materials. Like, you know what I
yeah.
mean? Like, there. It's a something, man. It's like a.
Do you
What
know
the
what an
hell were they
abacus
doing with
is?
it?
Do you know what an abacus is for counting?
Yeah, it's a Chinese thing. Yeah. Or yeah.
Yeah, like
I
they've
don't know.
every culture's sort of had a rudimentary abacus, right?
Mhm.
So
I don't know
there was
how
a
to use
point
it,
I had.
but I know what
Well,
it is.
apparently the Romans, right? Which I don't believe it's the Romans, but it comes from that area of like Egypt / slightly north of Egypt, and obviously slightly west of Egypt, northwest, which is an old form of an abacus, which was actually it's almost like a computer basically. It's like an analog computer, right? And it's made of different pieces of like brass and different pieces of metal, right? And effectively it had the computing power. It was basically more powerful than like a
The
calculator,
thing that
right?
they found underneath the sea is
Yeah,
that what you're talking about?
yeah.
That
So you've heard of it.
something mechanism or machine? Yeah, man.
See, I
Yeah,
bring
we
this
don't
up
know.
and I get called a liar for bringing it. Every time I bring that up, so
No,
everyone's like, "What are you on
we
about?"
don't know. We don't know what the hell it is or what it does, and so
What
we're
you
like,
talk
what the
about
hell?
the Antikythera mechanism?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's it. Yeah, that's
yeah,
it.
yeah. That's it.
No, see, you're
Like,
not
The
lying,
what
man.
now?
That's it. That's the one.
Can you spell that?
it sounds kind of racist.
Called Antikythera.
Oh no, that's
Why?
anti-Semitism. That's
Chocolate
racist.
got on a lockdown.
But is that
Antikythera.
anti-K or anti-C? Like, how do you spell
K
that?
K. Yeah, I
K
think K.
K
Not the
Y
best spelling.
and
Think
Antikytherium.
Right.
YouTube should get the rest for you.
Well, just to make it clear, though, what I was trying to say about the idea of the pyramids and the rocks appearing to be homogeneous, almost like they were cut pieces of stone, that's what I'm trying to get at, is that the reason, I believe this is the reason we don't know what the pyramids were used for, is because we've looked at the pyramids, much like many other, architectural buildings, like,
Yeah.
for instance, castles that do have singular pieces of cut stone. So when we think of singular pieces of cut stone for a monument, we think of like fortified things or centers of metropolises, right? We think of places like Oxford, we think of, Edinburgh, we think of, Notre Dame, we think of the big buildings that mean a lot. Well, with the pyramids use a form of pouring of concrete that is more reminiscent of actually manufacturing and production. And
It's more plausible for such a
do you
building. I would
do you
pour
think
it. Fuck yeah.
do you,
For
do you think
sure.
that they put the lines on the outside of it to make it look like it was stone,
well,
but
right, so
moved and put to get pieced together,
I
just so
don't
that they
know
can
because
deceive people?
right, so there is like the Aztecian pyramids. Some of those they do that. They use a form of like not netting, but see this is literally what me and Meme were talking about. This is why we started talking about it. We was talking about doing coving and doing like a remodeling, right, of somewhere like Cabela's, like in America. You know the places like the places, and they'll have like the fake rock walls right inside the buildings, yeah. And we was talking about how you can do that using plaster, or you can even do it using concrete, for instance, right? And you use like either a special type of mold, or you can use a different technique to make it seem as if these bricks are individual, but actually they're not, right? So I believe that would have started off partially. Some of it would be started off because obviously if you put channels in between a lot of bricks, especially on a pyramid, that creates a natural place for the water to run down, right? On the pyramid, though, however, I think the stones were that big. If I remember rightly from the video of them, like sort of redoing a very small segment of it with the pouring technique, truth is that you could technically still have them be like individual blocks of granite because you would lay them individually in a frame, then you would smash the frame away. Do you see what I mean?
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
So
I just listen. I just,
yeah.
dude, I know I was totally listening to what you're saying, and I get what you're saying, right? But I just had another thought, right? If the Earth, like, okay, so we have quakes that shake the Earth, but if
Yeah.
there's any shifting of the Earth at all, how could the pyramids ever still line up? How could these monuments that line up with, say, the sunrises and shit like that at different times, how
Why
could
haven't
they
they
still
moved?
line up? It's like the Earth is shaking, but is it even really shifting? It's like if those things are still lining up, then it's
I have a
obviously not
Right,
shifting.
so I have a different theory on earthquakes altogether than most people, and truth, you'll probably actually probably think this makes more sense. So everyone that's a flat earther, right, you realize continents don't exist anymore, right? Tectonic plates are gone.
Well, I mean, I
Yeah.
know, but I have considered, because of, the way it looks like the shapes. But we really don't know the shapes of the land masses, right? We know
Yeah.
what they give us as the shapes, but we don't know what they really are. They just like
No,
piece
we
the
don't.
shit together and they hand it to us. So maybe
Yeah,
they don't
that's
fit
it.
together in reality. And
Oh
but
no,
but
I
I have
have
often
truth. I don't think
I
they
have
fit
often
together at
thought
all.
that the land, like, maybe
Mm.
maybe still shifts, but just not on magma, that it's just
Mm.
like water reservoirs beneath it, and that
That's more
if those
likely.
water reservoirs maybe shift or something, then the land could shift. But I don't think, like,
Yeah, that
after
whole
listening
tectonic
to,
plate shit is ridiculous.
yeah, after,
Yeah.
after after listening to you all talk about the pyramids and shit, like, I'm thinking of how they align with the
Mm-hmm.
stars and how old they are, and these
How has
other,
it stayed like
like,
it?
yeah, like, structures and
Pyramids.
monuments and things that line up with sunrises and sunsets and
Well, you could
seasons,
say
and
the same
they
about
still line up. So how could they obviously are
yeah.
not shifting at all.
Well, you could say the
But
same
they
about the
don't.
Georgia Guidestones, but like, listen to what it says in the Bible. It says the earth will be placed on pillars and immovable, right? As much as we still have earthquakes, right? The earth itself as a whole object doesn't move. This is patently false because everybody knows. This is what I say about P waves, S waves, and refractions apparently drawing some sort of graph that could show sphericity to us, which is a reification, obviously, because all you're drawing is data points of oscillation that's being received from seismographs in one location in one country to another. And like, so what you're saying is true, truth. Like, the whole earth doesn't move ever, not the whole thing at one time. I think earthquakes make a lot more sense in the sense like this, right? So the idea of tectonic plates like rubbing up against one another and stuff like that. So did anyone notice what happened in Miami, Florida, Dade County the other day with this this building that just collapsed? Anyone see that?
It was an alleged leak in the pool that created a sinkhole. Is the best theory I
Sinkhole.
heard.
So
Yeah.
right, so sinkhole was what I've believed was what would have happened. So things like the Grand Canyon, for instance, right? Truth. I think the Earth moves, but I believe it's just the Earth underneath the place that's really affected that is moving. I think a lot of this stuff is caused by
Well, I
sinkholes.
think there's shaking and rumbling, and that's
Yeah.
all that we get. Period. Like, nothing is ever
Same.
shifting. So get this. If we know that, how do you purify shit? Like, if there's, we know they make our food and air and everything toxic, like they do, and then they blame us for it, right? So the earth is like synergistic in nature with, like,
Yeah.
all of it is. So if it's going to cleanse itself and it's going to keep its own balance. So how would you purify something? With fire. So what is this, like, like the fire, I mean, the toxins and everything, I mean, it gets recycled and shit. Like, what if that's
Yeah.
what the earthquakes and the fucking lava and shit is
Of
it Earth
no,
trying to
100%.
purify itself, man?
No, no,
Recycling our
100%.
shit.
So the more toxins and shit,
100%.
then the more lava and the more earthquakes we're going to have to, or the more
Well,
volcanoes we're going to have because the
Makes
more
sense.
shit needs
truth.
purified.
Well, no,
And that's
truth.
what we're
Can I
feeling
back
the
your
rumble.
point up? Can I back your point up
Good
on what you
philosophy,
just
yeah.
said but speaking very, 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 very exact in the sense of this. What you just said is actually very true. So the idea of like a sinkhole, right? Right. What would a corrosive liquid do proverbially to the ground beneath our feet? If, let's say, the ground beneath our feet is made up of a mixture of mediums that have things such as veins of copper in it, right? We have forms of limestone. We literally have forms of calcium carbonate as well in literal veins, bear in mind, right? So if I run corrosive materials, so i.e. what you're talking about, us poisoning the earth, corrosive materials, right? I believe we have nitrates that absorb down through grass all the time. That's what, we have all these different things being created. If you put more corrosive or more, the more you place into the earth and toxins to seep in, the more corrosive in nature that it is going to effectively over time absorb, destroy, either absorb, destroy, the different forms of minerals that are in the ground itself. It's going to then change maybe the substrate of what the ground is, because chemical reactions, for instance, like you can just think about how things like
Radioactive
sulfur
materials.
springs actually are created. If you were being honest with yourself and you sat there and thought about it for a very long time, we have the prerequisite things needed to do so, and eventually they come together underground because of change. Well, yeah, effectively we can speed up the change of what goes on beneath our feet. It sounds almost esoteric in nature to say like we're poisoning the air and this could be affecting the ground, but in actuality, when like fracking, for instance, like
Oh yeah, what
removing,
are they doing? They're pulling that shit out. They're pulling the natural stuff out, and they're putting nothing but man-made toxins and shit in there. Like, and of course they're going to have like different vibrational frequencies and electromagnetic natures and just electrical natures to them. And knowing how that stuff, those different fields can affect something like whether it where it finds its equilibrium like that. So maybe those things that are the most toxic have the the fields or the nature that would cause it to go deeper within, like to where it's going to actually receive the purity of fire. And
Has anyone messed around with a pyramid or anything? Has anyone built a pyramid or you tried it?
not yet. I have considered it, but I haven't done it.
Oh, I understand you build it to certain proportions and then you test it with something like fruit or something.
Huh?
Yeah, I don't know about the. I didn't hear
I think what you're talking about is a frequency
Shape
pyramid.
power. Yeah,
He's on
shape power.
He's on about a frequency pyramid where what you do is it's almost effectively like you can make. So I don't know if you've heard about this, Truth. You can make like a frame, for instance. It's like a pyramid shape, right?
Yeah, frame. Yeah, you got it right. In certain
Yeah, and you place-
proportions, and
Yeah.
it will harness some kind of energy, and you test it with fruit. You take a piece of fruit, you put it under the pyramid. You put another piece of fruit over here, and then you test your pyramid. The energy. How does it make things stay alive longer and stuff? Is it true people make out over their beds and put
listen,
like
all right,
live in
so
a
the way you got to
pyramid?
look at it, right? So the way you got to look at it is everywhere we are on Earth, there's an electronic magnetic field of the Earth. We can literally measure it. We have the Schumann resonance of the Earth, right? That's the resonance frequency given off from the rotation of this frequency over our Earth, right? So we have this frequency, but the thing is all that really happens, right? With putting like an apple, for instance, in one of these triangles, where you do get in these pyramids, where you get a good result, is the preservation of it. It doesn't degrade as
Yes,
quickly.
preservation. Yes.
Yeah, so it just preserves it. But what would be the cause of the preservation? Where we have metal.
I don't know.
So,
I understand some
this is what I'm
kind.
saying.
Now this guy gets a little far out there, but you guys might like this. Like, check this dude's videos that gets into that.
Yeah.
Like, I haven't watched him in years. Like, and I actually created a playlist that was called "The Depths of the Mind of Tyler," because it's like
Can you post it
to this
the
dude.
playlist?
Yeah, I
Can
think
you post the whole playlist?
is that there's only 2 videos in it. Is that not
All
both
right.
of them?
All right, sweet.
If that's
Yeah.
not both of them, I'll post both of them.
Guys, was I hot micing?
Yeah, a little.
Sorry. Sorry, man. Sorry.
Oh, you're all right. No, I'll just finish what I was saying very quickly. So with this pyramid thing, guys, you know what Faraday cage is, right? Where it blocks the frequencies. But a Faraday cage is a very exact sort of, not exact because you can build it in lots of different ways.
Electromagnetic radio waves.
Yeah, it's electromagnetic and radio wave form of blocking, right? It's a way of blocking signals. Well, I think that you know the so-called harnessing energy thing, right? I don't believe that
Let
harnessing
me
anything.
interrupt for a minute.
Well, no,
I
I'm
understand.
finished. I am finished. Listen, I'm finished now. So you know the pyramid, like you're talking about, where you put stuff in that preserves it. I don't know that it harnesses energy to preserve the thing. I believe more that it is likely that it somehow repels some of the energies involved in degradation of said fruit.
Okay, how does that come into play with the fact that you can build it out of any material? You can make it out of wood, and
It's
the
just a
pyramid will
shape,
work.
right?
Any shape will be. So, for instance, right, radar, right. So the paint received off of radar. If I'm so when you use like a sawtooth algorithm, or a sawtooth pulse form of radar, right? Okay, you have the CRT tube, the cathode ray tube, right? The cathode ray. Oh, I can't pronounce that word. Doesn't matter anyway. So they basically program it to create a sawtooth like pulse, right? Well, this sawtooth pulse is nowhere near as it's a wave and it's also a burst, right? But it's nowhere near as wave like, or should I say, sheet like, or like a piece of silk, right? It's nowhere near as much of a wave as the Earth's frequency. So I'm just saying, any shape, be it wood, be it metal, whatever it is, that is still a triangle, right? I don't care if your plane's made out of balsa wood. I don't care if it's made out of rubber. I
Yeah,
don't care
wood.
if
They did one with wood. Yeah.
Right, so no matter what you make your plane out of, when I fire, a piece of use a radar equipment at it, and I fire those, radio waves at it, I still receive back an echo. I still receive back a paint, regardless of the material that it was that makes it, because it still has a right angle on it. Right angles are incredibly effective at receiving back paint. So a pyramid is not a. It's hard to explain that really, because
Understood.
a pyramid is it's a good stealth shape, a pyramid, but at the same time it's great at deflecting, is what I'm trying to get at. Do you see my point? It doesn't matter the
Cool.
material.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah, so the leak project is like that dude's into the alien agenda and shit like that. Like I don't resonate with that, but he did do. Like I used to listen to him years ago, but he did one with Tyler Lowfall.
Mm.
But if you watch Tyler Lowfall, if you listen to him, like how he gets into these different shapes and how he connects everything. Anyway, it's just interesting. I don't know. It's like I don't know what to
No,
think
I'll
of it,
check
and
it out.
it's like honestly, it was so mind-boggling and maddening to listen to him that I just saved the videos just in case,
Just in case.
that it came. Yeah, if I got more pieces to put together and these fit in anywhere, like I could, just save them and do that. So I just thought
Yeah,
I'd
I've got
share it with you.
videos like that. I got those just in case videos where it's like, this sounds kind of fucking crazy,
That's what
but
Tyler Lowfall is.
Yeah.
sounds kind of crazy, but it sounds like if it is
He's
true,
like,
then I need to keep it.
don't want to write him off, man, because he sounds crazy, because at first Flat Earth sounded crazy. But, so you just kind of like want to put it back there somewhere, like in your.
Yeah.
Did you ever watch Dreamcatcher? Like the memory, the
Yeah,
memory
yeah.
warehouse. Like you
Yeah.
want to just like log it into your memory warehouse.
Yeah, I've got a memory warehouse. Like I did
For that
this as a way.
Yeah, for that one time that it's not the same shit on a different day. It's different shit
Yeah.
on a different day.
I was agreeing.
Yeah, but like everyone should do this actually. Like like Sherlock Holmes, right? Well, actually, we had that Sherlock Holmes quote. Have any of you guys heard it? I'll try and find it in a minute. Where he talks about the solar system. And he's talking about Kepler's solar system. It's really.
Hey man,
It's
you want to
hilarious.
stop doing that, man? Please, just that shit. Just cut that shit off.
But
Raymond.
Huh?
Yeah, it's
Henry.
annoying. I agree.
Just cut that shit off, man.
I'm extremely confused. Am I confused for good reason, or is it just me who's confused, or is everyone else not confused?
What?
Chocolate is with it. Chocolate is not confused.
Sherlock Holmes solar system quote, yeah.
Someone keeps on saying yeah to everything that you're saying without actually listening, right? So I was like, hey, just
He just
knock
want
that shit off.
to be disruptive and just and repeat like one of the words and just say yeah. So the next time he
All
can.
right.
Yeah.
See?
I think that's Henry. Yeah, you got him.
Yeah. That's how that
Well, these are new guys in here. You guys want to grill them?
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go, man. You're with me now.
That's actually a pretty good group. The yes. I like them.
Yeah.
Good morning, JD, by the way.
Like, I'm gonna let everyone else deal with like muting for a minute because I don't know who to mute. Because I'm like, wait, who's playing and who's not playing?
Well, we have
Raymond.
Guys,
I'm not to be muted. I
One
was
second,
talking.
Ranch.
You're always
Ranch.
muted. Be quiet.
We have Raymond. Ramen, are
I
you there?
never fucking talk.
Yeah, I'm not
Maybe he
interested.
won't. Maybe he won't be a
Alright, shut
noodlehead.
up.
I want to talk to Ramen. What's up, Ramen?
Hello. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine, man. So, how did you find this server?
Been in it for like a year.
Like,
but I
did
don't
you
really
find
play.
this? Did you find this?
Right, someone mute him.
Ranch, please.
Got him. He's done. Thanks.
So, you've been here for a year now.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And have you looked into the topic? What's
A little bit, but I kind of just listen a bit.
okay? And what do you think? You think we're on a spinning flying water ball or?
Not too sure personally.
Okay. Okay. Oh, that's an honest answer.
Yeah.
Cool.
So on a scale, on a scale from 1 to 10, 1 being flat Earth and 10 being the globe, where would you be?
Like a 5 because I don't know.
Fair enough.
Well, can I ask a question? Because you said you're not sure. Well, what about a plane, a flat plane? Do you experience or see that the horizon or the oceans or that it looks flat? Do you agree it
On and
looks
off,
flat?
because some days I look at it and I'm like, that's flat, and then other days I see it and I kind of see the curve a bit, and then I get confused. So I'm not really sure, to be honest.
Fair enough.
See the curve.
In what way do you? Wait there. Can I just ask? Bong, I'll give it straight back to you. In what way does this curve present itself to you? Because I've heard many people say this, and in psychology they talk about how if you so on the day that you think it looks curved, obviously it's more likely that it would look curved as well. That's just the way our brain works, right? We see effectively what we think we're seeing, and we can see it further. But how does that present itself to you? Just I'm interested.
In what way do you mean? Like,
how does the curve present itself to you? Is it
Like share an experience that you've had where it seemed curved.
Yeah, so like when I say that, I mean, are you noticing that it's the center of your? So right, so when you look out, right, you have the center of your vision, correct? Is it the center that's bulging up, or is it the two ends farthest away, dipping down?
Two ends.
It's always the two ends, right? Every single time. So the way that our eyes work, right, we have an inverted cone inside of our eyes, correct? So in the way that optics work in general is that when you have what you would say, a form of convex or concave lens, dependent on the concavity or convexity of said lens and what side you're looking at it through, right? Because that would change convex to concave depending on where you are, which side of the lens. That would dictate almost like the way in which the visual effect would happen, and it just so happens to be that every time when people see apparently a curved horizon, it's always the two ends, which would correspond with the way that our eyes are shaped and the way our eyes work. That's what I point out.
Right.
Hey! I have an idea. Right? Because when we look out into the ocean, when I look out into the ocean, right, I'm like, the USA is across the plane, across over there, that direction, right? But if you were on a ball, right, because I'm in Australia, when I look down, like directly down at my feet, in my mind, I have to imagine that I'm looking at Europe. And
yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
You have to look at
Then I'm looking down. Yeah, then I'm looking at England when I look down into the earth.
Yeah.
If I'm in Australia.
Isn't that crazy that
Problem
when you look
is,
across the ocean?
you're the one that's underneath, bud. We're the ones that's looking down upon you. You're looking up at us. Sorry,
And that's
bud.
it, right? And that's the idea too. You are always on top of the
That's
world.
right.
I mean, think
Yes.
about it, no matter where you are.
I just think that that's a
that
weak
checks out.
man's way of living. It's a cop out, right? No matter what, due to the vector of the center of gravity of this Earth and the convexity therein of it, and the fact that it's a sphere, means that me as a man, I will always exist as the highest being, and I will always be above all the rest, all down beneath the hill, away from me in all directions. I am on the top of the world. Like, isn't like the globe just like a weak philosophical sort of like axiom to live your life by?
It's stupid. Literally stupid. So I'm supposed,
man.
I'm supposed to look
I
at the
only know
ground
that
and believe
because
that thousands of miles underneath my feet is an entire other existence of people living antipodal to me.
Yeah.
Really,
You never
really.
knew
We're
that?
both being attracted.
You never knew that?
Yeah,
Phil?
yeah, okay.
So
Three-toed gnomes pulling
Hang
us
out with him,
together.
man. Give him a call, dude. It's like that scene in Godzilla, bro, where he burnt through the ground. You know what's
Right,
talking
let's get back to this guy.
yeah,
Sorry.
so can I add one thing to the table? I made an observation last Saturday when I was at a party outside. It said 48 minutes across the hour. It's the sun setting, but look at it how it disappears just above the treetops.
I saw this earlier. Good
It's so
observation, bro.
weird. It's so
It is weird,
right?
right? Yeah, I know. You posted this earlier, right? It's the
And
same
it's
thing.
and we don't have mountains, right? It's
Yeah. It's very level.
Did you post that, Roger?
yeah, 48 minutes after the hour.
I was saying that chocolate and truth prevails might not see my black swan. My new black swan. I've got a good one, guys.
Black Swan.
Yeah, I posted it. After. Let Roger do his stuff.
I haven't whispered that in a while.
I tagged you in it.
Okay. Oh, it's a video. All right, cool.
Yeah, it's a good
Oh,
video.
we have a guy in the live stream posting.
Wait.
I'm gonna ban that
Did you
guy.
just link me, Professor Dave?
No. Henry is posting, spamming Dave.
I've seen a sunset like that
Henry,
once, and it
one
was
second.
insane, man.
Henry,
I
you're
wasn't even
unmuted.
spamming. I wasn't spamming.
Yeah, you are. Henry, why are you
No, I said
posting
two.
Dave?
I said two separate links. Okay, I said two separate links.
Why did you send a Dave video? Tell me.
What?
Why did you send a Dave video?
Because I love Dave.
Oh, did you know he isn't a professor?
The hell?
He's a what?
He isn't a professor.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Ask Dave why he won't debate me.
Why does
Why
Dave?
do you love Dave?
Yeah, why do you love
He's
Dave?
so cool. He's cool.
I love
Dave's got the
lamb.
D. Because Dave's
I
got
like
the D.
turtles.
Because Dave's got
How
the
is
D.
cool? How is he cool?
Well, he is. Look at him.
Oh yeah.
What do you mean? Look at him?
Wow.
Baldy
I think we're in
cats.
the
It's
wrong
a
place for that.
no-brainer.
Are you talking about his hair, or are you talking about his beard, or what do you mean?
His
Or his double
mustache.
chin. Right, a double chin.
That's body shaming. That's body shaming.
That's why you love him.
Did you just say? Wait there. Did you just say body shaming? Are you being serious, bro?
Yeah.
I thought you might say
Who is this
you love his
clown?
argument. You know,
Who is
like
this
is there an
clown?
argument?
Wait there. What are we called to do when someone is being body shamed? What you should do now, bro, just to be the ultimate cut.
I'm gonna block you. I'm gonna block you.
If you block me, you'll be banned. That's what you should do. It
Yeah.
wasn't me
Okay,
body
I'm gonna block
shame.
you.
I think ban him
Well,
already.
all right, sweet.
Just whatever.
What you should do is
Crap.
pass on some body positivity right now. That's what you should do, and you should give Dave a couple of compliments.
Yeah,
Yo, why are you not in Dave's? Why are you not in Dave's Discord?
Yeah.
Mister, I love Dave. Why are you not in Dave's Discord? Does he have a Discord? Does he discuss
don't
this
know.
stuff with
I don't know.
people? Why are you not there? Why do you
I
love
don't know.
Dave? You don't know?
I just love Dave.
Why don't you get Mr. Dave to come over here?
Where's the curvature?
I don't know him personally, so I don't know if I would be able to.
So Henry,
because
Henry,
just
did
like
Dave?
every other Dave, just like every other Discord with
Yeah.
YouTubers, Dave shit is dead.
Yeah.
So Henry, did
why
Dave
he's
measure any curvature?
Honestly, I don't know. I haven't watched the videos
No.
yet.
Okay. So he didn't, right? He looks at the sky
No,
and
I don't know. I
claims,
haven't.
yeah. So
Yeah, yeah.
you just
So you're
posted shit and
posting
hope,
shit you haven't watched.
yeah.
Great.
So
No,
he
I was just.
looks
I
at the
just thought.
sky.
I just thought I'd
Listen,
share the
Henry.
videos I found.
Yeah, we've all seen him, right, Henry? So
I haven't seen
he
them.
looks at
Sorry.
the sky, right, and then
We've all seen it except the guy that loves Dave. He didn't watch them.
Except
No,
the guy
hold
that
on,
loves
hold on,
Dave.
wait. So you think that just by posting links, you think that just because there's an explanation from some source that you trust, right? You don't
It
have
doesn't.
to
That's
understand it, right?
just fair.
You don't have
That's
to
just fair.
understand it. You just have to pass the information along, but you don't have to read it. Is it what
No,
you're
it's just
saying?
fair. No,
What's
it's
the
it's
radius
just
of the
showing
Earth?
that I
What's
love
the
Dave.
radius of the globe? Do you even know that?
Typical Brit.
What is the radius?
Whether you're a
Dave
typical
Lover.
Brit, mate. Not willing to do any of the legwork yourself. You're a lazy bastard. That's what you are,
Let's
mate.
check it out.
I
If
just
you're a
love Dave.
glober, right? If you're a glober and you don't know the
I never
radius
said
or
I
how
was a glober.
curvature
I never
works,
said I was
right?
a glober.
Look at man. Look, if you're a glober, right, and you don't know
I'm
how
a
the
flat
ball
earther. I'm a
works,
flat earther.
what?
I love the flat earth.
Well, he said what?
What are you saying?
Ban you
can't
now?
understand.
Because I'm not in the mood for this crap. Can I
Yeah,
ban you now or what?
yeah, whatever you guys want, but
Who are we talking to?
This guy.
Henry.
Oh,
Henry.
Henry, come back.
Yeah. So Henry,
the
Dave,
guy that
yeah.
passes information without even looking at it.
No, I
What
never said
you're
I agree
such
with
a
him. I just
you're
love
such a
him. I
tool,
love
man.
him.
You're
You know
such
that's
a
how the
useless tool,
Jews.
though,
You know
man.
that's how the Jews were exterminated, right? Passing around information that's not been verified by anybody. Listen, this guy likes Dave, but this video that Dave created could literally be talking about how to, harm people that you love, but you shared the video. Like this is like the deepest level of intellectual stupidness that I've seen in a while. I see it a lot. People posting shit they don't know what is contained within. Like if you do that with the wrong file, you can end up in prison. Just to be clear, people.
How is it that you're not posting NASA's proofs and links? Why are you posting other people's stuff? Like we're not talking about Dave. We're talking about the authorities that teach us this crap. Why aren't you posting their links? The World Society. Or at least some NASA bullshit. At least
To
some
be honest,
NASA.
until Dave,
Are y'all
will
still
debate
talking to
one of us.
Henry? Because Henry's not in here anymore.
We
Just so
don't.
you know.
We
I'm
just want to
talking
rant
to
now.
every glober out there that thinks they can just post links without even reading shit.
All right, man. Just making sure you know. Didn't want you to waste your breath for nothing.
Yeah, man. It's like everyone's doing it. It's like, I got these links here from these guys. It's like, yeah, but you know what they are? What's the radius of the Earth? Oh no. What the hell, man?
What's hilarious about that Dave dude, the Dave Joker, is that he'll ask a question on his video. I got a question for a flat earther. No one will be able to answer it. And you see in the
It won't
text,
talk to anyone.
he just
They're
deletes it.
presenting you. They're presenting us with information we already know, but they don't even know, and refuse to know because
Has he
I
ever
don't
asked
know
any of
why.
these questions to a flat earther? Or does he ask them to a camera and then hope
To a
that
camera,
everybody
and
else
then
will do the work for him?
yeah, he asks it to a camera, then he deletes the people's comments that answer the question.
Oh,
And
that
then
sounds good made.
Yeah,
when
it's
we
so
DM
weird.
him for a debate, when you DM Professor Dave for a debate, he's like, I will not debate you because I don't want to blow you up anymore. As in, like, I'm not gonna almost give you the clout. Like, I don't want to make your name bigger. So he's actually afraid of giving a voice to flat earthers. Admittedly, we have the screenshots of this. Bear in mind, and more than one person as
Meanwhile,
well.
he's using flat earthers to big up his own name.
Oh yeah, that's
Because
how he
nobody's
makes
ever heard
money.
of this clown until Flat Earth, right?
Yeah. So
isn't that pretty funny?
I only see him
Yeah.
at the search results. I've never watched any of his videos because I can't stand for 5 seconds, 10 seconds.
I find it real funny these Globers who have basically built their notoriety or their infamy off of Flat Earth, something they hate so much. But this shit has put you on the map, supposedly.
Yeah, actually, I've linked them a study that says hearing an opposing opinion does not harm you, and they'll deny the science just with that.
Well, science doesn't prove things anymore, according to them.
So
Yeah,
Yeah,
so that's
and
why.
this is anybody killer, right? It doesn't matter who. I don't even know who I'm talking shit about, but what he's saying is bullshit. It's like, what
Truth,
is
you've checked in Kitten, right? Truth, you checked in Kitten?
Yeah, but he's in the middle of his sandwich right now, so I was just
Okay,
gonna
yeah,
leave him.
he's muted, so I'm
You
gonna
should.
go ahead and unmute him.
Wait,
Well,
Kitten, if
he's
you have,
me again. I'm eating my
If
sandwich, so I prefer to talk
if you
when I'm not
post
flapping my lips.
you can mute yourself, Kitten, and when
Oh,
you're
okay.
done,
Yeah,
if
I'll
you
do that.
post
okay, cool.
links or proofs, at least let it be from NASA or some kind of university. You know what I mean? Like, not these idiots on YouTube, please. I mean, like, Khan Academy is cool, but you know what I mean?
These
Like,
guys on YouTube, these idiots on YouTube come with a very there's a proclivity and it's seemingly there's a bit of a proclivity for people to want to post the YouTubers over the actual so-called authorities because the authorities sort of come with a certain level of how would I put it? Your feet can be held to the fire to a higher degree. Like if you cite some twat like Professor Dave, right? What's going to really happen if you're proven incorrect? Oh, it's just some idiot off the internet, right? Well, okay. Why aren't they posting Feynman? Why are they not posting Hawking? Why are they not posting the fairy tales about Narnia that are, you know, purported to be true by people such as these? You know, look at that Michio Kaku guy that claims that he actually made. Have any of you heard of this? He made when he was before he went to university. Michio Kaku made a super collider, a particle smasher that was like, I believe it was either 3 miles or 20 miles long. I worked out how much it would cost to make.
Can I tell Roger something real quick? Like, so I can get it.
Sure.
'Cause I
Yeah,
got
I'm finished.
no, I just want to tell him like sometimes when I check people in, if if it's questionable whether or not they can have a productive conversation, but I want to
Okay.
go ahead and give them a chance, I'll send them in. Or if we get like a group of people that come when they seem like they could possibly be trolling, right? But we don't. I don't want to make assumptions. And they come from another server, I'll send them in VC verified, but server muted, so
Okay.
that you can address address them directly first, and then see if they have a
Okay.
productive conversation before you leave them unmuted.
That's okay. Yeah, he's eating his sandwich.
Well, just that
allegedly,
way, if
so
anyone ever sees someone come in that I just verified, but yet they're server muted, that's why.
If it's okay to ask, when I got in here like a while ago, this server, there was this guy called Old Dude or something like that. Is he still
What are you
here?
trying to say about old dude? Wait,
Is he still
don't
here?
speak
Well, let
badly
him
about
say.
old dude.
Well, let him say what he's going to say first before you lay down the
I'm
groundwork.
joking.
Like you better not. Now we know. Now we don't know what he was going to say for sure.
I'm joking. Yeah, we have old dude. No, we have a guy called old dude. He is still here, dude. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because when I first joined ages ago, he like was the
Yeah.
person who checked me in kind of thing, and he was really nice. So I was wondering where it was.
Yeah, the Scottish guy, right?
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, man.
it's in the day for him. So I guess he's doing stuff, and he usually is on in the evening. Or I think you can ping him if you want to talk to him.
yeah,
Or
he's still
he's
here. You'll run
and
into
he's
him if you stick around.
yeah, he's usually in the learning curve or in the chill VC.
I'll send him a DM for you right now. What's your name?
Ramen.
What?
Ramen.
Yeah.
R-A-M.
All right, done.
Hey, this guy you checked in a couple of years ago wants to say hi to you.
Yeah, that's what I've just sent him. Got it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
Should I write urgent in the message? Is it urgent?
No, it's not urgent. I just wanted to see if
I
you
wrote
still
urgent. I wrote urgent. I sent it. I'm sorry.
Make haste.
I love it when people come into the room and they go, "Can I ask a question?" And I'm like, it's so redundant. I'm sorry, I hate redundancy. It's like you're already asking a question about asking a question. It's kind of like, Not that I'm having a go for you doing
Yeah,
that.
well,
Like,
they're
it's
just
polite.
wanting to
It's
know if
actually
they can have
polite.
it
I
for
just didn't want to, because it
Yeah,
was
no,
just
it's
a
very polite.
so I don't want
It's a
to interrupt
rhetorical
the
question, right?
conversation.
Yeah, I'm saying it's very, very polite to do so. I have no issue with someone doing that. It's very polite. But I'm saying, like, when I hear it, I'm like, wait, like, you know, your brain does that weird thing where you're like, what?
You should be like, I would like to ask a question.
And then the bitchy side of me is like, no, you can't.
I have an
With my sandwich.
I have an off-topic question, real quick for Bong. Bong, do you happen to see the moon anywhere where you are?
Yeah, it was. Yep, it was coming up. Well, it's cloudy, but I think it's coming up later now. It's nighttime here, like 10.
Okay.
You know what?
What
I
time
can't
I'm
even
is
just
see it. It's
curious
been raining and
because
it's
I got it
cloudy.
here
Yeah.
above my head, so
Oh
I'm
yeah.
wondering if.
All right,
Wondering if
same,
you
Remember,
see it.
same topic.
I'm outside right now.
remember last week, Bong, when like someone in
Yeah, it was
California
up.
saw the moon, someone in Michigan saw. I saw the moon, and I'm in Kentucky, and you
This is what I
saw
was
the
about
moon
to ask.
Yep.
all at the
Wait,
Yeah,
same
it was
time.
on the horizon.
What day was that on? Because this is important now. Because
Well, I
Last
remember
week.
Vlad was saying that it was a full moon, and it wasn't quite full yet.
right,
Like it was the night
It was
before
Sunday.
the complete full moon or whatever.
I think it was
It's like the
Sunday.
night before.
3 days ago. Yeah. I think 3 nights
3
ago.
days ago.
Well,
When
it
it was
had to
full,
be.
the last full moon.
It had to be Friday or before because I've not been
Mm-hmm.
able to get on the
Or
internet since
something like that.
Friday.
Right. So I was looking at the moon. Right. Okay. I believe on the same day, full moon. And I had someone in New York looking at the moon, and I was in England looking at the moon. At the same time also. And it was crazy. Did you notice that as well? Anyone else? Like the moon looked incredibly big.
What day was this?
That's what I was asking everyone else when it was, but it was the last full
Was it
moon. So like,
was
it
it a
was
few days ago?
a few
Yeah,
days ago.
the
Yeah,
last
dude.
full
Like,
moon.
yeah,
Yeah, the
bro.
moon look fucking great. Hold on, let me see if
It
I
looked
did I take a picture of
crazy,
that. Hold
bro.
on,
So I was
because
talking to someone in New York.
I just posted a picture of the moon right now, but I know what you're talking about because like 2 days ago, I feel like I was just like, what the fuck? Here it
Bro,
is.
And we all saw it at the same time.
yeah,
Here
like
it
I
is.
was looking at this at the same time as someone in New York, right? And they were like explaining how big it looked to them, and you know what I mean, like, and wow, bro, like for real. I
Well,
was
from New
like,
York, California, Kentucky, Australia, like everyone saw it.
yeah, like
Yeah, this picture doesn't even do it justice.
let me see.
I'm about to drop it, but it doesn't
Oh
even
my
do it.
days! You know this new Samsung Ultra, guys. Have you heard of it? It's got like the moonshot mode, right?
Yeah, I've
No.
seen that. The new Samsung.
Eli, what night was that, man?
Oh, sorry, Eli. I only just saw that.
Yeah, that, and I
The
took those
Samsung
pictures
Ultra
pretty much
S21.
from the same spot. Both pictures I put in.
I need to, mate. I was like looking for you guys' images, and I'm in the lobby. I'm an idiot. Sometimes.
Way to go, bud. Yeah, the moon be looking crazy out here, man.
You guys are all crazy.
Yeah.
Yep. I love it.
Huh.
What's up,
Morning,
Godrock?
Godrock. I think Kitten's finished eating, so. Oh, my bad. I didn't see them. I thought you were just bringing out the Greta, like we because that's never a topic that comes up in our conversations. Usually, it takes, a glower or a mainstream person to bring that topic up. So, anyway, you can unmute yourself now if you want to go ahead.
Wait.
What's up?
Was it 2 minutes past the hour when you posted those videos? Truth. I'm just gonna to
Of
save
what?
it.
The pyramid thing?
one. Yeah, that's right.
Well, they have a big pyramid on them. It's the only pyramid.
Yeah, no, I couldn't remember whether you posted something else to do. It's alright, doesn't matter. I figured
Yeah,
it
I
out.
think I can Well, I did, but I can repost them. I'll repost them.
No, I've got them. I'm just DMing them to you because I'm not on my phone. So I haven't got a way of saving the videos right now. So I'm going to DM it to you because I know it was you that said it to me. I'll memorize that. And then that's a way of me saving it.
Okay, I see.
So I want to watch it. Right. So what was just posted? Whoa.
So
Yeah,
kittens
chocolate. I
muted
see.
themselves and deafened themselves. So.
it.
Well, I'm going to re-server mute them because I don't trust them to just leave them with the open mic. So until someone has an actual productive conversation with them.
And we make a productive conversation with them then when the server deafens.
Yeah.
Wait, chocolate. 44 minutes past the hour. Someone
Yes, sir.
wait. So 44 minutes past the hour, right? The one that's during the daytime.
Yeah, it's right now.
Which direction? Yeah, which direction is the sun from that? Are you able to get both in the same shot at all, or even in a panoramic shot? Nah.
Nah, I won't be.
I
Not
got them both.
maybe a panoramic.
You
But
got
if
the
you
sun
could
and
do
the
it,
moon.
I gotta go back inside. I can't do that
Yeah,
right now.
you got
Like,
the moon and the sun in the sky at the same time. Is that what you got?
oh yeah.
Yeah. So all right.
I got
Hold on.
the sun right here to the left of me,
Check.
and the
I got
moon
it.
right here in my moon roof.
Listen. On the 21st, the sun was ahead of the moon. Now it's behind the moon. So I got them in the shot on the 21st, the sun being ahead of the moon, and now on the 30th it's behind the moon. So I have both videos, but the whole time from the 21st to the 30th, the moon was not in the sky. So now it's back in the sky in the daytime.
From the 21st to the 30th for 9 days?
For 9 days, it was not in the sky. Fucking crazy.
I don't know. I saw the
Nah,
No,
I
I
just
saw the
had the
moon
moon in
during
the
those
sky
days.
2 days ago.
I'm not saying in the nighttime. I'm just saying in the daytime. In the daytime, I didn't get them both.
See the moon in
For
the
9
daytime.
days. For 9 days.
Well, the moon
Yeah, you're
falls
right,
back like
because
about
yesterday I
50.
didn't see the moon during the day, and now I see it. And it's
Right. So those
right
days,
here.
9 days,
And I'm always out here at the same time because it's my break. So
I was like, that's pretty crazy.
It was out. Yes.
Yep. Maybe for you, but not for me. You see what I'm saying? For 9 days, I didn't see it in the daytime, but on the 30th,
I mean, but yeah, that happens every month though.
yeah, but it was crazy. I just didn't know that.
Yeah, that's like because you'll have it where it's ahead of the sun, and so the phase will be pointed down, and you're like, wow, that looks weird as fuck, you know, and that'll be like 4 o'clock in the morning because the moon will be up before the sun.
Here's
very
something.
weird to look
Oh,
at.
go ahead. Well, here's something else to think about when you're considering the different possibilities of how this shit works, right, and what they are. So, I mean, I don't really know any other way to put it because, like if you'll notice, you know how sometimes you'll see, like you can see the entire outline of where of the moon, but only part of it's lit up, and then other times you can see directly through it, and you don't see that. You know how sometimes you can and sometimes you can't. Well, when it's what is it? Waxing. When it's waxing and it's becoming full, like you can't see all that outline. But when it's waning and it's already been full and it's emptying out, then you can see the outline. So I know there's some like there's something there like to point you in a like to point us in a direction to what's going on, but it's a puzzle piece, right? And maybe with more information later on you can put it together, but it's like when the moon is waxing you can see through it, but when it's waning you can see the entire outline of it even if it's not lit up.
Oh, let's voice check kitten.
I think you guys are like
Hello.
totally not not thinking about how it's just summer solstice, June 21st, right? So like the sun, right, is the thing I've been paying attention to. And so if you know, like me living in New York City, the sun is setting, quote unquote, directly west. You can see the sun in between the buildings, right? So I'm sure you guys seen something like this before, posted in the chat.
You're really low, Elijah. It's like I'm struggling to get all the words that you're saying.
Hello, kitten. Good morning. Looks cool, Elijah. Wow. You just took that?
Good morning, Dandelion.
Good morning.
Hello, I was just looking in your YouTube chat. They're just being very weird. Look, they're all just saying about goats.
Oh, I'll look at it. Thank you, kitten.
Well, Globers are weird. It is
Yeah.
weird when you think you live on a magical spinning water ball when you actually experience nothing but a flat stationary plane your entire life. So yeah, that's a little weird.
That
That's
is pretty
That makes
weird.
sense. By the way, good morning,
Absolutely.
Dandelion. How are you?
Good morning, Chocolate. It's good to see you. Hear
Good
you.
to hear you. Yep,
You
yep.
too.
Yeah, hey there, Dandelion. Good morning.
Good morning. How did I saw you post that you had a event at the Chatterbacks Crit, so how did that go?
Actually went really well, surprisingly. It spawned a whole conversation afterwards about government overreach. They moved it to the political VC, and another guy called Jay, the moderator, took over and started talking about like police accountability issues. And one of the things that really got them that a lot of people when they did the question and answer was that they had no idea that NASA had a SWAT force in the police force, and people were just it just rocked them off their back, like they thought that they could actually be arrested if they go to these places. I'm like, yeah, right. If you do something wrong, there will be a police officer there with a NASA logo. Like in their mind, they had saw NASA as just a bunch of beanheads or whatever in some laboratory just doing science all day. Like everybody who works for NASA, that's all they do. The first one, when the third one went well. I guess the first one was kind of crazy, and a lot of the moderators and even an admin had since been removed or left the server. So I tried it again on Sunday, and it was kind of a shit show. It kind of turned into a debate, and some people were screaming and yelling, and so then we posted it. I thought, hey, I'll try it again, but this will be just straight question and answer format. Ask me anything, and I posted some videos of other people doing these kind of ask me anything type stuff. Keep your question to one sentence, 20 seconds or less. And if did you like your answer? Okay, sure. Do you have a follow up? And we originally planned for 45 minutes, but ended up going like 2.5 hours, and then another 6 hours in the other VC.
Nice.
Sounds like a mod meeting.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't there for the full thing. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Was that it or?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say that some people had asked me for the link to the server, and so I guess there's been a few people coming because they said if I didn't like my answer, I know some people who got a better answer, and here's a server link and stuff. So there should be some new people joining on and off, or something.
Awesome. That's good news. So yeah, so you see this picture I took, right? Somebody asked in the chat, was it Morvis? If that happens like Stonehenge at a particular time of year. I'm like, yeah, this time of year. You can get shots like that. But what I'm thinking about that's very weird is that you see that the sun, well, it goes from left to right. And not only does it go from left to right, but it goes left to right in the span of minutes. And I'm trying to figure out, because remember, like the sun doesn't, like, they say it's the same size, right? Like it has nothing to do with perspective because it's so big and so far away. And it's like, okay, well, what motion of the earth would make me see the sun move from left to right after having traversed the whole sky, but in this small snapshot of time, this 10 minutes or whatever it was, why am I seeing it go damn near horizontal in the span of 10 minutes or less?
Because it moves overhead in a spiral toroidal fashion, and it's not a globe spinning around the sun that's 93 million miles away.
Yeah, but I'm asking in a heliocentric sense, like what would account for that movement? Because the sun is moving because we're spinning, right? So if that's the case, then
what would they say? Because
what's
you don't
accounting?
understand. You don't understand. You don't understand perspective. Is what they'd say. That would be their answer.
But what would perspective have to do with anything?
Well, I know none of their answers are ever valid, but that would be their answer.
I mean, because like perspective, like when we say, well, the sun is just moving away, and that's why it converges to the midpoint of your eye line, they say, no, not perspective, right? They say it's because the earth is spinning and that's what's causing the movement, right? So I'm
No,
like, okay,
perspective
fair
only
enough.
counts when they use it for their argument, not when they take our argument as perspective and use it against us. That's when it counts.
Okay.
You
I
see how
see.
that works? For years we were saying perspective and they were making fun of us and saying perspective, right? All of a sudden, all their arguments lead to perspective, and now they're telling this to us like this is brand new, like they just figured it out. That's how that works now. See that?
That's fucked up.
It
So
is, isn't it?
so now I guess this is gonna happen like for I don't know how many days, but like I would encourage like everyone to take as many pictures during sunset as possible during this time. Uh, I
Do
got
the
a
video
video.
shit. I do the videos because you can
Yeah, I
take
got
your videos.
yeah
I just do the video.
yeah I got a video too, but it's shitty as fuck. That's exactly why I'm
You
saying I
you
was
can
just
take
about.
pictures. What I'm saying is you can screenshot the video stuff and send it, and it won't be shitty. Is what I'm saying. So like you can just take the whole video, like 30 minutes, right? And you can just screenshot shit and send it. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to send the video of the video. You see what I'm saying?
Well, look, I'm gonna post the video right now.
It'll save your
The
memory.
problem,
It'll save your fucking memory because I got like a
yeah,
lot of shit. You know.
yeah. The problem with this video is I was trying to because the sun was moving very fast. Because I tried to catch it for a few days because I seen it in between the buildings and I was like, I'm gonna come back and take a picture after I'm finished doing what I gotta do. And I just come back like 20, 30 minutes later and the sun is gone. It already set. But it didn't really set. It went right. It didn't go down. It went right. And in that span of like 15, 20 minutes of me doing whatever I'm doing, I kept missing the shot until finally um I got the shot, I got the video of it just on the edge of the building and disappearing. But I mean, it's hard to discern in the video, which is why I'm going to try to do it again today. But anyone who has a better picture who's in my area or a city area where there's some pretty high buildings facing west, like a street that's like, you know, relatively west, get that video for me if you can. Because my video is shit. But I did take a picture, so it went from this to this to this to this.
Oh shit, and I'm. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that shit does remind me of when I was used to be in the city during sunset. Shit looks dope.
But you see what I'm saying? You see the pictures I just
Yeah,
posted?
yeah, yeah.
Like
I'm
it
looking
was
at it right now.
there and then it wasn't, but not because it went down.
Yeah,
It's
it
because
went to
it
the
went
right.
the other
It's
way.
like, "Doo-doo." I'm gonna
And
scoot over here.
if what I'm looking at is because of the motion of the earth, then how does that make sense with me being in New York City witnessing what I'm witnessing? That's the argument anyway.
Maybe the Earth rotation changed directions, like in that old video with the
Like the
stop
year
motion,
that the solar
like
eclipse,
stop
the
motion
shadow
video.
went the opposite direction. The Earth went apparently went the other direction that year too. You know, in the solar eclipse, the shadow of the shadow of the eclipse when it went the opposite direction from what it went from west to east.
I like this series of pictures, man. It's just da-da-da, off to the right I go.
Oh, I think I could get a panorama of the sun and the moon. I got a good shot in a clear sky. It's crazy how,
Right now,
yeah, and it's crazy when these times happen, the sky is clear. Like
yep.
last year, matter of fact, I can pull up my videos and my pictures of last year because we were talking about this the same month, the same time through July, through August when Comet Neowise came through, and the sky was exactly like this. And it'd be crazy if it was exactly the same day.
That will be some shit.
I mean, think about it. It rained on fucking West Indian Day Parade for like fucking 7 years, bro. I mean, come on now. Is that not super odd?
Yeah, a little
Well,
bit.
it reminds me of like how David, you know, it still it takes me back to and reminds me of how David Weiss explained, you know, the different like I don't know what you'd call it. You know, like within your perspective, you have like a certain circular area with which like and like how far you can see probably matches up with the different like say mini uh toroidal fields or whatever. But did you see the one that I'm talking about where he shows like damn it, I can't explain it. Where he shows like it's like a hump after a hump after a hump, right? And then you move a light over across the top, and it as it shines on them, and it rises up the hump, and then down the hump, and then up the hump, and then down the hump. Like as it approaches one, it looks like it's at about like it's at sunrise, and the one behind it, it will look like
He
it's
called
at
it like a personal
like the personal
visual
biodomes
dome,
or
something
something.
like that.
Yeah, yeah, and like
I
he
know
did
what you mean.
the little visual effect there, and seeing the visual effect like really helps you understand it, and that's what it reminds me of.
Hey guys.
What up?
How you doing?
Hi.
Chilling, you know.
Found any curvature in your travels?
Hey, what?
Did you find any curvature?
Oh, nah, man.
Nah, man.
Oh, okay.
That's weird.
It'd be a
Isn't there
lot
be
cooler if you
curvature all
did.
over the place?
I'm
With a
just
name
chilling
like
in
Being
my
that,
Flat.
room.
being that we were told we live on a ball, shouldn't
Yeah,
that curvature
flat
be
coke.
everywhere?
Flat coke, look at that.
Flat coke.
Yeah, you know how when you
Oh.
leave coke open and it goes flat?
Oh, why does that happen?
I don't know.
Oh, is it because you opened it?
Yeah, it doesn't get fizzy.
Oh shit. So
It
by
goes
by,
flat,
by that
as in your
it would
namesake.
sort of suggest that you need it to be closed in order to maintain that gas in there, right?
True.
Ah, shit.
Gas pressure.
That's what's up, man. I mean,
Entropy happened.
yeah,
Entropy happened.
yeah. So that's weird how we're breathing, right? And same thing doesn't happen to the air that we're breathing. It's a little weird, don't you think? Or if it worked the same way, it would almost suggest that we're enclosed. Yep.
Things that make you go,
Mighty weird. That is mighty weird.
Yeah.
Not a little weird. Mighty weird.
Yep. Right, so flat Coke it is, I guess.
Flat Coke for flat.
flat curve. It's so
Thank
you
you.
can tell it's
Bang
curved
on.
by how
Flat
flat
curve.
it is.
Flattened the curve. He's flattened it. Yeah, it's got to be one of the coolest names here, isn't it? Flat.
Thank you, I'm pretty cool.
I think he covered it in this video. This might not be the right one, but I think he covered it. David Weiss did what I was talking about. Like in
Yeah, I
this
remember
one.
that video you're talking about. I do remember that video you're talking
Thinking
about.
that's the
Yeah,
right one.
Dave White. Yeah, I do remember that video you're talking about, Dave Weiss. He got the idea after speaking with Generism, though. Okay, that's how he started it off in the end. Yeah, because he was
Well, not
discussing
saying that it is that, but I'm just saying that it reminded me
No,
of
that's
that. Like when you see that happening, it's what it makes you think of.
yeah.
But I am going to still say, like, and stand behind, like, I have seen things that's made me think otherwise. But the thing that we're seeing is an effect that is rendering this light that we're seeing, right? It's not like, I mean, because then it gets down into understanding what light is. That's what it's all light is. It's like a different manifestation of energy, right? It's a different, it's an effect caused by different energy. So even if it did look like something was going down or into something, it could still be that same thing. Anyway, it's whatever. Like he explains it, I think, somewhere in that video. I should have clipped it like at the right time or something, found it first, but it would do you good just to watch the whole thing, probably. If anybody wants to watch it, or just skip through it and find it. I'll look for it. I'll try to
All right, no
timestamp
worries.
it.
Thanks for it, but that's fine.
I shall catch you guys a little bit later. I go see what's going on
Okay.
in Naples.
Yeah, the chocolate. Well, you're going to go make some chocolate now, yeah?
Yeah, I'm already chocolate, you know.
Oh, okay.
All right, guys. I'll catch
Stay
you
cool,
later.
bro. Stay cool.
Yes, it's good to have you. It's good to hear Dandelion. I'm gonna have to head out to, and you too, Elijah. Everyone, okay? I'm not leaving anyone out. It's like, don't want to leave no one out. No flat earther left behind.
Where you going? You going to work?
No, gotta go pay some shit.
Yeah, okay.
Very truth.
Miggy was back earlier. Miggy.
Oh no way! Yeah, I saw him in
Yeah.
text chat. He had posted something the other day.
He was back earlier. He was back earlier.
Yep, said hi to him. He was here earlier too today.
Just as I thought, I wonder what he's up to, sort of thing. The day before yesterday, and he turns up the next day. Oh, brilliant! They're all coming back.
Like a cycle.
Hmm. Even checkmate's back.
Yeah, crack. Rick and Morty.
Oh, he's in VC2. Okay, Crack's in VC2. Must be checking in someone. Oh, yeah. Let's have a look. What's going on in there? Just for a sec.
Is it just silence down here? Is it I leave and then you guys just all die?
No, I'm still alive and listening.
Hi, Astro. Not met you before.
Oh, hiya. How you doing?
I'm alright.
Yeah, I mean, I've had this sort of like, this Discord server on my list for probably about 6 months or so, but I haven't really much come here. Yeah, so yeah, hello.
Where do you usually go? Do you go over to Nathan's place with the Flat Earth debate?
No. Why would I go there?
It's a bit repetitive, but he is very good at his logical fallacies.
I like the guy, but I don't like what comes out of his mouth.
Right.
And the style that he conducted himself. So I'm not, yes, it's the same old thing, and I don't really want to listen to the same old thing every day. I got bored.
Yeah, I did as well. But as I say, he is good at his fallacies, and it is a shame that he doesn't get more people actually going into the fallacies, and they just say stupid stuff, unfortunately, which winds him up. Understandable.
Even if you have a good argument, he will just shut you down. So,
right.
Yeah, what's the point?
Yeah, he can get a bit like that, but yeah.
Yeah, I like going into Jim Pandas because even when they try and shut me down, I shut them down. So, you know, at the end of the day, it turns out to be a shit show on their side because the truth will prevail and the truth will reverberate. And that's what I do, you know. It's like I imagine myself as a gladiator. I got my shield, I got my truth baton and my voice, and I just smash them with the truth every single time. Everything coming out of my mouth is facts. It's just facts. Facts.
I mean, yeah, I can understand that, but I'm not going to go into an argument.
I am. That's the thing. I am going to go into an argument. That's why I go there. I go there to argue. I never terrorize them. That's the only reason I go in there.
I shut down the argument by saying I agree with you, and then they don't come back. You know, I mean, I'm not.
But that's not hurting them. I want to hurt them psychologically with the truth. That's what I want to do. I want to hurt them psychologically with the truth. So
it will never work.
I won't be saying I agree with anything they say. I'm just going to be disagreeable.
They are probably paid shills anyway, so
yeah, they are. They definitely are paid shills. They definitely are paid shills. That's why.
So whatever you say,
I want them to earn their
it will never work. Whatever you want to do to them, they are getting paid for what they do. So
not the way I do it. The way I do it is very stressful. I am very stressful on them. Very, very, very stressful on them. You understand?
Yeah, but they just ignore it. Can't you see that?
They don't ignore it. They don't ignore it. They get wound up. Yeah, they fire up. Then they mute me for a while. They mute me for a while, which is fair enough. You know, it's their server. So I hang around until they realise that you got it, and then I carry on from where I left off.
I had an interesting conversation with one of them, and I went in as a glober because I like to do that sort of thing. So I just asked him, why do you do what you do? And he just came up with, I like to annoy people.
There you go.
Sometimes I like to talk to people.
There you go.
Sometimes it's just a laugh. And I said, I said to him, nah, that's not the reason. I said, the reason you're here is because you're bored. And he said, yes, I agree. I'm just bored.
They're there putting out an agenda. Like you said, they're paid shills. No one does that. You know, no matter what, I wouldn't be doing that. If I wasn't getting any money, I wouldn't do that with no. Telling the truth isn't worthwhile. Telling the truth is worthwhile, yeah? Telling the truth, you know, you don't need money to tell the truth. But to lie, and the way they do it, you know, I mean, I wouldn't do that. I couldn't do that. Couldn't do that.
Okay, I mean, what would it take to become a paid shield?
Exactly,
Would
money.
you take up the offer?
I would never do it. So I would never do it. There is no money that you could give me to start lying about where it and send the whole human race to another direction. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't. There's no money. There's no money on this earth that they could give me that I would do.
I agree with you. I wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
Perhaps it's a cushy job.
Well, it is. Well, it is. They must be getting some money, and they're sitting down wherever they are, and obviously you go through training because you can see that they've gone through some kind of training, and that's why I hit them with the psychological attack on whatever they do, because I just come in as a natural nuisance. That's all you got to be. Just be a natural nuisance. Ask all the basic questions, the real questions.
Whatever they're doing, right?
Yeah.
Whatever they're doing, it's having the reverse effect.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's reverse effect. As soon as I go in there, it's all over for them. Yeah.
Exactly.
Because I'm talking. I only stick to the facts. That's all. I don't make up anything. Numbers, facts.
Yeah, this flat Earth thing has been going on for hundreds of years. There were magazines about the flat Earth in the 1800s.
That's why. And then they try to deny it, like you said, and they just try and, like you said, to try and shut the difference.
It's all a game.
Shut down the truth. They try to make out they know about radiation, right? Can they know?
Yeah, I mean that.
About radiation, you know.
Yeah, that's a bit of a job as well. Yeah, radiation. What the fuck? What does it do? Probably
talking about radiation and radiation stuff.
Plutonium probably kill you.
They're trying to talk about you don't know. You've never been there. Yeah.
Supposedly, there's been a few deaths by plutonium, sort of like poisoning.
Yeah.
I can believe that,
But yeah, I mean, you can tell they're shills. I mean, Jem Panda came into the server last year, this server, and complained that we had I think it was 2019, too high a standard, that they wanted to do away with the scientific method. We've got too high a standard here, is what he said. Miggy was here that time, and they wanted to do away with the scientific method because it's too high a standard.
I can tell you about the scientific method. The top scientists of the world all say we do not follow the scientific method. That's what they said.
That's right. That's right.
We don't follow it.
That's right.
That was because you're false prophets. You're false prophets. You don't follow it because if you did, you wouldn't be there.
Yeah. Yeah. Everything they do is guesswork. That's what it's all theory. Nothing is real. And Michio Kaku said that. Nobody in my field uses the so-called scientific method because what they're doing isn't science. Cosmology is not science.
It's all a paid industry anyway.
And then he went on.
It's all about money.
He went on to say
it's got nothing to do with science. It's just we've got money in our pockets because this is what we do.
Yeah. It's all theoretical, isn't it? I quoted that from the documentary called The Principle. And he went on to say that the cosmology is in crisis because there's a mismatch, between experiment and hypothesis to the tune of 120 zeros. They're out of a factor of 120, which is a massive.
Yeah, I think it's 122.
The biggest ever mismatch.
Yeah.
Yeah. The biggest ever mismatch in the history of science. But
and you know why? Because they're not scientists. They're not scientists.
No, they're not scientists. Exactly. None of them.
You know,
And Lawrence Krauss said it at the beginning of the
probably
documentary, that
50% of science is not science. It's just, yeah, I got a cushy job and I get money.
yeah, that's right. Yeah. Cosmology and all the stars line up. Yes, has no bearing on our lives.
And the biggest fraud of all is dark matter and dark energy. We will never
That's
find it.
right.
That's the most cushy job of all. Sort of like
Yeah, it doesn't
trying to
really,
find the dark
it
energy
does
and
not exist.
it's a job for life because you can't find it.
Yeah.
Excellent. Whoever thought that one up.
Well, the guy who was in the principle, there's a guy who is totally anti-cosmology. He said they created that dark matter and what's the other one you mentioned? Dark matter and come on,
Yeah,
dark
dark
matter
energy.
and dark energy.
Yeah.
That's the one. Yeah, because they wanted to keep the galaxy that's spinning out of control into control. So that's why they created this dark matter and dark energy crap, which you can't see.
So what they had, the equations didn't work out properly. So they just added, okay, the equations don't work. So we add a couple of terms on it. And now it balances. But these little terms, what they added, we can't find it. But at least it balances.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can't find it, but the maths works in theory, not in
All about
practicality.
maths. Maths before physics, not physics before maths.
Before maths, exactly. Yes.
And of course, you've
So
got to
yeah,
be fairly good at maths. You know, at least they've probably got some training in maths, and they can sort of like say 1 + 1 = 2. I mean, they work that one out. But necessarily 1 + 1 = 1, and I can prove that 1 + 1 = 1, no problem. So you have the speed of light, and you have another object going the speed of light. And you can say that speed of light plus that speed of light equals the speed of light. Therefore, 1 + 1 = 1.
I get you. Yeah, you can.
It's all a joke.
Yeah, it is.
But it's not really a joke because they got sort of like money in their pocket. So, you know, what else? You know, the science community.
Yeah, they're definitely paid shit.
It's all the club.
And people buy into it because they're not really looking. They don't understand what they're being said, what they're being told.
I mean, there's astronomers which are probably sort of like genuine astronomers. I mean, they got their little grants, what they get, and they're doing their little sort of like research and stuff like that, and they probably believe in what they're doing. They don't realise that they've been fooled, but you know, it's a job. It's a job. So you know, they've sort of been in the indoctrination, and yeah, they've done all the research. They've read the text and stuff like that, and they believe what they do. You know, and what more can I say?
Yeah.
And there's other people who know it's a lie and they just carry on. And there's some people who don't realise it's a lie and they're in their job. It's just the way of the world. I think this is the first time in history when we've had the internet. I don't think we've had an internet in the past. Uh, so something is happening which is slightly different and it's breaking the cycle. Do you get that
Yeah.
sort of thing?
Yeah. I was always interested in the topic of science and cosmology and that. The only thing about that is that when you go to the public libraries back in the day, back in the 80s, it required you had to make an appointment. You had to book the computer, okay, and then if failing that, then you're at the mercy of all the files, which are all jumbled up. Looking through the newspaper cuttings, and it just took so much time to do research. I mean, the libraries organised it as best they could, but you know what? You've got so many people going in and out of there, university students and that, and then the public. They just make a mess of everything, and you could never really get your hand on the computer. And if you did, you only had it for a short time. An hour slot at best.
Yeah, I mean, back in the day, I went to libraries and I was looking at maps and stuff, and you had to have sort of like someone with you, and they would show you the maps and blah blah blah. And you would ask them what you wanted to see, and they would bring it out and blah blah blah.
Yeah, it just took too long. It just took too long, Even if I used to try and cheat it and go to like university libraries and see if I could sneak in and, get in and use their library. But even then, that was just even more of a nightmare. So doing research was difficult. But as soon as the internet came in now, and I heard about it, and I thought, okay, it'd be nice to get one. But again, I didn't get a computer until 2000. Sorry, 1999, 2000, when I actually arrived in Japan, was when I actually got my hands on a Fujitsu, which my father-in-law, my wife's father, gave to the family to use, to me and my wife to use, right? And we used that, but then the problem was loading was taking forever. If you're loading up an image, if you're looking for just text and material, that was fine, quick load, but images and that took forever and that, so that was.
I mean, I had a computer there. I think it might have been 93 or 94, something like that. And the modem speeds, it wasn't even like the high speed. It was sort of like 14400, something like that. I think it was at the time.
Yeah, the UK was suffering greatly because people were, as broadband and things started to appear and speed things up, you were like still 6 months behind everyone else. People were complaining that they're paying for this service, but they weren't receiving broadband speeds.
I remember we had sort of like modem at 9600.
Yeah, dead slow.
And I had when I joined work, they had a modem, and they would say, "Oh, this is a high speed modem, 9600."
Yeah. So as soon as I had the opportunity, I started looking. It was in 2000, 2001, I looked into the moon landings. And that's when I discovered that they were a hoax. And I thought, right, so they didn't go.
Yeah, have you seen the WikiLeaks moon landings footage where they filmed it all out in the desert and they got all the comments? Yeah,
that's right. That would be the Busters, Mythbusters. Is what I saw. Mythbusters from the Discovery Channel. But I didn't see the WikiLeaks one. I saw various others. What happened on the moon, part 1, and what happened on the moon, part 2 and 3. Part 1 deals with the photographic anomaly. Part 2 deals with radiation, the hazardous environments they would have to go through, and the problem with rockets that can't get you to the space anyway. So that's a really good documentary block there. Then I watched Was It Only a Paper Moon by James Collier. James Collier, who worked for the Victoria Press in the US, He also did another documentary called what's it called? A boat scam, the stealing of America, where him and his brother.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, him and his brother spent 25 years proving that the American electoral voting system was rigged. 25 years non-stop, proving that that the Americans' electoral system is rigged and will always be rigged. You cannot trust it at all. To watch that is to never vote again after you watched it. Vote Scam by James Collier, the producer of Was It Only a Paper Moon? Yeah, a brilliant documentary looking at the LEM and how that would be impossible to travel through the vacuum of space, land on the moon. The hatch should have opened outwards, yet it opened inwards. And the problem was there was only space for 2 people in there, barely the size of 2 telephone boxes put together. So when the doors open in, the question was, how did the astronaut get out? Because the door was coming in. Where did he go? One of them had to be out of the way of the door. Schoolboy error. That just cracked me up. And how the hatch.
Sort of like move to the other side and sort of like clamps down or something like that. I mean, I don't really see that.
Impossible.
I mean,
I said that was
not a big
impossible. It is a big problem because the door that came, if you've only got room for 2 people in there, and the hatch is coming inwards, the door wouldn't be able to open. That's what they said. They couldn't get out. The hole they had to get out of was too small. If you got all your spacesuit on and your life support system, the police, there was no way you could get out. And then the door of the hatch is coming into where there's no room, so the door couldn't open. You couldn't open the door. There you go. Schoolboy error.
Well, we know it was a joke anyway. The moon landing was just for the public. Whether they went to the moon by other means, I've heard stories that they had anti-gravity and they missed the moon anyway. You know, I don't know.
By other means, we've never left the Earth, man. No one's ever gone to the moon by any other means. We've never gone.
These are the stories that they
never
put out. They put out these stories. No one has left the Earth, but they still put out these other stories.
No one has left the Earth. We can't go. We can. It's provable. It's provable.
Yeah, but they
cannot go. Provable.
Like, yeah, we got anti-gravity and we left the Earth, and yeah, we've been to Mars and all the planets. Yeah, there's a solar warden thing as well.
Yeah. To quote Alan Bean when he was talking to Bartsy Brell, it's a good story. It's just BS. It's just bullshit. That's all. Bartsy Brell, the producer of Astronauts Gone Wild, talking to Alan Bean and the Van Allen radiation belts, and then Roberts.
I heard that I was watching this video, and it was a daughter or granddaughter of someone who used to be in the Pentagon, and like she went to her dad or granddad, whatever it was, and asked questions. And one of the things he said, no one has left the Earth.
That would be. I think you're talking about. Maybe you're talking about Buzz Aldrin talking to the 6-year-old or 7-year-old little girl, maybe. And she asked him, "Why haven't?"
No, it wasn't that. It was,
oh, okay.
It was a girl who made a video, and he said, she said, my father was in the Pentagon, and I asked sort of like questions, and he said, no one has left the Earth. So it wasn't the Buzz Aldrin one, you know.
Okay, yeah. Okay, all right. Yeah, okay, Pentagon. Okay, well that's cool. Yeah, well there you go, another revelation there in itself. We've never left, and like you said, it was all done in a studio in Hollywood and in Britain. Probably either Shepperton Studios or Pinewood Studios, or even Elstree Studios, Boreham Wood. That'll be the three main ones. I've been to those studios on hundreds of times. Okay, so the Elstree Studios, Pinewood Studios, and Shepperton Studios. Because I worked for a company that was doing film production, and I had to deliver the film and collect the film and all that. So it meant going to these studios to collect on my motorbike.
Yeah.
Mm.
I picked up a signal from Elstree Studios. It was their time signal, and then they were broadcasting their timetable out on the radio waves, and I actually picked it up.
Yeah, Elstree Studios, nice part of England there, beautiful. Just shy of St Albans. You know, you go further north, you'll get to St Albans. Then you've got Pinewood Studios in Pinewood, another beautiful countryside and lovely area, nice massive studio. And then Shepperton, another beautiful place. Nice,
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
Not far from the Thames.
Have a look at the comedies they made. You know,
Yeah, they made the Carry On films. They did all the
Yeah,
Carry
it's
On
beautiful
films
stuff.
in the Shepperton. Yeah.
You know, there was no propaganda in there.
No, it was pure comedy, pure unabated comedy and one-liners. Yeah, and they did the James Bond movies at Elstree and Pinewood.
Well, the James Bond, yeah, there's a bit of sort of like propaganda in there, like to say that if you're a spy, it's cool. No, if you're a spy, you're evil.
Yeah, obviously, you're right. It did perpetuate the false narrative of the war. You know, us against them kind of thing. But yeah. And we have quite a lot of evidence that Stanley Kubrick was involved in the moon landings itself, you know, producing all the videos that we watched, the footage that we were watching. So that's another thing. He put out that film called The Shining, a book by Stephen King adapted to a movie by Stanley Kubrick, and in there that film is covered from start to finish with hints to the Apollo missions all the way through, scene by scene. Everything had a connection to the Apollo landings, the Apollo missions, should I say. That was pretty good. That was a pretty good discovery that I made.
Yeah, but there's Stephen King. He didn't want iClub.
Yeah, that's right. Stephen King didn't like the movie because it didn't have. He said the story is kind of there, but then it's not kind of there. He said so. He didn't rate it much, and he would be right in saying that because Stanley Kubrick used it as a confession vehicle. That's why. That's why he intertwined two stories into one. Brilliant, that was. I thought that was a stroke of genius what he did there. They said that he was into puzzles. Stanley Kubrick was into puzzles, and there's perfect proof in the way that he merged the truth of the missions that he was involved in with the story of The Shining. It's supposed to be a horror movie. I actually went to see the movie myself with my friends. I would have been 19 at the time, 20 when I saw that movie, and we came out thinking what a load of crap that was. Didn't pick up any of the Apollo missions clue. Not one did we pick up. Not one. None of us picked that up. We weren't thinking on that. We were thinking to be startled and frightened and but none of that happened. What a shit film that was. We went to McDonald's next door. Saw it at the Hampstead Odeon, Hampstead Heath, England. Yeah.
Yeah, well, the thing is about information. You've got so many filters in your head
Yeah.
that you don't see it. You don't see
Well,
it. You've got to take the filters away, and
yeah.
then you'll see it.
Well, I would honestly say that I wasn't that intellectually minded at that time. I was 19, 20, into my motorbikes, very wet behind the ears, very naive, didn't know much. I mean, I knew the world was a weird place because of all these First and Second World Wars didn't make sense to me. Slavery didn't make sense to me, but I was still learning. So to go to a movie and pick up intellectual clues, that was a million light years away from my capabilities. I have to admit, there was no way I could pick that up.
Yeah, you went to the movies to be entertained. I remember going to Star Wars movie and things like that. It's just entertainment, really.
That's it. It was just purely entertainment. So my mind wasn't attuned to that looks like there's a connection to Apollo here. No, I didn't pick up any of that. None of that did I pick up. And then it wasn't. And the reason why I remember it so well is because I felt that I was ripped off. Because I believe with the hype, Jack Nicholson was in it, and they really hyped him up and that in Britain at the time, because he did the Werewolf in London movie prior to that as well. Okay, so we thought, okay, yeah, they hyped him up. So I thought, let's go see him because it's going to be a good one, guys. So we went and watched it, guys and dolls, girlfriends as well, and it was absolutely boring. Fucking, I couldn't wait for the film to finish. What a load of shit that was. We said, and I thought I'm never going to believe the hype ever again. And I never did. I never did believe any hype in any movie. I didn't go and watch it until someone else went and then gave me a feedback on how it was. Then I thought, all right, I might go and watch it then, or I'll wait for it to come on video. But waiting for it to come on video would mean about a year, because back then films never used to come onto video like they do now within 3 months or so. You'd wait a year or a bit before they transfer it to video, and you can go to the video club and get it. So yeah.
The first movie I went to, I think it was James Bond. I think it was Roger Moore. Yeah, that was the first one I saw.
Yeah, the first movie I saw would have been Planet of the Apes. That was the first movie that I went to see with my family. Planet of the Apes.
Not the first movie. The first movie I saw was The Jungle Book.
Yeah.
And
no.
Also Fantasia. That was on at the same time.
Never saw that. I used to go to the Saturday morning movies, of course, for kids. I used to do that. But the first proper motion movie was, Planet of the Apes with Charlton Heston. Get your dirty goddamn ape hands off me, or something. What did he say? You dirty, that goddamn dirty ape. Oh, that's it. Get your hands off me. That was when he first spoke, his first lines. Get your goddamn dirty off me, you goddamn dirty ape.
Planet of the Apes.
Yeah, that was a great movie, that.
Planet of the Apes, the last scene, what does it show? Mud floods.
Yeah. Get your hands off me, you goddamn dirty ape. And then that's it, he got hosed down. And yeah, it was a great movie, that one. I did like that. But that was the first first motion movie that I went to see. Planet of the Apes. But yeah, no, Stanley Kubrick's The Shining. On the internet, on the YouTube, it's still there, it's still available. The Shining Code 2. This particular documentary, it takes you through the meaning of every scene from the movie itself. So you have a full understanding of what the director was trying to convey to the viewers.
Yeah, can you put the link? Can you put a link in?
Yeah, I will do. Yeah, I will. Yeah, of course.
I haven't seen that one.
Yeah. Okay, hang on a second. Yeah, because to watch this documentary is to fully understand that the Apollo missions were indeed a hoax, and Stanley Kubrick was the man who did it, who helped NASA to produce what we were watching. Okay, let me just get this up. Hang on a second. I've got a, oops, a daisy. It's going to take me about a minute, that's all. Yeah, great movie, The Shining God. Hang on a second, just got to wait. I'll find it. This. Wouldn't surprise me if they've taken it down, but hang on a second. Still looking, it hasn't come up yet.
Good howdy.
Usually it
Hello.
comes up on that. Let's go back.
I'm so sort of like glad that I've left the propaganda in a way. I mean, I haven't had a TV for about 5 years now.
Yeah, I haven't watched TV in over 2 years now. Just crap, that's why. TV's just rubbish. It's all junk.
I was round a neighbour's house and they had the TV on, as they do. And during the adverts, it was all sort of like the COVID propaganda. You know, I just couldn't watch it. I used to like a few shows, you know. I used to watch Family Guy and things like that, you know, just for laugh.
Yeah, for a laugh, yeah. I like the Family Guy. American Dad, I like all those, yeah. Okay, I've posted it for you, okay? I've sent you the link. Okay, have you got it?
Yeah, I can see it, yeah.
Yeah, or if you click on that and bookmark it, save it. Yeah, to watch that one, to watch it is to understand that, you know, Stanley Kubrick was definitely involved. It takes you through step by step the meaning of each scene through the movie. Absolutely fantastic.
I think I've watched The Shining in the past. I'm not even sure that I've even watched The Shining. I think I saw it. I don't remember anything about it though.
Oh no, you need to watch this one. You'd remember if you watched it because it's a manuscript, if you will, or like a manual to understanding what Stanley Kubrick was trying to convey to the viewer through the movie. So you would know if you watched it or not because it's an unforgettable experience. So you couldn't have watched it then. You don't forget that. You don't forget this. It's unforgettable because it's revealing.
I haven't watched the detailed one, but I mean, I'm not even sure whether I even saw The Shining. I think I did. You know, most of the time.
Yeah, I saw The Shining. It was like fucking.
All the movies, I forget them anyway. You know, you can't remember movies that much. You know, all the content.
It's shit as a horror movie, but as a revelation of the moon landings, I mean, it's the best movie ever made. Well, that's why Stanley Kubrick remains my favorite film director of all time, without a doubt. Yeah, man. I was just checking that the link works. Yeah, the link works. So it's a good one. You want to book that? You want to bookmark that one? Don't lose it. Save it. Pass it on. If anyone's got any doubts that the moon landings were a hoax, that one documentary will put everybody straight. Because you've got the man himself, Stanley Kubrick, telling us. Now, the reason I say that is that he didn't put out a film. He stopped filming for a while. Right? The story goes he stopped filming for a while, and his wife was on his case for doing such a thing, for doing it, for creating this moon landing hoax thing, right? And in the end, he wanted to confess, but in fear for his life, he moved to St. Albans first. That's why he moved out of America, because he thought he was going to be bumped off because he knew too much. So he left and went to St. Albans and did all his filming from the land he had, from within his property. Yeah. And he used the Stephen King's film, the book, The Shining, to make the film, to confess to all of us that he did the moon landing. He was involved. But of course, at the age of 19, I didn't pick that up. So good luck, folks. Enjoy that. That's brilliant. A masterpiece.
Yeah, well, bleeding, so there's nothing I can do right now.
You're going to watch a documentary by the film director, Master. There's hot micing. Who is that with the kid in the back there? Hello, micing. Bloody hell, what a nuisance. Right.
Someone is saying in the chat, do not update. So I don't know what they're referring to, whether they're referring to their phone, their PC, or what.
Yeah, I generally do not update. So on that stuff, I don't touch anything really. If it's not broken, I just keep it going. If it's not broken, I don't fix it.
I haven't even got. I don't think I've even got Discord on my phone anymore. My phone is so old.
All I can hear is my child screaming in my ear. I can't hear you.
I think it could be 10 years old or 12 years old. My phone is.
Okay. What phone would that be then?
It's a Sony smartphone, one of the first smartphones that came out.
Okay, what is it? A Sony Ericsson or Sony only?
Xperia, the first one that came out.
Okay, yeah, right. Okay, yeah. Because Sony were in partnership with Ericsson. Sony Ericsson. They were in partnership at one point.
Yeah.
I had a mobile phone with Ericsson, and it was it was a real chunky brick. Back in the day when sort of like mobile phones first come out, you know, it was it was huge.
She's a monster.
Yeah, unfortunately, your background noise is drowning your voice. Your background noise is drowning your voice. I can't hear what you're saying. For all the racket in the background. So I'm not able to hear what you're saying. Yeah, it sounds like you got a lot of noise in the background.
Ah, okay. Let me have a look then. Investigate.
She's an angel when she's sleeping. And even when she's sleeping, she's still kicking, still moaning. I tried to give her the shusha the other day, but she can't. Eleanor Sub's trying to shusha. It keeps coming out her mouth and then she cries. Why am I giving myself an extra extra thing to do. If she can just.
Come on.
It's fine. Anyway.
Right. I had to servo mute that because that was a lot of noise. Right. Testing.
I don't know. Is this any better now? 1, 2, 3, 4.
No, it's okay. Yeah, it wasn't you. Sorry. It was someone else. Okay.
Yeah, someone else has. Yeah, someone else has. Yeah, the background noise. Yeah.
Yeah, it was someone else. Yeah, and it was timed. They seemed to be bleeding over you exactly when you started speaking. So I've just servo muted them. They can sort themselves out when they're ready.
Yeah, he's having issues since he updated. It's glitching out and everything.
Right.
So I thought bugs, man. That's why I don't like software updates, because they always have bugs. People don't ever test them correctly.
Apple did a cheeky one after I got my iPhone 6 Plus 2014, which I'm still using today. I use it all the time when I'm talking to you here and when I'm posting and that. They by iOS 9. So when they did iOS 10 and 11, when whoever updated to those iOSs, their phones slowed down. Now I didn't upgrade. I didn't update my phone because I just knew something might be iffy, and I'm not. I thought what they were doing was stealing my data. That's what I thought. I thought if I updated, that means they're going to get all my data, right? And I don't want them to have all my data, so I'm not going to update. And then so let's have a look. So 2 updates. So 2014. So 20.
Yeah, I heard of this. Yeah, I've heard what Apple were doing. They were slowing down the phones, so they were forcing you to update to a new one.
Yes, that's right. Not only that, they claimed they were doing it because the batteries would only last 2 years, and in order to give batteries to save battery energy, they slowed down the phone. That's what Tim Cook said in an interview. And then they asked, why didn't you tell the customers that you were doing that? Because many people who bought your phones suffered slow service, and they didn't like that. They were disappointed. So they had to confess. But I never upgraded. Now I've got a problem. If I want to update to iOS 12, I can't. I've got to go through the computer, iTunes, back up all my shit and that. I can't be bothered. So I'm stuck on iOS 9. So gradually, some of the apps are not working on my phone.
It's better to jailbreak them anyway. iPhones suck until you jailbreak them.
Yeah, I want to jailbreak my one. Yeah, I want to. I do
If you already
jailbreak.
have iTunes and everything, it should be easy.
Yeah, I want to jailbreak my phone. Yeah, I'd love to do that.
It's easy, bro. I used to do that. I used to do that for people.
Yeah. So if you jailbreak your phone, I mean, how does that improve it when you jailbreak it?
So what the jailbreak does is it rolls back your standard restrictions and it opens up all the developer options for the most part. It's like cutting the umbilical cord to the system that's got you bogging. It cuts the cord and allows you to use everything as like a power user.
Right. So
a lot of the apps are free once you jailbreak. A lot of the good stuff is free.
All right.
I don't know if they changed that because it's been a while since I've done this for people, but that's what I used to do.
Yeah, I guess it takes Google out of the picture.
Yeah. Can you jailbreak an iPhone 4 from 2008? I've got still working.
You should be able to jailbreak any iPhone.
Right. Yeah, because I've got an iPhone 4. I've got the iPhone 3, the original one. That still works. Battery's okay, still charges up. iPhone 4.
Hey guys.
Hi, how you doing?
Riveting conversation.
I was just gonna say that if you wanted to, know how to unlock a phone, an old one would be your best bet in case you fucked up.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to try the old one
But there's
first.
lots of videos on it. Just look it up on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'll do that later. I'll look it up on YouTube.
They do it like a lot of them do it like right in, uncut and all that.
Yeah.
And then there's probably people that do it differently as well. I don't know. I didn't spend a lot of time doing it because I was too scared to mess up my phone and not be able to have another one. So I'd love to be able
That's the one.
to break my phone.
That's what I'm scared of. I don't want to lose all my data.
Well, that's the thing, though. If you're worried about losing something specific, go ahead and back up the entire drive, back up everything, create a save point or a recovery point,
right? Like as if you were gonna get a new phone or something,
and then jailbreak. But iPhone 4 should be okay. I don't know about the 3. The ones I did were 5, 6s, 7s.
Okay.
Yo.
But I
yeah,
was
you should be able to YouTube search your exact phone, Jen.
Okay.
And a
The
video
world, the
should
world
come
is
up.
round. Prove me wrong.
No.
Thanks very much for that.
Tom, you can't prove me wrong.
Well, I don't like your approach. That was my knee-jerk reaction.
What did you say?
Dude, I don't really like you questioning my beliefs, so really you should just get out of here, dude. You're not gonna take this
If
seriously.
you believe that the Earth is round, I
No, it's okay.
strongly
It's
disagree.
okay. Let's.
Hey, so all right. I apologize. I wasn't trying to be rude. How long have you known about that people are talking that the Earth is flat? Okay, somebody just wants to argue. Gentlemen, I guess this is your department.
Yeah, come on. The question was asked of you. How long have you known about the flat? How long have you known about the flat Earth?
Who are you addressing right now?
Well,
you who speak.
Any one of you dummies.
How long have I known about the Earth?
That
Is that what you just
people are
asked me?
talking. That people are talking that the Earth is flat. How long have you known about that topic?
Also, the people that what? Can you please word that differently?
How
I
long
cannot
have
understand
you,
what you're saying.
CJ? Like, how long did you know that people were talking about flat Earth?
Yeah, thank you.
Like, I don't know. I don't have an exact date and time.
Really?
Like an estimate.
Roughly.
You have an approximation? I mean, come on. What's the matter with
A couple of years ago, maybe.
Okay, thank you for that reference. I appreciate it.
Okay, yeah. So it sounds like you're a little bit slow there on the uptake. So a couple of years ago. Okay, anyway.
Wait. Did
Why
you just
have
call me slow?
come to the server? Why have you come to the server? That's my question to you. Why are you here?
Why am I here?
Welcome.
To listen.
Yeah, welcome
to listen.
to the server anyway.
State your
Alright,
purpose.
yeah, thanks. What?
State your purpose.
He wants to learn stuff. That's why you're here.
No. I'm sitting here listening in to see what you have to say. But if it's complete waffle, then I'm gonna just pull you up on it.
Oh, okay. Well, I think you should just have a listening pass, don't you, Jen?
Yeah, give him one.
Okay.
If he's just listening, yeah.
Want to listen? Go listen to
Well,
Oprah, dude.
I'm gonna talk to you, but like.
Okay, you want to talk too, do you? Oh, okay. He wants
Well,
to
we
talk
were
as
asking
well.
you questions and you didn't seem too interested. So I don't want to be
I think you
pushy
mean
or
talkative.
anything.
He did answer, but he was kind of slow on it, so. He did answer your question.
Yeah,
and
it seemed a bit slow there.
Yeah,
but
because the way you word your sentences, it's not the greatest. So.
He's heard about Flat Earth 2 years ago.
No, not at all.
Approximately,
How
not
long
exactly
have you
2
known?
years
Hang on a
ago.
second, Jenny. Right, well, exactly, right. You're the one that's vague with your reply. Now, question one. What do you know of your heliocentric model? I'd like to ask you 3 questions.
That would be
See what you
question 2.
understand about the heliocentric model. Are you ready? Are you ready?
That would be
Are
question
you
2,
ready
not
to
question
answer?
1.
Are you ready to answer 3 questions?
No, he's not, Jen.
It depends on what the questions are on. What are the questions about?
Are you ready to answer the 3 questions
Just say
on the
yes, CJ.
heliocentric model?
On the what?
No idea, this guy. On the heliocentric model. You don't even know your own model here, look. You're not ready to answer 3 questions?
No, I'm not.
Okay, then can we
Okay,
please
right.
take a vote for listening pass, please?
Yeah, put him on listening. You
Give him
can't
a
stay.
listening pass
Yeah,
completely.
listening.
Yeah, just give him a
I think
listening
a ban. I think a ban from the server.
Yeah, bro, a
No,
ban.
I don't think that's necessary. Listening pass, he can take advantage of resources in the server if he
Let
so
him have a
chooses.
word.
So
Let
he's
him have
gonna
a word.
have to.
Yeah, let him have a word to explain himself. I
He's
mean, why
gonna have
he's here?
to. He's gonna have to rejoin. So I gotta boot you, and you can come back in.
What?
Yeah. Well, yeah, because your attitude is all wrong. You're not, you know, you've come in
Look, you can't tell me how my...
I'm telling you, mate.
Hey, he's on listening pass now. He'll have to
Your
rejoin.
attitude's all wrong, my friend. Your attitude's all wrong, and I'm telling you that. You've come in.
Problem solved.
Been upside down. Upside
We
down.
ain't got time for that.
You've made
I
a
mean,
hack.
unless a moderator wants to change, another moderator wants to change it, I don't care. But I mean, unless there's absolutely no one else to listen to or to talk to in here, is there, you guys? I haven't been looking at my phone. My apologies.
No, that's okay. Leave it. It's fine.
So I think you should get him to talk a bit more because
well, we tried
I think
to.
that's a bit unfair.
Okay, then I pose this. Someone needs to be in charge of his mic in case there's not any order followed. You know what I'm saying? So I just don't want, to go down some rabbit hole of ridiculousness and a new person comes in and they hear it and they're like, what the fuck? And then they leave.
Yeah, good point. I did try to engage him, didn't I? I said, are you prepared to answer 3 questions on the heliocentric model? And he said, what? So he doesn't even know what the heliocentric model means.
Yeah, so he's not ready to engage. He's not obviously self-admitted, not ready to engage in
No, he didn't
in
understand the
calm
question.
discourse.
It's not that. He's never heard of the heliocentric model. He hasn't heard of
Well,
that
then there
word.
you go.
Okay,
Well, then
then-
there you go. There you go. Then
So,
remember, he.
I mean,
hang on.
So you
He
can't
said that-
blame him for not hearing a word
Sure.
or understanding a word in the dictionary. You can't blame a fellow for not understanding.
No,
the
but he
question.
did,
Yes, I
did
can.
say this though, didn't he? He was cocky enough to say that he's come here to listen, and if we say anything wrong, he's going to call us out on it. That's what he said. So to make that confident claim and statement, that's been a bit cheeky, isn't it? It means he has some kind of understanding. Sure.
Astrak, feel free to DM the man and have some conversation with them. There ain't nothing wrong with that.
You might get a breakthrough that way.
Right. You may have a different perspective, dude. Go for it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just trying to say things. You know, if a new guy comes to the server and you're shutting him off,
Okay, hold on. There's
stopping
one
him speaking.
I apologize for interrupting you. I apologize. One factor I think maybe in your thinking process of what I've heard so far is that this man is not new to the topic from 2 years ago.
Right.
Okay. I'm not saying he should be an expert or anything, but he's in here kind of playing dumb, and I don't appreciate it.
Yeah, that's right. Remember,
This homie ain't got time for that. I mean, now if another moderator wants to take care of him and make a different decision, more than fine, but.
I actually welcomed him to the server, and then I asked him, why are you here? And then he said, I'm just here to listen. And if I don't like what I hear, I'm going to call you out on it, he said. If it's all waffle, to quote, if it's all waffle, I'm going to call you out on it, he said.
He can respond in voice text, and you know, so it's all good, you guys. It's just
That's
we're
what he
just
said. So
accommodating his wishes.
right, we extended all the courtesy to the man. Come on, we extended the courtesy. I then asked him if he was prepared to answer 3 questions on the heliocentric model. Oh, I asked him how long has he known about the flat Earth, and he didn't understand that question. That someone else had to rephrase the question so he could understand it. Then I asked him, is he prepared to answer 3 questions on the heliocentric model? He didn't know what I meant there either. So, you know, I mean, he
See, the
came
thing
in.
is, I think there's a lot of misunderstanding, Jen, that people are here on an invite. This isn't Facebook. You don't have a right to be here. You know, so we didn't rescind his invitation. We just, you know, made a change. He's still here.
Yeah, he's still here. He's not banned. He's just got to listen. You know, you got it all wrong. Not to answer 3 questions on the model that you believe in. Pointing, because at the end of the day, the question is to find out what you understand about the heliocentric model, and then we can then go on to answer any other questions you may have regarding why we know the Earth is a leveled plane, for example, how we know and why we know.
I get the feeling that he doesn't understand the globe anyway. So yeah, I mean, who's been taught how it all works? Like we've just been taught like most people.
You know,
unless you're interested in astronomy, then you haven't got a clue.
I wonder if he's ever watched the movie The Principal. Jen, you're pretty good at that movie, aren't you?
Yes, I posted it. I posted it already today.
Okay, so listen, I'm so glad conversation came to this point, because this is why I came on here today. Okay, so Jen, you watch the moon, right? You have interest in the moon and such. You've watched tons of documentaries at nauseum, probably. So have you watched the EWAR material, the 2 documentaries? Okay, so I think he did an excellent job at presenting the moon reflection topic. You're familiar?
Yeah, no, I haven't watched that. I haven't watched that one, unfortunately.
Can you put a link into that? Yeah.
So
can you?
I'm pretty. Oh, can I link it?
Yeah, the EWAL, whatever you said.
I actually, fortunate for everyone, I forget who gave me this link, but it's a Google Drive to the entire both of the series, and some of them are broken up. And am I coming in okay? Because it doesn't sound great.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you put a link in there live stream?
I'm working on it. That's why I'm sounding weird, because I'm trying to do that.
Yeah, okay, brilliant. Yeah, I'll wait for it. But yeah, I just posted the principle again for anyone who was interested in that one. Yes, but that's the second time today that I posted it.
I got a picture to share. Well, I want to confirm something first, but.
Yeah.
Hey, that's with subtitles, isn't it?
The principle is no subtitles in that, straight.
Oh, darn it. Sorry, okay, so make sure you can open up that that link.
Okay, let me check.
Okay, okay, I have some questions for Jen, everybody. So hold on, I'm just waiting on Jen.
Yeah, go on.
All right, so he just kind of collaborates all the information we've been talking about for the last 5 years, more so including like mud flood and such. Okay, but Jen, before I knew about this documentary, we've talked about it in here, and it's a pretty fringy topic, but it's still interesting. It's even more interesting. But it's the idea that the moon is a reflection of the Earth in its entirety.
Yes, I saw it. I saw it.
Okay, dude. All right. So you know that looks like an astronomical clock.
Yes. Yeah.
So what that means is we're kind of like off to the side, for lack of better description. Okay, so let me show you a screenshot. I was rewatching The Principal. All right. And I was like, oh my God. Okay. So I think what is that picture of? I should have took notes right after I took the screenshot to denote the part of the movie.
Yeah, this is the axis of evil.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought, but I didn't want to say it wrong. All right.
No.
So I think the field of view has been manipulated.
Yeah,
But if you
I
maybe
would agree with
envision this in a circle, okay?
Mm.
To me, that matches up with the moon reflection map. And I'll show. I think I have one to share. The moon reflection map. Hold on. All right, technical difficulties, y'all. I'm on a phone, so
No worries. No worries. Take your time. I remember this thing, yeah, because the guy said he created some kind of program, put it in the computer, and then this image came up. And he was
right.
wow.
So they get to control the a lot of the variables.
Yeah.
All right, shit. Where did I put that picture? Okay,
I can't
it's
remember
in my
the
screenshots. Hold on.
yes. I can't remember the astronomer's name, but I know his face anyway. Oh, I tell you what I noticed about him. He's modelled himself on Carl Sagan. That's what he's done, right? He modelled himself on Carl Sagan. Same kind of suits he wore, and the way he delivers his story is similar, right? He's kind of like the modern day Carl Sagan, if you will. That's what I will say about him.
You know who I can't stand is fucking Lawrence Krauss. Oh my God.
Oh yeah, I can't stand him.
He's a fucking demon.
Yeah.
Like some sort of alien.
Yeah.
Can't stand that dude. Okay, so I posted it.
Yeah, I'm looking now. Thank you very much.
So there's different configurations of this.
Yeah.
And you have to consider the orientation of it as well. I always use a visualization point of Tycho crater.
Yeah. So this is supposed to be the Earth. Yeah.
Right. Well.
And you get the
pattern
on the
Earth
moon.
would,
Yeah.
Earth would be our realm, and it's within that circle.
Yeah. Yeah. I when I saw that documentary and I saw this reflection of Earth on the moon, I thought, wow, could it be?
Dude, look at this. Isn't that bizarre AF?
It's bizarre. It is bizarre. It is.
I saw that. I'm like, whoa. And I came right in here.
Yeah. I saw this. I saw this and I
So,
thought, wow.
I'm going to do a screenshot of this because I don't know if Elijah's ever thought of this. It's probably maybe been a while since he's watched The Principal.
Yeah, I watched it recently, very recently, the other day. That's why I remember certain aspects of it clearly.
Well, it just points out a lot of assumptions.
It's all assumptions. It's what they're talking about. You know, like I said, Michio Kaku said it. Cosmology is in crisis. They're out by the factor of 120 zeros.
He is not just a puppet. He's like a Muppet. I mean, he's not like, he's like some sort of automaton, right? I mean, just being pulled by the strings of, that agenda. It's almost like the level of Tom Pettit.
Did you hear what Lawrence Krauss said? Yeah, it's like Don Pettit. Yeah, Lawrence Krauss is like Don Pettit. Something from nothing.
No, there's something wrong with it.
Yeah.
There's something wrong. Nothing. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah, he said you got to know about something, about nothing, because nothing is something. Do you remember that? Lawrence Krauss said that.
I know, dude. There is something really wrong with him. I really honestly, I know this sounds really fringy, but I really don't think he's like entirely human. I think he's some sort of hybrid
No, he's not. He's
alien.
not connected properly. You got to understand. In order to understand about nothing, you got to understand something is nothing, and we can get nothing from something. So yeah, it's just fucking mad.
So, yeah. He might be like, okay, you know the Westworld series, right?
Yeah.
Okay, he may be one of those. What is the correct terminology to refer to the robot?
No, you got me there.
No, that's not it. I'll know it when I hear it. Ah, there's other movies. That, oh, so anyway, I think he's like something like that. Like he's maybe programmed, like the who's the dude in the wheelchair 2.0, Lawrence Crowe.
Oh yeah, Stephen Hawkins.
Yeah.
That's your granddad.
Yeah.
I feel bad for the Stephen Hawkings that had to play that part, dude.
He's a retard.
Yeah.
Well,
He
I
made quite a bit of money.
more than one. What?
He made quite a bit of money doing it.
Yeah.
Whoever just talked, I could not hear you really good. Maybe it's me.
Yeah, that was crack. Go on again. Go again.
You can't hear me very well.
Now we can.
All right. Sorry
Yeah, I
about
think there in pictures that I've viewed, and I've heard people talk about it and analyze it. I think there's more than one Stephen Hawking, or there was more than one Stephen Hawking.
It wouldn't really matter, would it? Because let's face it, the guy is really defined by his chair. I'm yet to discover the name of the guy who made the chair. I'm really and truthfully more interested in the guy that made the chair, because we
Why?
wouldn't.
Yeah,
really-
why is he the only one that has it?
like apparently he controls his speech via a small muscle in his cheek, right? So if it was not for the chair, we would not know what Stephen Hawking had to say. So
Well, hey, so there was one video where it was like calling out the script or something like that. It was a really old video. I don't know if I mean, it's not like there's many in reference to Stephen Hawking.
I think Stephen Hawking was an alien. Not an alien, a clone.
He sounded like one.
Yeah, but
he did.
I feel like the ideas of him being like a clone, or like, I feel like that's we don't really need that, do we? I get the idea of him maybe needing like maybe there was two of him, right? But I feel like that just makes us sound not crazy, but you know what I mean. Like,
do you think there was more than one Stephen Hawking, Crack?
there could be, but I feel like it doesn't really matter, right? Like I said, because of his chair. Like, what would it matter? It could all be the same guy. He could just be sat there with no knowledge of what's going on. His chair's programmed to say what it needs to say, right?
Right.
Yeah.
It could be
there's
either
more than
or.
one Steve Hawkins anyway. Definitely more than one. Definitely more than one. Because of the images, when you look at the faces, completely ugly, but very, very different.
Well, yeah, especially the teeth.
So
And
I'm with Jenny on that one now.
Like some stuff you can't
More than one
change.
Stephen Hawkins.
Jen,
But
did you just say
more
Stephen Hawking
importantly,
is ugly?
yeah. No, I'm saying I agree I agree with Jenny that there's more than one Steve Hawkins, whatever his name is, right? But your point about the chair rings reverberant very loud.
Oh yeah,
Definitely
sure.
agree.
Yeah,
The
absolutely.
chair is important.
I just think it could be either way, right? It could be it could be both, right, Jenny? It could be that there's more than one. It could. Do you see what I mean? It's like, to me, I'm like, what does it really matter? Like, but if we look at Stephen Hawking's work, though, I actually think his work is a massive death blow for Globers. He spoke quite openly about how ridiculous a lot of it was, actually. If you read some of his work, it's hard to explain, but like a lot of his work, it feels like him just admitting how stupid it all is, like genuinely as well. Like, as in, what example could I use? for instance, like when he talks about string theory, right, and the idea of there being separate or split timelines, for instance, right? Like he talks about it almost like it's Narnia, like it's a figment of imagination, like this is beyond the possibility, beyond the realms of any possibility. But if it was possible, this is how it would work. That's kind of the way he talks
A
about it.
fairy tale.
Yeah. Yep. But like
Wow.
everyone ignores that he was actually skeptical of his own work, and everyone sort of acts as if he was
What
like,
about?
no,
Oh,
not
sorry.
us guys. Not us guys. I just mean the Globers. They act as if he was like a true believer, don't they?
Well,
Like he's, you know.
what about the idea that a lot of times there's a half truth in there? Do you think that could be the case?
Maybe. Who knows? If
Well,
we're talking
here's
about
the
string theory now.
here's the thing: Darwin didn't believe in his own work either.
Isn't that crazy? That's crazy to me.
Darwinism was a religion, though. That's why Darwin
That's why it's called
inherited.
Darwinism. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, because no, you're right. That's why it's called Darwinism, exactly, because he inherited it from his father. And I always say this to people: him going to the Galapagos Islands, right, as if you could somehow observe some form of state change in an animal on a trip. The reason why that worked within the circles of the aristocracy at the time is because, well, going to the Galapagos Islands was what? Incredibly exotic, and it was actually, something that was a good thing to talk about, as in like you get around the aristocracy circles, right, sat around those dinner tables, the big dining halls at Blenheim Palace, and Winchester and Worcester and all these different places. Yeah, you have these aristocrats talking, and like the queen gains legitimacy by this big parade, this ceremony that we do, the coronation. The Galapagos Islands was like the coronation of Darwin. That was the thing that gave him legitimacy.
I thought you were gonna go into that he he researched adaptation, not effing adaptation or evolution. When he went to the island.
Exactly what Darwin said of his work. I've got this theory, but I believe it's just half a theory. I don't fully understand.
And he was right to say that, half a theory.
Yeah, that's oxymoronic, isn't it? Half a theory. But Darwinism, like I said, when you think about Darwinism, as in like his father believed the same before, and his father's father also pushed the same narrative, right, before them. But it directly coincided, should I say, if you remember the original, we have random speciation, right, preservation of race, but we also have preferred races is also another part of the book. Yes, that's talking about birds. I understand that. Everyone always likes to sort of say that. Oh, that's talking about birds. All right, cool. I'm not on about that bit. I'm on about the parts within the side of Darwinism that miraculous. Well, it denotes, right, and clearly outlines that black people are not human, basically, in terms of they don't have the same prerequisite ancestor to white people almost. So Darwin uses this, well, I believe the crown, I believe the whole of the world, in fact, the global elite used his book, right, Darwin's work, as a way of removing any sort of moral objection that any man would have had about basically enslaving their fellow man, by creating this despicable sort of theory about race that diminished what black people were into being less than human.
Which led into eugenics, correct?
Exactly. Yeah. So, and like eugenics, basically, that being almost like the whole field. There actually are some true things in eugenics, but not in the sense of like racial eugenics, not in the sense we're talking about now. But I'm just saying, like, think about how convenient it was that Darwinism was just ready to be put on the shelf of every person at the time when it was needed for men to have some form of authoritative book to point toward, to sort of condone their actions that they would commit toward someone that would resemble a man, a human just like themselves. Now we have an authoritative scientific piece of paper or literature that clearly states this black man is worth less than you, so therefore you can go ahead and subjugate this man as much as you like and feel free from feeling morally bankrupt for doing so, because here's a book to explain away the pain. That's what Darwinism is.
Yeah, so exactly right. And there's an infamous quote to encompass the whole thing, but you have to add a little bit of arrogance to it. And that is, survival of the fittest, shoulder shrug, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, survival of the fittest again is also ridiculous because humans don't exist in a dominance hierarchy. Animals of a lesser sort of degree of intellect would and do live in those forms of hierarchies. Humans, however, live in forms of hierarchies of competence and beauty, even, right? We don't live in the same. People don't have to be the fittest to be the most competent. You can be the most competent mentally. You could be extremely competent at having babies, so therefore you will be provided for. Like, there are different forms of hierarchies and how they're formed in humans, but like Darwinism completely ignores these.
Yeah, such a huge, huge enveloping topic altogether. I need to become more familiar with the topic of abiogenesis. The one that I'm really rusty on it now, but.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Go ahead, Jenny.
Well, one of the things Darwin said, he said the eye was too complex to have evolved.
Oh, yeah, that's the one that I was going to bring up, and I'm trying to remember the name of it. Irreducible complexity.
Yeah, you're talking about like Michael Behe's work and Darwin's Black Box, for instance, the book that Michael Behe wrote, right?
Well, my favorite example, real quick before you go on and explaining it, is the flagellum on an amoeba.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
Exactly, yeah, that's a good one.
The super rotary bacteria. No, you're exactly right. So abiogenesis, right? This is literally all we need to remove the idea of evolution straight away. Another way is just simply ask someone what the definition of evolution is, and they'll struggle to tell you. But so abiogenesis, which is obviously we have. If you know about the way that so you have an amino acid, right? An amino acid, okay, turns into a protein, but we have a protein that has to attach to another protein. We have those two sets of proteins that need to express, copy, write, and then basically connect themselves again to another form of protein. And there are many expressions of this, and each time there are like 8 million connection points that have to be perfect.
Well, the thing is,
wow,
if you assume everything can learn, all materials, no matter how sort of like basic they are,
the Earth should be sentient.
that they can all learn things. So you take a piece of copper, it learns how to be copper. You take oxygen, it has to learn how to be oxygen. Everything learns, and that's how it all starts, because it has to learn.
But how does it learn past? But like with that, I agree. That's sort of what they're trying. But then, like for instance, they say everything came from hydrogen, right? So how does hydrogen learn to be oxygen when there is no example of oxygen in the first place in order to be informed about to go toward, right?
Well, I can show you a crystal that has learned to change 3 times. Okay?
Yeah, of course. That makes sense, though.
Yeah. How did that happen? Everything learns. Everything's got a memory. Everything learns. Everything's got a feeling.
And you know what I was thinking of when you said that?
It's so simple.
Is water is not only the universal solvent. I think that's the correct term.
Yeah, that's a term.
But I was thinking the other day about that it's also the universal, it contains memory. I mean, you can observe it with you can observe it with a microscope.
Yeah.
How about that? I mean, sure, we may not be able to look at it and decipher it, but it's still there.
Well, no. Let me just clear up with what I was saying with that guy. One sec, because I think he thought I was disagreeing with you. I'm not. I'm using that truth against the heliocentric model, right? So, if we understand that things have memory, right? Things become informed, things receive information, and things grow and they learn, right? For instance, crystals changing, right? So, for instance, there's only way I could stalagmites and talactites, right? So the calcium carbonate dripping down the interior of a cave wall, slowly culminating into a drip point, right? It continues to drip over a certain amount of years. What you will start to get calcified from the calcium carbonate. It will form a form of a column, right? And it will grow from the ceiling and it will grow from the base. The one will look like an icicle upside down, the other pointing downward. Point being is that that's changing state over time, right? We have moisture, we have different pressures also that are involved in this, probably, right? I mean, weather pressures as opposed to the outside, as opposed to the inside, the drawing in of the material and the filtration of the material through the rock, all the way down to it being just like calcium almost, right? For it to form this different crystal structure, right? I agree with that part, what you're saying, that everything grows. I'm saying on the basis of growing this crystal, though, without anything to do so, is in there. So I believe the Globers would agree with what you're stating, right? That everything changes state and grows, right? They don't disagree with this axiom, right? So we can use that against Globers quite simplistically, which would be this, right? Like what I just stated. How does hydrogen grow into oxygen? Because do you see what I'm trying to say about that? I understand the crystal changes form, but like a salt crystal growing up the upper string, out of a beaker, right? There's a reason why it grows toward the outside of the beaker. There's a cause to why that's happening. There's a cause as to why, it climbs up the string itself. It's the path of least resistance. It has less work to do so. But when you don't have something as an energy source to fuel the change of the transference, first law of thermodynamics, energy transfer, right? Not destruction. It transfers, changes state. So this is what we have. We have changes of state. But when we only have hydrogen only, the idea of changing state when you have no medium between the gas of hydrogen itself, and then we also have nothing to inform a change of state or no medium to change a state. We have nothing to change the state of this thing. How does it grow? How does it continue to change state? And this is the ultimate issue with the heliocentric model, really, I believe.
How do you know everything started from hydrogen? I don't think it did. I
don't believe it did. I don't believe it did. This is what I'm trying to. That is the claim. Yeah. That's the claim of the globe.
And this this crystal is changed. It's changed 3 times, and it can't go back to the old form.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be what we referred to as denatured, like when you boil a egg. Or, yeah.
When you boil what? Say again, Jenny, you cut out.
When you boil an egg.
Egg, right.
Yeah, that's the best example of something that's denatured, where it's totally changed form and it doesn't go back.
No, this is changed form all by itself.
Yeah, this is different to the egg.
Yeah. This crystal.
Oh yeah, I was listening, even though that was a bad example. I was really listening though.
Yeah. This crystal started off as a liquid, then it changed form with a melting point of 61, and then it changed form again to a melting point of 94. All by itself, and you can't go back to the old one.
Well, the egg does the same thing though, right? So the egg, right? We can leave an egg out. It goes from a liquid, it changes into a solid, and effectively to remelt the egg, its melting point changes dependent on its state, and it does so not just 3 times or once. It's actually more like a spectrum. So the egg, as it slowly solidifies, you can just leave it out in the atmosphere; it will slowly boil itself. Effectively, the structure of the egg itself will cook over time or ferment or whatever you want to call it. I really don't. It doesn't really matter. It will denature and it goes from a liquid to something else. And then in fact, its boiling point does change. the egg that's liquefied's boiling point is much lower than the egg
but
that
you can
is
still get the
fermented.
original egg. You still
You
can
can,
get
yeah,
the
you can.
original egg.
You've got the
This one,
original
you
egg
can't get
there.
the original.
Well,
It's
it's not the
changed
same.
forever, and it's not
It
going
is
back.
changed forever, but so is the egg changed forever, pretty much. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's never going to be what it was originally. The actual chemical composition of it is different. The shell may be very similar. Agreed. But there are lots of things. This isn't taken away from your point, what she was saying. It's just to give an example of things changing state and using energy. The crystal doesn't do this on its own, just to let you know as well. The crystal actually relies on the medium that it's in order to do so. Do you see what I mean? It changes state based on the medium that it's in. You know, like crystals that grow in caves, for instance, in dank, dark places, right? But there are reasons why things grow there, why these crystal formations, amethyst, right? How these things are created. They grow seemingly on their own with no sort of obvious inference of anything helping it anyway. But the medium that it's in, the air that it's in, you know, the moisture, the bacteria that's in the moisture, the salt that's in the moisture, the different atmospheric conditions and pressures that are relied upon to create such a thing. Those are the things that feed it the same way the water that's being heated up by the element in that boils the egg slowly changes its state. I know it's very different, but because one's more of an organic process, but like I said, the egg can still effectively change state in the same way just by being out in the atmosphere, and it will change state the same way. That's all she sort of meant, I believe. Sorry, that was incredibly boring.
So does everybody think that things can learn, things have memory, things have feeling, things are conscious?
Yeah, things have got memory, bro. Like with water, for instance, like what Jenny said, right? Like you could even say it on a basic format that like water that had been in the River Ganges that would now be in, let's say, southwest of England, where I am, right? If I was to then, you know, take out a trace mineral or pigment of a certain orange undertone that, you know, I could only 100%, if I looked at it under a microscope, match it to a certain type of orangey pink pigment that came from the bank of the Ganges, I could probably near enough say to you, if I also found trace elements of other very unique embankments along that river, right, of certain pigments, and I had all of them, right, and I had them in a chronological order, like it's suspended in the liquid on a microscopic level, and the lowest point, right, the furthest point away from me would be the Ganges, and all the places from there. It's almost like I see it like in a rainbow of like this stuff gets closer to me as I get to there when I put the water in a suspension. Like I see it layered and suspended in its individual segments, almost making sense that this path of water, this individual little bit of water took that pathway and it took on the bands of the color. They've done that for a long time. So that would be a form of memory of like knowledge, or at least where that water had been previously. But then there's also memory in terms of how the water structures change now using like the electromagnetic field of where it was even at the time. Like this stuff goes very deep, this sort of memory in water stuff.
Yeah. How about this then? Have you ever seen lightning go horizontal?
Sort of sideways. Yeah, I've got an image that I took myself actually of this exact phenomena. Yeah, I've got an image. Let me find it.
What do you think causes that?
What causes lightning, bud? You know, like what causes it horizontal is path of least resistance, right? At the same time, you know, what is lightning? Like cause of lightning as opposed to what it is, two different things. Again, I believe I think that could be seen as true. All I know is that
I saw this video. It was horizontal lightning, and between the horizontal parts, there were these two rainbows. And I come to
that's the light spectrum.
Yeah, I come to the conclusion that this was Earth's defences stopping the lightning hit the ground.
Can I just comment very quickly because so a few years ago, right, there was two huge lightning storms spaced over between in the southwest of England between between over like a year and a half. There were two massive lightning storms that hit the UK, right? And like, when I say massive, I mean absolutely huge. They spread over an area that was much bigger, like more than a few hundred miles squared, right? And it was in every direction. And obviously, lightning, it being a localized form of energy and electricity and light because it creates flashes, this light is very local to the medium around it, the air around us, the atmo, right? The atmosphere, sphere, and obviously atmo, air, whatever. Anyway, so that light, because it's local and in all directions, what ended up happening after a few hours, right, of me being implicated in all of this lightning in all directions, we were in the cars driving around, chasing it about, trying to find where it was coming from. It was in every direction above our heads, and it would get stronger in some ways than others, and it was loud. It looked like the apocalypse. It was amazing. There are videos of this all over YouTube. I can provide one in a second, actually, and I'll provide an image from that night of a piece of horizontal lighting. But what I understood from that night, and then I really sort of had to like rack my brains a bit, was that when the lightning stopped, it was late at night. It was pitch black sort of time, right? But it was purple. And it was purple and pink everywhere, almost as if we had like an ambient light, when the sun goes down and it's still blue in the sky, and that's again the light from the light source is adhering to the gases in the air, and that's why the sky is blue. The sky is blue because it's charged up with the blue part of the light spectrum, and then those gases, much like when we have a projector hitting a projector screen at the cinema or a wall. The wall is what holds the light and paints the image. Well, our sky is almost like a diffused, rubbishy, sort of three-dimensional like projector screen in which all of the light sort of partially hits and continues to go through its opacity, because it's not fully transparent, it's translucent, it's opaque, right? So it hits onto it, and whatever part of the light spectrum is most able to adhere to the air, the atmo, it does. And usually it's the blue. The blue is the most adherable due to the distance to the source of the light itself. But when it's a really local light source, pink and purple being the shortest part of the light spectrum, that's what adheres. So I ended up with a purple sky because the light source was the lightning, right? And then, so now to realize that basically, now the whole sky's purple, I'm like, wow. So like I've started to pick up now on like the directionality of where the sun's coming, where it's going to come into my view, where it's leaving, the path it took throughout the day, based on the color of the sky itself, right? And that path itself informs not just the color of the gases, but the pressure as well, due to like Charles's law and all this sort of stuff as well, with people, or Gay-Lussac's gas laws, or whatever you want to call it. But the point is that maybe those rainbows that you saw, those like bits of the light spectrum itself, could just be because there are multiple light sources to cause the rainbows. And the rainbow, the reason why we see the light spectrum split, right, is because effectively it's able to, the light casts out and then it's able to land on something. Whatever it lands on, it's almost like a wall, right? Like a projector screen. It splits the light spectrum like a crystal. And I believe the firmament, is a prerequisite to this, because to have these homogeneous rainbow shapes, that takes a homogeneous shape first for the light to go through, for it to like land and be that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna shut up. Sorry, I just waffled then.
Oh no.
These rainbows they were going up sort of like 90 degrees to what you normally see a rainbow. They were straight rainbowish lights between the horizontal lightning, and whatever was causing the lightning to go horizontal, it's something to do with why we were seeing these two rainbows between the horizontal lightning.
Yeah, that would probably make sense because you've got horizontal lightning, right? And then to see the rainbows, like those, that's what I'm saying. They're light sources, right? And the fact they're horizontal, now you have a horizontal form of light, like a light bar, which would, make sense why you would now see bands of split, light spectrum, which is what the rainbow is. But to even be able to see a rainbow, like I said,
So
it needs
behind the
to
rainbows, there must have been these energy fields. So there was two energy fields, and we saw them by seeing the rainbows. And why would we get these energy fields directing horizontal lightning?
I don't know, because it depends though. Because if you're seeing the rainbows as the cause of the lightning, then you would see it that way. But I'm not necessarily seeing the rainbows as the cause of the lightning. Do you see what I mean? Like I'm seeing the rainbows being there, they're caused by the lightning, not the other way around.
My conclusion was the Earth didn't want the lightning to fall to the ground. It wanted to do other things to the lightning. And it said, no, you're not going to the ground. You're going to go this direction because that's what I want you to do.
Yeah, but the lightning eventually would have went to the ground almost. And if it didn't go to the ground, it would have dissipated into small pieces of legs that eventually would have had such a low charge that they just fizzle out into nothingness. And that's really the path of least resistance. That's why lightning sort of does just cover the sky, right? Because the sky itself is an easier medium to move through than the ground. Do you know what I mean? That's what grounding is. The lightning can't go through the ground. It's too big of a body for that electric charge to make a point through. It will dissipate solely over the whole lot of the ground, and thus it becomes minimalistic and nothing. Lightning wishes to exist where it can continue to exist. The path of least resistance, the places for it to be easiest to exist, which sometimes means going horizontal to avoid gases that are pressurized in ways that are, harder for it to exist in.
Sort of like very strange because lightning comes up from the ground up. So they say.
It comes from the ground up, lightning.
Yeah.
Well, were you on about the energy to create it?
Yeah, I mean the ground is positive, so yeah, I mean that's like the direction of where the energy comes from, from the ground up. So they say lightning doesn't come down; it's lightning going up.
The way I understood it, sometimes they believe the energy can come from down, and then but it's pressure as well. And also I believe slag, which would like that would be, I believe that's how meteorites are created also, and that's how I think we can predict them. Because if you can predict almost like the hot point of the sun, and the most active part of the electromagnetic field, that's how they can predict meteorite showers, because they actually know how they're caused almost. Like I don't know. I feel like sometimes I feel like sandstorms have got a massive deal to do with some of the phenomena that we see, and people don't realize it. Like this, like glass and metals falling from the sky, meteorite showers and stuff like that, and the weird colors that we get. We only see those different colors from like trace minerals of different metals, like magnesium or even gold, for instance. The different golds you use in glass making. It's the color of the glass, for instance. Like that's something that's pretty interesting that I feel like people need to look into a lot more. Is actually how is it that how does sand affect our weather? Because we talk about the precipitation of rain a lot, but like in the middle of deserts, right? It's known that a lot of sand gets encapsulated into weather pattern movements, but we don't really talk about what happens with it. If we can get lightning up there at those temperatures, that's way beyond the temperatures needed in order to melt sand into actual like forms of like glass, singular pieces. And then how that would be affected afterwards, it would effectively rain down as like, you know, sand in a different form. It would get made into a blob, and then the thermal change as it fell from the sky would make it smash to smaller pieces. And you know, but we don't know about any of that yet, apparently.
Well, here's the thing. If you go on Google Earth, and you go to all the power stations in the UK, all the car parks are empty. There's nobody there. So where do we get our power from?
What do you mean?
If you go to the power stations
right
in the UK, okay?
Yeah.
And you look at the car parks, all
Right.
the car parks are empty. There's nobody in the buildings. There's nobody there. These power stations are just for show. So where do we get electricity from?
Oh, I'm not going to make any claims about that. I wouldn't know, mate. You'd have to tell me if you've got an idea about that. You'd have to.
I think we get the power from how Tesla was going to do it, from the air.
Yeah, you can definitely collect energy from the air. It's not. You're better off like using things mixed with the air, and like exponentially just sort of multiplying the amount of energy you can collect from something. That's what the Tesla coil was about, really, but yeah, of course, they've been doing that for years. They've been, taking electricity in ways that they don't tell you, and then repurposing it and using it and utilizing things in ways that are free, and then they just repackage it as money. That's what fossil fuels are about. This idea of scarce fuel. It is to make.
Yeah, there's no fossil fuels. It's automatically.
But you know what it's about. Well, now, but
everybody knows.
Well, when we go into green energy, though, now people are not going to find it abnormal or strange that they're being charged out the arse for fuel. But like, really, if you was to have tried to charge people out the arse for fuel before fossil fuels, they would have been like, "No way, am I paying that? It's cheaper for me to pay someone to go get some wood." But because they created the idea of scarcity, now they created a value over energy. But why are we not changing the money, what value that energy has? Because now it's no longer scarce, right? It's not fossil anymore, because now we're going on to like windmills and aqueducts, and all this sort of stuff, right? So like, why is it energy prices changing as well?
So the way I see it, they had all these solar panels and they had all these wind farms, and they said, "Oh look, we got all this stuff, and we got these electric cars, and when do you charge the electric cars? At night? Oh well, there's no solar power at night, is there? And the wind is low at night as well. So
yeah, but they store it, don't they? Apparently.
So it just comes from the grid. All these solar power stuff and wind farms, useless, virtually useless.
It doesn't produce like all the wind farms in the UK. I believe they produce like less than 1% of all of the electric used. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah,
they produce
it's a money scam. All the solar panels and all the wind farms, they're just a money scam, because they break down every couple of years. Anyway, they don't last.
The maintenance on those wind farm things, mate. Some of the ones near where I live, right? Oh my days. The amount of problems that they've had with it, mate. It's unreal. Like, it's constantly on one of the, like, on Facebook, you get like the different like news pages. Every time I go on there, I get a notification and it talks about like the certain propeller on this one.
Yeah, it's just a money scam. That's all it is. It's just a scam.
But it's always the same one that's going wrong, and I'm just like, just fucking knock that one down and start again. Sorry to swear, but Like for real, the amount of money they've spent on it now, I'm just like, why wouldn't you just knock that one down and like just start again? It's the same one every time. The bearing goes, do you know how much money the bearing costs?
The reason why it's the same one is because they programmed it to fail. That's why. When you get an electric light bulb, you know, like the new electric light bulbs,
LED bulbs,
they've got a timer on them, and when the timer when the timer runs out, they switch off. So you got to buy a new one. That's how they roll.
But it's called built-in redundancy. With I don't know, with an LED light bulb, it makes sense how it would break, but like at the same time, LEDs are designed to not break. I feel like I don't know. I feel like they do last a bit longer, but like
they have
still.
to put the breakdown in. If they didn't put the
I know
breakdown,
they've done it. I know they've done it. They last forever, basically. LEDs do. Like look
they
at.
should last forever, but they
They
put a
pretty much
timer
do,
in,
yeah.
and
They
when the
have
timer
to,
runs out, they stop.
They,
So you got to
you
buy
know,
a new one.
But do you know
Just
how
like
they
the
do
old
that?
bulb.
But yeah, I know it's the same as the old bulbs where the filament slowly goes, but halogen, right? But I'm saying, like, do you know how they get away with it, don't you? It's health and safety. What they'll say is that the actual connection therein of the bulb to the light fixture, it would be needed that needs to be broken, right? And new metal needs to be put in there for the connection itself, because they'll say that over time things can degrade and it can become dangerous. But again, that's a load of rubbish, because you don't have to replace the connection bit above the bulb, do you?
A criminal offence of
What's up,
misconduct
Michael?
before a
Really bad.
against
In
a
the
member of
1980s,
Parliament.
Wait there, mate. I'm just gonna sort out this hot work.
What's happened is, as a result of the coronavirus and the Coronavirus Act, I started.
Who is it?
In the 1980s, this guy invented a light bulb that wouldn't run out. He couldn't market it. How can you market a light bulb that don't run out? You can't.
No, well, you have to, like, the way I would do it, right? If you were being like benevolent, right? Yeah. The way you would do this would be like, you create the LED light bulb, right? You make the designs for it. You get a big company to do it, and you market it as something to them that will break, but then you make it defective in its design that you give to the factory. So the first like 7 months of production, all you do is just make about 20 million light bulbs that will never break. And then like you just do it to stitch the company up and to be like humanitarian for everyone else. Like that's the sort of thing that like you could dream about doing if you were ever in a situation. Like, if you're ever in a situation where you were the one given the plans for the redundancy sort of add-on of a product in a factory, and you purposefully fucked that up and made sure not to give that command out, you might be able to produce just enough before the first lot should break, before the next rebuying sort of wave with a new product. You might be able to create just enough that people will never buy it ever again, and they will just use the ones that don't break due to the
The reason why you can't market it is because of greed.
Well, no, the companies that invest to put the product out there, they're not going to do it, are they? They're like, well, what's the point? There's no resellability factor if it doesn't break. No, that's not a smart business plan, is it?
Smart businessman. What about humanity?
No, I'm not. No, I agree. It's ethical. It's ethical to do what you're saying, non-redundant. I agree with that. That's what I'm saying. That is the best way to do it, right? That's the good way of doing it. But that's not the way business works, unfortunately, is it? I'm saying that a bank's not going to invest in you if you say, yeah, I can sell 10 million light bulbs, but after that, no one's going to buy one ever again. They're going to be like, well, if we're investing in you and it takes you 10 years to pay us back, and we can get an extra 50 million out of you in interest because you can sell your product for 10 years. We want it as part of your business plan that people are going to rebuy these at least every, twice a year. Can you not add a redundancy factor? That's what ends up happening with businesses and products, mate. Unfortunately, that's the way of the world. You know, and like if you were an investor, could you see yourself sort of being like, well, I want to make the product, you know, I want to make 3 times the amount. So all I've got to do is take away half the amount of time this thing will work for. You can see how it happens.
It's sad.
It is.
All.
But you see where that
Oh
comes from.
no, who let Branch out? He's not in VC, is he?
Who?
Branch.
It's Branch here.
Yeah, he was begging to be unmuted, and I told. Okay, I'll read you the message. I might as well because he already called me the B word, and that's okay. It kind of made me smile. All right,
Not
but
now. It was here
so
earlier.
he said, "Can I be unmuted?" And I didn't answer him for a while, and I said, "For future reference, never ask me that question again. The Rolling Stones lied. Time is not on our side, so do your part and save a little. Thanks, bro." Sunglasses, smiley emoji. And he said, LOL, okay, bitch. and so I said, just trying to be helpful, you grump, because the answer will always be no. If you get muted, there is a reason, and I don't want to get tangled up in your drama.
Don't worry, I'll unmute him in a minute. It's fine. I'm pretty sure it was me that muted him earlier.
I have no desire to do any recon on his behalf. I just don't have that kind of motivation.
People message you because you're the nice one, like you're so nice.
Right.
Maybe she'll do it. And she's like, no.
No. Yeah, he's like, okay, bitch.
You know,
oh, you know what? I need to share that with Michael J. Smith. He gets a kick out of it when I'm not nice.
Yeah. If Jenny is many things, but a bitch is one thing I could not call you. Not at
Oh,
all.
well, thank you.
No, for real. It was very kind-hearted. You've been nothing but kind to me ever since I've known you.
I know. So
You
he's just
really
being a grumpy old man.
are.
Not my problem.
So he's not getting paid when he's, you know, if you unmute him, he'd probably get some more money.
Should we unmute?
Yeah, yeah. I don't.
Mute him, you'll piss his pants.
Oh!
Okay, that reminds me. We were talking about somebody asked him if he was dropped it as a child, and IG said no, somebody threw him. No, that's being a bitch. That's being a bitch.
They did throw him. They just looked at him and they thought, what the? His mum still kisses him through a handkerchief.
Oh my goodness. Oh, jeez. Sorry,
How is
Branch.
it?
You earned every bit of that if you're listening.
One sec. Everyone's got to shut up. One sec. Eggs, my G.
Hey, brother.
How is it? You alright? Where were
Yeah.
you earlier? I saw you in here, and I've been in here like about 10 times, mate, and you've not been there.
I
You've been sat.
just came on like before.
Oh, right. I was going to. No, last
Yeah.
night. Did you fall asleep in here, or because you were muted there? Or did you have
Hey.
it on in the night or something?
Hey.
I saw you in here, Iggs, about, I don't know, 10 times. And I like came in last night I came in about 10 different times. And then, you weren't there though.
Hey, so look at the video that Cuddles just posted. There's no copyright on that. No copyright concerns with that, I would imagine, right?
I don't know. I got it from a friend of mine off of Skype. Out of one of my log groups.
Oh, well, that's, yeah.
Oh, shit, I didn't see you.
Women who've had the menopause and
Sorry, Iggs, I didn't look at live stream voice text.
No, you're right, bro.
I didn't read any of that.
No,
Is
you're
Jin
right.
hot mic in?
that was confirmed to me. I then took it upon myself to.
Right, I'm gonna mute Jin because it sounds like he's actually having a very personal conversation.
I just figured I'd share the song and somebody would enjoy it. I didn't expect anyone to try and play it on the stream.
Oh no, I mean, if it was somebody that you knew that recorded it, that's what I was after.
Yeah, no, I don't know who she is, but she's got a beautiful voice.
Hmm.
But it's a good song so far. I'm already like a minute in, and it's pretty good. I like it.
Cool.
I always want to ask people that talk about, you know, how all these agencies are, oh, well, what would we do without them? Okay, well, what do you do when they're the ones that turn on you? When the guys that you're
Tell them
supposed to
to
talk
piss off.
to, right? I mean, what do you do when the guys that are supposed to protect you are the ones that are creating the problems for you? Like, who
They're
the
not
heck do
there
you?
to protect you. It's in the name, agent. Agent comes
Yeah.
from the word gentleman. With A in front of it, it negates the fact of the gentleman. So it's not a gentleman. So he's there to screw you.
Right,
A
we
gentleman
agree.
would do that. That's what
There
agent
are
means.
there are people that don't know that, buddy.
Yeah, well, there have been people that have been thrown. As little children. So, what can you do? Some people get dropped, some people get thrown.
Oh, you want to come in? Oh, yeah, there's some water. Drink some water.
That's the thing, though. I always like asking, who do you call when the police are the criminals? And then there's dead silence on the other end. And I'm like, exactly.
Your neighbor. Your neighbor. But people fucking don't help out each other. People just fucking retarded.
Yeah.
They call themselves all these. Everybody labels themselves. I don't care, religion or patriots or fucking whatever dumb shit. But nobody sticks up for one another. Bunch of hypocrites.
Hey, Ig,
That's what I reckon.
are you on Skype?
Yes.
I got a buddy that you would love. Actually, I got a few buddies that you would love to talk to.
Yes, what is, bro? Message. I need to actually put it on this phone. I've got it on my other phone, but I need to put it on this.
Well, if you want, just send me a message and I'll see about trying to add you to the group, or talk to some of my people, because it's quite interesting. I got a friend right now. He's through most of his paperwork. He's gotten the corrected IDs and such, the special IDs, special passports. I think he's got diplomatic status on his passport already. He's working with the Treasury to get his Treasury direct account set up and everything. It's quite interesting.
Every idea should be diplomatic, because that's what an idea is.
Right. Well, you've got employee, and then you have diplomat. You've got regular, and then you have special. There's
Yeah,
always
people
two.
don't know how, yeah. You go ahead.
Special passport. They don't get to pull you off to the side and start playing around with your extremities.
All you just need to know how to do is make joinder with it. The thing is, they've given you that whatever passport, but because it's all there, it's theirs. Because they authored it, they made it, they are the authority. That's why people don't know the word author. That means whoever published the book, they published it. You're just taking it, running with it, and they get to tell you what
Author to authorize
to do. They get to change the rules whenever they want without telling you, and you have to be a goyim, a slave, unless you make joined with it properly, and then you are you possess it 100 and fully 100%.
Right.
But
Well,
you
that's
need to know how to make the joinder.
because there's the public side, which is what everybody has generally, well, most people, and then you have the private side, which is only very few people have made it there.
Yeah, very few.
But it's pretty cool going to the private side, as far as I can tell. I mean, even just doing some paperwork and getting the special passport has changed a lot of things for a lot of people.
Even if you put it this way, bro. Even if you get whatever, like a passport, I hear people talking about the United States of America passport. They're going to get that one. They're going to become a national, what's it called, national citizen, which is the best one out of all of them. But
Right.
still, it's not yours. You can get the US passport. If you make joint up with it, you're still on the highest level, higher than the USA, the United States of America passport. That's all. But this is the thing: people get tangled up in this legalese crap.
Well, that's the thing, though. You're talking joinder, but we're the process.
You can't
to
play the
get
game if you're gonna.
passport. It skips past joinder. Joinder's not there.
Say that again.
The joinder that you're talking about with the diplomatic passport and the special IDs, it's not there. There is no joinder. That's only on the public side where there's joinder between the person and the man, where the person becomes the man. On the private side with the special passports and the special IDs, the person and the man are separated.
doesn't really work like in actuality, though, does it? Let's face it.
Well, it's in the code. Here in the States, it's in the dadgum code. They give you two options. You can take the path to the left and you can play in the public, or you can take the path to the right and you can go to the private. One has rights, the other one has privileges. There's no mixing of either of them. They're completely separate from each other. They have nothing to do with each other.
Yeah, I know. I get that idea. What do you think about birth certificates then?
It's your golden ticket, buddy. Didn't you ever watch Willy Wonka?
No, I understand that, but that's what I'm asking you. What do you think about them?
It's your golden ticket. The thing is they didn't teach you how to use it, but that's in ding codes too. Some
Again,
of
bro,
it.
you're using codes. Do you know? So just say you're looking up your USC whatever or any codes, statutes, even laws. Even laws are codes. So the thing that you read, just say the paragraph or whatever, 10 lines of whatever so-called law. Go into the it's called what's it called? It's they have the actual law written down there before it's codified. All your laws, public or private, they're all codified. If you actually read the whole law in its entirety, most people would not compute any of it. That's why it gets codified.
So annoying.
Even like so-called lawful stuff.
It looks different as well,
Sorry,
doesn't
bro?
it? Because you have like when you have before, it's like in the
you say that
state
again,
that you're
brother?
on about. I'm saying, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So I'm saying when the law is almost in that state, you end up having like actions written down. It's hard to explain what I'm saying. Like like when you're looking at chemistry and they move one isomer to a different bond. Yeah. Like in preliminary law, before it's like So before it is authorized or it's pushed through or made into an actual, like you said, before it's codified or whatever, that it looked like almost like that, like when an isomer is moved to a different position, you have similarities to that sort of like modus operandi in sort of the writing of the law. It's hard to explain what I mean. Like you have like chain of command mixed with how to do said chain of command and what that means for the chain of command in this other codified thing. That's why things have to be in preliminary law before they're codified, as well as codified. You have to have both, because you have to see how it could have like, let's say something starts being affected after you pass a law in a way you didn't foresee, then you can at least look at all the different arms, right, of the prerequisite things needed to enact the law. You know what I mean? Like laws and new laws. Laws and new laws usually have what you would call precursor laws that make them possible to be able to be acted out and put into effect. Those are the laws that are going too far as well, because laws that work only off the back of other laws are clearly they're a fucking problem. Prove it.
Yeah, this is the thing. When everybody reads the so-called law, they give you that law, whatever is written, like when you go to a government website or you wherever you get it from, even from. I'm just going to be straight out, like I can't say it any other way.
Say it again. You broke out for me.
Because if you were to get that scroll out that before it's codified into red law, you need to know what you're reading. So they'll write down probably like before one law gets, as you said, like goes down the chain of command from them writing it up to pre-codification, then to full codification. It would be at the first step, it's like, I don't know, maybe 5-6 pages. But then when it comes back down to the people, it's like, a couple of sentences, whatever, or a paragraph. And that denotates, like you've got legal, lawful, you've got lex naturalis, and then you've got lex non script, denotating all different classes of people. So the dummies, people who are uneducated follow, the legal stuff, and then some people who get it a bit more, follow the so-called lawful stuff, what they think is the law of the land or some dumb shit like that. Then you've got natural law, which a percent gets, and then you've got spiritual law, faith law, universal law. It's usually faith law or trust law, which means the same thing, and that's the highest form of law. The unwritten law.
Yeah. One of the highest forms of law is secret law. Actually, is like secretly written laws that exist between families, right? Like laws that the judge is like elected between a few only to preside over a few. Like, what do you think about that idea? Like, people talk about democracy. How is this for a democracy? You have 10 members of a family, like a clan, right, or even 30. All 30 wish for one man in that clan to be a judge and an executioner. He has the ability to judge everyone. There are 10 elders or 12, much like there would be peers or whatever, right? Your peers as a jury that would judge over you. Like, if like a group of people like that, right? Like 100 people agree that this one man's a judge. These 10 people are the jurors on this day, right, or whatever. Or they could ask for jurors from anywhere, right? Any place whatsoever. Like, why can't, if it's the choice of the individual, why can't that be a real court? Like that judge of that family should be able to effectively put them in prison for 10 years, and everything alike, because if every person's in agreement, then that's democracy in action.
Yeah, consensus makes the law. That's the thing that people don't understand. That's another form of law. It's an axiom.
But that's how we know they're tyrants, though, because they don't adhere to that.
You go for it.
I'm saying that's how we know they're tyrants, then, because they don't adhere to that, because they pretend to. But if that's democratic in nature, me, you, and 98 other men could go into the wilderness, and women, obviously, we could create our own court in, let's say, in England, in a piece of land that we own, and we could start to, put each other in prison under our own judicial system that we all agreed to take part in. And guess what? They would have us done for kidnapping before you knew it.
No.
And that means that they would in England, because they probably would actually put us in prison for it, bro.
Not
Because
if
they
you
would
did
say
a
it was.
proper claim and you had proper chain of title for everything. No.
But proper chain of title would literally just be every person agreeing to one piece on a contract, which would say that we agree to allow ourselves to be judged by this judiciary, which is entitled as this.
Yes.
This is the framework of it. And
So
but I'm
that's
saying
correct.
I believe governments would have a problem with it, because they would say that they are the court above all others. We have the same issue, remember, guys, in the UK with the Sharia court. So we have 109 of these, maybe more, right? They have no true judiciary power. They're not allowed to sentence anybody to any sentence whatsoever, because the police will come in and take it away. And they have a very comprehensive system of what their judiciary system is. We know it can work because it's the same one that works in Saudi Arabia. Yeah, I'm not on about just cutting off hands and stuff like that. They're not even allowed to imprison people. They're not allowed to do anything like that. They are, however, allowed to dissolve marriages. But those marriages, are they real under the state anyway? No. But that's just pandering to Islam.
If I can just say something, this is just.
Sorry.
I need to speak to you in private, like I can tell you more, but so the way that the English government is going to operate is by Muslim or Sharia law. That is, so it's already been implemented, but not as it's been sold to the public. The other thing is you going into court and trying to be a part of their society when you are not. I was trying to explain this the other time, and people do not comprehend this. They're like, common law, common law, common law. Okay, common law is not common to the people. Common law means slavery, because the people that are up the top
like common sense.
love slaves. No, it's like yeah.
No,
If
I'm
you go
saying
into
like
those,
it's in. I'm saying that the trick is in the word. Is what I'm saying. Common law. You know what I'm trying to say?
That's where
Like,
of course,
like
that's where you have the
you
House
should,
of Commons. And I say to them, are you a part of the House of Commons? Because if somebody tries to put them up to go to court, it's called it's in the City of London. It's a special court. It's called the Commoners Court. And when they say a jury of your peers, so those guys have to be a part of, just say the commoners, which is a class of people, because me and you cannot be their peers because we're not a part of their society, and people don't comprehend this. Those people have slaves. It's common to them. So every single one of you dipsticks that are listening to this, if you think common law is common to you, it's not. Just like the House of Lords, they've got, the what's it called, the chamber. Oh, I'm forgetting words. It's in the City of London. They've got their own special courts, so they can be communicated with the jury of their peers. But the reason why this thing happened, because there was shit being done behind the scenes to lock these stupid pricks up. But Craigville knows quite a bit. I've told him. But now there's these retards coming on the scene, spouting all this common law and so-called they call it patriotism or whatever, nationalism.
Yeah.
And they don't even know what it is. Like, again, a nation state is a international, like,
corporation.
Fiction, yes.
Well, and
Yeah.
like what a nation is actually supposed to be is a personification of an actual clan or a family or a tribe, and the
Yeah.
most coherent, and like the well. So in terms of hierarchies, animals have
But
animals have dominance ones, right? We have competency, hierarchies. We have hierarchies that are based on how competent we are. The most competent chieftain gets named the most competent chieftain.
Yes.
Out of all the chieftains, of all the families, of all the tribes, and tribes
Yes.
become nations. But that's the personification of what an actual tribe is. But then that would mean that there would be a king, right? For instance, right? This is why constitutional monarchies exist quite a lot, right? Like England, because then you have like a prime minister, but you still sort of have the reverence and love and the patriotism for a figure that's unaffected, sort of can't be blamed, it's blameless. Whereas in America, you have the president, and he's able to be blamed, right? But like, all in all, like, yeah, the nation state now is but a corporation, right? Like, I sometimes I see America and like what we know what's going on with America and England, right? It's like the handing over of the baton of like who is going to be the proxy of the other one, right, for the next couple of years. Like,
and they're
all
gone.
these
I told you
actions
about
and
them.
war.
They lost their flags.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But like for years we've played like like everyone's like, oh, America beat this country, and it's like, come on, are you fucking serious?
They're the
Like,
same thing.
like it's just you are joking, right? Like, even like people that are apparently like truthers that I know that are Americans, and they say this, like they spout it. I'm like, wait, you do realize about the agreement, right, between the crown at that time and the colonies to like pay rent for that land so the English stop sending troops, right? That's the narrative they told you. That doesn't even necessarily mean that's the truth. But regardless, here and what happened, if you continue paying rent to someone who's in the crown, they're a hardy group, and as America developed, do you really think they would have kept their oars and their fingers out of that pie? They would have been like, right, we'll give you 50% off the rent if you make sure that we have our fingers involved in this and this bit of technology you develop in this sector, in this colony.
Yeah.
We want the first looking at that, and we'll remove some more percentile of the rent in order so that we receive what we need to receive from you as it is developed. And people think what the British and America weren't, inextricably linked through the development of America, like from the very beginning, considering that the first colonies apparently were rented. Like, there was no real split. They were the same thing they always have been. They've just been proxies of one another for years.
So what happened was they were meant to be 13 states, 13 colonies, or 13 slaves. That's what colony means. It's a group of slaves, 13 of them. That's why you had the flag with the 13 stars, and then
of course.
What's his name? Was it what was his name? He's on one of the notes. He's on the $1 bill. What is it? He's got like partly balding and he's like got long hair. He was a part of the French Freemasonry. What was his name?
I forgot it.
I don't know. Anyway, one of those fuckers, one of those pricks.
One of the wig wearers.
Yeah, one of those.
What up, bro?
Huh?
Do you know the name? You often know shit.
Here, hold on.
Wait, what are we talking about? I was reading the
That's
email.
Washington.
Was it?
It's Washington. It's Washington.
Yeah, Washington. He convened the Second Continental Congress to split up the First Continental Congress, which was 1777, and made it into 50 because he had a whisper. He whispered into the other sodomites' ears, said, "Hey, listen, we only need a majority of 7. Fuck the other 6. Come here, we'll make 50. We're going to make another trust on top of the other trust, and we're going to tell these idiots that they're fucking free." Hey.
Can we verify that dude was real?
You can verify, bro. It's all
he
written
was
down.
real. That's all written down, man. Come on. I'm saying, can we verify George Washington was real?
No, we can't, but we can verify the narrative.
I won't go there. Yeah, I was just kidding. I'm messing.
Mate, wait there. George Washington, at least the idea of the man exists in my mind's eye at this moment.
If I can get I'll try to find him if I've got the original The
Time
ones that they
travel.
claim that are handwritten. What? Yeah, the contract. I'll see if I can find it.
Bunch of
But
psychopaths
yeah,
that are Luciferians. Hey, do you guys
your
think that
question-
Washington D.C. stands for Divine Council?
yeah, they always try to fuck the people, but that's the problem.
I think it stands for Divine Council.
Well, it doesn't
could do.
matter
It would
what it
make
stands
sense.
for.
It does.
The thing is
Wait, what?
was it Crack asked me about birth certificate, and I have a better answer because the first one I gave was The birth certificate is proof of chain of title for you and your family. It is the originating chain of title for you in this country, and it proves not only who they are, but that you belong to the nation that you were born in.
Yeah.
It makes you a corporate entity.
Yeah, mate.
It's
No,
the
no, no,
corporation.
no, no, no,
It's not
no,
yours.
no,
You
no,
did
no,
not
no,
get
About it like
no,
it's
no.
a, you talk about this like it's a golden ticket, but like the issue is, buddy, right? What you're saying is remember when you said earlier you have two different paths in which you can take, right? You have this one, okay, you have the corporate path, you have the private and the public. The issue is that the birth certificate implicates you inside of a system that you have no choice over. Like when you're a little baby, you have neither the choice. The birth certificate, regardless of it being a golden ticket or being the worst thing in the world that makes you an entity of a corporate slave system, right?
Yep.
Regardless of the two, those two, it still innately is wrong. Why? The reason it's innately wrong is because it is something that implies you, inputs you, and fully encapsulates you into a system that is vigorous, vast, huge, disgusting, and beautiful at the same time, that you have no choice in being involved in. This is like effectively a contractual abortion for a baby. Like, how did you have a choice to be to
because it
implicate
says the
yourself
mother
in a
is the
system
informer.
such as
So
this?
yeah,
Yeah. How did you make the choice, right, to implicate yourself in such a system? You couldn't have. So I'm saying, like, the birth certificate to me is innately wrong from the get go.
Right, but that's what I'm
unless you make
saying.
it
You're
yourself.
conflating things that have. I get what you're saying, and I get what everyone's saying about persons, but they are conflating two separate issues together and saying that because you have this now you're a person. That's you might as well have gravity then, bro, and space time and all that
They
weird
put your
stuff.
name in all caps because you're a corporate entity and it's on bond paper because you entered into a contract
Yes.
with the corporation of the United States. So
No, that's not what it is. It's a created trust. It's a certificate of a created account
Yes.
that is there. It is not
It's
you.
correct.
You are not the piece of paper.
We know that.
It is an
That's what I just
accounting
said,
of an
dude.
event.
That's what you
That's
just
what I just said.
So the whole, if I can just say something,
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
you know how people, I'll just explain it like basically, you know how people go like, oh, every person is, related to the Queen, every single president, blah, 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 blah. And they're like, oh, why? It's like because the English came there and it's their contract. They're not going to put me or Crack or Witsit to run the country because we're not a part of their fucking retarded fucking family. So they're going to put somebody that's a part of their family to run the fucking show because
Yeah, of course,
they
right?
have
But
the
it's
trust.
yeah, but it's just like you're right. But it's just very eye-opening to the normie that people think they're voting for presidents that worked their way up and just the American dream got them on stage, and we're just picking out of the family reunion.
Yeah, exactly. And I just said blatantly, what was it like yesterday, a couple of days ago, I think, when I was speaking with me and Battlemod, I said, so America, you've got 50. It was meant to be 13, but you've got just say 50 states. I go, why are people voting for people in Washington? I go, is Washington a part of the USA, the United States of America? People weren't answering. I go, fuck, man, it's a simple question. Is it a part of the United States of America? A few people said no.
No.
I go, then why the fuck are you voting for it? I go, it's like me in Australia voting for some dude in Kazakhstan to be my fucking leader.
Yeah, but did you know America's actually contemplating making the Washington D.C. the 51st
And I
state
go,
right
you
now?
keep on doing it.
Yeah.
Well, they can't do anything. Actually, whether America can't really do anything at the moment. They don't have any jurisdiction to even do anything like that at the moment. If they do so, it would be illegal and under their own
DC
system.
is the occupying army. We are under occupation, which is why you have a birth certificate to prove where the fuck you come from.
So you think birth certificates are cool, even though you have to put them in all caps and be incorporated to be on bond paper, born into in bond?
Bro, all of that stuff is just, dude. If you want to change it from all caps to all lowercase, you can do it. It's on you. You can do it. However, it's not important.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. Whenever you have
that is true.
Whether 1 second, guys. Can I stop the government for arresting me for something that's illegal? For something that's illegal, right? Okay. Based on a form of law that encapsulates someone that is a person of that nation based on that birth certificate, right? Like, for instance, collecting rainwater, when as a man I should be able to collect what I want from nature, from the sky. Like, when you're born into a system that, let's say, could do that, just for instance, that in and of itself, due to the fact that you were inculcated into that system, that in and of itself to me just seems worse than unethical. That's unethical.
Hey, when you get a driver's license, can you put it in small caps? Can you put it in lowercase letters and driver license?
You don't. Okay, hold on, because you don't need a driver's license. That's public side stuff. You're back to slavery now.
I know that we don't need it, just like when you're printed on bond paper.
But you guys keep bringing up public side things as if that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
We're not talking about the same thing at all, bro.
You're trying to support birth certificates, and it's literally one of the biggest scams.
Wits it prefaced it by saying that a birth certificate is a corporate entity, so that is the private sector, not the public. Just make note.
So you can go into the so-called private. These people want to go into the private. So if I can just quickly, 1 minute. They are missing one step. You want to do that, and you want to be what's it called? What do they call it in the legalese? When you're like sort of part owner of the thing, because they did the so-called trust for your benefit, but they control it and all this other stuff. But you are not a signatory to. In America, it will be the Declaration of Independence. You are not a part of the 56 people who have signed the document. Hence, they are only on that side, unless you know how to make yourself a signatory to that document, and you can, but you need to know how.
We don't actually even need a document. Like, the Declaration of Independence says we get our rights from the Creator. Constitution is articulation of that. I don't need any of that. I have the rights from the Creator.
I'll get you, bro.
Both of those documents come from the conquering army. So again, we go back to the law of war, which I'm assuming nobody has read. Most of the people haven't, because everyone's going in circles.
The whole point is, what I'm saying is, if you want to change it, because people aren't, I don't know, they either don't get it, they don't want to get it, or whatever. There has to be people who are intelligent enough and have a good heart to do and be a signatory and change it. But they need to go into there and become a signatory.
Yeah, that's a whole nother ball of wax, dude. That's a whole different ball of wax. I don't want to be a signatory to the conquering armies, anything. I want to be separated. That's the whole point. You have proof positive with your birth certificate that you are not a part of the conquering army. You're not one of them. It's proof positive.
Okay, so the whole point of the so-called, which they're trying to make it, and I'm trying to do some shit for it not to happen. The Washington is meant to become the 51st state. That's why there's that whole thing of Area 51. It's got nothing to do with aliens or secret technology. Those are the pricks that are there to make Washington a part of the USA. Washington, D.C. was only there and in the trust document to provide a service. Only to provide services, make roads, build stuff, blah, 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 blah. But they've ruined it. That's why the United States was prosperous and all the rest of it, because at the start, even though they screwed up the 13, they made it 50 because, you know, so-called George Washington and all these pals, they wanted to make money on top of whatever stipend they got from the fucking Queen and whatnot, because they couldn't have made the Declaration of Independence because they would be tried for treason, they would have been hung. Yeah. So that place was only made to provide a service for the people. Roads, bridges, blah, 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 blah. But it's just been corrupted to the shit house. Not that, you know, the Americans are bad, or these people are bad, or any people are bad. It's the people up at the top doing this shit, and people just don't know better.
Right.
That's
But
what
the
it comes down
problem
to.
I have with these conversations is the same as we flat earthers have with globies. They come in here, they haven't done any research, they haven't read The Law of Nations, they haven't read The Law of War, they haven't read The Law of Conquering, they haven't read any of these things. They don't understand how trusts work, they don't understand how state law works. But then they want to talk shit about every little thing that they're running around with that's all under a state law and all under trust law, but it's under a separate trust.
All right, check this then. Since you're supporting the birth certificate, which is like the biggest scam in human history. So what happens if I'm born at my parents' house and I just never get a birth certificate? What exactly do they have over me?
Nothing.
Again, they conquer everything. That's what they do. It's the damn job.
What authority do they have legally over me if I don't have a birth
Nothing,
certificate?
brother.
Nothing.
Exactly.
We
The
agree
birth
there.
certificate only
However,
hurts you.
Yeah, that's the bond.
however, the thing is everyone's looking at it as a bad thing. You're only looking at it one way. Gravity exists, space-time exists, so it's all bad. But if you use it incorrectly, of course you're going to put yourself into a slave position, which is what most people do, because they're taught to do everything incorrectly. It is proof positive that you are not a part of the nation that is occupying your current country.
Okay, but do I have to enter the contract though? That's what I'm saying. Like you're acting like it's such a positive we should go enter, and I'm saying we should teach people to not even enter
It's
the
not a
contract.
contract. You can't contract that freaking as a baby, and nobody under a state law and under trust law can contract your rights away. So again, it's all misnomers. It's all paradoxes. It's all bullshit.
Why do you keep saying ambiguous, vague things about how you're so smart and everyone's so dumb? I'm asking a very specific question. If I don't enter into any agreement, and you can say it's not a contract, but you did, in fact, enter into agreement on behalf of your parents by being printed out bond paper. So if I don't do that at all, what exactly is the detriment? If I don't get printed on a birth certificate, what's the detriment?
You're telling me I'm being vague and you're mixing things that don't mix.
No, I'm saying from the beginning, I'm not going to be in any way in agreement to the construct that is the norm because I'm not going to get printed on a birth certificate. You're saying that we should be printed on birth certificates and then that actually is a positive. I'm asking you, if I don't get printed on a birth certificate, what's the detriment? There is no detriment.
Okay, yeah, I was just going to say that the birth
Does everybody
certificate
in the world have a social security number?
was meant and is there for you to do commerce. But the thing is, people have not made their own birth certificates. They don't have the proper procedure. So hence, that's why it says in the Bible, all of you will be bonded and slaves and da 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 da. So
yeah, and to clarify, I'm not
sold into bondage.
I'm not saying this guy's completely wrong. Like I see what you're saying. A lot of people they look at it one way, and actually, if you use the system to your benefit, you can actually use it for some positives. But I don't agree to any of it.
Yep.
Well, that's the thing, though. We were all taught that it's a bad thing. We were all taught to violate federal codes and using it as identification. We were all taught everything wrong from start.
But we weren't taught it's a bad
Yes.
thing. We were taught that it's a good thing to have your birth certificate, that it's normal to have a social security number, that it's normal that
Yep.
at 16 you go get your drive. We were not taught it's a bad thing. We were taught it's a good thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, we were
Yep.
tricked into even signing any of these documents in the first place, giving over our will. You can say you didn't enter a contract, but for example, when you go get a license, you entered a contract. Whenever you get printed on a birth certificate, you've entered a contract. Well, you didn't because your parents did it for you. But if you don't agree to any of it, right, what they've done, the main trick is to actually normalize this as if it's a good thing, just a positive aspect of society, and it's normal. They tricked us into doing it. They didn't tell us it was a bad thing. Only people that have woken up to the system have now realized that it's a trick. They told us it was a good thing.
Yeah, you're correct.
Have their
Like
birth
if you just look,
certificate.
I just want people just to look at the thing, at the birth certificate where it says mother, and it'll say your mother's name, da 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 da. It will say informant.
Here in the States, line 15, it's where the daddy signs.
No, but it's made your mama an informant. What's an informant?
A government employee.
Anybody? What's an informant? Come on, man. Anybody? Somebody?
Yeah, it's someone that's an informant on behalf of the
Somebody
government.
that's but somebody. So an informant is, a dude, a person that is coming in to rat on somebody because of a crime. Like an informant, like a federal informant or whatever. You get snitches. When you look where it says mother and it's the mother's name, it says informant. So she is telling herself that she has committed a crime by making you. People don't get this, and this is why it goes over people's heads. And
Is 100% bad. Like, to think that these psychopaths that have tons of power set up the entire system, pretended that it was free, created all these documents, created the social norms to enter into contracts whenever you're not even, resonance of the fact that you're doing it, right? This is all set up meticulously for your detriment. None of it is a positive. To think that they just slipped out some freedom in there and then normalized it to everyone, encouraging them to go be free or have some power is delusional. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's all negative.
Yeah. Before, back in the days, I don't know, you probably might know, people used to have their own birth certificates and used to keep it in the Bible, and you'd have like a chain of custody, mom, dad, grandfather.
Right.
Right. You
They'll
used
be
to
all on the
publish
one
your
page, but
family
for some reason,
tree.
somehow, everybody forgot how to do this process. So otherwise, you cannot own. It's for you to do commerce, to do trade, for you to own land. But people, I don't know, forgot how to write, forgot how to read, or fucking just went dumb all of a sudden and stopped making their own documents.
And it's incredibly evil because we were just born and tortured, by the way. From the second we're born in a hospital, we're just tortured. And while we're being tortured, our parents are signing us over. So there's nothing about it that's good.
Yep. You're in a hospital, you're in a
I will say this, though,
hospice,
like, to not be a
you're in a
doomer.
ward, which anybody don't know what the meaning of a ward is. Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. Bro. All I'm just saying is
You
if
cut
people
out.
made their own shit, it would be a lot better because then you don't what's it called, tread on your own personal property, belongings, and all the rest of it. And then if you want to interact with the system, you can. If not, you can completely out of it because you've made your own documents. You are the author, so you are the authority. You're not using somebody else's piece of paper and claiming it as it is yours because you did not make that piece of paper, so you cannot be the author. That's why when they say the authorities.
Go ahead,
Go
sorry.
for it, bro. No, go for it, bro.
I'm saying you can actually get out of it because you were duped into it via coercion, right? You can actually exclude yourself from these contracts because of coercion. Like if you don't go get your license when you're 16, you can't drive. If you drive without it, you're going to go to jail. By threat of losing your freedom, they have coerced you into a contract, right? With a fictitious corporation. The United States isn't an entity. It isn't a real person. It's a fictitious corporation. When you get arrested in the state of Florida, the state of Tennessee arrest you, that's a fictitious corporation, right? And so you've been coerced by threat of losing your freedom into entering these contracts. So you can actually give them legal notification that you're exiting out of it. And I will say, not to be a doomer, we all have birth certificates, just about all of us. Where it's, we should utilize it the best that we can. We should exit out of the contracts. We should know the loopholes and how it benefits us. But we should not continue to prop it up as if it's a good thing. And then as we have children, get them to be a birth certificate as well. We need to change it. We need to stop being in the contracts. We need to stop giving birth to our children and entering them into slavery while they're being tortured. Right? Like that's ridiculous.
Yep.
That's all I'm saying.
100%. Yeah, 100%, bro. It's all done under duress. Is the proper is the term, and exactly what you're saying. It's being forced on you. Under threats of violence or them taking away your freedom or your house or monetary, whatever way. It's all under duress. And I spoke to Battle Modder. Maybe we said, I don't know if you want to or whatever. If we can get together. Or you can speak to Crackville, and my background is in this. I've been taught by a few people from City of London and canon law and all the rest of it, like proper, not the stupid law schools and all the rest of it. So you have to start somewhere, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, dude. And okay, say a cop if you don't damage someone else or their property, and a cop ever puts you in handcuffs or touches you, as soon as he touches you, it's assault. It's literally assault as soon as the cop touches you. As soon as the cop tells you
100%.
as soon as he tells you you're detained, it's illegal. He's violated the law. He has now assaulted you by force, right? So, like, if the general public knew these things, the whole entire infrastructure that holds us down would collapse. So that's what's important is to realize that they aren't even adhering to their own stipulations. But if you sign a contract, you're screwed. As soon as you sign a contract, unless it was done by coercion, that's another thing, right? Because like, say whenever they offer me a plea and I'm like, I got to get out of jail because this sucks and I'm going to lose my house. And they're like, you're going to have to stay in here and have no freedom unless you sign this. That's coercion. So you can actually then notify them, no, this was illegal. So this contract I signed was signed under duress via threat of losing my freedom. So this is therefore negligible. It's nullified.
Null and void, yep. 100%, brother. 100%. I said it, what was it, the other day? I don't know if people got it. As soon as the officer turns on his lights and he's coming towards you and he pulls you over, he, by virtually turning on his lights and making you pull over, has to take you to jail. That is part of their law.
Shut up, nigger. Shut the fuck up, nigger.
Wow.
Who's this special child saying that?
Did anyone see who that was?
I'm trying to have a look, bro. Who was that?
Somebody who thinks they know what they're talking about, as per usual.
Special.
Mommy's special little bunda.
That's one of the Goldberg's representatives. Just ignore him.
Yeah, so what we're saying is the policeman has to take you into jail, or he has to take you right then and there in front of a judge to so-called give you a punishment or penalize you, or penalize comes from the word penance. You have to pay your penance for your wrongdoing. He cannot just pull you over, judge, jury, and executioner. Here's this, you've done wrong, pay this, or blah 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 blah. It doesn't work like that. But people don't know these things, and it's just what can you do? But if we can, it'd be good to show people how to maneuver, bro.
Can I ask a question?
Yep, go
Have
for
y'all
it.
tried to talk to Chaos, VC Verified in here? Hello, Chaos. What shape is the Earth? If the Earth is not curving anywhere, what is it, Chaos? Stole that from Wits. Y'all go ahead.
Chaos, do you think the Earth's a magic spinning cartoon ball in a vacuum?
Do you know where you are, Chaos?
In a world.
Well, that's the only one I see. Y'all continue.
We need a cricket sound there. I gotta listen to a Strange World. I haven't heard one in a long time. I've been here a lot. Watched a really good documentary somebody posted in Livestream last night. I should repost it. You guys should check it out. It's really good. I'm gonna go to YouTube and get it. I'll reshare it.
Yeah, sweet as fun, man.
Did you guys hear? I just know someone just texted me and said that they implemented Gasara in
Yeah, you
Portugal.
get what I was saying with it? Does that make sense? Yeah, bro? I hope.
Again?
Get what I was saying with it?
What'd you say, bro?
I said, am I making sense about what I said? I hope I am.
Yes, absolutely. Dude, someone just told me that they implemented Gasara in Portugal, bro.
Oh,
You guys know what that is?
the global blah blah. Oh. See, this
Oh,
is
man.
the thing. The
Yeah,
infiltration
I've
of
heard
this.
of that one. I've heard of that one a few days ago. Yeah.
Nasara,
I don't know what it is.
Vasara
Can you guys
bullshit.
tell me?
What
It's
is
Global
it? Fill us in.
Global Economic Security and Recovery Act, and then there's NASARA, which is National Economic Security and Recovery Act, which is for the U.S., and of course global, meaning for everyone or whatever. And it's this way to reset the debt, and then they have this fund that's been building for years, and they're going to introduce it. It has tons of gold to give everyone basically, UBI, a jubilees of debt. It's a National Economic Security and Recovery Act. And that is not a good sign at all, dude. If that's true, I have to look into it.
Yeah,
that's in
it's not true,
Portugal.
bro.
Wits it. Portugal did that.
That's what someone just texted me. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's not a good sign.
Sorry, everybody. I just realized the documentary I watched in the live stream last night when I confirmed and went
Yeah,
to
I've
it
looked
was
into
on
that, bro.
BitChute. It was on BitChute, so I didn't watch it on YouTube. Sorry about that.
I heard in Portugal that they were celebrating it with fireworks and dancing in the streets. So that's what I heard.
If somebody has the shit that I'm saying, I've got documents to back up everything that I'm saying. If anybody has a doubt, speak to. I've given Battle Mod documents and I've given other people documents, but that is a factory. It's just another interloper to get people not to do anything, to be complacent. Oh yeah, there's this fund that they've been storing and they're going to give it to us. They've never given us shit and they're not going to give us fucking nothing. Yeah, or they're going to give us like a shitload of money so we can, be rich and all this other stuff. Come on.
Nice though, man.
Sorry, Craig?
Some real crazy shit happened here yesterday in Canada.
What happened, Flatman?
Apparently within 48 hours there was 130 deaths or something like this, and they're trying to say that it may be due to the heat wave, but you know what I think it's connected to.
I never heard that. Where was that happening, Flatman?
there was 25 deaths in a 24-hour period in BC, and then before that 24 hours there was more. Like I don't try to watch news, but I had it on yesterday on mute in the background while I was in live stream and all that, and I unmuted it and listened for a minute, and yeah. Look through your streams, look around, you'll see the story. They're trying to say it may be because of the heat wave.
Okay. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, things are really weird here. Like, you know, the prime minister is like taking the House, the speaker, to court. You know that, right?
Oh shit, I didn't hear about that. I heard about Maxim
Yeah.
getting the silver handcuffs or the silver bracelets just for a rally. I heard that.
Oh yeah, no, this is prime ministers basically making Canada not a democracy anymore. It's really interesting.
You mean dictator Trudeau? Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So wait a second. So Trudeau, what is he done? Can you just elaborate, please?
Okay, so
Richter?
basically, the House of Commons, there's like the Speaker in the House of Commons, and that's like the, I guess, arbitrator, like in the quote unquote judicial system, right? Or sorry, like in the court system of the House of Commons. So they tried to, I think it was, get these documents, like the Conservatives and all the other political parties are trying to get the Liberals to give these documents, and the Liberals don't want to give them forward because they're saying it's like potentially like, what is the term, like a violation of the country or whatever it is. And now Trudeau is actually suing the Speaker in the House of Commons, which is the guy that's supposed to be, you know, arbitrating everything. So makes the country a democracy.
So around to get some arms pills.
Pardon me?
I think Crackle might be hot
No,
a little bit. I was just going to say, so
sorry
the
guys.
dude, the Speaker of the House of, yeah, you're over. The House of Commons. This is the thing. People are waking up and they're putting pressure on the so-called government, but the so-called Speaker is just what is he? He's like the what do you call them in the factories? The oh fuck man.
Well, I think he's supposed to be like unbiased, right? He's supposed to be like, if say the House of Commons was like a court, he'd be like the judge, but like supposed to be unbiased in all of these things, and they should be bringing.
He's just a floorman. Yeah.
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 Yeah, but the
Isn't
fact
it to be the
that the
foreman
liberal.
of the place to regulate?
Yes.
You
Yeah,
know.
basically, and make sure everything goes smoothly, and like, you know, if you know, just here, it's like the judge kind of thing. So the fact that he's doing that, like taking them to court, is just insane.
I think
It's never happened.
almost,
It's never happened before.
yeah, isn't it almost like similar to being in court on charges and you're like, Your Honor, I'm taking you to court.
I
So
guess
this is
in a way.
the thing. If people actually, even on the lowest level, and people not knowing what I blabber on about, because most people don't, if people just say F this and F Trudeau and stick up for the dude, you know, that's called Mr. Speaker that regulates the floor, it will actually do something. But if people aren't getting together to stick up for anybody, and this is the problem. Somebody comes on the TV and says, "Oh, blah 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 blah," and they think it's law. You know, even in their fictitious world, there's procedures. There has to be, like, you know, 3 readings, you know, in the Parliament for it to be written down as law and then codified. And none of the stuff that they've said, even for the CV bullshit, has not been passed, has not been read or passed 3 times in the Parliament. The legislature, the 2 separate words. So, yeah. I don't know. I hope it made sense.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Well, and also here too, they announced that he's going to, I think it's like $750 million into buying back all the legally obtained firearms, because that's the next thing on the agenda, is to unarm everybody. Did you hear that,
Oh, they're
Parker?
gonna do. They're gonna do to you guys what they did to us in Australia. They had this fake one
Is that
fake
what happened?
shooting.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had one fake shooting. This dude that had he literally has an IQ of like 51 or something. Within a minute and a half, he managed to apparently gun down like, I don't know, like 35 people or 45, whatever, and only missed like twice or something or other. And then they said, "Oh, we'll buy all your guns. You know, it's dangerous." Blah blah blah. And people handed them in. Idiots. Fucking idiots.
Willingly they did that? See, that is
Yeah,
actually
willingly.
similar then. Yeah, because we had that, I think it was right after the whole pandemic was there was that shooting in Nova Scotia, and Trudeau took that as a way to say, you know, guns are bad. But it's funny because the police here are actually fighting it. They're saying, no, don't take the guns away from people, because all of the guns in these shootings are obtained illegally, so that's not going to solve the problem. So we'll
Correct.
see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
There's that, and then there's that whole residential school thing here where they're finding all these dead kids, and it's just like one thing after another for us right now. Like definitely they're doing a lot of stuff. You gotta watch closely.
Well, yeah, with the gun thing, you will see that they will offer people a lot of money for their gun. So just say a normal gun that somebody paid, I don't know, just say a couple of grand, even $5,000. They'll offer you 5 times the amount. That's what they did here. And people were making like going to the police with like toy guns. Yeah, you know, they were going with like toy guns and shit and selling them, but they gave them all away willingly. They can't, even in their fake and fictitious world, they cannot take them away. You have to consent to this thing, and I hope you guys don't do it, because here they didn't, and now it's just retarded. It's
Yeah, I hope. Like, I know lots of people are not on board with this, and they'll never give up their firearms. So I just hope there's enough people that won't. That would just be terrible.
The guy is a complete doorknob, and when people start finding out truth, like our troops were training with the Chinese military and stuff, you know what I mean?
yeah. That's standard. People don't get that. They go, "Oh, how come they'll be all working together?" What are war games, man? What are war games? Why is why are 100 nations coming together to play fight with fake ammunition?
Other
Because
militaries
they
and
hate each other.
uniforms. Yeah.
Yeah. It's illogical.
They put
Go
the
ahead.
war game wiki. It's public knowledge now.
They should know. I don't get it.
Every 4 years, it's on Wikipedia, bro. Go look it up. International War Games.
This is what I'm saying. I know. This is what I'm saying. If it's on Wikipedia, and people don't get what Google is, it's just a collection of actual proper facts. So if they've got it on there, then how long have they been doing this without public knowledge?
Fauci warns there may be soon 2 Americas as divide widens between vaccinated and unvaccinated areas. CNN fake news. I see that shit all the time, bro. The CNN bullshit, dude, regurgitated on the internet and TV.
Yeah. It's the communist news network. Repetition, you know.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, if you just go look on where all the even America's meant to be registered, it's not registered there. There's no like US of A. The one thing that Trump what he did good was deregister all the companies. That's why he said, I want to introduce the 1777 thing, blah, 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 which is still not freeing the people, but it's better than, way better than what they have. People will still be slaves, but there will be a lot less enslaved, because then you'll have the right to own property and all the rest of it. But I don't know if people get me when I speak about this stuff.
Yeah, I've never seen a organized attempt to like push something like this in America before, as long as I've been alive. I think that our country here is changing by the day, and that's pretty scary.
Yeah,
Get right with the Father.
That's the modus operandi.
Get right with the Creator.
Amen. Hey, what's it?
Yeah,
Hola.
I want to, but I don't really know where to start, considering there's so many religions. Catholic, so like I kind of swayed away from that, and then now I'm like kind of at a loss.
Catholics hate the scriptures and were created to meticulously undermine them. So you don't need people or religion or anything like that. Just go get by yourself and sincerely and humbly speak to the Creator like He's your Father. You don't have a religion with your Father. You have a relationship. Ask Him to reveal Himself to you, and He will. And then what you'll have to do is, start to apply your discipline to convictions. You'll have to repent from certain things you shouldn't do, but you just have to be sincere, and then He'll answer your prayer. Because I did that, and religion sucks. But we're just watching the scriptures written thousands of years ago come true. No big deal.
Yep, and just love everybody like your brother, and then we win this shit. Fucking hands up, hands down, whatever. Tell you what it is.
So it doesn't matter which God; it just matters that you're doing something. Is that?
No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. There's one true Creator, right? Like the Earth's the center of everything, so something had to put it there, and there's only whoever put it there is who put it there, right? Not like He doesn't change based on what we say.
Yeah, exactly.
But it did, and that's why there's so many versions, right?
No,
Well, there's so many versions because they took the scriptures and changed it so that you would be confused, and they've made 4,200 religions and blah 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 blah. But there's just one true Creator. Yeah, humans have messed it up. So you should, Yeshua rebuked religion. I don't want to get into a religious debate because I can already see certain people turning on that are going to get.
No, I'm not getting mad. I'm being reasonable. I used to be.
No, not you. Yeah.
Just trying to find out more. So like once you just in general talk to this Creator, do you suppose that there's a certain way to receive like ultimate realization, or like
humbly pray and even fast and pray and talk to the Creator and be sincere and ask Him to reveal Himself to you, and the scriptures are true.
Yeah, I've got a question. Wisvit, can you hear me, Wisvit?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So where are you then? Because you're talking about praying to the Creator, and hopefully you'll gain some guidance.
Mm-hmm.
What about your elections? Are you going to be voting in the next one?
Never.
Right. Okay.
The scriptures say that the scriptures say you should have no one ruling over you. Actually, the Creator was against any government. He said you don't want kings, and then Israel was like, "But we want a king. Everyone else has a king." He says, "No, you don't want a king." They wouldn't listen. So
right. So
everyone's like, "I want a king."
Excuse me,
yeah, I noticed that in the Old Testament a lot. They kept wanting a king, and then each kingdom kept falling and falling and falling.
Exactly.
And it's a repeating story in the Bible, honestly.
yeah, and He told them that would happen, dude. He was like, if you get a king, it's gonna collapse. It's gonna all go bad. But they wouldn't listen. And then even the Creator, of course, knew what they were gonna do. So he told one of the prophets, "Look, they're gonna demand a king. They won't listen to me. When they do, here's who the king should be." But He did not design us to be ruled over by other men.
Well, the
What's
point
it?
is, what people forget. Wait 1 second. What people forget is that with a king is a personification of the family unit to an extent that's much higher than what it basically should be. Remember what I was saying earlier about we have chieftains and the most competent chieftains get named kings, but this is, like I said, it's an extension. So you have your own father. If you have your own father and your father has a chieftain above him and the chieftain has a king above him, what you have is too many. It's a directive of chain of command it's far too long, especially when you're already supposed to have the most high above all else. How many heads are there? How many masters can you serve? There's far too many in that sense. We have dukes in kingdoms. We have, counts and countesses, right? So like at that point, when you have a whole aristocratic system of levels, hierarchical levels built before you even get to the level of being a king, well, that's who rules above you. And this is the issue.
To answer specifically to Jen, I would actually even say specifically that voting nowadays is actually a sin. I know that it's going to trigger people, but like, it's voting for the beast system. So if you're voting for the beast system, you're supporting the beast system. It's actually a sin. You're not supposed to do that.
Yeah, I've actually never voted in my life. I'm a revolutionary, and I don't care what anyone thinks about that. I've never ever voted. I never will vote. I'm just checking the situation between us flat earthers amongst ourselves here.
Yeah.
Because anybody, hang on, please. Anybody supporting any government or looking to government for anything to help you exist is a big mistake.
Agreed.
Yeah. If I may, Nemus, I just wanted to ask, is it not also in the scripture that government will only be for a time when it's time, government will be removed?
Yes.
Well, yeah, because ultimately what happens is that there's a new kingdom, right? So like there's the new heaven and earth, and there's one ruler, right? So like, yeah, it'll be removed, but what will actually happen? But prior to the proper ruler, coming, will be a new world order. There will be a one world order, and we can clearly see that's on the.
It's already here. It's already here. Like
It's already.
It's here.
It's already a one world order. It's already a one world order.
Hold on, y'all.
Yeah.
I've actually,
sec.
hold on. I've
Yeah,
actually I've never read where there's a one world order. I've read where there's final struggle between two different kings, and the one world order is Christ's kingdom.
Yeah, for sure. That's the true one world order. I guess to be more accurate would be they're going to attempt to have the beast system will attempt to take over the world.
Yeah, I think there's just going to be a struggle between.
There will be one world.
No,
when the woman rides the beast, that is the system.
No,
the woman represents false. The woman represents false religion riding the beast. That's all.
Yeah, but it's not a one world government.
Yeah, the beast is the one world government. It will be.
That's not a one world government either.
It's the scarlet colored beast. Okay,
it's a system, but those are hold on. It's a system.
Yeah, it's a system, but it's run by everybody.
Oh, we can't be interrupting, man. Jeez Louise.
Come on. That is not a one world. That's a system. That is not a government. Those are different heads.
Right. Well, what I'm saying is, it's the scarlet colored beast represents the entire world under a system.
If you have three different heads, can you get anything done?
It's 10 different heads under one government, under the same thing.
I'm just
right. They're governmental powers. They're not king powers. King powers don't denote crowns. There's no crowns. These are just horns.
I can't say anything.
Notice the beast just has.
You gotta let him talk to you, man.
Yeah, it's a conversation.
Just to clarify, all I'm saying is it says that there will be a decree and that like everyone on the earth to buy, sell, or trade has to take a unifying marker, right? So like, in that sense, there will be one unified
structure. We're seeing now. That is what we're seeing play out. We already have the stories of different governments already trying to create, these documents into being singular documents or multi-purpose, multi-use documents, right? It's like, times that you can or cannot buy. We already have the prerequisites occurring to sort of point toward this being, the people that were saying this and being called crazy a little while ago are sort of being looked at now as like, people are like, whoa. Wait a minute, they're listening.
Trump gave an international religious decree, right? So that's on behalf of every nation. Like, how can he do that? That doesn't even.
So
Yeah, I agree.
what category do I fall under? If
Let's
I
not get into the. Hang on a second, gentlemen. Let's not get into the Trump thing. Let's not get into the Trump thing. But that's part of that's. I may just finish, please. Let's not get into the Trump thing because that's just part of their Shakespearean story that we're living through. Yeah, he's playing his part. Another puppet that's being told what to do. That's all it is. That's what it's always been. Right.
But my point is that even in the world play, no quote unquote president has ever done that, right? Like he gave an international decree of religious freedom. All I'm
That
saying
was
is they.
part of the plan. That was
I
part of
know.
the plan.
I know. I never.
It wasn't
Was it?
independent of
The
Trump.
Bible says their struggle is real. Guys, the Bible says, look, the Bible says their struggle is real with each other.
I agree. I think it is too. They fight
So,
each other and eat each other.
You have two systems. Look,
Believe that for 1
you have
second.
two
I don't
systems.
believe that for 1 second.
Guys, you have two systems. Oh, Jesus Christ. You have
I mean,
two
half
systems.
of the world believes Trump.
Cool.
is-
Stop
cutting
me in the cloth.
Jeez.
You have two systems. You have a Luciferian system and you have a satanic system. One system is the kingly monarchs of the world. One system is the governments of the world. These two systems generally agree that everyone needs to be ruled. That's what they agree on. But they fight over who wants to rule them, the kings or the governments. One is a Luciferian system, one's a satanic system. But their fight is real.
I agree. Light and dark.
Can I expand on what Mima said? So it's either going to be the pyramid system or it's just going to be flatlined. So you're going to have just flat line of people and everybody's going to be below this flat line.
Just
And
to
this
add
is the
into a
struggle.
little bit, can I just add a bit of contrast or just some clarity for some other people that might not understand exactly what he means by when he says there's a real struggle, right? So I touched on this earlier, which is there's a mixture of those two systems even when they collide. This is the, two warring lines of two nations, right, where they collide and we end up with pockets of new countries. We end up with the gateways, we end up with Constantinople's, right? The point what I'm trying to say is that when those two things conjoin, we end up with things like constitutional monarchies, right? Or sometimes they're devised via a design of an idea that this might be the better way to do things, right? So what Meme's talking about, the war in between those two factions, is again, it's the people that run via policy versus the kings and queens, the people that come from old money, right? It's the Medici's versus Google. Like, and if that might not make sense, but if Google were the ones that work through a form of democracy, right? Then the Medici's would be the old money banksters that run and sort of give money to the kings in order that they eat and do their bidding. Go ahead, whoever that was.
So with it, do you think we should be subject to the king authorities or no?
What was that?
No, I don't know.
That was just angsty making like sexual noises.
You should never obey the structure above you if it tells you to do something opposite to the will of the Father, right? And that's all the modern system does.
Everything, basically, yeah.
This is basically like the crux of it, right? Is being men these days. In this day and age, it's very difficult to be a man, and the reason the rule of man is gone is because we're subservient to different masters at different times. We're pulled left and right, always, in that sense. And then when you mix into that conundrum, trying to have a true north or whatever, and trying to follow Abba, as it were, right? It's difficult.
Well, because the Bible says there's no.
I don't know what's going on with the sounds in here right now and like the audio feedback.
Yeah, it's better.
Yeah, the Bible says there's no authority except from God, and that those have been instituted by God, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, yeah. I mean, the natural reciprocation of everything exists. So for there to be perfect righteousness, there has to be the reciprocation of that. You know, it does, like people take Romans out of context and say it says blindly obey the government. It does not say that. It was a response letter, and he was specifically responding to their questions about, well, who's over top of you right now is actually there for your
Yeah.
benefit, although it may not seem that way. And if you are not supposed to comply to the beast system, right? So if you're voting,
do
you're
that all
voting
the
for the
time.
beast system.
Which people constantly do that. They falsely equivocate things that are said in the Bible, that are like specific letters, for instance, to a specific people, right? And they falsely equivocate that as some form of directive toward the whole body for all time. It is a common mistake. Mate.
Yeah, like Romans is a response letter. We don't even have the original letter.
It's called Romans. It's called Romans, bro.
Yeah, it's
you
to
should already
Rome.
know. The
It's
book,
crazy.
but people don't. People read Bible, and they encapsulate the whole book. They forget the book is a segments of stories about various prophets, as well as letters to kings, queens, right? Well, queens hardly.
Yeah, people are writing Paul. They're like, I need some answers, man. I have some questions. Okay, you believe in this? Well, then how do I deal with this and this and this and this and this in their Roman civilization? And then he responded to them, and we don't have the first letter, right? And dare I say, the Vatican probably has it. And so you're lacking the context, and people try to take out of context, and it's been abused by people to say, well, you have to blindly obey the government. No, it says to never do anything in contradiction to the Torah or the will of the Father. So whenever the governments tell you to do something opposite to it, you don't obey it. That's dumb, right? It's the beast system. You're supposed to rebuke them and stand up against them until the end, even if it means get decapitated. The Bible, quote unquote, the scriptures are the most revolutionary text that exists.
Exactly, and they're at the forefront of most, and I say most, of the spheres of well, actually what we're interested in at the minute, right? We're interested in human psychology, behavior, all these different things. And essentially now what we're realizing is, the Bible, it says don't have sex before marriage. Well, look at statistics, right? If you have sex before marriage, what happens? Your child is is 99% more likely to become a murderer, a rapist. All of these different axioms as an axiom, right? The thing that Abba tells us to do, don't do this. People say, it's to destroy my fun. Is it though, really? Because statistically speaking, it looks as if that would be the best informed choice for a fruitful a fruitful life going ahead. But not just that, like I said, if you look at neurologically speaking, like look what the Bible talks against instant gratification, right? I constantly harp on about this, how neurologically speaking, having dopamine released so rapidly and so quickly is bad for us. And then we break down the way the Bible tells us to live, and it's a perfect recipe for a continuity of joy in order to actually protect that very system, that endo pleasure system in our brain. And that's amazing. It's like, who would have known it? The Bible was at the cutting edge of neurochemistry as well, and how to treat our brains neurochemically speaking anyway, and actions, what would affect said neurochemistry. And it's like,
so it's literally the most scientifically viable text, the most historically viable text. It's ridiculous. To ignore it is just dishonest. Like
it literally is dishonest.
Yeah.
So there are some times where we do need to be subject to governing authorities sometimes in some situations, right?
When?
Well, if you're living in Rome when the Apostle Paul sent you the book of Romans.
Brian, do you want to whip me up there in a sec?
No, yeah, what he's saying is that based on the current situation that you're in and the questions you're asking, they're like, look at these people over top of us. Look what they're doing. He's explaining, well, the creator's actually controlling this, even though it's hard to see. It would be worse without it. So, yeah, there are times based on like that there. You don't just blindly obey the government, though. It doesn't say that, right? So that's a misconception taught by the modern church. Like, okay, so since they said be scared of the air, now you have curfews and lockdowns, you must blindly obey. It doesn't say anything like that. It says that you should actually rebuke the beast system and not comply, but understand that the power structure there, the powerful kings on the earth, they will be there until the end, right? And to not concern yourself with the fact that they're there, because it is out of your control, and that you just answer to the creator. So if the law comes out and it tells you to do something contradictory to the creator, you go with the creator every time. You never listen to what the system says.
Yeah, especially when the beast system is involved. Once that kicks in, you are not to adhere to any of that. So no marks in your hand, whatever it is, bro. They're gonna try and kill you, but that literally is what you're supposed to do. It's to deny this false religion and whatever else comes. It's supposed to be a political, religious power, right? So
Okay.
you're supposed to deny all this.
Exactly. Amen,
It
bro.
literally says they'll converge on you too, right? When Yeshua was asked about the end, he said, "Yeah, then they're going to converge on you and try to turn you over to the beast system." That means that you're bucking the system. They're trying to get you to go. That you have to buck the system for them to converge on you and turn you over to the system.
Bruh. Exactly what I've been saying. Yes, Witsit. You just confirmed something to me.
Know about
For me and you, it's the same shit.
Here's the thing when it comes
Spanish Inquisition.
to this topic.
Well, hold on.
We all agree on a lot of things about this topic. When it comes to that particular point, that which is very important, although we might have our differences about how it happens or what happens in between, that particular point we're all in agreement on. Because we know once that system kicks in, you're not supposed to be part of it, right? So you have to find your way out of that. That's literally what has to happen.
Right now, you're not supposed to be voting for Donald Trump or Joe Biden. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Stay out of the vaccination, all this stuff. That's just this is the beginning of that system.
Well, the vaccine, I can clearly see how they can segregate us using it. Like at this point, I don't even give a fuck.
I don't know how well they censor this, but let's my code word is genetic modification. Yeah, they censor me super hard for talking about that.
Yeah,
so
but I get it, but like.
Yeah, genetic modification, man. It's actually more accurate because that term vaccine isn't even being properly used nowadays. So the genetic modification being rolled out is not that. It's genetic modification. It's completely different. So
yeah, it's not the legal definition. Crack.
You're on about censorship, and then you're like, well, I'm gonna say it anyway. All right, Fran, we've got to go, mate.
Do you think all the vaccines are actually RNA?
Love you, Crack.
And they lied, or?
Why are you telling me about me?
Oh, no. I think this is the first of its kind publicly available, personally.
Yeah, it's the first one. It's not even in its proper legal context.
Yeah, exactly.
It voids all parameters. Yeah.
Wait, think about it. So whenever they strike you for medical misinformation, they're actually not lying. Sorry, go ahead.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You know why? You know why? Because who's getting it?
NPCs.
Yeah. Let them.
Let them get it. Yeah, memes like me on this one. Just let them die.
And let me tell you something. Don't warn.
No, I can't be like that though.
I haven't warned a single person, and I won't. I won't.
You're such a. I wish it's another one of those moments.
I haven't, and I won't.
Corner, dude.
I haven't, and I won't.
What are you talking about?
Get that back, man.
Why didn't you tell somebody about this?
No, absolutely not.
Why?
You're violating.
He's not casting his swine to pet.
You're violating the natural order by telling them.
That's an interesting argument, actually.
Their destiny.
I'm gonna be out here telling everybody not to take this vaccine.
Their destiny, though. You're violating. You're violating the choice. Why is there so much noise? Somebody's hot micing real bad. You're violating the choice they already made in their heart.
Yep. Yeah, this is basically like a litmus test that was put here. I can't disagree.
But wouldn't you say that's what you guys are doing here with the flat Earth? Because you're violating people's. You should just let people believe in a globe.
No, because they're coming here. No, because they're coming here, and because they're coming here, there's a piece of them that's curious.
Yep. They're seeking, bro. We don't corner people on the street like that, like necessarily. We ask people, and then they come.
Wait, time out though. It says go and spread the good news, right? So like you go out, and then the people that receive it, they're supposed to be there. Like the Father brought them there, is what I would say. And the people that don't, you're not supposed to go beat them over the head with it and try and violate the natural order. You're supposed to dust your feet off. Like when I go get on my mic, some people come over and ask questions. Some people ask for the card. Some people want to know. I'm like, you don't know it, but you were brought here today, right? So that's like, yeah, you don't go and like try and force them or like beat them over the head. If someone doesn't have ears to hear, then you're not supposed to try to convince them they don't have ears to hear. You're still supposed to spread the truth, though. That's the way I see it.
In Ireland, they're stealing vaccines.
In my opinion, this server's like a billboard on YouTube. Like you guys are 24/7 live, and then if I had a billboard out on the corner of a city street saying "Don't take the vaccine," anybody who comes up to me and asks questions, I'm going to tell them about it, just like this Discord.
There's been a theory that Michael D. Higgins is an alien.
It's the same thing. That's fine.
Yeah, I've heard that theory too.
That's fine. What you're doing there is fine because you're putting the word out, and people with that spirit of asking are coming to you.
Right, exactly. Like they will be handed over to their great delusion in the end, for they have no love of the truth. Right, the people that have the love for the truth and they come and ask, that's different. Right, like that's what I don't really care when people come by and they rebuke me or whatever when I'm on the mic. I'm like, okay, keep it pushing. Like I'm only here for a select group of people. Trust me, I already know. So we're supposed to spread the truth, but we're not supposed to like beat people over the head that are effectively NPCs, man. They've been given over to their heart and heart. They're delusional. They're sunken in depravity. They don't have ears to hear. You know what I'm saying?
In
Even
Ireland,
Yeshua said that.
In Ireland, the vaccines are filled with cocaine.
Wait, time out, man. Stop saying the word, man, over and over, man. Because then when you're making claims about it, you're just getting in dangerous territory. And I just got off medical misinformation strike. Yeah. So I don't know anything about that. There's no evidence of that, right? But I think the important part here is that Yeshua said, "Let he who has ears to hear hear." Of course, implying that not everyone does. So when he was talking, he knew that not everyone there was supposed to hear it, right? Like that's kind of what he's saying. Like if someone's very dead set on going and getting genetically modified without doing the research, and no matter what, they're going to do it. Like okay, because if you're going to make that big of a decision, then you should go inform yourself if you want to know the truth. If you do have spirit for the truth, then you're going to go find out the truth about it before you make that decision. So this is such an extreme thing. It kind of weeds it out itself. That's why I agree with what Meme's saying in a way. Like even warning people about it, it kind of is a litmus test that was clearly placed here. And it's like it kind of varies it out for you, where if someone has spirit of the truth or looking for the truth, they're not going to just go blindly do that. They never would do that. That's not. They don't have the spirit of finding the truth, right?
What's it?
What's up?
You know, there's a group of
you
people
obviously
in
know
Ireland who are
about.
genetically
You've
modified.
heard about the Spanish Inquisition, yeah?
Pretty cool. Yeah, called Maryville Mandem.
Fuck, man.
What was your question? Spanish Inquisition.
Yeah, you've heard about it. You know what it's roughly about.
Do I?
The Spanish Inquisition.
What about it?
You know what it's roughly about. You know what it is.
Yeah.
Yep. So you know that it hasn't stopped. Just look up research. It's called Unum Sanctum. It's been going on for 600 years or so.
Okay.
It hasn't stopped from that day.
Those guys that like
Unum
doesn't believe history, man.
Unum Sanctum.
But yeah, I'll look into it. I think they added 1,000 years to the last 2,000 years, bro. I'm that guy.
Yeah, well, a calendar is just the etymology for a calendar means a account keeping record. So
Right. I think the
it's for
record was not even kept correctly. Like if you ever have seen Patterns of Evidence, the Exodus, there's a documentary called Patterns of Evidence, the Exodus, and it's very, very interesting. I think it's like $3 or whatever to watch it, and it shows you all this anthropological evidence they found that supports the Exodus, but they say no, even though it's perfectly aligned with the story, and there's a group of Semitic people in the Egyptian civilization that left in a hurry, just like they say, we're going to dismiss all this anthropological evidence because it's not in the proper timeline, and all of it lines up with the same timeline, and it's off by like 500 years, showing you they fluctuated the timeline by like 500 years. With that alone, then you have the Dark Ages, quote, where you just have hundreds of years where like it's not accounted for, but they added it, right? And so it's very hard to verify really past like 100 years. I mean, even to go through 100 years. So for me, it's like anytime something gets back in those years, I'm like, well, that's a cool story. We can talk about what they said happened, but I think it's drastically different. I think that we would be amazed at what was happening very recently. But hey, that's how the deception works, right? Like, if people knew there used to be giants, they wouldn't fall for giants again if they theoretically came. So, like, this is the first time in history people didn't know there used to be giants. People actually think that's a crazy conspiracy theory when apparently, supposedly, Abraham Lincoln's on record saying there used to be giants. So, like, I just think that that's the way you do it. If you remove all the recent history, you can loop the deception. And so we've seen it expedited in the last, like, 100 years with the implementation of all this technology. Now we don't know what happened very recently. I mean, look at the architecture in America doesn't even really add up completely, right? So, you know. That's how I go. So when someone talks about something that happened 200 years ago, 400 years ago, 800 years ago, I'm like, it's interesting. I like the conversations. There does seem to be some evidence that stuff did happen, but when we start saying when it happened, I'm out.
Did he say he's out? See you later. What's it? Take care, brother.
I'm saying if someone starts saying when something happened, I'm out. You know,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were dipping out of the room.
I will stop
I'm
monologuing though.
driving,
Someone
but
else
there's a
want to talk?
couple VC verified in here if y'all want to try to talk to them.
Yeah. Do you know who they are? I'll look.
I'm gonna stop like. Noob and no, he's not VC verified. Well, the other one. Was random guy, but he's gone. Sorry, continue. I thought you said a
No, it's
pause.
all good. Noob. Well, I was monologuing. Noob, what I'm gonna do is unmute you and give you a chance. If you act crazy, you're gonna get instantly muted. So I'm gonna ask you a question, then I'm gonna unmute you if you want to talk on your mic and have a conversation. So Noob, do you think that you live on a magic spinning cartoon ball in a vacuum?
I believe I live on a globe. Yes.
Okay. Word. So what would be your evidence that you live on a globe?
So it's been observed to be round, and so you're comment about the vacuum. So there was a bunch of like debris or matter that was created, and it all with gravity, because every single particle has a force of gravity. So it all
Wow,
condensed in
dude.
one spot.
Making a lot of claims, man.
It all
Okay, so
condensed into
go ahead.
one spot, right? And then it created Earth, and then there was air that was then pulled down, right? Gravity then attracted this massive mass.
This is just a fairy tale,
Bro,
man.
your
This
volume is low. His volume is real low.
Yeah, just so you know, you're just saying fairy tales. That's all you're saying. You're just coming up with a theoretical fairy tale of what you're saying happened. First of all, you said matter was created by what? And then you said
I
gravity.
have
What
no
was
idea
gravity
what matter
created
is
by?
created by.
Right. But here's the deal. Okay. So you're saying that the air is pulled down by gravity. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So when I let out, say I bottle up some hydrogen or helium in a container and I put it on the ground and then I open up the lid, what happens?
It will rise up, but it won't go past the atmosphere of the Earth. It won't just randomly go into space.
You're just saying that. Actually, your model claims some of it does go into space.
Yeah, it goes into space, but it won't go like miles and miles out from the farthest reach of our atmosphere.
No, your model claims it will. Your model claims it will go out into the vacuum of space.
Yeah, but it won't completely leave the Earth's gravitational pull.
Oh, because you're just saying things now. So we're gonna go back here. So you said it goes up, right? So you agree that up is the opposite of down, right?
Yes.
What's the vector for gravity, supposedly?
9.81 meters per second.
No. That's downward acceleration, the effect. Gravity claims to be the cause of that. But we're talking about the vector, which is momentum and direction, right? So the vector of gravity is supposedly down relative to the center of mass, right?
Yes.
Right. And so if up is the opposite of down, gravity isn't holding that helium down because it goes up, right?
Yeah, so that is density, but what's holding all the least dense particle will go to the very height, but what's stopping that particle from then just completely leaving the
That's our question. There would have to be some kind of container because we see that it goes up. So where gravity is supposedly the strongest at the surface level, if I let gas out, it goes in all directions. That means where gravity is the strongest, it doesn't stop the gas from going in all directions, including directly up. So if it can't stop it from going up where it's the strongest, how could it hundreds of miles above that where it's weaker stop it from going into a vacuum?
Okay, so density. So on Earth, things fall and drop because of density, because it's in a given medium. But what's holding that medium in? It's not.
That's what we're
a flat
asking.
jar, it's not a snow globe. It's gravity.
No, you're just saying that. You're just saying that. But we just explained how gravity doesn't work. We just explained gravity doesn't work, bro. What? You just skated past it and then just said it again? Gravity, where it's the strongest at the surface, does not prevent gas from going in all directions. So how would it do it way above the surface where it's weaker if it can't do it when it's stronger?
Because that there's other objects more dense on it, and
yeah, and the atmosphere is more dense than a vacuum, dude.
But a more dense particle is going to have a stronger gravitational pull on it. Like it's going to pull on each other, so therefore it's going to go farther down, closer.
My man,
gravity's the strongest.
That's what I'm explaining to you. That's what. Listen, okay, is the quote unquote atmosphere more dense than the vacuum of space, quote unquote?
Say that again.
Is the quote unquote atmosphere more dense than the vacuum of space?
Yes.
Okay, so you just said that based on density, it's going to go to the less dense medium. So why doesn't it continue to do that when it's next to vacuum that's way less dense?
What? That doesn't.
Yeah, it does. It does. You're claiming the reason that the gas pressure goes up is because of density. You are correct. The reason helium balloons go up is because they're less dense, they're lighter than the surrounding air, not because they're gravity proof, right? And so if where gravity is the strongest, it goes up. You're saying it's because of density, which is what we're saying, right? So if the vacuum is way less dense than the atmosphere, then why wouldn't the air continue to go to the less dense?
Why would the air continue to go to the less dense part?
Medium. Yeah, okay, it's called the second law of thermodynamics. Heat goes to cold, high pressure goes to low pressure.
Because it's not as dense as the things closest to the surface of the earth.
What about the vacuum though?
What about the vacuum? What do you mean?
Why wouldn't the gas pressure go into the vacuum?
Because it's being held down by gravity.
But gravity doesn't work because it doesn't hold it down where it's the strongest.
Because there's other things that are more dense. So I'm not saying that everything is attracted. Gravity isn't what's holding things down in the medium. It's what's holding the medium together. That's what I'm saying.
Gravity doesn't hold the gas down.
It does though.
No, where?
What?
When?
Where? When? Show us gas is affected by gravity in one instance, other than in the asserted fairy tale that you're sort of harping on right now. If you can just show one incident in which
very edge of the atmosphere, you will find the.
Yeah, you've never done that.
Wait there. When did you do that last? Yeah, let's just make it clear. If we go to where is the edge of the atmosphere? Just to make that clear, where is that? Let me first. I want to understand first that you know where that is before you start to claim what would happen if we go there.
It's upwards.
Money.
Okay, so look, you said NASA, bro. You said NASA. Okay, so what you're saying is you can't verify it. We can't verify it. We have to blindly believe NASA went up.
No, not true. Because if I really wanted to, I can go work at NASA. I can get a good education. I can work there.
Oh, it's back to NASA. It's back to NASA. We have to go to NASA. We have to go to NASA. Is what you're saying?
Yes, or you can create your own space company and go do it yourself.
No, you can't. You can't. That's illegal.
Elon Musk, private.
Elon Musk not private. He gets hundreds of millions of dollars in grants from the government. Elon Musk said we would have never gone to space without NASA.
Okay, So then you do exactly what he did: get government funds, and then
What,
go.
become basically an entity? Like, you do realize that Elon Musk comes across as the type of man that may have been a test tube baby, that may have been cultivated under very strict circumstances, actually throughout his whole life. How can one become like Elon? Become
Yeah,
like
unfortunately,
another
I
man?
wasn't
Yeah.
prophesized in a science fiction book in the 50s, so I can't be like Elon. When Werner von Braun, a Nazi
Wow.
officer, wrote us. Listen, a Nazi officer, Werner von Braun, he wrote a science fiction book in the 50s, and the main character's title is
Yeah.
Elon. And in the book, Elon
Yeah.
takes us to Mars. Okay? You think that's just a coincidence? So he's just an actor on the world stage working with the provably fraudulent company or organization called NASA. So we're not going to blindly believe the government that's known to lie, that works with Nazis, and some dude that was prophesized by a Nazi 70 years ago, coincidentally. We're looking for scientific evidence.
Look at his
So can you
name.
show us pressure? Can you show us gas pressure without a container?
Gas pressure without a container.
1 second, wait a second, just on Elon. I was just thinking about this the other day. Speaking about this, literally a few days ago. Look at his name, Elon, El Elyon. Think about his name. L is in
Elon
my
Musk
L.
paid by the
Is
government.
in it. Wait there, dude. Is in,
Sun God.
L. Can you not hear
Elon.
me? Can you not hear me? Is he just talking over for fun or? Anyway, yeah, no, but I'm just so El Elyon. Think about that, bro. Like, you know, your L.
Yeah, it's true.
L.
So
Elon.
Sun God. Elon.
So you're saying that Elon Musk is a paid actor?
What I'm saying is that a Nazi officer wrote a science fiction book in the 50s, and the main character's title is Elon, and in the book, Elon supposedly takes people to Mars. Do you think that that's just a coincidence?
Yes.
Okay, well then you're a psycho. You're a coincidence theorist. So anyway, can you show? We're gonna get to scientific theories. We're gonna get to science. Okay, can you show gas pressure without a container, bro?
Gas pressure without a container. What do you mean
Yeah.
by that?
Well, can you demonstrate that you can have gas pressure without a container?
Gas pressure without a container. I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Well, the definition of gas pressure is the energy or force exerted on the walls of a container. It's in the word pressure. Pressure. It presses on the walls of a container. So the gas molecules, they bounce off each other, they bounce off the walls, and they build up pressure. This is what gas pressure is. We have gas pressure on the Earth. You're claiming it's not contained, though. So can you show us that's even possible? Can you have gas pressure without a container?
Yeah. No, you can't have gas pressure without a container. But,
Okay, welcome to Flat Earth.
But no, I'm not, because the container is
Snacks in
gravity.
the back.
It's holding
Toilet
things
on
in.
the
You
right.
can't just pull vacuums. Like, it doesn't work on like a vacuum because there's nothing to pull down.
You said gravity's the container, but we discussed that gravity doesn't. First of all, gravity's just a theory. There's no scientific evidence for it. It's not real at all.
Has been
But
proven.
listen,
But how
no, it
gravity
hasn't.
generated has.
Stanford and Harvard and Yale and Princeton all disagree with you, and they say it's just a theory. So anyway, so gravity, if we act like it's real, which it's literally never been proven at all, it's just a theory, according to Princeton and Stanford and Harvard. Okay, so let's just assume it is real, which it's literally not. Okay, if we give you gravity, it is the strongest at the surface, but it does not prevent gas. It doesn't contain gas at the surface. It goes in all directions. So it doesn't stop it next to a vacuum either.
Right, let's get his reply to that because I want to add to giving him more gravity in a minute. Right, reply. Go ahead, dude.
So if you want to get rid of all the atmosphere except for like a foot off the surface of the Earth, all that atmosphere at the foot off from the from Earth surface, it will all stay there. It won't just shoot up randomly. It will stay there.
How do you equivocate? How does gas just stay somewhere randomly when? So you're denying that we live in a dynamic. Wait there, please, dude. You seem to have this proclivity to want to talk over me. I'm just saying very quickly. Listen, the idea is we don't just live in a static universe, right? What you need is an equilibrious state. If I give you gravity, you need equilibrium, okay? You need effectively a wall that would be tantamount to a force itself, which, bear in mind, forces that we know of in the world rarely pull, they usually push. You have to understand that you would need an equilibrious state. You need some form of a like a hydrostatic equilibrium type effect almost, right, at the upper layer of the atmosphere itself. You have to be able to demonstrate this. Then you would have to be able to demonstrate the doubling back of gases from the top down to the bottom, which would be the doubling back of pressing on the container to have an inward vector, because gases don't have an inward one, right, inherently. So that you need something to show how an inward vector would be. You need to show how an inward vector would happen, for instance, right? So, but also the issue, like I said, this equilibrious state on the upper layer of the atmosphere depends on what? There being nothing else that affects the gases in the same way as the thing that keeps them there. Meaning, if the Earth's gravity keeps the gases attached to the ball, then the other balls in the solar system also have their own vectors that would affect the same gases, which then also means the moon, in relation to proximity to the gases on the top layer of the atmosphere, as the moon itself is skating along in those layers itself, right? It, with its 1/4 of the gravitational force of the Earth, right? What is it going to do? It's going to be an entropy aiding machine, orbiting around the Earth at all times, making it impossible for you to ever have an equilibrious state of vectors that would affect gases. And like I said, its proximity to those gases make its gravitational force far superior, or should I say, it overimposes that of the Earth based on its proximity to those gas molecules. So you don't have anything even with gravity. You have an entropy aiding machine with the moon. You have all these other vectors. You cannot show where higher to lower pressure would be stopped, i.e. entropy. You can't show any of this stuff, buddy. So like, it's genuinely a real problem for the globe to exist as an open system next to a privation that is a 10 to the 17 negative torr vacuum. Come on, dude.
You just said a bunch of random shit.
Not really, mate.
So I don't understand how you guys don't understand how the atmosphere works.
You mean how the second law of thermodynamics work, and it necessitates entropy will increase, pressure will instantaneously seek equilibrium. So if it spontaneously seeks equilibrium, that means that if you had pressure sitting next to a vacuum, it would instantaneously attempt to fill the available space. This is the second law of thermodynamics. You're making a claim contradictory to it, claiming that there's pressure next to a vacuum that doesn't instantly fill the available space. You've then invoked gravity with no evidence, where we've demonstrated that doesn't help at the surface level. So
we steel manned your gravity by giving it to you, and then showed you how, even if gravity did exist, gravity would be the very thing that would disequilibralize the gases or the atmosphere into doing what? Seeking to push into the privation, which is the negative space, which is what? That's what we're saying. You're saying this wouldn't occur. We're saying it would occur, probably even if you had gravity anyway, and it doesn't occur, so therefore, what is space? Probably not a vacuum. Probably not a lower pressure system adjacent to our higher pressure one, because like he said, entropy is a natural law. We do not see anywhere. We've never seen entropy. This movement in terms of entropy, we never see this violated. We never see the second law of thermodynamics ever. It's never been violated. So we're just talking about natural law, how the world works, mate.
All right, let's do something a bit more simple. So, to you guys, how would do you think the sun revolves around the Earth?
No. That's not how this works.
No?
No, you have to answer the questions. You don't get to run away. Like, just so you know, whenever I debate astrophysicists, they tap out at the gravity that's strongest at the surface level. How would it stop it where it's weaker? So you're acting like we're not understanding. Like, what? No.
I learned this in the 6th grade and up, and I've understood it.
No, you still don't understand the second law of thermodynamics, though.
It doesn't matter where. Cool, you learned it when you were very young, when you probably didn't have a proper grasp of the different parts of the subject.
Okay, but real quick, why would
they lie?
To lie about the shape of the Earth?
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Sorry, we've actually got a song called "Why Would They Lie."
Yeah, why would they?
Because
okay, well, we give NASA $60 million a day. There's something called the Antarctic Treaty. It's not illegal. It's illegal to privately explore past the 6. I'm still talking, dude. How about you shut up? You asked a stupid question, so I'm going to answer it. There's something called the Antarctic Treaty. It's illegal to privately explore past the 60th south latitude, which means they could be hiding immense amounts of land and resources. That alone is a motivation to lie, hiding tons of land. In addition, you can't trust any of your senses, so when you don't feel like you're moving, you think you're moving. Whenever you see the Earth is not curving and the horizon is horizontal, which is where the word horizon comes from, you have to believe it's curving. So you can't trust your senses. You can no longer trust yourself to tell the difference between truth and fiction. So you must always turn to an authority figure to give you information about what's true in reality, which is how you have a good slave state. A bunch of people bumbling around, not trusting their own senses, not knowing any truth, and having to look to the authority their whole life, which is what you do. In addition,
Why
they
would
told
you
you you're a
lie?
tiny speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe where everything came from nothing and it's pure chaotic random happenstance, and you could get hit by an asteroid at any point in time. The Earth is provably geocentric, meaning the center of everything. If the Earth is the center of everything, how to get there, that means it had to be placed. So they're hiding the creator. They're making you a very compliant, docile slave. They're hiding land and resources, and they get $60 million a day. So now that we've addressed it with 4 very viable motivations for the lie, of course, it doesn't actually matter why they lied. That doesn't change whether or not they did lie. If you had a girlfriend, I walked up to you with the phone and I said, dude, I got some bad news. Your girlfriend's cheating on you. I have a video of it. Would you say, no, I'm not looking at the evidence until you tell me why she would lie? She would never do that to me. She's so happy. I buy her everything. She would never lie. There's no motivation for her to lie. So until you tell me why she lied, I'm not looking at the evidence. So you would look at the video, find out that she's hooking up with some dude, then you'd be like, damn, she lied. I wonder why she lied. So why she lied, independent of the motivation for the lie. But anyway, I gave you 4 motivations. So now let's get back to evidence because we proved the fact that they did lie, bro.
You just wrapped that really fast. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm like a breath right now, dude.
Yep.
But you have to admit
when you
those are
have to
good
say
reasons
this
to
shit.
lie, right?
So
Well,
I can't
why are we divining? Listen, you shouldn't even be trying to divine the reasons as to why psychopaths lie anyway. Like,
Yeah.
ultimately.
Check it out. So we said that we went to, they said 9/11 happened, and then there were weapons of mass destruction, and we went over there and fought a war, right? Then they came out and admitted there were no weapons of mass destruction, yet we stayed there for 13 years. So why'd they lie then?
What?
They said there were weapons of mass destruction, right? But then they admitted there were no weapons of mass destruction. So why did they lie?
Not talking about any of that. What?
I know it's an analogy because you're asking why would they lie. We know for a fact they lied. In the Vietnam War, they said Vietnam attacked our ship and we had to go to war with them. They've since come out and declassified and admitted Vietnam did not attack us. We attacked our own ship, made it look like it was them so we could start a war. Why'd they lie about that? The government always lies. You're asking us why the government lies? Well, when did they not lie? Knowledge is power. It's much more powerful if you're the only one with it. So we've addressed why they lied, bro. So why don't you figure out whether or not they did lie, then go from there? Isn't that the intellectually responsible thing to do?
Or how's this? What makes you think they have to tell you the truth?
Because that I just don't.
Just because they should, because it's ethical, but the world isn't ethical. This is the issue, right?
I didn't say that.
No, I'm saying it. I'm not claiming you.
Wait, dude, I want you to answer this question very pointed. You're saying you can't see any motivation for why they lied, and I just gave you tons of them. So if there were huge pieces of land with tons of resources, right, would that be a good motivation to tell everyone else there's no more land, stay within this little circle? Us powerful people that know the truth, we're going to go have all this free land and resources.
Yeah.
Would people ever lie to hide immense amounts of land and resources?
Yes, they would lie.
Thank you. So that's a very simple, objective reason that they would lie, bro. Like, come on.
Hey guys,
Oh,
hey
yeah,
guys,
that's
just one
fair.
coming
But
here.
I
Hey guys, just had a question. What's your all opinions on gravity?
It's fake.
Yeah, your opinion on gravity.
Yeah, gravity is supposedly the theory of relativity, which means that gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space-time. Space is a concept, an idea of nothingness, emptiness, doesn't actually exist. It's just a concept. Just like a vacuum doesn't exist, it's just a concept. Time is also just a concept. It's how we count the cycle in the sky, right? So if space and time are concepts, how can they bend and warp? You cannot attribute physical properties to concepts. The theory of relativity, which is the modern rhetoric for gravity, is inadmissible on its face. Okay, you cannot bend freedom, you cannot bend love, you can't bend, warp, or dilate concepts. So the theory of relativity doesn't work. In addition, there's no scientific evidence for it whatsoever, ever.
And this is why we end up with people like Brenda. Look, guys, this is fundamentally why we end up with people like Brenda saying that speed limits are physical, right? Because if it's your sort of, your aim or your agenda to assert things such as gravity, these sort of, you know, fantasy effects, right, that we see, and then you attribute causes to these effects, and then you cause the cause is the effect, and it's circular in reasoning, right? But you need things like concepts like speed limits to be physical.
That actually
things.
makes a lot of sense. But
You really
like, how do you
do,
explain
right?
how things fall? Like, how do things fall?
Yeah, because they're more dense in the air. So like when you drop
Well,
something,
yeah.
it's more dense in the air. Whenever you let go of a helium balloon, it goes up because it's lighter than the surrounding air. It's less dense. If I take a beach ball and I throw it up in the air, it falls down. If I take the same beach ball and swim to the bottom of a pool and let it go, it goes up. That's because it's less dense than the medium it's in. The water is more dense. So density determines direction objectively. We know that density's there. It's called relative density.
Let's show direction change then very quickly. So, so the more vectors that we can show with this would probably be able, it would be able to truly denote that directionality is encompassed based on what? Density, right? And the relative density, so to the medium. So if you get a ping pong ball, right? And you use some halogen lamps, for instance, right? Put them on a gantry about 20 meters above the ground. You start to heat up the air at a 45-degree angle, aiming toward the ground with the halogen lamps, right? You'll create sort of a pocket of the medium. Will be created to be warmer, right? You then make sure that there's no wind in the area or anything like that, just for the circumstances of this little test to show what we're trying to show. We're just basically making those gas particles more excited, as shown under like Gay-Lussac's gas laws, right? More excited gas particles due to the energy input, right? Now what we have is the ping pong ball. We drop it down, okay? As it hits that line that's been warmed up ever so slightly, what we'll see is it slightly deviate from that path to move ever so slightly off to the side, where again it will build up enough speed that it will start to beat that obviously that density. In terms, it will become more dense. It will basically, what I'm trying to say is you can deviate the path of something using the density of the medium itself. Like, what is wind? What blows a bag from one side of a room to another bag, for instance, right? Like that's the medium being moved, right? Well, on a macro scale, using the energy input like heat, like I was saying, or cooling, you can effectively show, like Witsit was saying, that the directionality of something changing in vector, even off to the left, to the right, you know. So because people just say, well, yeah, but that's just up or down, like, you know, or people try and say, well, yeah, but what causes the direction of down overall? We get that these things are going there, doing this or doing that. Well, again, it's density. Like, the ground is beneath your feet, it's more dense than yourself. You're more dense than the medium, that's why you're beneath it, and vice versa with all these objects. It is pretty simple. You know what I mean?
And it can get more technical than that too, but you know, it doesn't really matter. You don't have to. Yeah, like everything's electric, but like it doesn't matter. We'll just, we'll move on.
It'd be nice if we could talk about it in higher detail.
Yeah, like I'll say this: like if you take a balloon and you rub it on your hair, it'll stick to the wall. Where's gravity? It's sticking to the wall. What you changed was the electrostatics. That's what made it change. As it loses its charge, it falls back down. The balloon never lost its charge. Everything that exists is electrostatic.
Real nice way of looking at it is this, right? So if you want to really, how many is it? 29th, or is it 10 to the 28th or 29th?
10 to the 39th power stronger.
39th power stronger than gravity is the force. Is that electrostatics or electromagnetism?
Yes, electrostatics.
So electrostatics, right? So when we think about it, so you rub a balloon on your head, you stick it to your chest, right? And I've done this genuinely and I think it was with about 10 milligrams of weight, right? So I displace a balloon that otherwise would just fall to the ground, right? You stick it to your chest, you rub it to your head, you stick it to your chest. Otherwise, this balloon would usually go to the ground. So the thing that stops it is this electrostatic charge, right? And then you displace that weight with just 10 milligrams of weight, right? That balloon, originally, if unaffected by the electrostatic charge, would have been grabbed apparently by the force of gravity, right, and pulled to the ground. This isn't helium, it's just filled up with my lung air, right? So if it can be displaced by just 10 milligrams of weight, right, like, really think about how weak of a force that actually is. Like, even I'm talking about the electrostatic force itself. I'm not saying it's a weak force. I'm saying that in effect, right, can be displaced. That balloon can be took away from that force with just a very small amount of weight, A very small amount of force was able to displace that. So how strong is gravity? Gravity effectively doesn't even have the pull of, 5 milligrams in order to stop this, to fight against this electrostatic force. And then people talk about gravity like it's be all and end all, when what is always and ever present that we can always measure and always test: electrostatics, electromagnetism. And we're sort of looking completely off in the wrong direction. And it's pretty obvious and right in our face as to maybe what's going on. The medium affects things. We have density, and the medium itself is also filled with an electromagnetic charge. So maybe look at the two and how they intersect with one another.
Yeah, and also there's something called the Van de Graaff generator, and you can introduce electrostatic charge, and it'll make things go up or down based on what you introduce. Lightning is a phenomenon based on electrostatics trying to find its equilibrium. All molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. This is from Purdue.edu. I'll cite it. So, like literally everything that exists is electrostatic. And so if you can't get rid of electrostatics, and it's known to be 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity even claims to be, then how could you possibly find gravity within it? You couldn't. It's just a theory. The only proof, quote unquote, that gravity exists is that the Earth has to be a ball, which means gravity has to exist. That's literally the only evidence for it. So we got pretty technical with you. I mean, electrostatics, it's technically called incoherent dielectric acceleration when something falls down, but we don't have to get that technical. It's just electrostatics is present and density is the primary agent, right? Like helium balloons are lighter than the surrounding air, it goes up. Also, bumblebees are not aerodynamic. So gravity would dictate they can't fly. Yeah, they shouldn't be able to fly at all.
Not supposed to, at all.
Yeah, but they buzz. They have a resonance, an electrostatic resonance that allows them to fly through crosswinds up to 50 or 60 miles per hour unaffected.
It's like a similar thing to like the hot air thermals almost, right? You have the albatross like literally reads the hot air. It's not the same thing with the bee. This is on a more macro scale to what the albatross is doing completely. The bee is more operating on the spectrum of what the albatross is reading in order to use the hot air thermals, right? But yeah, it's very similar to that, right? Where you're like seeing the albatross literally fly for hundreds of miles without flapping its wings by reading the pressure pockets basically based on the electromagnetic field of the Earth. Like, this is something that's very tangible, like really is tangible. Like, and I don't see why more people don't talk about it. Like, we talk about it all the time, and it sounds like we're constantly talking about it, but like it's very tangible. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is something that we can measure. We can, they can predict meteorite showers based on the electromagnetic field of the Earth. Like, what does that tell people? Like, how do you predict meteorite showers based on that?
Yeah, what are meteor showers? There's electric phenomena, electric showers. But anyway,
I was saying about that earlier about slag, like no one really talks about sandstorms. This is what do sandstorms do in terms of cause with weather, right? Like what you call it, like the melting point of sand to glass is much lower than that, which temperatures that happen up there when it comes to like things like lightning, and we know that there's shit ton of lightning in deserts, and then we hear about meteorites and stuff like that, and the different I'm just saying the different colors that we see in meteorite showers and stuff like that. They make out that it has to be these elements or metals that are burning up from outside of this system. I'm saying that, well, sand itself in these sandstorms covers areas vaster than the area of, let's say, London, for instance, and then we don't have a clue about the trace elements or minerals that end up inside of the air itself. And how do we not know that lightning, like I'm saying, lightning produces bright purple flashes with that part of the light spectrum? How do we not know that meteorites don't actually just come from the Earth? Like, they're always pointing outward, trying to make us feel like how do I put it, make us feel insignificant. But all meteorites fall down. You never see them fall up.
Of course, and they all fall the same direction.
And that debunks the globe on its own. Meteorites fall down only. They never fall up. Remember, you live on a globe.
Yeah, dude, like how hilarious is so right here, I think that's Boston University shows you that electrostatics is 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity even claims to be on the smallest scale. And then right above that is Purdue telling you all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are
Hey guys,
electrostatic.
come in. Do you think Trump is gonna come back?
What?
Mate, someone was talking, bro. Come on, man.
So real fast, let me finish.
Still here?
All molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. There is not one piece of material in existence that isn't electrostatic. Wood, glass, you name it. Okay, so everything's electrostatic. It's 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity even claims to be. You can't get rid of it. You can't isolate it. You can't control the variable. To claim it has no effect is dishonest. To claim that gravity is over affecting it is dishonest. And density is the primary thing that changes it because we can manipulate density and show that it changes direction. We can manipulate electrostatics, show that it changes direction. The problem is this could not work on a globe Earth because electrostatics is way too weak. Listen carefully. Electrostatics is way too weak to make the planets revolve around each other with these immense masses. It's way too weak, yet it's known to be 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity even claims to be. That's insanity, bro.
Well, it's insanity to even suggest that you could, like I was saying, like when you give them gravity with the movement of higher to lower pressure, it's worse for them, I feel like, with the gravity. Like, they have so many different vectors. They have vectors that are created by whole solar systems. Apparently, since we're slingshotting around other solar systems, some solar systems are slingshotting around a center of mass that doesn't exist between the two solar systems, right? Like, when you have these extra vectors of gravity that are able to move whole solar systems in coordinates with one another, like, you sort of have to question the idea at all, right? Like, how could you have gases in an equilibrium state whatsoever? Like,
how could you have a gigantic ball of gas in a vacuum?
You would think if they were smart, why wouldn't they just be saying, well, what it is actually is the electromagnetic field of the Earth creates a spherical type shape, right? And based on
because it doesn't work. It doesn't. They can't say that. That's why.
Oh, no, but that's what I'm saying. That would be a better lie, at least. Do you know what I mean? Like
no,
the one
not
that
really. Not really.
Terrible, I think.
No, in my opinion, the reason that it's a better,
yeah, we
it's a
can
better
test
lie.
that. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, exactly. You can test it. Like gravity just can't be tested at all. You can just make up anything. It's like the deity, anything you can't answer. You just say the word gravity. It makes you smart, apparently, right? And so you don't have to test it or prove it. You can test electromagnetism. You can test electrostatics. We know it's not strong enough to make the planets go around each other. So you have to claim there's something else going on out there. And so they just made up a different word.
Electromagnetism plus.
Yeah.
Electromagnetism plus.
They could have done that. They could have said there's a different version of it. But people were like, what?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, people would have been like, that sounds crazy, bro. Like, that word gravity, though. Like, you
gravity,
put G
bro.
Listen, if you put G at the beginning of anything, you can trick anyone. Like, for real.
Yeah, and it was discovered in 1666. Yay.
Yeah. That's why you should be calling it Abaya.
Hey, Noob, did you know this, bro? That supposedly the Earth's north and south Arctic circles are at 66.6 degrees, and the curvature rate up to 1,000 miles is 0.666 feet per mile squared. And the circumference of the Earth in nautical miles is 21,600, 6 times 6 times 600. The first time we recorded the Selenilian eclipse, supposedly, which debunks the globe Earth, is in 1666. Isaac Newton discovered gravity in 1666. And then we're on a 66.6 degree tilt while we wobble going around the sun 66,600 miles per hour. What a coincidence.
Well, it's not really a coincidence. It's a gravity incidence. Like, it's like a God incidence, but for atheism. Atheists, and, well, another one I like to say is, remember, everything relies upon the theory of the Weber planet. What's it? Remember that. All of it. They need that molten core replenished. If it's not replenished, then we don't have the moon. We don't have eclipses. We don't have the we don't have electromagnetic field that's the same without that molten core being replenished by a Theia, the Weber planet, right? And that was 4.5 billion years ago. So when your model hinges upon that event taking place, which is like not even historically viable in any way, shape, or form, for the creation of your moon, for your whole.
That's the funniest, dude.
On it.
Dude, the moon is the funniest part. Dude, do you want to know what the quote?
Brilliant.
The current theory for the moon is that a Mars-sized body, hit the Earth. It transferred energy to its core. It broke it up into a bunch of pieces of debris. but just one piece of debris stuck around. Gravity coalesced into a perfect sphere. It became the moon, and then it spins at the perfect speed that if it was
exactly the size to distance ratio.
Yeah, right, yeah.
We would be able to have eclipses.
Dude, it's ridiculous. So it randomly exploded the Earth into a bunch of pieces. Then the Earth turned into a perfect sphere because of the God gravity. And then the moon coalesced into a perfect sphere because of the God gravity. And then the moon spins at the perfect speed that if it was going 1/4 of a mile per hour, faster or slower, then you would see different parts of it. We've seen only one quote-unquote side for all recorded history. And it stopped it right where you can have perfect eclipses where it makes the sun and the moon look like they're the same size. But actually, the moon is 400 times smaller, just coincidentally by cosmic chance, exactly 400 times closer as well. That's the best theory
It is
so far.
cosmic chance. But that's what cosmic chance means.
Let's say somebody made that up. Why would they only say 1/4? Like that doesn't make sense. Why not lie and say like big significant?
Because you can't really manipulate anything involved in it, so no one could ever prove whether or not you were lying or not. So why
No,
not
the
make it as
reason
ridiculous
is because, dude, listen, the reason is because the math has to work out. The math has all come from different equations. It's all dependent upon each other, so they can only fluctuate it so much.
Comes out of it.
Sorry, one second.
So
my dad-
funny.
my grandfather just had heart surgery. Sorry.
No worries.
Wait, what? Just then? What?
1/4 of a mile per. His dad's calling him because his grandfather had surgery.
Oh,
1/4 of a mile per hour faster, dude, or slower. What a joke, bro! Like, the more you learn about it, the funnier it gets, dude. To be honest.
Mate, you know, at this point, if it, nah, I can't even say it. I was gonna
That's
say.
why I kind of feel what Meme was saying. Like,
yeah, no, I know that.
Yeah, like it's like, dude, if you can hear all this and then just go right back on thinking the Earth's a ball, like, what?
It's kind of like I feel it's kind of like 2 years ago when Batman was just like, yeah, just probably just destroy all of the degenerates. I mean, you're like, bruh. Now I'm kind of like, yeah, I sort of agree. I've noticed that with like the men that are like any men that are like over fucking anyone over 40, they're just like, yeah, they're not having it.
They're boomers, but dude, some boomers are cool. Some boomers come up to me and shake my hand. They're like, "Thanks for speaking the truth. I didn't know that." But like, dude, what really gets people in the everyday world, not the zealots on the internet.
I love their. No, what I meant was I love their short temper toward stupidity. Like, they don't. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I got you. No, but like if you just look at the timeline of declassified operations from the government, it tells you all you need to know if you're actually honest, right? Like 1945, we started Operation Paperclip, where we brought Nazi scientists over here, including Werner von Braun, who supposedly took us to the moon. 1946, Operation High Jump began, where we went and explored the Antarctic regions by Admiral Byrd. 1954, he was on an interview, on nationally televised interview, right? He says, "It's astonishing to me that there's a landmass as big as the continental U.S. on the other side of Antarctica, unexplored with tons of resources." That was in 1954. He died in 1957. In 1958, they founded NASA. In 1959, they signed the Antarctic Treaty that says it's illegal to go where they had just explored. In 1961, JFK said we're going to go to the moon within 8 years. 1962, Operation Fishbowl of Dominique, which is Fishbowl of the Lord. They sent high-altitude missiles up trying to map out or get past a certain level, and they kept exploding at certain altitudes. They couldn't get past the container. 1968, they came out with Space Odyssey, one of the most famous movies at the time. It won Film of the Year about a moon landing. In 1969, they supposedly went to the moon, brought back moon rocks that were petrified wood, called the U.S. president from a landline 238,000 miles away.
They got there from the collision. Fear the Wayward Planet. Remember?
When what they used in Operation Fishbowl, man, was a Thor missile. What does Thor has?
Yeah. Hammer.
Trying to break the firmament.
Well, yeah. You know, remember when they say we're breaking the glass ceiling, and they keep saying that over and over
It's
again.
all symbolic, man. They
what
all
was it? What was it? What Werner? What was it said on his grave again? It talks about the firmament.
Psalms 19:1. It says the firmament of the Creator shows the handiwork.
The
firmament shows the handiwork.
Proclaim of His glory and the hand. Yeah, that's it. It's like this: the heavens proclaim. Is it the heavens proclaim of His glory and the firmament sheweth His handiwork?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
You're good. Hey, do you want me? I'm gonna repeat this. I'm sorry, guys. Do you want to hear the official story of what happened since your textbooks didn't tell you? All right, check this out. Check this out, man. So in 1945, we did something called Operation Paperclip, which is where the U.S. government brought Nazi scientists over here. Right. One of them was Werner von Braun, who was an SS officer. That's who we put in charge of space exploration to take us to the moon. That was 1945 when that started. In 1946, there was something called Operation High Jump.
Wait there, just to add a little bit. One sec. Was it? I mean, just if you guys don't know who Werner von Braun is, just to add a little bit of context here. He's the guy that designed the V1 Vengeance rocket for Hitler and the V2 Vengeance rocket, which were fired from different locations across the coast of France, across to England to hit and strike different locations. So he was a guy that was literally in their narrative used to, bomb and kill not just English people but also Americans, because you've got to remember the part of the coast of England that which they were firing upon was actually the part of the American sector, in terms of where the men were staying, on all the way up to D-Day. So mainly that weapon was pretty much designed for vengeance on London, but also for vengeance against anyone. So you remember that's the guy that Witz is talking about, that they put in power and in charge of NASA. Sorry, go ahead, listen.
No worries. Noob, I just want you to hear this, because if you listen to the timeline events, you'll see what happened, how they lied, and when they decided to lie about the Earth, okay? This is all declassified. In 1945, we brought Operation Paperclip into effect, where we brought Nazi scientists over here, including Werner von Braun. And then in 1946, there was Operation High Jump, where the military explored the Antarctic region using Admiral Byrd, a well-decorated general for the U.S. military. And then in 1954, this Admiral Byrd was on an interview on national television saying, "It's astonishing to me that there is a landmass as big as the continental U.S. on the other side of Antarctica that remains unexplored with tons of resources." He then died 3 years later in 1957. In 1958, NASA was founded. In 1959, they signed the Antarctic Treaty saying it's illegal for people of the general population to privately explore the Antarctic region that they had just explored. Then in 1961, JFK said we're going to go to the moon in 8 years. In 1962, they had Operation Fishbowl, which of Dominique, which Dominique translates to of the Lord. So Operation Fishbowl of the Lord in 1962, a year after JFK said we're going to the moon in 8 years, where they shot missiles up at different altitudes for the next 5 months or so, and they kept exploding, effectively trying to get through the fishbowl, through the firmament, through the container, but they couldn't. They mapped it out. And then we fast forward to 1968, which is where Space Odyssey came out, and it got Film of the Year, and it was about a moon landing. Also in this year, one of the astronauts that was supposed to go to the moon, he said, "We'll never go to the moon. We can't even get to low Earth orbit. We can't even communicate within our own buildings. We'll never be able to go to the moon." He then hung a lemon on the module that was supposed to go. He randomly exploded and died in a routine check-in of wires after that. Then they replaced him. Then we supposedly went to the moon in 1969. So, and proved the Earth was a ball. So does that sound legit?
Did you get all that?
Yeah, no, not really. That's pretty fucked up.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's insane, bro.
You should always let Nazis run your space programs anyway. Like,
Yeah, you can trust Nazis.
That's actually the rule of thumb.
Witz,
No, it's the rule of thumb. It really is.
Yo, Wizard, check out that picture I put of the lightnings, right? On the right hand side before you continue with this.
Okay.
Is everyone taking notes?
Hold on, yeah. Check out what they put the moon.
One sec. What?
About the like why would they have a reason like to keep it hidden, like all that land or whatever? So like every major country has a space program, right? So they'd probably fight over that land. Like the US, China, and Russia, like major first world countries would probably.
No, you're assuming they're enemies, but they all are in a peace treaty about that piece of land, and it's called the Antarctic Treaty. Russia signed it, China signed it, the United States signed it. They've all agreed on a peace treaty about Antarctica. So
why would they fight over it? Why wouldn't they negotiate over it?
Yeah, exactly. What if there are like 50 different pieces of land and they all get some?
Everyone gets closest to them.
It's crazy them they have the moon that's this much lower than the sprites.
Bro, that's what I was like. I just noticed it when I posted that picture. I was showing Shine the elves, and I was like, "Yo, what the hell is the moon doing like in the mesosphere?"
All right. Yeah, I think it's what they did was pretty fucked up. Like,
Well,
I don't think they should have hired him. I
unfortunately,
think they should have like made him a slave or something, but
well,
hired him.
he missed the Nuremberg trials because of this is what paperclip was, right? So like this is really, if you look into this, like it really shows compartmentalization and departmentalization at its best. So when they spoke to the Russian scientists, right, once they'd gone, well, not the Russian scientists, the scientists that were taken by the Russians in Operation Paperclip. The reason it's called Paperclip is to do with something to do with paperclips, with marking out different folders in order that the Americans were able to extradite and extrapolate the best scientists for what they needed. The Americans took a different tact than, let's say, the Russians. The Americans integrated like people like Werner von Braun into the fabric of the society of America itself, right? Where, you know, they would like make them decorated, almost decorated individuals. There are like whole universities in America named after various Nazi scientists that were brought over, and like I said, it integrated in and interwoven into the fabric of American life. They became very they became men of renown essentially in those areas, right? They became renowned men. They became popular. They became, you know, acclaimed men. They became looked up to basically, and before you know it, they realize that they can exponentially get more out of their scientists by doing this because people are more productive and more creative in general when they're under these sort of, you know, these type in this type of environment. Yeah, and the Russians, like I said, did it the opposite way. They treated them with disregard, and they really stringently compartmentalized and departmentalized the hell out of anything that they could do with the Russians, to the extent where, when, like I said, when they were spoken to, when they moved back to Germany, the scientists years later, none of them knew what they were working on, and they even spoke to the scientists that were involved in making the rocket systems for the Russians, right? And literally, like, they had no clue they were working on rockets whatsoever. But the Russians roughly took, I think, I don't know how many more. I know it was more than 5 times more scientists. And production-wise, they didn't really get as much out of theirs as much as the Americans did. But like I said, the two different approaches, right? What do? Do you make more creative men that are more productive by weaving them in? And then what does that do, though, to your society? You got to remember, these are the top echelon of scientists out of Germany. They got there because they were cunning anyway. So whatever that did to America, who knows? Based on the narrative, do you know what I mean? Based on if you want to believe they were good or bad people, you know, whichever way you see it. But that really shows it, though, when you look into it. And NASA, we've got to remember, it was created at the same time using the same scientists that used to work together in Germany, the ones that were separated off, some to America, some to Russia, some to England. NASA was created under the same confines as the space programs of Russia, and we've spoken to those German rocket scientists that work for Russia, and like I said, they knew nothing about what they were doing, and that's what I believe goes on at NASA. It's just that they've managed to hide the nature of what goes on at NASA much better, and no one really understands that. It's the same thing: compartmentalization, departmentalization. They're not all lying; they just don't actually all work on the moon. Not everyone has to be lying about everything.
The left hand doesn't know what the right hand. That's all.
Yeah, I think the reason why it was called paperclip because they paperclipped their new name to the old name. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I can't remember. Apparently, I've heard more than one story about why it's called that, and I can't remember the exact story. So I just remember something to do with folder, and I'm like, don't remember the rest.
Like, who the hell are we talking to in the first place?
Noob, we were talking to originally.
Give him Visi verify, man.
I am.
Yeah, well.
I guess he's here
It's
because he
coming in
wants to
low
learn
for me.
things. So yeah, I mean, given that, yeah, he's come to a flat Earth server. I guess he wants to learn things. So yeah, he's listening. Fine by me.
Was
Like,
he
I'm
the
not
one with the
here to
gas
shit on you
pressure
guys or
question?
anything. Like, I respect you guys and your
I'll
opinions,
give him the sorry.
like what you've learned. I think it's great. But I don't know. I still don't see a lot of, like, I've listened to everything you said and I've kept an open mind and stuff, or at least I've tried to. I still like I just don't see the physics working behind it because.
Well, let me ask you this.
It measures
Hold
flat.
on. Let me ask you this.
Sorry.
What evidence do you have of the globe, man? Any curvature measurements anywhere?
I forget the number, but it was like every 10,000 miles it drops like six. It's either 6 inches or 6 feet.
Every 10,000 miles.
miles? Wow. What was
That's
the big ass bomb?
Hey,
The big
I'm
ass
just
bomb.
saying what I think I know or what I know.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
bro, you
wrong.
actually don't know very much because if there's 24,000 miles in circumference, how the hell can 10,000 miles have 6 inches or even 6 feet of drop for a ball that's only 24,000 miles in circumference? Think about that, dude, before you just, you know what I'm saying?
24 miles.
It almost sounds like he's saying it's flat.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like that's going to be massive as well if you stick to doing that.
My bad.
10,000 miles, dude. That's a big claim, bro.
Hey, I was just giving my honest
This is
answer.
excellent.
Well, that means you just don't know anything
We
about
can
it.
move forward.
Yeah,
That's literally what you said.
It's okay. So it actually drops about 8 inches per mile squared. And this is accurate enough until about 500, 1,000 miles, I think.
Yeah, I also
Yeah,
just want
maybe
to
a
say,
bit more.
like you guys are gonna shut people down, or not you guys. Like some people are being very nice and courteous, but to the guy that like it just shuts people down.
No, I didn't mean to do it like that. I just thought you knew what, because you said you had a reason why you don't believe it. So I thought it was going to be some real evidence. You know, I thought maybe you knew enough about your claim to give us some evidence. I didn't think
To be fair, everyone. To be fair, everyone just thinks that they know, right? Like everyone just thinks they know. Like when I first heard it, I thought flat Earth was dumb. That's what I thought. I just thought we knew it, and that they had been proving it with millions of dollars and tons of science, right? So, yeah, I mean, it will be a reluctant admission for him if he's honest that in fact he doesn't actually know about it, because we all kind of were taught that we know all about it, even though we know nothing about it.
That's 100% true. It's
My bad, dude. I didn't mean to make you feel small, bro. But I just thought you literally knew some stuff. That's all. That's it.
Damn, got roasted.
In contrast to the rest of the universe, you're much larger than you've been told.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Like to
bro.
put it into perspective, man, like I've been going around the United States offering $100 cash to anyone that can answer 3 basic questions about the globe Earth correctly, and they're basic questions, and no one's won the money yet. And I've been around thousands and thousands of people, so no one really knows the basics, and they weren't really taught them because you'd be able to test it, right? So we're gonna teach you what you should have been
Mate,
taught. Basically.
it's so sad.
Yeah.
That's so bad, isn't it? That's so bad that no one's got it yet.
I guess, and
Come
he has
on.
video evidence to actually put this. You could go to his YouTube channel and check it out, man. Nobody has ever tried.
It's quite
Actually,
hilarious how no
you're
one's
lying.
figured
What's
it
it?
out.
What's it? You're lying. Somebody did answer these questions in Times Square.
Oh yeah, one person got the money right. He came up and he answered the questions correctly, and I gave him the $100, and he's like, "Oh, dude, I'm just trolling you. I'm a flat earther. I watch your channel," and he gave the money back.
What a little shit.
That's the only person that's won the money of flat
It was
earth.
funny one. There was another flat earther that was about to do the same thing to him.
Yeah, in this crowd.
Brilliant.
Yeah. It's funny, man.
That's hilarious.
And what's crazy, man, you guys defend it and y'all don't even know anything about it. And I'm not trying to make you, and don't get me wrong, dude. We were all there. I was there as well. I came to Flat Earth. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go slap these guys, man. This is we know the Earth is a ball.
Yeah, how are people this lost and dumb in the 21st century? You know, I mean, I was actually pretty open-minded. I already knew the moon landing was fake, but like, I have friends that fought tooth and tail with me for like years until they finally
Tooth and
admitted,
tail.
okay,
Wait,
yeah, like
tooth and tail.
tooth and nail.
You said tooth and tail.
Sorry.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, I think you did.
Yeah, you did. I wouldn't have got away with it. Sorry, bro. You wouldn't let me get away with
All
that.
right, electrostatic.
Static. Static. Let's get right.
So, but you agree that if the Earth's a ball, and we know how big it is, it has to curve at a certain rate, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's where we should go. Someone else
Yeah.
will take it away. I
The
have to go get gas and fill the RV.
The other one, man, is who detected the spin of the Earth, man, and when did they do it?
I don't know.
Yeah. Yep, this
That's a big one.
You know, they tell you
one's
it's
quite a big one.
spinning. They tell you it's spinning, but yeah, nobody knows. There's no evidence for the detection. Matter of fact, Einstein says nobody can detect it. I don't know if they told you asked you about the gas pressure without a container.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's a really, really big one. I mean, because they tell you.
And by the way,
go ahead.
So real fast, so everyone knows, I'm about to add this Discord server to my QR code. So when I hand out the QR code and they scan it, it's got the Flat Earth app, it's got my website, my YouTubes and Instagram stuff, and it's gonna have this server on here as well. So like, you know, just expect like a like a decent influx of people, and know that it's genuinely curious people, right? So like, just try and be calm and patient with people as you know. Yeah. Okay.
You got that QR code fixed, man, yesterday?
Yeah, I got it fixed last night. Yeah, it was on automatic payments, but it had just paused the QR code. So I went and edited it and then refreshed it, and it started working again. So I don't even know what happened, but whatever, it's working right now. Yeah.
I'm throwing this away.
I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead. Like the Earth has to curve at a certain rate. Because I'm about to fill the RV, so someone else teach this. Like, dude, it's basic geometry. The Earth has to curve at a certain rate if it's a radius value. The real question is, how do we ever even discover what it is, right? Like, how do we know what it is? Did someone go to the core and measure it? No, of course not. So how do we know what it is? Let's test what they said it is and see if it's true. That's where this all comes down to. Not how do eclipses work? What's up with the sun? Well, then what is the moon then? Well, what are the other planets? None of that matters, right? It's like pointing at a cylinder and saying, look, there's a light bulb. The floor must be a light bulb. Or, hey, this surface of my floor can't be flat because there's a light bulb up there. We need to figure out if the surface is actually curving. That will give you all the answers. If the radius is wrong, the entire model's wrong. So we need to go figure out if that radius is actually true, if the Earth's actually curving at that rate, which we have gone and done, of course, which is why it's censored by Congress. So, and admitted to be censored in Congress. So if anyone wants to take it from there, and you know, if you have any questions, it's very simple. The Earth has to curve at a certain rate. If I walk up to the bottom of a hill, I can't see through the hill to the other side, right? It blocks my view. The Earth has to curve and do this if it's a ball, and it has to do it at a certain rate. It has to physically block and obstruct my view with curvature of physical land. And so we can go and test and see if that happens, right?
Wait, did you just say something about censorship in Congress in the flat Earth?
Yep.
So they admit they censor flat Earth in Congress. Yeah, they said it's dangerous misinformation.
What?
Yeah, well, like the YouTube representative, right, which is owned by Google, like explains how they censor flat Earth, and Congress is discussing like the accurate method or the proper method to censor misinformation like the flat Earth. Yeah, it was in Congress. It's on video.
Oh, I thought you meant, well, yeah, that's a problem too, but I thought you meant literally you're not allowed to say the word flat Earth if you're a member of Congress on the floor.
No, the reason they can't do that, like they do that with like World War II though in most countries, right? But like they can't do that with this because they let it get out of the bag too much. So there was like Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton, top Google terms, then the flat Earth exploded as one of the top Google terms. And so it got way out of hand. They couldn't just like forcibly delete it from everywhere. Everyone would be like, wait, what's going on? You know, is there flat? So they had to be tactical with their censorship. And if the government came out and said you're not even allowed to say flat Earth, everyone would immediately think the Earth's flat. You know what I'm saying? So they have to do it a certain way.
I do have a question though. I'm not trying to stop you. Just how would the sun and moon work on a flat Earth model?
I mean, think about it.
Mm.
How do you experience the sun and moon? Do you see it just go over your head? Like it just fly over you?
No.
So what is it doing?
Right.
Have you actually sit there and watch the sun? Does it rise and it just goes over your head, sun, and then it goes away from you? Does it not?
Yeah, I don't think it gets smaller over time. Like on different parts of the Earth, it will be bigger and smaller relative to where you are.
Actually, yes, it does. We actually have video on this.
Yeah. And even the globe Earth admits it does it throughout the year as well.
And
so what he's saying is what you see is what it does, bro. Like the sun moves in the sky. So what the globe Earth says is that when you watch, okay, at noon the sun's directly overhead and it's warmer because it's directly overhead. It's close. It's not 93 million miles away. And then it keeps moving through the sky and eventually you have a sunset. And so on a flat Earth, the sun just moves in the sky. But on the globe Earth, during a sunset, the sun's actually sitting still the entire day, and you're just falling backwards 1,000 miles per hour, and it makes the sun look like it's setting. So, even though it's still, that's ridiculous. So the sun and the moon, they move over top of the Earth. It's very simple.
So they just skate right past curvature and ask about the sun and the moon. Is that what he did? You don't want to. You don't want to see. You don't want to see evidence of what we have,
Exactly.
man. Come on, go ahead with.
Oh yeah, like what he said. Remember, I told you like that's what it all comes down to is if the Earth is actually curving at the rate it has to be. It's not how do eclipses work? How do this? Now you should have these questions. These should, once you come to the realization they lied, you will have questions about how. Well, then how does this work? How's that work? And that's logical and it's natural, but that's not going to prove to you what the Earth is. If the surface of the Earth isn't curving anywhere, then what is it? Like if you have a table and the surface isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
If it's not curving anywhere, flat.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what we need to figure out. Is the surface of the Earth curving anywhere? We have to go measure the surface and see if it's curving. If it's not curving, it's not a ball, and then we can figure out how everything else works, right? But like, that's what it all comes down to. Is the radius true? Is the size of the supposed sphere they said true? We have to go see the surface of the Earth and see if it's curving, bro.
Man, I can see this guy's genuine having questions because you know how many people struggle with to answer that question?
Yeah, like 80% of people won't even say the word flat.
Oh.
Just keep being honest, dude, and you're gonna be where we are, my man. But like, just make sure you're honest. Don't worry about what other people think, or don't let them like intimidate you, or who cares what if people make fun of you. Like informed people don't care what ignorant people think. So just be informed, look at the evidence, and find out the truth, and be honest. That's the most important thing, right? We don't want you to blind believe us. We want you to honestly go look at the evidence and find out what we just happened to find out. So it's like, dude, is the surface curving anywhere? We can just get straight to it, dude. We saw the Chicago skyline from 60 miles away. It should have been completely blocked by Earth curvature, yet we saw the entire skyline of Chicago. We saw mountains from 200 miles away. They should have been blocked by 1 mile of Earth curvature, yet we saw the entire mountain top to bottom, right? If the curvature rate is true, then we should see the curvature 1.2 miles away when we're 1 foot off the ground. But we have observation 1 foot off the ground where the horizon's over 10 miles away, not 1 mile. And so the radius would have to be over 250,000 miles for that to work. And they claim it's 3,959. So 4,000 is a lot different than 264,000, right? And so these cannot happen on the ball Earth. And this is why they have to censor flat Earth, because you can go and test it and see if it's flat or not. It's not just like a speculative discussion. Like, do you see the image, the picture in the voice text?
Oh, no. Sorry, one sec. Yeah, by 8 or 9,000.
Yeah. So like that is an observation. It's a picture taken from a video, which we have the video as well, and it was 1 foot off the ground. And they zoom in, and you can see the horizon is behind that second oil rig. That second oil rig is just under 10 miles away, which means the horizon is at least 10 miles away. And if the Earth's a ball, when you're 1 foot off the ground, you have to see the curvature of the Earth no further than 1.225 miles away. Right? It's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. The square root of 1 is 1. 1 times 1.225 is, of course, 1.225. So 1 foot off the ground, you have to see the curvature no further than 1.2 miles, and yet we see it over 10 miles away. This is literally impossible on a globe. This picture alone debunks what they said the Earth is. It cannot happen on a globe, ever. Not once, no matter what, it cannot happen.
Yeah, all right. Okay.
Also have the FE core measurements.
Sorry, what was that?
Just to let you know, that's not the only observation. There's thousands of them. There's way too many. We have all kinds of information at the bottom of the server here if you want to peruse through that too.
Yep, long distance observations. This one's in California. We have them in Florida. We have them in Kansas. We have them in New York. We have them in Michigan. We have them in Japan. We have them in Australia. So, I mean, if the Earth's not curving anywhere, then what is it? You know what I'm saying?
Not only that, man. So they thought that the 70% of Earth is water, right? 70+%, right? Water is pretty much always trying to find its level, so it's practically flat. But then there's also, sorry, my dog is going crazy. There's also, the salt lakes, the salt flats, Australia, Kansas. What part of it, if all that is flat, man? What part of it's a ball?
Yep.
Dude, this is why it's heavily censored, bro. Like, I talk about this on YouTube. I just got my YouTube channel back from being censored. Most of us have been kicked off. I've been censored on every platform you can name: Instagram, Twitter. I've been kicked off PayPal and Venmo for being a flat earther that doesn't cuss and talks about the creator, right? So, like, it's not something you can debate. Neil deGrasse Tyson was supposed to debate Eric Dubay, who's an infamous flat earther, and it was set up on Joe Rogan's podcast, the number one podcast in the world. And Neil deGrasse Tyson backed out of the debate because it can't be debated. Like, if they had a famous quote unquote scientist debate one of us in real time on national TV, we would dismantle and embarrass them. So that's why instead of arguing against it, they've just tried to weed it out with censorship. Because it's not like what do you think the Earth is? These are compelling arguments. It's like objective. You can actually test it and prove that it's not a ball. So you're lucky to have found this place, to be honest. This is one of the few places you'll get the real info.
West Siberian Plains, 2.4 square miles, 2.4 million square miles of flatland. That's in Russia. I mean, there's no way, man. There's no way with all this flat land and water being flat that the Earth is a ball, man. How could it be?
And everything you've ever experienced has told you this, man. Like, you don't feel like you're moving. You see the stuff in the sky moving, right? Well, that's what Flat Earth says. The Earth's not moving, and the stuff in the sky moves. The Globe Earth says that the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, and you just can't feel it. And it makes it look like the stuff in the sky is moving, even though it's actually sitting still. And whenever you go out and you look over the water, you see that the horizon is horizontal, right? That's where horizon comes from, horizontal. So you've always seen a flat Earth. You've always felt a non-moving Earth. You've always seen everything in the sky move around the Earth as it's the center, but you've just been told to believe the opposite. That's it. Like, when you see it, that's what it is. You're seeing what it is.
And that's one of our questions. When did you experience a globe, man? Have you ever experienced the Earth as a globe?
experience the Earth as a globe? Like,
Ever experience it as a globe?
I don't know how to experience it as a globe.
Yeah, because you always experience a flat stationary place, man. You all the time. We measure it as flat practically. You know, we traverse the earth as it's flat and not moving, not rotating anywhere. You don't be trying to balance yourself from, if you make a left turn or a right turn and oh snap, earth just spin under me. I had to kind of slow down a little bit.
Yeah, whenever you fly a plane, you don't assume the Earth is spinning. When you don't assume the Earth is curving, dropping down below you. Now I know hundreds of pilots. Anytime you've done anything, when you throw a baseball up, you don't have to run over there and catch it underneath the Earth that's spinning. When you fly a drone and hover it there for hours, it stays right where it's at. When you fly a balloon up there, it stays right where it's at. The Earth's not spinning underneath it. Everything you've ever experienced is a flat, non-rotating Earth. Right. And that's why there are hundreds of military documents that say that the Earth is a flat, non-rotating surface. And that's the only way they can shoot missiles or use GPS or fly planes or find the bad guys. Every time they do anything, they have to assume a flat, non-rotating surface or it wouldn't work. Like the military has a railgun that shoots 100 miles, but it just accounts for the drop in the bullet, not drop in Earth curvature, because they would miss their target. Whenever you are in the military and you see a bad guy, you shoot the bad guy when you see him. You don't account for it's actually an optical illusion and he's down beneath the curvature. You know what I'm saying? You couldn't do anything in life assuming the Earth's a ball. It wouldn't work.
I don't want to be a dick, but I gotta go see my grandfather like right now.
Oh man, go ahead, man.
No, you're good, bro.
Also, the one thing I've learned is artillery. You do I've read that you do have to